Chapter 131. Li Nan's men got out of their cars and surrounded the 5 cars that had collided in the chain reaction ahead of him. Without waiting for them to get out, they attacked them with clubs. The broken glass shattered and clattered everywhere. The people in the 3 cars behind them all huddled inside, silent and afraid to come out. But in the 2 cars ahead, just as Li Nan's men were about to attack, the passenger and backseat doors of one of them were flung open. One man, before even getting out, kicked the person approaching and sent him flying. By the time the man had emerged from the car, Li Nan had already engaged him. He was fuming, and couldn't wait to send his men into action. But he hadn't expected the man to be so evenly matched, and for a moment, it was a draw. Li Nan was even more furious. Son of a bitch! No wonder he injured over 100 of his men. The leaders of the 2 sides started fighting, but the men below stopped. Of course, the main reason was that the enemy bastards were holed up in their cars, leaving Li Nan's men temporarily unable to act. After all, smashing a car would make quite a noise, and what if it affected the boss's performance? What's going on? Zhang Xiaodao waved over a familiar-looking man and inquired about the cause of tonight's chase. These bastards came from the west. They attacked us in the middle of the night when we were off guard and stole our belongings. Robbery? That's right. They broke into our warehouses and stole a lot of rice and flour. The most important thing is, nearly 100 of our men were killed or wounded. Killing people right after arriving in Pingcheng? Zhang Xiaodao was still questioning the situation when a dagger suddenly flew out of a car and struck Li Nan in the back. Brother Nan, be careful! With a startled cry, Li Nan, before he could dodge, suddenly stopped the dagger in midair, motionless, as if frozen in place. Because Li Nan was distracted, the opponent seized the opportunity and struck him on the shoulder. Li Nan stumbled back in pain. The man moved forward to continue his attack, but suddenly the dagger, previously suspended in midair, whizzed towards his face. The man's pupil shrank, and his face tilted to the side. The dagger passed close to his cheek, leaving a bloody streak. But it wasn't over yet. The dagger turned midair and returned, but on its second attempt to strike him, it was stopped by a sudden appearance of vines. Jiang Minglang was stunned, and not just him. Zhang Xiaodao, Lao Sheng, and the others were also stunned. The first thing that came to their minds upon seeing the vines was 2 words: sister-in-law, but in less than a second, they rejected the idea. Not only wasn't sister-in-law here, but even if she were, she wouldn't do that. So, it was obvious that someone in this group possessed the same wood-type ability as my sister-in-law. After reaching this conclusion, several people couldn't help but draw another conclusion about this group. They're sick, they could induce labor themselves, yet they insisted on stealing it from others? Is it because stolen food tastes better? Jiang Minglang glanced at the first car indifferently, and the next second, it suddenly flipped over and crashed to the ground with a thud. Ah! A short scream erupted from the car, which had remained silent even after being hit. It was a female voice. Stop! The man fighting Li Nan, who had been calm until then, suddenly had a pale expression. He turned his head and glared at Jiang Minglang and the others, angrily demanding, just because you have to meddle in other people's business, don't you? It was these few who could have escaped. He wasn't sure which one possessed the gold-related ability, but instinctively, the tall man in the middle must be their leader. After asking, he glared at Jiang Minglang and turned to walk towards the overturned car, intending to open the door and pull the people inside out, but at that moment, his forehead was pressed against cold metal. Minding my business? You came to our territory to steal things, and we, the people, stopped you, and you're meddling? Li Nan's face sank as he finished speaking, and he kicked him hard. The man took 2 steps back, clutching his stomach, staring at Li Nan intently, without saying a word. Staring? Who are you staring at? With a click, Li Nan pulled the trigger, about to fire, when suddenly 2 more vines shot out from the open car window, whipping straight at him. This time, he was prepared and dodged. A gunshot rang out, but the vines obstructed the man's movement. Brother. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out from the overturned car, filled with anxiety and worry. I'm fine. The man dodged Li Nan's shot without appearing distraught. After comforting his sister, he said to Li Nan, today's events were my decision. My sister has nothing to do with them. She's a girl. Let her go, and we return your belongings to you. You can do with them as you please. Since he persevered enough to get them here, it wasn't just a matter of getting them to return their belongings. He wasn't afraid of anything, but he had to let his sister go. You say it's irrelevant, then it's irrelevant. Li Nan sneered. What right do you have to negotiate with me now? Thinking of the nearly 100 casualties, he didn't care whether the people in the car were women or children. He wouldn't let any of them go. A fierce glint flashed in Li Nan's eyes, and he shouted coldly, "Kunzi, kill them all, leave no one alive." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the overturned rear door of the car was kicked open, and a man and a woman climbed out. The man was short but sturdy, and it was he who kicked the door open. The woman's long, messy hair fell across her forehead, obscuring much of her face. It was night, making it even harder to see her features. She appeared injured, and it was more like she was half carried out by the shorter man than crawling out of the car. "Bai Tong, take Cherry away." The man saw his sister emerge and, taking advantage of Li Nan's inattention, dodged in front of the two and shielded them behind him. "Leave? I wonder which of you can escape." As Li Nan spoke, his men had already surrounded the three men. Screams rang out from the other cars. Some opened their doors and tried to break free, but were shot down one by Li Nan's rifle. Bang! 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 The continuous sound of gunfire set panic through Yunqi village and attracted Mu Song, Ningen, and others from Yuden village. "Dazi, what's going on?" After listening to Zhang Xiaoda's explanation, Ningen, eager to watch the excitement, called out to Mu Song, "Brother, shine some light on them." The headlights had a limited range, and the area in front of the first car was somewhat dim. Mainly, Ningen had heard that the woman was also a wood type similar to Sister Bai, and he wanted to see what she looked like. After all, this was the first time he had seen a female wood type bandit. Rinbin couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard Ningen's words, but seeing that his captain had no intention of stopping the guy, he rolled his eyes and waved his hand. A wall of fire rose out of thin air about 5 meters behind the three men, and in an instant, it illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. The man spun around, his expression drastically changing. "You?" He gritted his teeth in anger, but Li Nan laughed heartily. Most of their men had been killed, leaving only the three of them. Jiang Minglang glanced at the young woman leaning against the shorter man and couldn't help but repeat her name in his mind. Cherry? His wife's nickname was Lychee, a wood element. This woman's name was Cherry, also a wood element. Both fruit names, coincidence? Perhaps it was a professional habit. He couldn't help but ponder any questionable matters. Now, too. Although the woman's long hair obscured her features, she looked to be in her 20s. After all, the man she called brother looked no more than 27 or 28. Jiang Minglang was certain he had never seen this man before, and his wife probably didn't recognize him either. So what about this woman named Cherry? He thought for a moment, then turned to Bai Yang, who had also come to watch the fun, and whispered, "Call your sister." Bai Yang nodded, turned, and ran off. Not far away, on the third-floor balcony of the Bai family villa, Bai Li was tapping the railing with her fingers, her face filled with curiosity as she gazed at the bright light. A fight had broken out. What on earth had happened? A short while later, she heard another burst of gunfire, followed by the sight of figures falling to the ground. So many dead, she sighed softly. Since the apocalypse, human life seemed to have become increasingly worthless. As the last gunshot rang out, Bai Li's gaze casually scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and she froze. Was it because the night was too dark? Or was she just seeing things? Why did it feel like there was a dark shadow towering over Pingjiang? She didn't know if it was an illusion, but when she looked at the shadow, she felt it was looking back at her. Bai Li broke out in a cold sweat. Reflexively, she opened her mouth and whispered 2 words, "Feng Bao." The little bird didn't respond. She was on the 3rd floor, and her voice was so low, it was a wonder it would respond. "Sister." Bai Yang had just arrived home when he called out to Bai Li. The Bai Xiangtian brothers came out and grabbed him to ask about what was happening outside. Bai Yang spoke quickly, briefly, "It's Li Nan and the others. Outsiders robbed their warehouse and chased them all the way here. Sister, come down quickly. My brother-in-law wants you." Bai Li turned her head and nodded. When she looked back at Pingjiang, she saw that the shadows seemed to have disappeared again. Could she have seen it wrong? She shook her head and turned back downstairs. "Sister, let me tell you, there's a woman in the group that robbed Li Nan with the same special ability as you." Bai Yang hadn't noticed the woman's name. He assumed Jiang Minglang had called his sister over because of her special ability. But Bai Li didn't think so. Sharing the same special ability wasn't surprising. He wouldn't have called her over specifically for this. Knowing Jiang Minglang, she knew there must be something else going on. The siblings quickly reached their destination. Because the direction they were coming from was completely dark, and the noise ahead was so loud, their arrival was largely unnoticed. Jiang Minglang pulled Bai Li close to him and whispered in her ear, "Look, do you recognize her?" The woman had tucked her hair behind her ears, revealing a delicate, fair face. Her forehead was bruised from a previous blow, bloodstains on it, and her skin looked a pale paleness. Bai Li's gaze lingered on her almond-shaped eyes for a moment, then she glanced away and shook her head slightly. I never seen her. She glanced at Jiang Minglang and asked, Why do you think I know her? Just now, I heard her brother, the tall man standing in front of her, call her Cherry. Cherry? Bai Li frowned. She said nothing more, but cast her gaze back at the man and woman. Brother and sister, huh? Yeah, they do look quite alike. But it had nothing to do with her. She didn't know either of them. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the woman turned her head to look in Bai Li's direction, then frowned slightly. A bunch of shameless attackers. If you had the guts to stand up, what's the point of hiding in the darkness? From her position, she could only see a group of dark shadows. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. So the woman quickly turned back, staring at Li Nan with a dark look. Bai Li asked Jiang Minglang, Li Nan wants to kill them. Except for the three of them, almost everyone in the gang was dead, and judging by Li Nan's attitude, he had no intention of letting them go. Over 20 people dead in just a short while. Tragic, isn't it? Tragic, but they brought it upon themselves. If it were Jiang Minglang and Mu Song, they would have killed them all. However, Jiang Minglang knew that Li Nan wouldn't kill these three today. Sure enough, as Li Nan pointed his gun at them, a huge rock suddenly fell from nowhere. Li Nan took a few steps back, narrowly avoiding it. Then, looking back, the three men were gone. Captain Jiang. Li Nan's first reaction was to look at Jiang Minglang. Zhang Xiaoda almost cursed. We helped you stop them. Now they escaped. Why aren't you looking for them? Were they also responsible for helping clean up the mess? Then why stop them in the first place? They just helped kill them off. Zhang Xiaoda and the others were speechless at Li Nan and his gang. Their captain had stopped the car first, and then Renbin's wall of fire held off the enemy for a quarter of an hour. They come to the rescue twice, no 3 times. Why couldn't they just take out the 3 most formidable-looking ones first? Why waste bullets on the smaller minions? What a mess. To be honest, they weren't that familiar with each other. Helping to stop the car was already a moral obligation. There was no need to go any further. He ran that way. Jiang Minglang reluctantly pointed in a direction and kindly reminded them, Earth-type people can burrow underground. Good luck, Mr. Li. We're heading back first. With that, he stopped Bai Li and led Zhang Xiaoda and the others back to the village. Mu Song, Ningen, and the others followed suit. In a blink of an eye, only Li Nan and his gang and a pile of dead bodies remained on the road. Let's go, let's chase them. Li Nan paused for a moment before immediately leading his men in pursuit in the direction Jiang Minglang had pointed. He'd been careless, or confused. He didn't think Jiang Minglang and the others should help him kill those men, but he hadn't expected the 3 of them to escape despite being surrounded by so many. These 3 were clearly the backbone of their team. They couldn't let them escape tonight, they had to be found. However, after searching for over 2 hours, they returned empty-handed. The field south of the highway had been untended for over 6 months, and the weeds had grown to waist height, completely transforming them into a wasteland. The 3 men had just used their earth-based abilities to enter the wasteland, and with the addition of a wood-based ability, they had evaded Li Nan and his men's search, making their escape a breeze. Li Nan returned to the highway in a rage, only to hear his men call out, Brother Nan, there's nothing in the trunk. Chapter 132. After Jiang Minglang and Bai Li entered the village, 2 massive dark figures silently approached the gate and crouched down, one on each side. Despite the commotion outside, Yunqi village remained shrouded in darkness. No one lit a lamp, and no one left their homes to join in the fun. Bai Li nodded secretly. Every failure taught her a lesson. These people were quite obedient. Just because her name also means fruit, you think she's related to me? Back in the bedroom, talking about the siblings again, Bai Li felt an indescribable unease. I just don't think it should be such a coincidence. What's wrong? Seeing Bai Li frown, Jiang Minglang hurriedly asked, Are you feeling unwell? Bai Li slapped his outstretched hand away. No, but you. Since you helped Li Nan stop them, why did you let them go? Isn't that like letting a tiger go back to the mountains? Maybe they come back to deal with them again someday. Jiang Minglang sighed, I'm not letting them go, I'm checking to see where the others are. Do you really think those few can inflict nearly 100 casualties on Li Nan? If I'm not mistaken, their trunk should be empty. Bai Li was startled, suddenly remembering that she hadn't seen Bai Yang when she returned. Don't worry, old Sheng is with him. This is a great learning opportunity. The siblings and the short man looked unreliable, but even if they were, it would be easy for him to kill them. The reason they didn't touch them was, first, to find their accomplices. They robbed and killed people as soon as they arrived in Pingcheng. Even though they weren't the ones being robbed and killed, they didn't want to give outsiders the impression that Pingcheng was easy to bully. So, not only did they have to recover the stolen items, but they also had to capture them all. The second priority was training the brothers by Yang and Zhou Lei, along with 4 young men selected from the village. 3 of the 4 were about by Yang's age, children of the workers they had originally hired. 2 of them had demonstrated strength abilities, and 1 was barely able to form a small clod of dirt in his hand, indicating an earth element. Once a person possesses superpowers, their physical abilities are significantly superior to those of ordinary people. Since these 3 had developed their abilities, they had been training with Zhang Xiaoda for the past 2 months, just like Bai Yang, hoping to train a new team. As for the 4th person, Lu Er, who had returned from Jiancheng at the end of August. This kid had stumbled all the way, never killing a single zombie or dealing with a single mad mutant, yet he had returned to Pingcheng unscathed. He thought he was just lucky, having somehow managed to avoid every zombie or mutant encounter. Is it really just luck? But even if it were, could anyone run faster than a 4-legged creature? If he was truly faster than a 4-legged creature, it was because his own speed had improved. But this kid was so clueless and timid that he hadn't noticed his own abnormality until one day he ran head-on into Xiaoheng. He was so frightened that he turned and ran, so fast that he stunned everyone with him. Bai Wei scolded him several times for this, saying, "Fools have good luck. They don't have any special abilities, but he, a coward, does." The 4 had been singled out for training, and now that they had a chance to practice combat, they naturally had to take them out for a walk. Adding Bai Yang and the Zhou brothers, these 7 would be the ones who would have to take care of the rest from now on. After the 3 escaped, Old Sheng and Bai Yang immediately followed. Even when Li Nan led a dozen men in pursuit, they didn't notice them. Only after Li Nan returned disappointed did the 3 men emerge from underground and find a small path eastward. An hour later, Ren Bin, along with the Zhou brothers and Lu Er, followed the distinctive markings left by Lao Sheng along the way. At dawn, a glimmer of light finally appeared in the pitch-black sky, and Zhang Xiaoda set off with the remaining 3. When daybreak finally broke, Li Nan knocked on the gate of Yunqi village again. "Captain Jiang, any news on them?" After a sleepless night and a brawl, Li Nan was clearly not in good spirits. But he couldn't sleep until this matter was resolved. The reason he came to see Jiang Minglang wasn't because they had previously communicated, but rather because he had gone over the previous night's events several times in his mind after returning, consulted with his men, and finally figured out a clue. He had been led around by the nose. A wry smile played on Li Nan's lips. Everyone called him a business genius. He revived his family company after it went bankrupt, taking it public again in just a decade. If it weren't for this damned apocalypse, he'd still be the CEO of a listed company. But what was a CEO worth in the apocalypse? He had no shortage of tricks, but in this world, those twists and turns were unnecessary. Strength and ability were paramount. When they robbed his warehouse, they didn't use any unusual tactics. They simply split into 2 groups, one taking the goods first, the other following behind. They didn't even take the same route, and he didn't even notice. To put it bluntly, he simply lacked practical experience. He didn't have any, but he knew Jiang Minglang did. So, he couldn't have hidden the gang's plan from last night. That was why Li Nan had come looking for him now. Jiang Minglang glanced at him, thinking that while this guy was conceited, he wasn't stupid. "I have Su Bo take you there." He had handed this matter over to Zhang Xiaoda, giving him full authority to handle it and return after it was resolved. So, he had no idea what the current situation was. "Thank you." Li Nan's thanks were much more sincere this time than usual, making Jiang Minglang raise an eyebrow. Just a small thing had irritated him? That couldn't be right. Watching them walk away, Jiang Minglang didn't return to Bai Guan. Instead, he glanced back at the road leading to the village, then walked to the side, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Although his wife disliked the smell of cigarettes, she didn't force him to smoke. She'd given away all the cigarettes she found in Pingcheng while he was away, leaving him only 2 boxes, 2, not 2. She said there were so many people, and they couldn't favor one over the other. Everyone had to get their share, so leaving him 2 boxes was already good enough. If she hadn't found 3 packs with Zhang Xiaoda, he would have believed her. Alas, it wasn't easy. After puffing away for a while, he had just tossed the cigarette, but away contentedly, when his ears twitched, and he looked up at the end of the road. A military jeep was approaching from a distance, and soon, it was right in front of him. Jiang Minglang raised an eyebrow, looked at the thin, long-faced man who got out of the back seat of the jeep, and smiled faintly. The people who came yesterday didn't see him, so they guessed Wei Lichuan would come today. Captain Jiang. Although Wei Lichuan was a few years older than him, because he was of lower rank, he didn't feel superior to him, nor could he put on airs. He even saluted respectfully. Jiang Minglang returned the salute. Whether he intended to return or not, he knew he couldn't outright oppose the authorities. I didn't expect the captain of the guard to come to Pingqing. Hearing Jiang Minglang call him captain, Wei Lichuan's smile froze for a moment, and then he said helplessly, even if others don't know how I got the position of captain, doesn't Captain Jiang know? Wei Lichuan was clearly telling Jiang Minglang that Kyoto was short on officers, so he, once a mere deputy, was promoted to captain. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities, and wasn't afraid of being criticized for picking a general from among the crippled. He was promoted only because Jiang Minglang and the others were absent. The leadership above them had almost undergone a major reshuffle, so what was he afraid of? Besides, his rise from a mere conscript to the rank of deputy regiment commander was due not only to his own abilities, but also to his self-awareness and understanding of the times. Wei Lichuan stated his purpose directly. Captain Jiang, before I left Kyoto, the garrison commander gave me a direct order. If I meet you here, I notify you of your appointment. Garrison commander? Jiang Minglang ignored the subsequent mention of the appointment notice and asked, who is garrison commander? Political commissar sure. Hearing these three words, Jiang Minglang breathed a sigh of relief. Political commissar sure he had been his former superior, not only having promoted him, but they also had a good personal relationship. Since the apocalypse, he had been wondering about old Sher's situation. While he wasn't particularly concerned about his safety, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious until he had received definitive news. Now, hearing that he was not only fine, but had been promoted to garrison commander, he was relieved. Captain Jiang, this is Commander Sher's appointment notice. Jiang Minglang glanced at the piece of paper in Wei Lichuan's hand, a headache welling up in his head. If it had been someone else other than old Sher, he would have refused without hesitation. But this person was Sher. Jiang Minglang turned his gaze to Wei Lichuan, deciding to change the subject. Captain Wei. Captain Jiang, the appointment notice clearly states that you are the captain of the Pingqing garrison. I am only the deputy captain, and I will serve as your deputy. Jiang Minglang's face darkened. Why hadn't he noticed this guy's honesty before? How could he be a captain when he hadn't even taken up the position? Old Sher was really giving him a hard time. Keep this appointment for now, and pretend you didn't see me. How can that be? This is a military order, I can't disobey. Since I didn't ask you to disobey, I keep it for now. Wei Lichuan was very puzzled. He asked in surprise, Captain Jiang, don't you want to return to the army? Jiang Minglang replied, I have something unresolved. I decide whether to take up the position after that. Wei Lichuan heard the determination in his tone. Although he didn't understand why, he still honestly kept the appointment. Then, with a solemn expression, he asked, is your refusal to accept the appointment related to this matter? Knowing that Lao Sher was still his leader, Jiang Minglang no longer had many concerns. He nodded, yes, it is. First, tell me who the commanders are in Kyoto right now. Wei Lichuan immediately gave him a few names, then detailed the current situation in Kyoto and the subsequent orders and arrangements, leaving out every detail. This wasn't a secret. Anyone could find out if they really wanted to. Jiang Minglang listened calmly, first to the arrangements for the garrison and defense forces, and then to how many cities were currently under armed protection. He had assumed that every city from Pingqing north, at least to Kyoto, would be included. Unexpectedly, only 5 cities, besides Kyoto, had troops stationed there. The reason Wei Lichuan's group bypassed several intermediate cities and headed directly to Pingqing was primarily because Pingqing had become a dead city, its situation unpredictable. Pingqing, separated by a river, had to be defended. So, Wei Lichuan had come to Jiang Minglang today for another matter. They were going to guard the Pingjiang Bridge, so where would be the best place to station their troops? While he could make the decision, their team leader was right in front of him. As deputy captain, couldn't he just focus on his supporting duties? Captain Jiang, you might not know that the cities south of Pingqing, centered around Jiangcheng, are now completely depopulated and dead. North of Pingqing isn't very peaceful either. While there aren't many mutant animals, the zombie crisis hasn't been resolved. The various factions of survivors are constantly fighting each other, and the daily death toll is almost as high as the number of zombies. There are also those who died from diseases infected by the rotting corpses. In short, along the way, I haven't seen a city as clean and stable as Pingqing. Those cities are beyond description, even the word chaos alone. Wei Lichuan wasn't exaggerating. Kyoto is approximately 1,200 kilometers from Pingqing, and it took them 24 days to drive there. Clearing the highway as they went was one thing, And there was also the obstruction of survivors from various cities. To say they obstructed them wouldn't be accurate. It's simply that in the face of disaster, ordinary people naturally relied on and turned to those in uniform for help. It was precisely because of their uniforms that they could not remain indifferent to the plight of ordinary people. Rescuing people and killing zombies along the way, making arrangements along the way, it took over 20 days to reach their destination. Of course, Wei Lichuan did this under orders from political commissar Shi. He assumed Jiang Minglang was most likely in Pingqing, and as long as he was there, he was confident Pingjiang would be safe. Also, the mutant animals south of Pingqing hadn't made it north, so the threat, whether zombies or other threats, seemed to be cut off at Pingqing. This led Shi to conclude that Jiang Minglang hadn't returned to Kyoto after the apocalypse, and most likely stayed back home with his wife and children. Wei Lichuan hadn't been familiar with Jiang Minglang before, but after arriving in Pingqing, he was eager to get to know him. In Pingqing, he felt like he had finally returned to humanity. Where are the management staff? I mean, the mayors and deputy mayors of various cities. Did they go to Kyoto or elsewhere? Have they been arranged for them? Jiang Minglang didn't ask Yu Chumping directly. He had just heard from Du Qian that Yu Chumping had a backer in Kyoto, rumored to be his cousin. While Jiang Minglang was inquiring with Wei Lichuan about the situation in Kyoto, Su Bo and Li Nan, following the signs left by Old Sheng, made a circuit and unexpectedly returned to Baiyun Town, a small town only 3 kilometers from Yunqi village, where Bai Li and her classmates attended high school. Only after seeing Zhang Xiaoda did he confirm that they were in the town. Li Nan glanced at the town, then back toward Yunqi village, scoffing, "Do they think the most dangerous place is the safest? They're actually hiding here." However, Old Sheng and the others who had arrived earlier didn't agree. Su Bo looked at Bai Yang and asked, "What's going on?" Chapter 133. Su Bo asked Bai Yang because he felt his expression looked strange, as if he was pondering something but wasn't sure. "This is my sister's grandmother's house." Although Bai Yang had never seen anyone in this house since he could remember, he clearly remembered that every time he passed by here in the past, his sister would pause at the door, pursing her lips, and looking at the closed door for a moment before leaving. As a child, he had no idea whose house this was. He only heard about it from his father when he grew up. My sister-in-law's grandmother's house? Su Bo was shocked, and even Li Nan was stunned. What did he mean? These bandits were relatives of Jiang Minglang's wife? This is not the way to play. It's no wonder Li Nan thought so. After all, there were so many empty houses in town, so why would they go to this particular house instead of everyone else's? Is his house newly renovated and better? Bullshit. Anyone with eyesight could tell that this house was the oldest of the others. Even the roof tiles were noticeably missing. So, the fact that this group chose this location could only mean they were related to it, or that one of them was from it. But then, unexpectedly, Bai Yang continued, "My sister's grandmother passed away over 20 years ago, and her uncle seems to be gone too. Anyway, no one has lived in this house since I can remember. It's always been empty." "So the owners of this house are all dead?" Li Nan's eyes lit up. "So, this group deliberately chose a dilapidated house? That's just for cover. They didn't plan to stay long. They might just reunite and rest for a bit before leaving. In short, it has nothing to do with Jiang Minglang's wife." "That's enough." He asked, "How many people are there in total?" "Including those 3, there are 12 in total." Li Nan had brought 8 people with him, and with Zhang Xiaoda and his 11 men, it was 20 against 12. The numbers were definitely no problem, and the force was even less so. He looked at Zhang Xiaoda and asked, "When will we start?" Zhang Xiaoda turned to Bai Yang and asked, "Are you sure it has nothing to do with my sister-in-law?" If the boy hadn't said this was my sister-in-law's grandmother's house, they wouldn't have waited until now. They would have started the fight long ago. The problem was that Bai Yang wasn't sure. Not only was he unsure, but he also forbade them to go back and tell my sister-in-law. Because Bai Yang suspected the middle-aged woman inside was most likely his sister's biological mother. This woman left Baiyun Town when his sister was 3, and the mother and daughter hadn't seen each other since then. It was impossible for them to have any feelings for each other. But even if they didn't, she was still his sister's biological mother. "I'm so annoyed. Why did this damn woman come back?" Zhang Xiaodan noticed Bai Yang's hesitation and said bluntly, "Ultimately, this is Mr. Li and his team's business, and it has little to do with us. So, Mr. Li, why don't you handle it yourself? It's up to you to do whatever you want. We won't interfere." "Is it feasible?" Li Nan wanted to say no. After all, those 3 had already escaped him once. Although one was injured and the other 2 weren't much better off, what if someone else matched their strength? You know, he fought the young man to a draw at first, and that short, stocky-wood-type guy was no match for them either. But Li Nan was not blind to his observations. He could tell that one of these people might actually have some connection to Jiang Minglang's wife. It wouldn't be a good idea for them to attack directly. I don't have to fight directly, but I can watch and help from the sidelines, for example, if they're unable to defeat me. Li Nan understood Zhang Xiaoda's meaning and nodded. Okay, we handle it ourselves, but I'd like to ask you all to keep an eye on them, and make sure these bastards don't get away. With a wave of his hand, Li Nan sent the 8 men to either side of the gate. One of them stepped forward and kicked the old, paint-chipped iron gate open with a single kick, and the others immediately filed in. Zhang Xiaoda and the others immediately jumped onto the walls on both sides and crouched down. Who are you? Who? You stole my stuff, and you have the nerve to ask me who I am? You? Stop talking nonsense. Hand over our stuff. As Li Nan finished his words, a fireball the size of a basketball whizzed towards his face, stopping half a meter before reaching him. Then, the fireball was enveloped by a ball of dirt, extinguished with a puff, and slammed to the ground. At this moment, Li Nan dodged and attacked the tall, lanky man who had hurled a fireball at him. His speed was so swift that only a shadow remained, leaving the fire elementalist with no time to fire a second fireball before he slammed into the wall behind him. Shaolin. A sudden cry rang out, and the only middle-aged woman in the courtyard, terrified, desperately ran towards the lanky man. Li Nan looked at the middle-aged woman, frowning, and finally retracting his fist. He turned to look at the young man emerging from the main hall, the one he had fought in the middle of the night. He sneered, "Run, keep running." The young man looked at Li Nan with a stern gaze, then at the left and right walls of the courtyard. A row of people squatted on each side, and his face darkened. Shaolin? Shaolin, wake up. Don't scare Auntie. Xiao Su, come and see your cousin. The fight in the yard seemed non-existent to the woman. All she could see was the tall, thin man sitting against the wall, his head tilted to one side, his eyes closed and motionless. The man she called Xiao Su was the young man confronting Li Nan. He glanced over his shoulder at the tall, thin man who had been knocked unconscious, then quickly turned back and said to Li Nan, "I give you the stuff. Can you let us go?" He robbed so many times, and he always escaped unscathed, but this time he run into a bunch of idiots. Yes, he called Li Nan an idiot. There was so much grain in the warehouse, and he only moved a few dozen bags. Was he really going to chase them so relentlessly? If it had just been this guy chasing him, it would have been fine, he could have handled it. But who knew he run into a bunch of nosy people? What bad luck. Let you go. Why didn't you let my dead brothers go last night? We killed so many of them, and now you're telling him to let them go? How dare you? We spent months organizing and training this team, and you're treating him like that? At this moment, a young woman emerged from the house. It was Cherry, the young man's sister. Her forehead was bandaged, and her face was as pale as snow. The young man, seeing this, quickly shouted, "Who told you to come out? Get in! Why did you let her in?" Before Cherry could speak, the middle-aged woman who had just been crying while hugging the tall, thin man suddenly turned to look at the brother and sister. No, to be more precise, at Cherry. Her eyes were filled with anger and disgust, and she said word by word, "So many people have died because of her. How long are you going to protect her?" After saying that, he turned around, pointed at Yingtao, and said to Li Nan, "She was the one who came up with the idea to rob your warehouse. If you want revenge, go find her, take her away, and get out of here." "Mom?" The young man shouted in disbelief, his face filled with disbelief. Yingtao, standing next to him, swayed slightly and reached out to steady herself on the door sill. Her already pale face grew even paler. Li Nan was stunned, and not only him, but also Zhang Xiaoda and the others squatting on the wall. What does this mean? An internal conflict? That doesn't make sense. The man called the woman mom, so Mu Shi, who called Yingtao, is her daughter? Couldn't they be biological children? The group of grown men, now taking a rare, careful look at the features of the old and the young, hissed in unison. They looked at least 50% alike, especially their eyes, which were practically identical. It would be strange if they weren't mother and daughter. But to say they were mother and daughter, that was strange. After all, what mother would treat her own daughter like that? Only Bai Yang's expression was different from everyone else's. He looked at the middle-aged woman thoughtfully. Then he shifted his gaze to the young woman named Yingtao, then to the young man, and finally to the tall, thin man sitting on the ground. For a moment, his eyes darted back and forth, quite frantic. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and Li Nan, stunned, snapped to his senses. He quickly dodged to the side, sending a shower of rubble raining down where he had been standing. It turned out that the earth type had attacked him, but had been stopped by Zhang Xiaoda. Another huge rock struck, still shattering into tiny pieces before it even got close enough for Li Nan. The short man, furious, glanced up at the wall. He didn't know who had stopped him, but his irritation only grew worse. Stop! Everyone, stop! Thanks to the interference of Zhang Xiaoda and the others, Li Nan's men had barely suffered any losses. However, the enemy's strength was not to be underestimated. With only 9 of them for the time being, there was no telling when they could defeat them. Though the enemy appeared unafraid during the fight, they were actually panicking. They couldn't figure out what the men squatting on the wall were doing. They should have attacked together, so why were they just squatting there watching? What was that all about? They were panicking, fighting, and they had to keep their attention on the wall to prevent any hidden moves. This inevitably hindered them, and led to repeated losses. So, upon hearing the woman's cry of stop, they quickly retreated and gathered together. Li Nan's men also gathered around him, awaiting the next move. The middle-aged woman glanced down at her still unconscious nephew, then raised her eyes to Li Nan and said coldly, "Young man, be merciful. I told you, it was my daughter who came up with the idea to rob your warehouse, and she was the one who led the group. She's also the one who injured most of your men, so you can take her with you and end this matter here. How about that?" "No." Before Li Nan could say anything, the young man said firmly, "Don't even think about it. I will never hand my sister over to them." "Lu Su," the middle-aged woman said angrily, "have you forgotten what your father said before? He told you to listen to me, and you dare not listen now? Mom, Cherry is your daughter. I don't have a daughter like her. If it weren't for her bad advice along the way, your cousin wouldn't have been injured so many times. Look at him now. He hasn't healed his old wounds, and he's got new ones. If you keep going like this, your cousin will be dead." Lu Su wanted to say, "No, there's no such bad idea. What have you been eating and drinking all this time? Are you still alive? Cousin, do you still care about us siblings besides you?" But in front of so many outsiders, he couldn't say it out loud. Cherry didn't come up with any bad ideas. This was the result of a joint discussion. Lu Su reached out and pulled Lu Ying behind him. He looked at Li Nan and said coldly, "No one can take my sister away." Li Nan, did he say he was bringing people? Why does he make it sound like he's some bully who's here to rob women? Li Nan was so angry he was laughing. If he hadn't been running out of bullets and didn't want to waste the few he had left, he would have shot them all one by one. "Lu Su, are you going to kill us all for her?" Lu Su looked at his mother, feeling that the woman before him was so strange, as if he had never seen her before. Why? Is this really their biological mother who gave birth to them and raised them? Not only him. Lu Ying, standing behind him, her face almost transparent with paleness, thought so too. Even Bai Yang, crouching on the wall, was puzzled, but his puzzlement was different from that of Lu Su and Lu Ying. His confusion was tinged with a sudden realization, a comprehension that no one else could fathom. Why could she be so heartless? To abandon her own daughter like that? What's the big deal? First time, second time, familiarity. She's used to it. Before, he had been a little unsure, but now Bai Yang was absolutely certain. This woman was his sister's biological mother. Luckily, his sister looked like his uncle, not at all like this woman. His legs were numb from squatting, so he simply sat on the wall. Zhang Xiaoda, who was sitting next to him, saw him sitting too. After all, it was more comfortable to sit while listening to gossip. He had a feeling this fight was almost certain to fail. As expected. "Brother, how about this? I give you everything we own in exchange for your life?" Li Nan sneered. "We kill all of you, but won't your stuff still belong to us?" "But you can't find it," Lu Su said calmly, glancing up at Zhang Xiaoda and Su Bo on the wall. "I believe you checked around before coming in. You didn't see any unusual vehicles, did you? And there's nothing in this yard or in the house either." Lu Su's words piqued Li Nan's curiosity. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaoda, who shook his head slightly, implying that there was indeed nothing outside. As for the yard and the house, if they were only going to be used for reunion, there was no need to store anything there. So even without checking, it was almost certain that there was nothing there. So it was hidden, but at this point, Li Nan no longer cared about the dozens of bags of food and supplies. He cared about the composure. If you don't have it, then don't. I don't want it. Our supplies are much more valuable than your food. Not only food, but also other supplies, like gasoline, and the cloth that can conceal our car. Lu Su. The middle-aged woman screamed again, "Are you crazy? That was something your father worked so hard to get. But this time, Lu Su didn't look at her, only staring at Li Nan. Are you interested? If you are, I give you everything, but you have to let us go. What do you think? Chapter 134. Cloth that can hide things? What is it? Although Li Nan was curious, he didn't show it on his face, and even the look he gave Lu Su didn't change. Lu Su frowned slightly, glancing at the wall from the corner of his eye. He said calmly, "You can keep one of these 2 pieces of canvas for yourself, and the other one is your reward." Didn't he know that those people weren't in league with him? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Did they help Li Nan for free? Those people looked like they weren't ordinary people. They wouldn't be interested in ordinary items, so Lu Su was certain that if he showed them those things, they would be tempted. "Brother, you get nothing if you kill us, but if you spare our lives, I give you everything. Consider it?" "Lu Su, are you crazy?" Lu Su didn't look at his mother. One hand was behind his back, tightly grasping Lu Ying's, his eyes fixed on Li Nan. "Brother Nan," Li Nan's subordinate, known as Kunzi, whispered, "the brothers are injured, so we have to give them something to comfort them. Killing these people isn't a big deal, but if we don't get anything, wouldn't that be a big disadvantage?" Also, what the man just said was right. Captain Jiang and his men had helped this time, and although they had offered it, they couldn't just sit back and show some appreciation. They had plenty of food and vegetables, so wouldn't it be better if they could give them something special? And it wasn't really giving, it was spoils of war, which they could split equally. Li Nan hadn't thought about this. He understood that rationally, he should get the supplies first, at least split the spoils with Captain Jiang and his men, so their efforts wouldn't be in vain. Although he wanted to kill them even more. Li Nan looked at Lu Su with a sullen gaze. "I hope your stuff is as good as you say." Lu Su breathed a sigh of relief. They had always been successful, but they hadn't expected to hit a wall this time. While it was painful to give the stuff away, it was worth it to exchange it for his life. He turned and called to the shorter man, "Bai Tong, pack up and let's go." Then he looked at the others, "Take the wife and get in the other car." He then led Lu Ying out. "Lu Su." "Auntie." Hearing the shout, the middle-aged woman turned and exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Lin, you're awake? Good boy, you scared me to death." Lu Su, who was almost at the door, paused. He glanced back at the tall, thin man, who had stood up with his mother's support, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, Lu Ying lowered her head and whispered, "Brother, don't blame Brother Lin. He doesn't want to either." Hearing his sister's words, Lu Su remained silent. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but that he found it boring. His mother was probably the only one in the world who valued her nephew more than her own children. But it didn't matter. He wasn't a child anymore. Why would he care about such things now? The brother and sister lowered their heads and walked out. Ba Tong quickly gathered his things and followed. The others were either carrying things or helping the injured. Soon, only the aunt and nephew were left standing at the door. 2 black and white photos were placed in the middle of the main room. Due to the angle and lighting, Bai Yang couldn't make out the people in the photos, but he could tell they were portraits of the deceased. "Madam, it's time to go." A man who had already reached the door, seeing the aunt and nephew didn't move, turned back and urged them in a low voice. The middle-aged woman turned and glared at the man, saying unhappily, "I understand." The tall, thin man named Xiaolin walked into the main hall, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times before the 2 portraits. Then he stood up, closed the main door, and locked it. Outside, Lu Su walked out of the yard and along the road about 100 meters before stopping in the open space in front of a rundown, grimy children's clothing store. He raised his hand, and without knowing where he pressed it, a gray pickup truck suddenly materialized. He then walked around the pickup truck and, after doing the same operation, a beige RV appeared in the open space. Zhang Xiaoda and Su Bo, who had already descended from the wall, exchanged a glance, then simultaneously looked at the canvas covering the RV and pickup truck. It was called canvas because, on the outside, it looked like an ordinary waterproof and sun-resistant camouflage canvas. Camouflage, and military grade, and it even has a very descriptive name, shadow cloth. It's interesting that these guys actually have shadow cloth, a type only special forces units are eligible to apply for, and 2 large pieces of it. Su Bo carefully examined everyone present, and couldn't find any of them who were the same, so these 2 pieces of cloth. "Where did you get these 2 pieces of cloth?" Su Bo walked to the side of the pickup truck, lifted the canvas, and peered inside. Sure enough, he saw a series of serial numbers. Lu Su was stunned by his actions, and before he could say anything, he heard the man continue, "Pingcheng is now occupied by the military. If you don't explain the origins of these 2 pieces of cloth, we'd be asking for trouble if we take them." Li Nan, who had been very interested in the 2 pieces of cloth, immediately withdrew his hand. He looked at Su Bo, then at Lu Su, frowning and demanding, "Tell me, how did you get these 2 pieces of cloth? If taking them will cause trouble, we won't take them. If he doesn't want the cloth, then he have to keep his life." Although Li Nan wanted it badly, he also trusted Jiang Minglang and the others. If taking the cloth really meant trouble, as they said, then why would he want it? It's not like he's mentally ill and doesn't want to live long enough. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Su's eyes as he looked at Su Bo. Then he said, "Don't worry, the cloth has a legitimate origin. It wasn't robbed, nor was it obtained from the army. To be precise, the apocalypse arrived before this batch of cloth could even be enlisted. My father had some connections, so he was lucky enough to get these 2 pieces." When he said he hadn't been enlisted, Su Bo believed him, because the number on one corner of the canvas was only a single black number, not a single red one. Those who were actually enlisted would have a red number underneath the black number. He turned and gave Li Nan a slight nod. Li Nan understood and said to Lu Su, "All right, leave the stuff here, and you can leave." He didn't even check how much supplies were inside. After all, that wasn't important, the cloth was. As for how to use it, it was military supplies. Why would he need to ask Lu Su? "Thank you." Lu Su waved his hand and led his men towards 2 SUVs not far away. "Mengxiang?" Just as the middle-aged woman was about to reach the SUV and get on, she heard a sudden cry. Zhou Mengxiang paused, then lowered her leg and turned to look at the source of the voice. "Oh my God, Mengxiang, Zhou Mengxiang, is it really you?" Zhou Mengxiang looked at the skinny, ragged woman walking quickly toward her. Although slightly puzzled, the familiar voice quickly confirmed her identity. "Huang Lanfan. It's me, Mengxiang. I didn't expect to see you at this time. Mengxiang, how many years have we last seen each other? 20 years, right? Look at you, you haven't changed at all. You still look like a little girl." Little girl? Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing this. It seemed this old acquaintance, who had suddenly appeared, was blind. Zhou Mengxiang was so old, she naturally couldn't take this seriously. Instead, she felt disgusted. Praise for her good looks. Saying she looked 10 years younger than her actual age would have made her happier than she was now. Of course, because her RV and precious canvas had been given away by her unfilial son, no matter what kind words anyone said, she couldn't be happy. So, her remaining patience for this old classmate she hadn't seen in 20 years was gone. A flicker of annoyance flashed in her eyes, and she said calmly, "Sorry, Lanfan, we have things to do and have to leave. See you sometime." Zhou Mengxiang turned and was about to get in the car. Huang Lanfan was stunned by this. She stared at her back and suddenly said, "Mengxiang, you already arrived in Baiyun town. Don't you want to see Lizzie? After all, she's your daughter and your first child. You haven't seen her in all these years, and you don't miss her?" "Oh right, I ran into her in town a while ago." Zhou Mengxiang froze, then suddenly turned to look at Huang Lanfan, her eyes wide. The latter grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Hee, not only did I run into Lizzie, I also saw your ex-husband. Bai Xiangtian is a man of considerable ability. Whether before or after the apocalypse, he's always lived a calm and respectable life. The same goes for Lizzie. She doesn't look like you, but more like her father. Wasn't it because of his face that you fell for Bai Xiangtian in the first place? So you can probably imagine how beautiful Lizzie is now. Well, she's younger and prettier than you anyway." "Shut up." "Ah, you're angry? But why? I told you your daughter is prettier than you, and you're angry too? You're such a funny person. You're already so old, and you still care so much about your looks. What's wrong? Can you still make a living with your looks?" "Huang Lanfan, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf." "Forget it, what am I talking about? Lizzie and Bai Xiangtian? They're living happily together as father and daughter, so who even remember you? By the way, did you know Lizzie is married? I heard her son is 8 years old. Her husband is a live-in son-in-law, and he's so nice to her and Bai Xiangtian." Zhou Mengxiang angrily rolled the car window shut, her face livid as she growled at Lu Su. "What are you standing there for? Drive!" But Lu Su and Luing stared at her in shock and disbelief, especially Luing. She murmured, Lizzie. Cherry. You named me that. I thought you liked cherries, but that's not the case, is it? How ridiculous. Naming both daughters after fruits, yet abandoning them at any moment, without mercy. Then why did you give them such similar names? Does that prove they're yours? You have another daughter? Why didn't you tell us? This was the first time Lu Su and Luing had heard of such a big thing. Before this, They had no idea there was a half-sister in the world. Lu Su looked at his cousin Zhou Lin. Seeing him keep his head down and remain silent, he knew what the woman outside had said was true. He and his sister really did have a sister. You two shut up. Bai Li is Bai Li, and you are you. You have nothing to do with her, understand? Zhou Mingxiang angrily slammed the car seat and urged, hurry up. Lu Su glanced at his mother with a stern look in his eyes, then turned and ordered the people sitting on the bus to leave. The driver in the driver's seat said, drive. The two SUVs drove off, one after the other, leaving behind the already frantic Huang Lanfen's words. What's so great about you? You think you're so great. Okay, Zhou Mingxiang, I admit, you're truly lucky. When you married Bai Xiangtian, he was devoted to you. You can still find a big boss after divorce and remarry. Why? You're such a selfish woman. She murmured softly, which gradually turned into curses. Then, tugging at her now colorless clothes, she slowly turned into a side street. After the woman left, silence fell upon the scene. Not to mention Zhang Xiaoda, Su Bo, and the others, even Li Nan, even though he didn't know Jiang Minglang's wife's name, had dealt with Bai Xiangtian, the owner of Bai Guoyan, many times in exchange for seeds, and he always called him Uncle Bai. So that woman just now was Uncle Bai's ex-wife, Zhang's sister-in-law's biological mother? The siblings he wanted to kill were Zhang's sister-in-law's younger sister-in-law. He breathed a sigh of relief, a little glad that the boy had offered something in exchange. After all, even if they were no longer worth anything, what if his sister-in-law wanted to protect them? Don't even think about it. Seeing everyone's expressions turn sour, Bai Yang was furious. I'm your only brother. Those two are nothing. They have nothing to do with her. I'm warning you, don't tell my sister a word about what happened today, or about those three people. If anyone does, I'd be furious. Do you understand? I hear you. Everyone replied perfunctorily in unison. Who would want to talk about such a complicated and troublesome relationship? Zhang Xiaoda even regretted it. What the hell? They should all be killed. He raised his hand and slapped Bai Yang, glaring at him. It's all your fault. Why are you so fussy about it? Because of Bai Yang's hesitation, he mistakenly believed they were relatives from his sister-in-law's grandmother's side. Since they were relatives, it was naturally difficult to kill them. Though they were ultimately related, it was still a relationship that was worse than nothing. Ahem, Deputy Captain Su Dazi, look at these cars. Which one do you want? Li Nan generously let Su Bo and Zhang Xiaoda choose first, and then gave him the rest. In the end, they drove the RV away, and the pickup truck and all its contents went to Li Nan. Back when they were raiding downtown Pingcheng, they visited the 4S dealership, but they hadn't seen any RVs. Now that they had one, it might be useful in the future. After returning to Bai Guoyan, they were greeted with delighted cheers from his sister-in-law and the children. Bai Yang looked at his sister, trying to contain himself, but finally giving up and spilling everything he's seen and heard in Baiyun town. Su Bo smiled helplessly at this, while Zhang Xiaoda clenched his fists, wanting to punch him. So, you're not allowed to tell his sister? Does that mean they're talking about them? Doesn't that include him? Unexpectedly, yet seemingly reasonable, Bai Li simply glanced at Bai Yang after hearing this and said nothing. It was as if Bai Yang was talking about someone else's affairs, none of her business. Chapter 135. Jiang Minglang ultimately didn't accept the appointment from Wei Lichuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. Accepting the appointment would have left him, much like he had been before the apocalypse. He would have been forced to leave home, protecting unrelated people, and neglecting even his own wife and children. He didn't want to live that life anymore. He didn't need such flowery, lofty words as dedication, greatness, and immortality. All he needed was a home. Although he didn't accept, he promised Wei Lichuan that he would provide him with assistance within his capabilities. For example, he suggested he base the defense forces in Zhejiazhuang. Because the army coming from Kyoto was to defend Pingcheng and the Pingjiang Bridge, they would be called the defense forces for now. Zhejiazhuang wasn't far from the Pingjiang Bridge, and the village was deserted, with decent houses, making it a perfect base. This would only require a brief rest period before building a wall around the village. Yunji village already had a dozen or so workers ready to build the wall. With bricks, sand, and the appropriate compensation, building the wall was no problem. After the army arrived, Jiang Minglang, Musong, and the others felt relieved, as they no longer had to patrol along the Pingjiang River. Of course, it wasn't just them who felt relieved, all the survivors in Pingcheng did too. Seeing the army enter the city, almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But this relief lasted only a few days before the weather in Pingcheng suddenly changed. It wasn't the end of months of scorching summer heat. The temperature suddenly soared from around 30 degrees Celsius to at least 10 degrees Celsius. After man-made disasters comes natural disasters. If the previous outbreak of the zombie virus was a man-made disaster, then the natural disasters, strictly speaking, had only just begun. On the first day of the heat wave, 10 people from Yunxi village collapsed while out checking on their crops. Nurse Jinglan, assuming they had heat stroke, rushed 4 to life, but 6 died at 8 p.m. that same day. On the second day, having learned from the first day's experience, no one in Yunxi village left their homes, and they placed basins of well water inside their houses to keep them cool. On the third day, the soil was dry and cracked, and the crops were yellowing and withering at a visible rate, threatening to die without further irrigation. Thankfully, the Yunxi villagers had already harvested twice and, at Bai Xiangqian's instruction, had stored their grain in the cellar. So, even if the crops were abandoned now, they would have enough to eat and drink for 2 years, so there was no need to risk their lives watering the land. On the fourth day of the heat wave, the defense forces stationed at Pingjiang Bridge spotted a column of black smoke rising from the Pingcheng border across the river. Using binoculars, they saw a building in downtown Pingcheng on fire, with the faintest glimpse of something spreading. Perhaps due to the harsh sun and the high temperatures, the creatures didn't survive long in the heat and quickly vanished, leaving no trace. But Wei Lichuan wasn't complacent, and still arranged 2 teams of troops to patrol the river. On the 10th day of the high temperature, in the greenhouse area west of the city where Li Nan was staying, 2 water-based psychics were watering the vegetable plots in the scorching heat when they suddenly heard a strangely familiar hoarse sound. They looked up at the source and saw a group of zombies trampling towards them on the east-west highway under the blazing sun. They froze for a moment, then turned and ran. At the same time, 3 cars suddenly drove up from the highway intersection north of Pingcheng, followed by a line of shrunken but agile zombies. Hearing the familiar roar of cars, Qiaofei quickly ascended to the 2nd floor. From his balcony, he saw 3 black SUVs approaching. Behind them, a dense mass of figures made his pupils shrink. Zombies. Qiaofei keenly noticed that the zombies following the cars were different from those he had seen before. Their running gait indicated a more agile form. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He immediately went downstairs and called his brother-in-law. They moved 2 large rocks behind the iron gate and then secured the 4 corners of the canvas draped in the courtyard with hooks. Then he sent his brother-in-law and his sister's family back inside to close the door, while he quickly climbed the wall, knife in hand. The courtyard they were in wasn't actually adjacent to the road. It was a small village further north that he had found after leaving Li Nan's greenhouse area with his sister's family. It was more suitable for them to live in. There were fewer than 100 households here, and only 5 survived the zombie outbreak. At first, they were wary of Qiaofei. It wasn't until they spent some time together, and Qiaofei had repeatedly helped them deal with predators, that the 5 families began to accept them. Though they remained wary, they had grown accustomed to relying on each other when danger struck. For example, now, after Qiaofei had barricaded his own gate, he climbed over the wall and jumped into the next door. The man hurried out of the main room and asked nervously, "What's wrong, Xiao Qiao?" "There are zombies." "Lock and block the gate." "Huh?" "Oh." Just like his family, he moved the large stone at the entrance and blocked it behind the iron gate. Qiaofei instructed the man, a mere ordinary man, go back inside and close the doors and windows. "Don't come out unless I tell you to." The next 4 families did the same thing. After blocking their doors and giving instructions, Qiaofei climbed over the wall and returned to his front door. The 6 families lived close together in a row, so they could look after each other and help each other in case of trouble. But at the same time, they were not on the edge of the village, centered in the center, with a circle of houses providing protection. Even so, Qiaofei still didn't dare to be careless. Locking and blocking the door seemed like a long process, but in reality, it only took 3 minutes. But the cars were moving faster. By the time he reached the inside of his own gate, the 2 cars in front had already approached their village, roaring past and kicking up a cloud of dust. The scorching sun made one's throat dry and itchy. A canvas sheet was draped over the yard, but even in the shade, it couldn't stop the sweat from pouring down one's back. Qiaofei waited for the 3rd car to pass, but to his surprise, the engine's roar suddenly stopped, as if strangled, and then 2 puffs like deflated air echoed. Qiaofei frowned. It was truly unfortunate that the car had broken down on the road right next to their village. He could clearly hear the driver trying to start the car again, but after a few thumps, it finally fell silent, making no sound at all. It was either out of gas or the engine had burned out due to the heat. The footsteps grew closer, and Xiaofei sighed helplessly. If the people in the car had been smart enough to stay inside for a while, perhaps they could have escaped. But the sun was too strong, and he didn't know how long he could stay in the car without being scorched to death. Xiaofei returned to the house, and went up to the second floor. Through the enclosed balcony in the corner, he looked out at the road ahead. The car that had broken down was surrounded by zombies, covering the roof and hood, densely packed and overlapping, almost completely covering the car. Only 5 or 6 zombies were still running forward, chasing the 2 almost invisible cars. Xiaofei roughly estimated that there were at least 80 zombies surrounding the car, if not 100. Each one had a hideous face, skin and bones, like dried out, salted fish that had been exposed to the sun for a long time. The sight of them made his scalp tingle. Especially when he saw some zombies still climbing onto the roof, and some attacking the doors. Xiaofei realized that these fish-like zombies were truly different from the ones he had seen at the beginning. This would definitely make killing them more difficult. Bang! Suddenly, with a loud bang, Xiaofei saw the left rear door of the car being kicked open. No, the entire door was kicked off. One hand held the door tightly to block him, the other hand held a long knife and slashed at the zombies that were closest. Then the person behind the door used it to push the zombies out. 2 men and 1 woman followed closely behind him, each holding something as a shield. When Xiaofei saw what looked like a pillow, his lips twitched. Sure enough, the next second, cotton wool flew everywhere, and the pillow was instantly destroyed. However, the first person must have possessed a special ability. Thanks to the car door, he managed to break through the encirclement. The 2 men and 1 woman behind him followed closely behind. Even so, Xiaofei saw one of the men get bit on the arm while trying to protect the woman. Hurry! The bitten man, knowing he couldn't escape, turned and stood behind the 3 men. With a loud cry, he lunged at the zombies. Although his strength was limited, he managed to buy the 3 a mere half a second, allowing them to break free and run towards the nearest courtyard. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, there was another loud explosion as the front of the stalled car exploded. Flames and heat waves ignited all the zombies still crouching on the front, unable to get off. Then the entire car burst into flames, igniting the roof and some of the surrounding zombies. Soon, a sickening burnt smell reached Xiaofei's nose. He touched his nose, thinking that the smell of the burning salted fish zombies was surprisingly different from the previous zombies. Thanks to their companions and the explosion of the car, the 3 men had a chance to survive, allowing them to escape to the nearest courtyard and close and lock the gate. What Xiaofei hadn't expected was that the salted fish zombies could now climb walls. Thankfully, they didn't all rush in. Those who entered one by one were easily dispatched by the man holding the car door. But later, he seemed to be running out of energy. After killing a dozen or so, he retreated to the main hall. Xiaofei had been observing closely, his eyes fixed on the situation. Since this power user could push so many zombies through a path, he must have considerable strength. However, when he chopped a zombie, he could hardly cut off half its head with a single blow, unless he chopped off its neck. So, these now innocent zombies are incredibly tough? Xiaofei stroked his chin, glanced at the knife in his hand, then at the number of zombies. Excluding those killed by the car bomb, and those they had killed, there were at least 70 left. The sun was blazing overhead, but Xiaofei didn't rush out. The other 5 families stayed inside without his instructions. For a moment, the only sounds in the small village were the zombies banging and groaning. As the sun set in the west, the hottest part of the day had passed. The zombies that had gathered at the door of the first house at the entrance to the village stopped banging. Some looked around blankly, some took to the road and wandered away from the village. Some, as if aware of something, slowly moved closer, gradually approaching Xiaofei's 6 families. Xiaofei scaled the wall and leaped out of the yard. He stood at the base of the wall at the intersection, patiently waiting for the zombies to approach. Puff, puff, puff. After several heads fell to the ground, Xiaofei had a rough idea. Perhaps the now weakened zombies had been baptized by high temperatures, increasing their agility and toughness at the same time. But no matter how strong they were, their necks remained a weak point. With the right position and angle, it wouldn't be too difficult to strike them. But their heads had truly become tougher. In fact, their necks were also tougher than before, but with his strength and abilities, they had no effect. He quickly cleared out the remaining zombies in the village. Xiaofei called his brother-in-law and the men from the other 5 families out, telling them to burn the zombies they had killed before dark. Soon after, the 3 people hiding in the courtyard at the village entrance noticed movement outside and quickly emerged. When they saw the pile of zombie corpses, they were all shocked. Xiao Fei didn't have the patience to explain anything. He simply drove them away. But the three of them looked at the sky, then at Xiao Fei, but didn't move. Xiao Fei's brother-in-law looked unhappy. You attracted so many zombies today, and nearly killed us. Do you still want to stay here? Leave now, leave now. We won't provide food. The men from the other 5 families were equally unhappy. Although they hadn't been affected, the zombies had been killed by Xiao Fei. But what if Xiao Fei hadn't been there? Wouldn't they have been dead today? Meanwhile, the other 2 cars in the group with the 3 men drove aimlessly southeast along the road, gradually bypassing Pingcheng and reaching the eastern outskirts of the city. Look at that mountain. Halfway up the mountain, under the tallest tree, is that a child? They were chased by zombies into Pingcheng, but they hadn't seen a single person along the way. Not only that, but not even a single zombie. No, not even a single breath. But Pingcheng felt different to them than other dead cities. It seemed eerily clean. Now, suddenly seeing a child, that strange feeling not only didn't subside, but intensified, even making them feel a little uneasy. No one, not even a zombie, but a child. And on the mountain, is this child? A human? Wait a minute, do you see a dog following that child? The man who first spotted the child on the mountain suddenly exclaimed in surprise, It's a Shiba Inu. The woman in the back seat stared at the Shiba Inu in silence for a moment, then said, I checked and confirmed it's real, so this child might be real too. Then drive over, and see what he's doing. The man in the passenger seat frowned. Shouldn't we find a safe place to settle down first? Why bother worrying about a child when you should be fine? The woman in the back seat insisted, Haven't you noticed? This kid's quite plump. Not only is he plump, he's also quite fair. And his clothes are new and clean. So this kid's definitely not an ordinary kid. Go catch him. Maybe we get something unexpected. What unexpected surprise? For example, he definitely lives in a good place. Chapter 136. Gigi, did you find it? Yes, it's here. Gigi ran over excitedly and jumped into the small pit where Gigi was, sticking his little butt out like Gigi to peer into a small hole beneath the tree roots. Are you sure you ran into this place? Yes, look here, there are rabbit paw prints, fresh ones. Gigi's eyes sparkled, and he rubbed his hands together eagerly. Then shall I start watering? This was the tea plantation behind their white fruit orchard. The 2 little guys had found a pile of gnawed sweet potatoes in the sweet potato field that afternoon. At first, they thought they were mice, so they borrowed Dubai from Uncle Zhou. They had originally wanted to borrow Xiaobai, but the little creature was human-aware and wouldn't follow them. In the end, they had no choice but to borrow Dubai. In the end, they didn't find a mouse, but they did find a rabbit. The 2 little guys were quite impressive. They had actually followed the rabbit's trail to the other side of the tea plantation. Wait a minute, I guard the other cave, Gigi said, then scrambled out of the pit, intending to go around the tree to the other side. But then, Xiaowu, who was guarding the 3rd cave, suddenly let out a series of whimpering sounds and turned around, his fur standing on end, his teeth bared, and he stared warily in one direction. Gigi immediately assumed an attacking stance, holding his short knife horizontally in front of him, and also stared warily in the same direction. At this moment, the few people who had been tiptoeing up the mountain finally approached. Upon seeing Gigi, the young man in front exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Why does this little fat guy look so thinner up close? And his clothes? How did he change so quickly? Are you blind? The woman next to him couldn't help but roll her eyes. What do you mean by changed clothes? It's clearly a different child, okay? In other words, this child wasn't the one they just seen in the car. Here was more than one child. This was truly bizarre. In these apocalyptic times, where even adults struggle to survive, seeing a chubby little kid wasn't enough. There was actually a second, neatly dressed, healthy, and lively child. When they thought of this, they fell silent for a moment. Where was this place? After a moment, one of them looked around and said to the others, Don't you think it's cool here? Not only was it cool, but there was also greenery. It seemed as if this place wasn't scorching hot. The trees, flowers, and plants were all lush and vibrant. It looked completely different from the sweltering heat elsewhere. No wonder the 2 children they seen looked so fresh and clean, so different from the ones they seen elsewhere. Hey kid, where do you live? And where's that little fat kid from earlier? Little fatty? Chi-Chi, who had been hiding in the pit after hearing the noise, blinked in confusion. Were they talking about him? He's the little fat kid? Realizing this, Chi-Chi frowned angrily. Was there something wrong with the way these people looked at him? He wasn't skinny, but that definitely didn't make him fat. How could they have the audacity to say those 3 words? How disgusting. What's wrong with you, kid? Why don't you answer when adults ask you a question? How rude. Chi-Chi rolled his eyes. Answer someone else just because you're asked a question? How dare you? Several of them approached Gigi and Xiaowu. Xiaowu whimpered, a faint red light emanating from his throat, but at Chi-Chi's gentle whistle, he swallowed it back. This mountain is private. You better go back to where you came from, or we'd be rude. Gigi stepped back, resting one foot on a rock, the tip of his knife tilted, ready to strike at any moment. Rude? How do you want to be rude? Yeah, of course I'm rude, ha ha ha. Only 2 of them remained guarding the car at the foot of the mountain. The other 5 men and 1 woman all came up. The 2 men laughed as they approached Gigi, naturally unconcerned about his threats. One person couldn't help licking his chapped lips as he watched Xiaowu. Turning back to the 3 men and 1 woman behind him, he whispered, this dog looks normal. How about we kill it and eat its meat? The woman seemed more cautious than the others. Let's first find out where these 2 children live, where this site is, and how many there are in total. Old Huang, be careful. Before she finished her words, her eyes widened and she exclaimed in surprise. With her cry, a spray of red splattered out. The man, who had turned to speak to them, felt half his face covered in warm, sticky liquid. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe it away, but instead of removing it, the sticky feeling intensified. The familiar smell of blood filled his nose. Old Huang. With a thud and the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, the man, half covered in blood, felt a sudden surge of pain. His body lurched, and he and his companions fell to the ground, one behind the other. The 3 men and 1 woman at the back watched helplessly, as the 2 people in front were attacked by 2 little brats, who were no more than 10 years old right under their noses. One had his throat cut, and the other had his ankle chopped off. The 2 fell to the ground one after another. One of them was holding his neck and twitching, and blood was gushing out like a faucet. It was obvious that he was about to die. The other man remained stunned until his leg gave way, and he collapsed, realizing only then that he had lost a leg. With a sharp pain, he couldn't help but let out a scream. Old Jean, quickly cover his mouth. Don't let him scream. The rest of them, surround them and capture these 2 brats. One of the 4 men behind reacted quickly, trying to stop his companions from making any noise to avoid unnecessary trouble, such as the brats' families. He also planned to make a quick decision and kill the 2 children if they couldn't catch them. How careless. The inexplicable appearance of 2 children in a barren mountain, looking no different from those before the apocalypse, was itself eerie and abnormal. However, they paid no attention to it, even losing their vigilance as they approached the children, leading to the 2 grown men being attacked by them. Look at the 2 children's stances after their perfectly coordinated, surefire strikes. Why do they feel so professional? It's as if their murderous and chopping moves are perfectly formal. Even though they were sneak attacks, they still fit the description. What a freak. He sure screams loudly, Xiaowu. At Chi-Chi's command, a flash of red light suddenly shone from the man whose foot he had chopped off. Then, with a puff, his entire body erupted in flames, instantly reducing to ash. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. The 3 men and 1 woman who were about to semi-encircle Chi-Chi and Gigi now looked stunned, as if struck by lightning. The 2 children exchanged glances, and taking advantage of their moment of daze, they simultaneously switched from a defensive stance to an offensive one, swinging their swords at the nearest man, one above and one below. With 2 loud puffs, the dodging man was stabbed in the arm and leg. He stumbled back, staring at the 2 children in horror, muttering, "Are these kids? Bullshit." How could they curse? Chi-Chi felt that these intruders were truly low-minded. They were either slandering him as a fat kid or calling him and Gigi bullshit. He angrily exclaimed, "You're the bullshit. Your whole family is bullshit." The other 2 men and 1 woman finally recovered from their companion's reduction to ash, then vanished into thin air. They simultaneously retreated, trying to maintain a safe distance from the 2 children. Chi-Chi saw this and realized that another surprise attack was out of the question. He simply stopped, knife in one hand and pointing at the others with the other, asking, "Tell me, where are you from? Why are you here on my mountain looking for trouble?" Gigi added, "They're not looking for trouble. They want to capture us and Xiaowu for meat." Huh? Gigi was surprised. They want to eat children? Gigi nodded confidently. Yes, the way they looked at us just now was like the eyes of a wolf with green eyes. Xiaowu alone is not enough for them, so we must be on their menu. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked me where Fatty was right away. This shows they really want to eat Fatty. Chi-Chi's face darkened, and he jumped up and down in anger. Fatty? Who are you talking about? You're the fat one, and so are you, And so are your whole family. Woof. I'm going to roast you all. Woof. The woman wanted to explain that it wasn't true. They didn't have such thoughts, and they certainly didn't like eating children. It was his companions who had misunderstood her. But when she saw the dog baring its teeth and hunching its body in an attacking pose, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth, and suddenly turned and bolted down the mountain. These two kids weren't kids at all, they were demons. Seeing this, the others also quickly turned and ran down the mountain. Want to run? That's not easy. You can come and go as you please. What do you think we are? A tourist attraction? Chi-Chi chased after them, knife in hand. At the same time, a ball of water first appeared in the palm of his left hand, then hardened and quickly turned into a ball of ice. As he threw it, the ice, which should have been sparkling, suddenly changed color. Bang! The thrown solid object hit the back of the head of the last person running. Their head wobbled, their steps faltered, and they plummeted down the mountain. Yeah! Seeing he hit the target, Chi-Chi jumped for joy. Another ball of ice quickly formed in his palm, but this time, it only struck the other person's back. The person continued running down the path unperturbed. Huh? Chi-Chi was furious and called for Xiaowu's help. Xiaowu stopped them. Woof! At the command, Xiaowu's brown body shot out like an arrow, quickly pouncing on one person's head and biting down on their ear. A scream echoed as it quickly leaped up and pounced on another. Chi-Chi's palm now formed another ball of ice. As he threw it again, Gigi, who was running with him, saw his pupils shrink. He then saw the ice ball, now changing color, strike the woman's back. Xiaowu, burn! Originally, Chi-Chi had planned to take down these men by himself and Gigi, but after running for a while, Chi-Chi spotted two cars parked at the foot of the mountain. Just in case, it was best to make a quick decision. According to the order, Xiaowu avoided the trees as much as possible and spit red light only at the people. With a puffing sound, the 3 men and 1 woman were quickly reduced to ash, and the wind blew away without a trace. Phew! Finally done. Chi-Chi appeared calm as he hacked at the men, his face expression unchanged, but his heartbeat was actually very fast. For a child who was killing someone for the first time, he was still very nervous. But it was just nervousness, not fear. After all, when he was with his mother in Suchong, and even on the way back from Suchong, he had often killed people. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to him. The sneak attack he and Gigi had used at the beginning of the day was his father's usual training, except that today, his uncle and his men had become the actual enemies. As for Gigi, he was neither afraid nor nervous. Because Qiao Fei and Du Qian had taken him on a road trip before, killing people and zombies. Gigi, what are you looking at? After clearing out the tail, Chi-Chi led Xiaowu back up, only to see Gigi squatting near a patch of grass. He leaned over curiously and asked, "What's that?" "This is the ice ball you just threw. Take a look." "Huh? Why isn't it transparent?" Chi-Chi took the round, cool ice cube, about the size of his fist, and examined it carefully, wondering, did I really throw this? Why does it look so much like iron? The ice ball was still covered in ice, but the inside was a yellowish brown or dark brown, like a lump of iron encased in ice. That's what you threw. I saw it clearly just now. Gigi stood up and walked back up the mountain. He bent down to dig in the grass, and soon pulled out another piece of ice wrapped around a piece of iron. This time, the iron was smaller than the last, and the ice outside was larger. "Boss, look, this is the first one you threw. Isn't it very similar to the other one?" Chi-Chi was stunned. He had worked so hard, finally learning how to condense water into ice from Uncle Du, but how could the ice have a problem after just a short time? The ice in his hand slowly melted, water dripping out. Soon, the ice had completely melted, leaving only the small, round iron block in the middle. Chi-Chi squeezed it hard, and then smashed it against a rock. He found that a lot of stone chips had been knocked off, but the iron block was still intact, completely unharmed. How can this be? How could ice turn into iron? Gigi was also confused. Because of this sudden change, the 2 children lost interest in catching rabbits and headed down the path from the tea mountain to the white fruit orchard. When they returned home, they handed the 2 iron blocks to the adults. Chi-Chi, are you saying that these iron blocks were made from the ice you condensed? Chi-Chi nodded and added modestly, I was originally going to hit someone with the ice, but somehow, when I threw it, it turned into iron, and then the person rolled back down the mountain. The 2 children encountered a group of strangers in the mountains behind their home and were nearly captured. They eventually killed the group, but hearing about it still left them feeling a pang of fear. It was their negligence. The mountain had been deserted for so long that they gradually forgotten the path. Chapter 137. 2 cars were parked here just now, one black and one white. When Gigi and I were chasing those people down the mountain, we saw someone next to the car. There were 6 people trying to capture Chi-Chi and Gigi halfway up the mountain, but only 2 were visible down there. This means they likely left only 2 drivers to watch the car, while the others all went up the mountain. After the accident, the 2 drivers took off in one car. So now, there's only one empty white car left here. It's so clean, there's not a single thing inside. Old Sheng and Bai Yang inspected the empty car, and couldn't help but curse. Du Qian glanced at the license plate and frowned. It's from Anqing, so these people came from the north? Anqing is the first city north of Pingcheng after crossing the highway. Xiao Fei now lives in a small village on the northern outskirts of Pingcheng. He had told Gigi about this when he came here to visit and exchange seeds. Of course, coming from the north didn't necessarily require passing through Xiao Fei's area, it was just one possibility. After all, he was still quite far from the highway intersection. Of course, even if they passed through his area, Du Qian didn't think Xiao Fei wouldn't be able to handle them. So, the thought of his former comrade flashed through his mind, and all that remained was relief for the 2 children. All that training had paid off, the 2 little brats had actually managed to coordinate and kill 2 people in a row. Crucially, their hands didn't shake, and they weren't afraid. Of course, their success also had something to do with their opponents being too weak. If they were psychics, success might not have been so easy. Following the still fresh tire tracks on the road, Jiang Minglang walked all the way to the fork in the road leading to the back mountain. He turned to look at the other, wider road, then back at the back mountain road, only 2.5 meters wide, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to understand why the 2 cars had chosen the narrower road. This road, flanked by 2 mountains, would have been dark and dreary in the past. Aside from locals, most people would have preferred a detour rather than take this route. But with a 40-degree heat now, with blazing sun on one side and cool shade on the other, it's easy to imagine what choice one would make when unfamiliar with the road and without a clear destination. Furthermore, this narrow road actually led to the national highway. Brother, why don't we block both intersections? If it's blocked again on the way back, you drive, and we go north to check. Jiang Minglang wanted to retrace the 2 cars' route to see where they had come from. Chi-Chi, who had been following him, grew anxious upon hearing this and tugged at his shirt, reminding him, Dad, you haven't even examined my iron ball yet. He was still confused because he had tried to condense ice several more times since returning home, but no matter how hard he tried, it was just ice, not a single piece of iron. So, is his ability to transform ice into iron just random? Researching what? Jiang Minglang looked at his son, a smile in his eyes. You're my son. Think about your father's superpowers. Bloodlines are truly magical. Jiang Minglang believed that his son's newly awakened secondary superpowers were most likely related to him. It's still unstable at this point, so you must keep it a secret. Don't spread the word yet. Bai Li was very protective of Chi-Chi. Previously, only his family knew about his water-based abilities. Even now, after so much time has passed, most people in Yunqi village don't know Chi-Chi is a water-based superpower. Oh, that's not right. They believe Chi-Chi has a superpower, one that allows him to summon dogs, meaning the leader of all the dogs in the village. That's why some people now call him Doghead for short. After being called that a few times, the little guy was so angry he almost rushed over and bit the man. Later, no one knew who started it, but he stopped calling him Doghead and started calling him Erlingshen. Comparing the two, this one seemed better, barely acceptable, but not very popular. Therefore, it was only used by a few men and women in Yunqi village who liked to tease him. Don't worry, Dad. I definitely won't tell. Then, can you and Uncle Dazzy take Gigi and me with you? It had been a long time since he'd gone out, and to avoid worrying the adults, he was considerate enough not to ask. But today was different. Chi-Chi felt that he and Gigi were no longer children who needed adult protection. When necessary, they could act on their own. Okay, go ahead. Jiang Minglang didn't refuse. Children aren't just flowers in a greenhouse. If they wanted to participate in many things, he wouldn't refuse. For example, during training, they would coordinate their attacks on the same person. It was training, but it could also be considered combat. Otherwise, how could he have been killed so easily today? Captain, I take Bai Yang and scout ahead to see if the fleeing car has made it onto the highway. Okay, we be home before dark. The two groups split up, and after they left, Bai Li headed for the rabbit hole halfway up the mountain. When they just arrived, her son had pointed it out to her, saying they come there just to chase rabbits. She squatted in front of the hole, quietly reaching in with a vine. Chung Si-yoon and Suyu quietly walked up behind her and whispered, "Are there any?" Bailey didn't answer her. Instead, she turned to look at Yuyu and asked with a smile, "Yuyu, do you want a rabbit? If you do, tell your auntie, and she catch one for you. How about that?" Chung Si-yoon also turned to look at Yuyu. From the beginning, she'd been inexplicably obsessed with the child, often frightened half to death by her, to now, she'd grown accustomed to her, even feeling uncomfortable without her for a day. Some who didn't know the truth might have thought Yuyu was her daughter. However, several months had passed since arriving at Baigwa Garden, and while Yuyu seemed much better than at the beginning, she still hadn't spoken. But in recent days, she'd been laughing and playing along, so they tried to guide her, hoping she'd start talking soon. At this moment, hearing Bailey's words, Yuyu buried her face in Chung Si-yoon's arms. She looked at Bailey, then at the rabbit hole, pursed her lips and nodded. "A nod is fine too. Then just watch, and Auntie will catch a rabbit for you now." Du Chien and Su Bo followed behind them. Upon hearing this, they immediately found the other two holes, and each guarded one. The Bailey vine slowly reached into the rabbit hole, twisting and turning until it touched a small, furry body. Her eyes lit up. The vines inside quickly entangled the rabbits, which had reacted and were trying to escape, and she dragged them out of the rabbit hole in a matter of moments. Just as she pulled one out, another emerged from the hole Su Bo was guarding, and he quickly grabbed it. "Yuyu, look, Dad caught one too." Both were gray and quite large. Du Chien looked at the belly of the rabbit entangled in the vines in Bai Li's hand and smiled. "The one your sister-in-law is holding is pregnant, and it looks like she's about to give birth. Good job, old Du, you can tell that. I raised two before, so I have experience." Bailey quickly handed him the bound female rabbit. "Then you can keep it. When the babies are born, these two big ones can be slaughtered and braised." Du Chien paused, reaching for the rabbit. He glanced at Bailey, unsure how to respond. Su Bo, however, laughed heartily. "That's a good idea. Little rabbits are the cutest, and children love to raise them. But there's no need to keep the two older rabbits. This rabbit has destroyed almost a third of second uncle's sweet potato patch. If they knew we caught the culprit, they'd probably skin them alive tonight." As they talked, they walked along the mountain path toward the Baigwa Garden. However, as they reached the sunny side of the mountain, Bailey looked at the withered tea trees, noting that many had died from the sun or dryness. Du Chien had noticed this too. As a tea lover like Bai Xiangtian, his first reaction was pity, and his second thought was to water them. However, he had no experience with tea cultivation, so he consulted Bailey before watering. "Sister-in-law, can watering them directly save them? These two have been dead for a few days. Watering them won't help. Give this little tea tree some water, and I try to stimulate it. Maybe it can be revived." Du Chien followed his instructions, and sprinkled some water on the cracked roots of the tea tree. Bailey placed her hand on the trunk. The tree was growing taller and thicker at a visible speed, and its leaves were growing larger and more lush. Soon it would be ready for picking. "Can we pick it now? I go get a basket." Du Chien's eyes lit up. He knew that any fruit tree stimulated by Bailey tasted much better than one grown naturally. Similarly, the quality of the tea trees must be exceptional. Su Bo was about to say he go get it, and let old Du continue watering the other tea trees. At that moment, Chung Si-yoon fished out a few plastic bags from her pocket and handed them over. "No need for a basket. I brought plastic bags." Su Bo took it blankly, surprised. "Why did you think of taking this?" They've been at Baigwa Garden all day, and lately, they haven't been able to leave the house because it's so hot. Today, Chi-Chi and Gigi had an accident, so they rushed to the back mountain to check on them. "So why do you carry so many large bags of fruit with you?" "Just in case. It's just a habit." Chung Si-yoon glanced at Bailey. To be honest, she learned this habit from her older sister. When they went out looking for supplies before, no matter what they found, when her hands couldn't hold it all, Bailey would always pull out one plastic bag after another from her pocket, each one clearly printed with 3 words, "Baigwa Garden." Ever since, whenever she went out, she also put the bags in her pocket. Even after not leaving the house for days, she hasn't broken this habit. For example, when she came to the back mountain today, she was thinking, just in case there might be something there. "Now, can't we use it to store tea leaves?" Bailey wiped the sweat from her forehead, took the plastic bag, and began plucking tea leaves, praising her friend. "Not bad, that's a good habit. Keep it up." Even so, for Jiang Minglang, skilled at tracking, finding the origin of a car wasn't difficult. Especially in today's scorching heat, With the sun blazing brightly during the day, there were almost no cars on the road. 2 cars suddenly appeared today, and even now, after sunset, the tire marks on the scorching asphalt are still fresh. And, brother, are those zombies? They rather say they were mummies than zombies. This was their first encounter with zombies since the heat wave, and they hadn't expected it to turn out like this. A dehydrated, completely shrunken corpse, like a dried salted fish, capable of walking and biting people and eating flesh. At the sight of their car approaching, the 6 zombies that had been wandering aimlessly on the road, their blood boiling, excitedly, and swiftly running in front of them. 2 throwing knives flew out of the car, one severing the neck of one zombie horizontally, the other plunging straight into the forehead of another. The neck severing went relatively smoothly, and the head was quickly removed. But the dagger that had been thrust into the zombie's forehead became stuck. Jiang Minglang had the impression that the zombie's head had become harder. He controlled the stuck dagger and pulled it out, and the zombie fell to the ground with a thud. So this method could still kill zombies, but it wasn't as easy as before. After decapitating the remaining 4, Jiang Minglang stayed in the car, letting Zhang Xiaoda continue driving. Meanwhile, he explained to the 2 children in the back seat the feeling of having just killed a zombie. While the head isn't as hard as iron, it's still very hard, making it difficult to penetrate with a knife. Although the neck is harder than before, it's still their weak point, so the best approach is still to attack from the neck and remove the head. The 2 children listened intently, their faces filled with nervousness. Even more nervous than when they just killed someone. After all, humans are made of flesh and blood, much more appealing to the eye than these mummy-like zombies, and easier to kill. They were children, after all. It would be unusual for them not to be frightened by these ghost-like zombies. Dad, are these zombies from Pingcheng, or did they come from somewhere else? Previously, his father had been clearing out the zombies in Pingcheng, and he and Xiaowu had occasionally joined in. While he wasn't sure they cleared out all the zombies, at least there weren't any wandering around. He thought for a moment and asked, is it because it's too hot, and someone else has turned into a zombie? It had to be said that the little guy's analysis made a lot of sense. Jiang Minglang gave his son an approving look and said, we're investigating this right now. You can speculate on a few possibilities, but to be definitive, we need to see the evidence. Soon, one of their theories was confirmed. The car drove on, soon arriving at a small village. Brother, there's a fight. Drive in. The sounds of fighting came from the center of the village. They drove in, and when they reached the last row, they saw a familiar figure mixed in. Uncle Qiao? Gigi nervously grasped the front passenger seat upon seeing Qiao Fei. He stared wide-eyed outside and whispered, Uncle Jiang, can I go out and help Uncle Qiao? Jiang Minglang countered, how do you want to help? Gigi released his seat, drew the knife from his waist, and gripped it tightly. Pointing toward a gate not far from the fighting scene, he calmly replied, in a real fight, they're no match for Uncle Qiao, but they have a hostage. The woman in red is Uncle Qiao's sister. She's been captured by another woman. Chapter 138. 3 people were fighting, Qiao Fei facing 2 alone. 5 or 6 other men were surrounding them, each armed with something, some hoes, others sticks. All of them watched the 3 fighting men with vigilance, ready to intervene at any moment. Across from the men, near the gate of a nearby courtyard, 2 women stood together, one with her arm around the other's waist. Unlike the usual hostage-takers who held a knife to their necks, this woman pointed a dagger at Qiao Fei's sister's chest. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda had just arrived and naturally saw the situation clearly. However, they were surprised that Gigi, a child, could see it so quickly. Gigi praised them sincerely. Gigi, you're amazing. I didn't even realize the woman was being held captive. From the angle of their car, they couldn't see the knife in the woman's hand, they only subconsciously assumed they were standing close together. Gigi wasn't the least bit proud. He replied seriously, that's because you didn't know Aunt Xiao, so you didn't notice. Not only did he know her, but they spent some time together, making them quite familiar. That's why, upon first glimpse of Aunt Xiao, he subconsciously scrutinized her. Of course, the main reason was that he noticed Uncle Qiao's inattention during the fight, his eyes constantly glancing in the direction of the 2 women, so he naturally picked up on the clues. Aunt Xiao was being controlled by their men, causing Uncle Qiao to hesitate and be unable to let go. Gigi, do you want to rescue Aunt Xiao yourself? Linja didn't nod directly, but asked, is that okay, Uncle Jiang? He wanted to rescue the person himself. After all, he had a close relationship with Uncle Qiao, and this was his personal matter. But the prerequisite was that he wouldn't put himself in danger or cause trouble for the adults. When he went to his grandmother's house before, his uncle and aunt had said he was a nuisance, which was why they didn't want him. Since then, Gigi has been very careful to do his own things, trying not to be a problem for others. Dad, I can help Gigi along. We're just kids, so if we go, she won't be so wary. Because the adults, who came up the mountain that afternoon to capture them, hadn't taken them seriously at first. Of course, the main reason was that Chi-Chi didn't want Gigi to risk it alone. He wanted to go with him. Okay, you two have a minute to discuss how to rescue the person, and then get out of the car quickly. The white SUV they were driving caught everyone's attention as soon as it approached, especially Xiao Fei and the 2 men and 1 woman. From their reactions, it was clear they recognized the car. But when the car got closer, and they could see the occupants of the driver's and passenger seats, both parties were stunned. The 2 men and 1 woman were stunned, while Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He spun around to avoid their attack and retreated. Then the white SUV stopped, the back door opened, and 2 children jumped out. Xiao Fei's eyes widened when he saw Gigi. He opened his mouth to tell him to stay back, but he swallowed his words. With Jiang Minglang there, the 2 children wouldn't be in danger even if they got out of the car. But Jiang Minglang didn't get out. Xiao Fei was confused. What did he want to do by letting the 2 children out? As Chi-Chi had said, even when he and Gigi got out of the car and approached the crowd, the adults only glanced at them, their attention still focused on the 2 adults in the car. The 2 brats, knives tucked behind their waists, walked slowly toward the 2 women. Xiao Fei didn't call out to Gigi but, "Gigi? Don't come over here, Gigi." Xiao Fei's sister, upon seeing Gigi clearly, quickly warned, "She's got a knife." Gigi, Chi-Chi, He really disliked women who yelled all the time, both before and now. It foiled his plans for a sneak attack. The knife was right at your chest. They were children, sure, but they weren't blind. Couldn't they see it? Gigi exchanged a helpless glance with Chi-Chi, took a half step forward, shielding Chi-Chi behind him, and said with a look of fear and bewilderment, "Ah, Auntie, does it hurt?" The summer clothes were thin, and the dagger pressed against Xiao Wei's chest. The tip of the blade stained her gray t-shirt, a bloody red that was faintly spreading outward. This also made Xiao Fei afraid to kill the 2. "Good boy. Auntie isn't hurt. Go, go. Go." "Where?" Chi-Chi couldn't help but frown at this. She thought this woman was so stupid, constantly spouting lines from TV dramas. What did she mean by that? "Can I save your life?" Half of his body was blocked by Gigi, and because of Gigi's words, most people's attention was focused on him. Chi-Chi seized the opportunity and raised his hand to flick a drop of water. The drop, transparent and small, whizzed onto the woman's wrist, where she held the dagger. The cold, icy touch made her wrist tremble, and the wetness made her look down. Gigi seized the opportunity, and swiftly drew the short knife from his waist. He took 2 steps, then a spring, and swung the knife at the woman's arm. At this moment, Chi-Chi flung another slug of ice from his right hand, striking the woman squarely in the knee. Ah! After a scream, the woman's dagger fell to the ground, leaving a gash deep enough to expose the bone. The 2 children's sneak attack seemed complex, but it was accomplished in a split second, less than 3 seconds. However, despite such an obvious rescue attempt, Xiao Wei froze in her tracks, not taking the opportunity to distance herself from the woman and escape. Chi-Chi was speechless. Gigi leaped up again, slashing at the woman, forcing her to leave Xiao Wei for her own safety. Otherwise he, a child, wouldn't have been able to pull a 100-pound adult away. Luckily, as he swung his knife, Chi-Chi also ran over to attack the woman's lower body and, with the momentum, kicked Xiao Wei, sending her stumbling 2 steps to the side. Thankfully, a man with a stick ran over and pulled her away. "Xiao Qian, where are you going? Your opponent is me." Unconstrained, Xiao Fei punched the man who had rushed to the woman's rescue, sending him crashing into the wall of the front house. With a thud, not only did the dirt on the wall fall, but one of his arms cracked. As he fell to the ground, his arm drooped limply, clearly broken. Crack! Another cracking sound was heard, as Xiao Fei broke another man's neck. He had given these 3 a chance to leave, but they not only refused to leave, but also attempted to occupy their house and stay. That was courting death. After dispatching the second man, Xiao Fei approached the woman, who had been slashed and stabbed by the 2 children and lay unable to move. "Good boy, you're amazing." Xiao Fei patted Gigi's head with great satisfaction and patted Chi-Chi's head. "You're amazing too." After dispatching all 3, Xiao Fei let the other companions burn the bodies as usual. He turned to Chi-Chi, who seemed hesitant to speak, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Chi-Chi?" What do you want to say? Chi-Chi tilted his head to look at Xiao Wei, who was being supported by a man into the yard, and whispered, Uncle Xiao, I just think your sister's a little clumsy. Jiang Qi. Jiang Minglang interrupted his son, walked over, glanced at him, and said to Xiao Fei, Children don't understand. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Fei said helplessly, It's precisely because Chi-Chi is a child that he speaks the truth. Captain Jiang, those two saved my sister's life today. Besides, the child was indeed right. He had warned his sister not to come out, but she still fell into their hands. In these apocalyptic times, when even children know they can't help, at least they shouldn't be a hindrance. But his sister never did. Now, he dragged his brother-in-law along with him in everything he did, hoping to train him quickly, so that he could at least handle things on his own if he wasn't around. But after all this training, he could only manage to stay strong and not retreat when faced with difficulties. He still couldn't take the next step, such as defending against an enemy. His sister always tried to help, but she always made things worse. For her grandson's safety, the old lady stayed inside and refused to come out when faced with a crisis. Thinking of his nephew, then looking at Gigi, the two children were apparently about the same age, but now they looked worlds apart. His nephew was still a child, but Gigi was gradually becoming a qualified warrior. The sword in his hand could not only defend against the enemy, but also save lives. Sigh. From now on, the gap could be far greater. But Xiao Fei couldn't do anything about it. The child wasn't his, and he couldn't make the decision. These people are bringing zombies from that direction. I suspect the zombies from Anqing got on the highway and made their way to Pingqing. After hearing Xiao Fei's analysis, Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda immediately headed for the northern highway intersection with their two children. After their investigation, they had to return to Baiguan before dark, so time was tight. As expected, before they even reached the highway intersection, they saw a group of zombies gathered at the toll booth. Based on the wheel tracks on the road, at least 5 vehicles had passed through the intersection heading southeast that afternoon, so the zombies were attracted by those vehicles. Chi-Chi, Gigi, do you dare to kill zombies? Honestly, no. Chi-Chi swallowed and whispered to his father, Can we not kill them? They're so ugly and disgusting. I'm afraid I throw up. Jiang Minglang, He was amused by his own son, so his point was, he'd kill anything that wasn't ugly or disgusting. This brat didn't hesitate to kill people, but he wasn't willing to kill zombies. Uncle, I dare you. Let the eldest brother rest in the car for a while I practice. Gigi was actually a little scared, but he knew he had no right to be. The eldest brother had his parents to protect him, and while he had Uncle Do to protect him, he wanted to protect himself more. So, no matter what kind of practice, he had to get proficient as quickly as possible. Then, I killed him too. Chi-Chi rubbed his nose sheepishly. Being called boss by Gigi, he couldn't help but do what a boss should do. For example, killing these zombies, which are as ugly as mummies. You two should work together to kill them one by one. Remember what I said before. These zombies have been exposed to high temperatures, their heads have hardened. Their weak point is their necks. If you want to kill them, it's best to chop their heads off along the neck. Do you understand? Got it. After Jiang Minglang got out of the car, 2 daggers flew out of his body and flew forward. Zhang Xiaoda separated the group of zombies, which looked to be around 50, with earth walls. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to kill most of them. The first zombie they had managed to avoid took almost 3 minutes to decapitate, as the 2 young men, overcoming their fear, finally decapitated it. The black blood splattered on their bodies, and their faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but retching several times. Thankfully, they were quite adaptable, and by the time they got to the second zombie, the process became much smoother. After killing them all, Chi-Chi looked down at the black blood on his body and smelled the stench. He truly couldn't stand it anymore. He took off his shirt and threw it into the grass beside the road, then got into the car shirtless. Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but touch his fair belly and said with a grin, You look so tender and white, just like a little girl. Chi-Chi's face darkened, and he said angrily, When we get back, I tell Aunt Xiaomin that you saw a woman on the road and actually stopped to chat her up. Zhang Xiaoda's smile froze. He stared at Chi-Chi with wide eyes, his face filled with disbelief. How old are you, little brat? You still know how to flirt? Is it that difficult? When my uncle graduated from high school, many girls gave him love letters, and some even wanted to get a room with him. Puff. Jiang Minglang was drinking water when he spat it out. After a few violent coughs, he turned back to his son and asked with a sullen face, How did you know? Did your uncle tell you? Chi-Chi blinked, his face naive, He took me there. Jiang Minglang, Jiang shouted. Suddenly, compared to Bai Yang taking his nephew to a hotel a few years ago, the brat's fabricated hit-on didn't seem like a big deal. But, he asked curiously, did your uncle really take you to a room with a girl? Checking in with a female classmate, and even bringing his own little nephew, who was only a few years his junior. Jiang shouted. Just wanted to say, Bai Yang is a real talent. Jiang Minglang gave him a cold glance and continued, do you remember what kind of room your uncle checked in? I do. Jiang Xiaodao was startled and asked, what kind? Was the bed big? Bed? Chi-Chi looked at Jiang Xiaodao like an idiot. You can eat and play cards in a room, so what do you need a bed for? Sleep? Jiang Xiaodao wanted to say, check in a room, if not to sleep, to play cards? The thought flashed through his mind, and then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Eat? Play cards? This was a private room, right? Jiang Minglang breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Bai Yang wasn't that unreliable. Besides, his wife had said before that this guy still seemed to be insane. He'd been in college for 3 years, and still hadn't had a girlfriend. Okay, let's go west along this road and take a look at Linan. Chapter 139. The sun was setting, and night was approaching. But the greenhouse area west of the city was not as quiet as usual. On the highway at the edge of the greenhouse area, a roughly 3-meter-high earthen wall rose from the ground. Captain Jiang. It was a scorching hot day, but Linan was wearing long sleeves and long pants. His hands and wrists were still bound with cloth. The knife he held was completely covered in black blood, and except for the blade, the original color was almost invisible. Seeing Jiang Minglang approach, Linan, who was resting on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and approached, but before he even got close, his expression changed. Are you also being attacked by zombies to the east? Jiang Minglang had just killed a zombie at the Northern Highway intersection. Although his body was not covered in blood, the stench of corpses was inevitable in this weather. Even so, was Linan's sense of smell overly sensitive? After all, the stench of corpses was clearly stronger on their side, and almost everyone had it, yet he could still smell it on him? To be honest, Captain Jiang, my nose has suddenly become incredibly sensitive since the warm weather. It's only been the past 10 days, but the initial experience wasn't particularly pleasant. It nearly made him feel unwell. It also made Linan extremely depressed. Since the apocalypse, he initially thought he awakened speed, as his reactions were noticeably faster than before, and his strength had also increased. He felt like he possessed both strength and speed. But as time went on in the apocalypse, and after coming into contact with true speed and strength psychics, he realized he possessed neither. After discussing this with Jiang Minglang, he realized that, besides psychics with distinct characteristics, there's another type of person comparable to psychics. Those whose physical abilities have been enhanced in all aspects, rivaling even psychics. For example, Jiang Minglang's old subordinate, Su Bo. But he never imagined he would one day acquire a superpower, let alone one that would be the sense of smell. Does he think he's a dog? I didn't see any in the east, but someone entered Pingcheng from the Northern Highway intersection, attracting quite a few zombies. Jiang Minglang briefly described the zombies at the Northern Highway intersection, though of course he didn't mention the invaders killed by his son and Gigi in the back mountains. He glanced around, and saw that the fields in the greenhouse area had been enclosed by earthen walls by Linan and his team. 2 of the fields were lush and green, clearly watered daily. The rest were almost completely withered, similar to those in Yunqi village. But even if they were withered, Linan protected them, preventing the zombies from trampling on them. After all, these fields would need to be cultivated in the future. Now that he had a new direction, he was very careful with the land. Anything they had marked out for cultivation was not to be wasted. When did this start on your side? Looking at the devastation on the road and in the nearby pits, Linan's side had clearly been engaged in a long battle. Even on the other side of the earthen wall, there were still quite a few zombies roaring and pounding against the wall. They arrived around noon today. There weren't many at first. While they were a bit harder to kill than before, they were manageable. So I took them with me, planning to head west after we finished killing them. But we didn't expect that after we killed one wave, another would come, endlessly. I saw something was wrong. So an hour ago, I asked Kunzi to notify you and the captain of the guards. Here, Linan paused. He remembered that Jiang Minglang had come from the north, so he might not have encountered Kunzi. Zombies appeared to the north, and after Jiang Minglang finished dealing with them, he even stopped by to take a look. Thinking of this, Linan couldn't help but feel thankful that he had made the right decision earlier and not become enemies with Jiang Minglang. Even though they weren't friends yet, he was willing to go to such lengths for a mere neighbor. Even though Pingchang was only as safe as his own, many people still didn't share his awareness. As the two chatted, Kunzi, who had gone to inform Wei Lichuan, returned. Seeing Jiang Minglang, Kunzi was stunned for a moment. Behind him, Su Bo and Zhou Lei hurried over. Every evening, the animals across the Pingjiang River gathered to drink water. During these times, the guard captain must be present and cannot leave. Because Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaodao were tracking the two vehicles, Su Bo wasn't sure when they would return, so he took Zhou Lei here to see what was going on. Brother Nan, the wall's cracking. The zombies couldn't climb the 3-meter-high earthen wall, so they rammed it repeatedly. Finally, a crack appeared in the thick wall. The crack quickly spread like a spider web, poised to collapse. Captain Jiang, something's amiss, Li Nan said as he raised his knife. Since noon today, he and his brothers have been at the forefront, killing zombies while also protecting their own men. To the west is Huanglong County. There aren't any survivors there. There's also a group of survivors gathered in the villages on the outskirts of the county seat. The last time I checked, there were around 120 of them, a significant number. With so many zombies coming, has that village been massacred? Even if it was, the zombies from the west wouldn't always be heading this way. Li Nan considered sending a speedster to take a look, but he only had Kunzi, a speedster who had been with him since before the apocalypse. He treasured him dearly, and wouldn't let him take any risks easily. Bang! With a loud bang, the earthen wall finally collapsed, but in an instant, another 1.5 meters high rose up, revealing a dense mass of zombie heads behind it. Son, lend me your knife. Chi-Chi had been standing beside Jiang Minglang. His father pulled out his short knife, which spun and flew into the zombie swarm, followed by heads dropping off one by one with a thud. Some who missed the opportunity squeezed against the wall, or even tried to scale it, but were hacked to death by the guards. Kunzi, get some battery-powered headlights. It was almost dark, but if they didn't take care of these zombies tonight, they wouldn't be able to rest properly. Li Nan might have been a little worried before, but now, with Jiang Minglang's help, he was more confident. To achieve a quick victory, Zhang Xiaodao and Su Bo even climbed over the wall and charged into the zombie swarm. They stood back to back, coordinating their attacks as they slowly charged westward. Kunzi's heart was burning with excitement. He challenged Li Nan, Brother Nan, let me go too. They were helping them. There was no reason for them to stand back and fight defensively. I join you. He wasn't the only one excited. Li Nan also wanted to let loose and fight. However, before entering, he blocked his nostrils with paper balls. An hour later, not a single zombie on the road remained, completely transformed into mummies. Someone spontaneously pushed the zombie corpses into a pit beside the road and set them on fire. He was the only fire-type member on Li Nan's team. When Jiang Minglang arrived, he had been resting due to depleted superpowers. Now, over an hour later, although his powers hadn't fully recovered, he had no problem burning the corpses. Thanks to Captain Jiang for coming to help today. Thank you, Captain Jiang. Thank you, Captain Jiang. Thank you. Amidst the constant stream of thanks, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Minglang. They even applauded, their faces filled with sincere gratitude and joy. According to Li Tu's previous plan, the greenhouse area was to be developed into a future agricultural base. Their food and vegetables would not only feed themselves, but also be sold to the troops and exchanged with survivors from other cities. Such a base had already taken shape, and they certainly didn't want to move unless absolutely necessary. And now Captain Jiang had come to help, thanks to Li Tu. Amidst the intense gazes, Tu stood out from the rest, complex, filled with regret, and a touch of resentment and hatred. Dad, look at your eldest son. He's so impressive. Jiang Jijia, also holding a knife, glared at Jiang Minglang with sarcasm. Turning to ask Jiang Lauer, he said, you didn't expect that this Li Tu we come to seek refuge with would actually be Jiang Minglang's friend. Yes, Fengqiao village wasn't too far from Yunqi village, and there were many survivors there. But unfortunately, after the apocalypse, everyone was in a state of constant fear, living day by day, never planning properly, and simply cultivating the land. After they finished their own food, they searched empty homes, then began to rob. First, they robbed within their own village, then moved on to other villages. In the Baiyun town area, they had visited almost every village except Yunqi village and the neighboring Muden village. After they had eaten all the loot, they turned to fighting and robbing each other, until, in Fengqiao village, only the Jiang family and 6 other families remained on good terms. With nothing left to rob, they had no other options, and could only think of another way out. The reason they sought refuge with Li Nan, rather than the one near them, was because Jiang Er refused to bow down before his abandoned eldest son. Of course, another reason was that he didn't believe Jiang Minglang would take them in if he went there. There had been no father-son relationship between them before, and there was even less now. Not wanting to be embarrassed, he had to seek another way out and stay away from him. But he hadn't expected to encounter him there. Looking at his eldest son, the center of attention in the crowd, Jiang Lauer felt a certain amount of regret. Especially when he saw his grandson, who stood beside him, and didn't even recognize him as his own grandfather. The regret in his heart was so intense that it spread throughout his body. Hearing Jiang Jijia's words, Jiang Lauer murmured, "What did I tell you before? He's your brother. Even if we're not friends, you can't be enemies with him. Why don't you learn your lesson? Come on, you and my mother never treated him like a son, yet you want me to treat him like my own brother. What are you thinking? Besides, if I treat him like a brother, will he treat me like a younger brother?" The two had never spoken properly since they were young, and Jiang Minglang had beaten him more than once. So, it wasn't without reason that he was annoyed and disliked him. Jiang Lauer frowned. "Your brother is a man of great accomplishments. As long as you truly treat him as your own brother, he won't treat you too badly. I know him. He's always valued family affection. If someone treats him well, he returned the favor. Your mother and I treated him so badly before, but he never said anything and was very filial to us. It was just that we made a mistake regarding your grandmother that made him angry. But ultimately, there's no major conflict between you and him. As long as you treat each other well in the future, your relationship can slowly heal. Jijia, you were right to listen to Dad. Your mother and I are getting older, and we won't be together anymore. The only one who can always be with you, who can help and take care of you, is your brother. TSK, Dad, you don't have a fever, do you? I'm going to rely on him for my care from now on?" Jiang Jijia couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're such a contradiction. You clearly hate him, yet you still want me to interact with him. If you really had that in mind, we shouldn't have come here in the first place. We should have gone to Yunqi village. If you can't ask Jiang Minglang, can't you ask by Xiangtian? After all, he's his in-law. Considering you're his son-in-law's father, there's no way he'd turn us away, right? But he had to come here, working in the fields every day, exhausting himself. It was so annoying. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Jijia didn't enjoy farming, so he took a cushy security job in the city. Now it's the apocalypse, does he like farming? How could that be possible?" Jiang Lauer was choked by his youngest son's words, and was immediately speechless. He glared at him, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the small figure behind Jiang Minglang. How could he bring a child with him, when he went out to fight zombies? What if something went wrong, and he left Chichi alone? "Dad, even if you look at him more and more, that kid won't call you Grandpa. He doesn't even know what your position is, Jiang Lauer. Why bother looking so hard? Is that even fun?" Jiang Lauer said calmly, "Whether he recognizes me or not, I'm his grandpa." He paused, then added, "If you had the ability to give me a grandson sooner, I wouldn't be so obsessed with him." Hearing his father's words, Jiang Jijia's eyes flickered, unsure of what was going on. Second uncle, second uncle." At this moment, a man squeezed in from outside the crowd. He excitedly grabbed Jiang Lauer's arm, pointed in Jiang Minglang's direction, and whispered, "Did you see that? That's Minglang, he's a friend of Li too." Jiang Jijia lazily interrupted his cousin Jiang Sikong, pursing his lips. "See him so excited? What's going on? Wanting to recognize his relatives? But does he want to recognize you?" The last sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over Jiang Sitsong's head. His excitedly flushed face froze, and he raised his hand to scratch his head awkwardly. After a while, he whispered to Jiang Lauer, "Uncle, I think even if we had some conflicts with Minglang in the past, we're still family. Besides, it's the end of the world now. He can't possibly be harping on trivial matters from the past, right? Otherwise you..." "Stop, Jiang Sikong. If you want to go to Jiang Minglang, go on your own. Don't drag my dad along. He didn't go to Yunqi village in the beginning, and he won't go now, understand?" After Jiang Jijia finished speaking, he pulled Jiang Lauer out of the crowd and walked back, mentally spitting, "What a jerk." When Grandma passed away, it was Jiang Sikong who instigated his parents to keep Jiang Minglang from being notified. And his sister Jiang Sini? She's not a good person either. Now trying to use them to get to Jiang Minglang. What good is he thinking? Chapter 140. Due to his professional habit, Jiang Minglang was extremely sensitive to gazes. Even under numerous gazes, he could discern the difference. With a simple glance through the crowd, he easily spotted Jiang Lauer and Jiang Jijia. He retracted his gaze, his heart as calm as his eyes. He had already led his men to clear the entire urban area of Pingcheng. How could he not know that the survivors of Fengqiao village had gone to other villages to plunder supplies and loot? Later, they engaged in internal strife, and the Jiang family left Fengqiao village, which he knew. But he no longer paid attention to where they went after they left. After all, as long as they didn't bother him, it was none of his business. Although the two largest survivor bases in Pingcheng were either his or Li Nan's, there were also many scattered around like Xiao Fei and his group. With good planning and diligence, they could survive anywhere. Jiang Jijia had high aspirations. He thought he wouldn't turn to anyone, but he never expected to find Li Nan's place. Li Nan wanted to build an agricultural base, so naturally, the more laborers the better. However, he also welcomed farmers in their 50s or even 60s. This was by Xiangtian's advice, because in today's society, the true farmers who know how to farm and have experience with the land are older farmers. Keeping them would bring far more value than what they would receive. Li Nan was a good person in that respect. He listened. So, not only did he take in the elderly, he also had Kunzi search the rural areas surrounding Pingcheng. Whenever he saw elderly people struggling to survive, he would persuade them to move here. It didn't matter if they couldn't work, as long as they could provide guidance. He didn't mind supporting them. The three local farmers, Jiang Lauer and his brother, clearly met his recruitment requirements. He likely didn't know their origins, and of course, such a small matter probably wouldn't even cross his mind. He probably didn't even know the Jiang family. It didn't matter. Captain Jiang, I want to take a look west. Do you want to come with me? Li Nan felt uneasy if he didn't go. Jiang Minglang nodded, then let's go. It wasn't that he was being overly enthusiastic, it was just that this matter concerned Pingcheng, and he didn't want anything to happen here. Zhang Xiaodao drove over, and Jiang Minglang was about to take the two children in when Li Nan said, how about letting Chi-Chi and this kid stay here? You can let them stay at my place for a while, and you can pick them up when you come back. Jiang Minglang was about to refuse when a woman was suddenly pushed out of the crowd. She stumbled and almost fell into Jiang Minglang's arms, but he dodged. With a loud bang, the woman's head hit the car door. The previously noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise, and they all looked at the woman with confused and complex expressions. What was she doing? You couldn't just throw yourself at Captain Jiang because he's so wise and capable, right? And there was no way she was squeezing out. After all, while there were quite a few people, it wasn't overcrowded. Jiang Sini covered her head and managed to stand upright. Under the gazes of everyone, even if she didn't want to, she could only force an awkward smile and greet Jiang Minglang awkwardly, brother. Yes, it's me. Brother? Captain Jiang is his brother? Not only were the people present shocked, but even Li Nan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He actually took in Jiang Minglang's sister? Is she a real sister? Or something else? After taking in Jiang Sini's appearance and demeanor, Li Nan immediately dismissed the latter possibility. It's not like he hasn't seen Bai Li before. Anyone with a reasonable mind would know what to choose. So she's a real sister? Jiang Minglang didn't say anything, just a barely perceptible frown. What's the matter? He hadn't expected Jiang Sini to be so shameless. He thought he made it clear during their chance encounter at Pingjiang Bridge that they could treat each other as strangers the next time they met. Looking at Jiang Minglang's cold face, Jiang Sini felt furious. If she could help it, she wouldn't try to flatter him. He wasn't her brother, and she felt embarrassed to approach Jiang Minglang, yet he had to force her to come forward. When he was little, even his own parents had rejected him, yet he constantly bullied her at school. In elementary school, she had excellent grades, but because of the example of Jiang Minglang, a year older than her, no matter how hard she tried, her parents and friends would only dismiss her with, Sini, your grades aren't good enough. They're way behind Minglang. He's top of the class, and you're in the top 10, but you're not even ranked in your grade. After all, you're a girl, so you're not as smart as boys. How could she be less intelligent than him? He was a child no one wanted except his grandmother, so even if he was smarter than her, what good was it? Not that much. She just became the one everyone tried to curry favor with. No matter how reluctant she was, now that things had come to this, Jiang Sini had no choice but to put on a warm expression. Brother, it's been a long time since we last met. I just thought I was seeing things and wanted to get closer to see if it was you, but I slipped and fell. She tried to explain that she hadn't been watching her step and had rushed over accidentally. But Jiang Minglang impatiently interrupted her, saying, we're in a hurry. Please move aside. He didn't want to have any contact with anyone in the Jiang family, no matter who they were. However, Jiang Sini seemed not to understand his words. She turned around and gave Chi-Chi a familiar, self-conscious smile. Chi-Chi, it's been a while since I seen you. I missed you so much. Your dad has some important business. Be good and stay with me. He come pick you up when he's done, okay? Without even waiting for Chi-Chi's consent, she reached out to hug him. Don't move. Chi-Chi quickly drew the dagger from his waist and held it across Jiang Sunny's face. His small body assumed a formal defensive stance, his face stern as he glared at her righteously. Please don't claim kinship. I don't know you, and you're not my aunt. Back off, please back off immediately, or I won't be responsible if you get hurt. At Chi-Chi's refusal to recognize her, Chi-Chi, beside him, also drew his knife and pointed it at Jiang Sunny. Although the two children's weapons were called daggers, they were longer than ordinary daggers. Their sharpness was so great that the gleam of their tips under the light was no less impressive than that of an adult's weapon. For a moment, the onlookers were stunned. Originally, because Jiang Sunny had called Captain Jiang brother, and Captain Jiang didn't seem to deny or explain, they assumed he was indeed her brother. They could tell they weren't particularly close, but they must have some blood relationship. After all, she had even asked Captain Jiang's son to call her auntie. But I didn't expect the little guy to give such a reaction, and judging from his expression, he didn't seem to be faking it. That meant the little guy truly didn't know Jiang Sunny. Chi-Chi certainly didn't know Jiang Sunny, he never even met her. Just because he hadn't met her didn't mean he hadn't heard of the Jiang family. Grandpa and Mom were more cautious, though they never mentioned it to him. But great-grandfather and his family had no qualms, mentioning it several times in front of him. Of course, this happened years ago. When great-grandfather found out, he got furious, and no one said anything to him anymore. But he had a good memory and still remembered it. The Jiang family in Fengqiao village wasn't my father's home. There weren't any good people there. Glazing at Jiang Sunny again, Chi-Chi sheathed his knife and darted into the car, followed closely by Gigi. The car door slammed shut. Jiang Sunny froze in her tracks, unable to react for a moment. Then she lowered her eyes, concealing the fleeting gloom. This little BS **** is just as hateful as his parents. He's truly unpleasant. Go back quickly. Next time, be careful not to make random acquaintances. Children don't lie. If Chi-Chi says she hasn't seen him, then she really hasn't. But this woman acted so familiarly, as if they were a close aunt and nephew. This made Li Nan wonder if her relationship with Jiang Minglang was more than just bad. Otherwise, with Jiang Minglang's magnanimity, he wouldn't have given her such a cold shoulder. After tonight's events are over, I have someone investigate thoroughly tomorrow when I have time. Meanwhile, Lao Sheng and Bai Yang, who were tracking eastward, also encountered trouble. Because they were both speed-oriented, they initially simply followed the tire tracks eastward. The east and west sides of Pingcheng are distinct. Besides vast fields and villages to the west, for county towns lie to the southwest, northwest, and west of Pingcheng. But the east is completely different. Behind the white fruit orchard are two mountains. One was contracted to grow tea before the apocalypse. Although the quality of tea produced in Pingcheng's soil and water is quite average, it's quite productive. Perhaps the soil on the mountain is also fertile, allowing the tea trees to flourish without much care, and the profits can be substantial simply from the volume. To the north of the tea mountain is another mountain, almost entirely rocky and publicly owned, with no one contracting it. Just 20 miles east of the two mountains, and the white fruit orchard is the national highway, and then the highway. The other side of the highway belongs to another city. Huacheng. Old Sheng and Baiyang tracked the car all the way to the highway. Seeing the tire tracks entering Huacheng, they discontinued their pursuit and returned to Yunqi village. But shortly after they returned, about half an hour later, two cars suddenly arrived at the gate of Yunqi village. Seeing the two cars stop at the village gate, Old Sheng's expression immediately changed. Renbin scolded him. You didn't even notice you were being followed? Before the apocalypse, he had been in charge of reconnaissance. It was embarrassing to be followed without detecting anything. I go check it out. Old Sheng rushed to the gate with a sullen face. Be calm, don't be impulsive. Fearing he might get angry and start another fight, Renbin warned him and quickly went to notify Du Qian. At the time, Du Qian and Bai Xiantian were picking tea leaves, planning to fry them that evening, hoping to enjoy some good tea. After hearing Renbin's report, he immediately put down his things and stood up. I go with you. Bai Li immediately grabbed a long-sleeved shirt from the clothesline in the yard and put it on as she walked. I go too. Chung Xian immediately ran back to her room to get her knife, while telling Yu Yu to follow her. Andy's out fighting the bad guys, and Yu Yu staying home with Grandpa and Grandma, okay? I thought I need to persuade her a bit, but with just that, Yu Yu nodded immediately, then walked over to old lady Bai and took grandma's hand. Both Bai Li and Chung Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. This child's behavior was becoming more and more like a normal child. From now on, just speaking would almost restore him. As they followed Du Qian out, Xia Min, Lu Er, and the others soon followed. Although old Shun was furious, he didn't rush to open the door. When the other party knocked on the door and said they were looking for the person in charge, he turned around and asked for their information. "We're from Huacheng. We heard you have food here, and we'd like to ask if we can trade. The terms are up to you. We take whatever you want." The other party spoke gently and sincerely, as if they were truly here to purchase food. "You should trust our sincerity. The defense forces aren't far from here, and you're in the safest of safe places. No one would be so blind as to have any ill intentions." Old Shun sneered. "No ill intentions? Then why are you following me? And you're so sure we have surplus food? Brother, are you the boss? If not, please call your boss out. We're here to discuss business, not to argue. We have no business to discuss this with you. Leave now. Can you make the decision?" Old Shun was about to say yes when Du Qian and Bai Li and the others arrived. He briefly explained the situation, then lowered his voice to emphasize, although there were only 2 cars, there were 14 people. 7 people in 1 car? Old Shun had his own way of judging the number of people, and Bai Li had no doubt about it. The door opened, and Bai Li and Du Qian led Old Shun and Renbin out first. The others stayed inside, awaiting instructions. As soon as she stood at the door, Bai Li noticed that at least half the people on the other side were looking at her. She frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure. Only 4 people had emerged from the 2 cars, while the others remained inside, outnumbering them by a factor of 1. "But you all come to our door to provoke me, and I'm going to challenge you to a one-on-one fight? What a joke." Just as the other party was sizing her and Du Qian up, before they could even speak, several vines suddenly appeared beside the 2 cars. With a few whooshing swishes, they bound the cars tightly from top to bottom, especially around the doors, where several vines were tied. Opening them without her command would be a real challenge. The 4 people outside the car's expressions suddenly changed. They glared at Du Qian, Bai Li, and the other 3, unsure who was performing this with Bai's ability. The man standing at the front quickly regained his composure and asked calmly, "Excuse me, what does this mean?" Bai Li remained silent. Du Qian pushed his glasses up on his nose and said affably, "It means what you see. If you want to do business with us, you must follow our rules." "Your rules? What rules? Please hand over your weapons first." The man laughed at this. He looked at Du Qian and asked gravely, "Brother, you know this is the end of the world, right?" "Of course. Since you know it's the end of the world, what's the difference between confiscating our weapons and taking our lives?" Chapter 141. Du Qian said matter-of-factly, "You can choose not to give it. Then please go back. We don't have much business to discuss with you." Regardless of who the other party was, they had no intention of selling their grain. If they did, it would be to the defense forces guarding Pingjiang. Just like the excess fruit, some was exchanged by the defense forces for daily necessities, and some was given to Linan. Although there was still a lot left, no one knew what would happen in the future, so of course they had to keep more. "Brother, are you non-negotiable?" Although they had anticipated that things wouldn't go smoothly before arriving, the man opposite them hadn't expected it to be this difficult. They'd been trapped in the car without a single word the moment they met. Critically, he hadn't noticed who had unleashed the Woodbay's supernatural power remotely, which was far more powerful than Liu Ying's. Although the man's eyes were fixed on Du Qian, his peripheral vision was fixed on Bai Li, who was standing beside him. Not only him, but a pair of eyes in the car were also scrutinizing Bai Li. "Sorry, there's not much food, just enough for ourselves." Having come to this point, further conversation would be pointless, for people from each side stood in opposing positions. The man looked at Du Qian and suddenly grinned. "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, your last name isn't Jiang, is it?" It seemed someone had figured it out without their knowledge. Bai Li's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly turned to look at the car parked behind her. Through the windshield, her gaze met a pair of eyes inside. It was Lu Su. Bai Li's face grew even colder than before. Noticing Bai Li's change, Du Qian and the others also looked towards the car behind. A flame suddenly ignited in Renbin's palm. Before the man standing opposite Du Qian could react, a knife was already across his neck. "What do you mean?" Du Qian's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Shouldn't I be asking you this?" The 3 men behind the man stood in full alert. One of them swung his knife at the vines binding the car. The blade, once incredibly sharp, failed to sever the seemingly mere branches of greenery in one stroke. It took 3 or 4 strikes. A flash of surprise crossed the man's eyes, but his movements didn't stop. He continued to chop, chopping, and finally severing all the vines binding the car door. The car door opened, and the people inside quickly got out, including Lu Su. Bailey didn't try to stop this car. But when the man tried to cut the vines on the car in front, things got more complicated. The vines seemed to come alive. As he approached, they bared their fangs and claws, snapping and lashing at him. It wasn't just him. Anyone who approached the car was lashed out like crazy. Snap, bang, bang. For a moment, the sound of vines slapping against the car and the road continued, dust flying everywhere, making the parched air distorted. At the same time, the car was bound even more tightly by the vines, like a zonzi. And above this zonzi, branches and vines swung wildly. This scene not only startled the other party, but also Du Qian, Renbin, Lao Sheng, and the others. A flicker of surprise crossed their eyes. They knew that their sister-in-law's vines were special, but they had never seen just how special they were. So, like the rest of the group, they were witnessing this scene for the first time. Wow, filled with wonder, only 2 words could describe it. Awesome. For some reason, while admiring their sister-in-law's prowess, they simultaneously thought of the peonies next door. Never mind, let's not be harsh. After all, those flowers are not only beautiful, they also help repel mosquitoes. The other party moved away from the first car, no longer trying to cut the vines tied to it. Bailey stared directly at Lu Su, her eyes filled with unmistakable annoyance. She said coldly, "Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to come back to die?" Lu Su's face paled, and he immediately understood. She knew him. If he had had doubts at first, he was now completely certain. This half-sister had seen him. That night, they were besieged here, and she might have been among them. Under Bailey's stern gaze, Lu Su took 2 uncontrollable steps back. When he realized what was happening, he felt a wave of regret. What was she afraid of? Bailey ignored the others, and walked directly to Lu Su, raising her hand and slapping him across the face. "Who gave you the authority to investigate Yunqi village?" Lu Su's head tilted to the side, 5 finger marks prominently visible on his left cheek. After a moment, he turned back and looked at Bailey without a word. At the same time, silence fell over the room. Everyone stared at the 2 of them, but no one moved. "I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?" Bailey raised her hand and slapped him twice more. The crisp sound made Chung Siyun and the others inside the gate feel pain in their faces. Li Ji. How domineering, slapping a 5 feet 8 inches tall man so hard that he couldn't even utter a word. Bai Yang couldn't help but cover his face. He'd been beaten by his sister as a child, but never in the face. But now? Bai Yang stepped out the door and looked at Lu Su getting beaten. He felt a surge of satisfaction. "Serves you right. You robbed his sister, and if I can't beat you to death, I'd be the loser. Do you really like getting something for nothing?" "Huh?" "No," Lu Su explained subconsciously. "I didn't intend to rob you. I really wanted to exchange it for food." Slap. Another slap landed on the left cheek. "You didn't intend to rob a dozen people? Do you think I'm a fool?" Tell the truth." A few slaps hurt by Li's hand. She stepped back, and a vine whizzed in front of her and slammed into Lu Su, shaking his upper body. Even so, Lu Su didn't fight back. His men stared at him in bewilderment, wondering what was wrong with him. Why did they seem a little afraid of this woman? While they were frightened by the vine's rampage, they weren't afraid to be beaten like grandchildren, afraid to dodge or fight back, were they? "I just brought some people to investigate. I'm telling the truth, don't hit me, I tell you." After being whipped several times, his arms and upper body burned with pain. Lu Su couldn't bear it any longer. He grabbed the vines that were waving at him, pleading with both grievance and pleading, "I already told you I'm telling the truth, why are you hitting me?" With a whoosh, the vines vanished from his grasp, appearing behind Bailey. She said expressionlessly, "Speak." "Yes. We came here to scout, to see how many people and how much food you have here. We won't rob you, we really won't. I didn't know you were here. What's it to you whether I'm here or not?" Lu Su's face paled as he met her chilling gaze, and he immediately lowered his head, daring not to speak. Ever since he heard he had a half-sister, he sought out his cousin, whom he disliked since childhood, to learn more about her. He learned bits and pieces about her. But he felt that wasn't enough. A few nights ago, he secretly returned to Baiyun town, and found the woman who spoken to his mother that day. Over 2 cartons of instant noodles, he interrogated her about her past, including, of course, his sister, Bailey. Later, at night, he went to the hills behind Baigoyan, and made a distant survey of Yunchi village. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and he couldn't find anything. He could only vaguely see thriving fruit trees and vegetable plots within the high walls. He suspected there must be plenty of food and vegetables here. What if? Perhaps because he'd been robbing people before, Lu Su immediately coveted this auspicious location. His father found his uncle, and they established their base in their hometown of Huacheng. However, he felt that Huacheng's environment and land were far inferior to Pingcheng's. If it weren't for the last life and death struggle with Li Nan, he might have brought his sister and his family to Pingcheng to establish his own business. It wasn't that he didn't want to be with his biological father, but he couldn't stand his biological mother, and his father always obeyed her. Lu Su had a vague feeling that if he and his sister continued to stay with their mother, Yingtao would sooner or later be killed by her. Even if she didn't kill her, she would eventually drive her to her knees. After more than 6 months of twists and turns, traveling through many cities and rural areas, he found that no place was as good as Pingcheng. Unfortunately, his initial plan went awry, offending the two seemingly most powerful factions here. So, if he wanted to gain a foothold in Pingcheng, he felt it would be best to eliminate one of them and take their place. Li Nan's group was large and diverse, and he hadn't considered them during the initial robbery, so he certainly wouldn't consider them his first choice now. Since that was the case, his only option was Yunchi village, surrounded by vines. He had a vague suspicion that his sister might be here. That wasn't a big deal. She and he had never met before, and they didn't know each other, let alone have any close ties. So, even if they ran into each other, what would it matter? Just pretend they didn't know each other. Whether she survived depended entirely on her own. He thought he could treat her coldly, treating her like a complete stranger. But he never expected to be afraid of her. He wouldn't even dare to hide after being hit. Or was he just out of his mind to just stand there and let her beat him? It hurt so much. Knowing someone here knew him, he initially hadn't planned to come out. He just quietly observed from the car, trying to see how strong the fighting was inside the walls. So he hadn't really planned to do anything here today, just testing the waters. Who would have thought his supposed sister would pull him out the first time? And then, without even saying a word, slap him in the face. How could she be so aggressive? Since Lu Su, the coward, hadn't dared to fight back even after being beaten like a pig, his companions naturally didn't dare to move a muscle. In the end, they left in disgrace the same way they arrived. Aside from Bai Yang and the others, who knew the inside story, most of the people on both sides were completely confused and had no idea what was going on. For example, Chung Seun. So they came here just to get beaten? She raised her hand and scratched her head, puzzled. How come these robbers don't look aggressive at all? Bai Yang snorted coldly. How dare he be aggressive? Then he turned and walked over to Bai Li, whispering in his sister's ear, Sister, you can't acknowledge him. He's a habitual criminal, not a good person. Besides, she didn't say the rest, but her sister understood the meaning. Bai Li glanced at him, suppressing her inner irritation. She said calmly, You're overthinking it. I have nothing to do with him, and I don't know him. Yes, it's okay. I don't know him. Bai Yang grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, thinking to himself, his sister will only have one brother in her life, and that's him. Elsewhere, Lu Su returned to his uncle's base in Huacheng. Brother? The car drove into the base gate. As he got out of the parking lot, he saw his sister Lu Ying and cousin Lu Zi walking out of the infirmary across the street. Upon seeing him, the two sisters' eyes widened in surprise. Lu Ying froze for a second before trotting over to him. She reached out to touch his red, swollen face and asked angrily, What happened? How did he get hurt like this? Looking around, she saw that everyone else who had gone with her was unharmed, no one injured except her brother. Lu Ying's pretty face darkened, and she asked coldly, What's going on? You're all fine, but only my brother is injured like this? The others all looked at Lu Su with complicated expressions, but remained silent. What else could they say? Your brother willingly let a woman beat him, and they didn't even dare to stop him. What are you yelling about? It's just a minor injury. Lu Su, feeling embarrassed, whispered to his sister to stop her yelling. He waved to the others, telling them to disperse and go about their business. What's a minor injury? Your neck's bleeding. Come on, I take you to the infirmary to get bandaged. Lu Ying said, pulling Lu Su's arm and heading to the infirmary. Xiao Su, your wound is really TSK. If someone didn't know, they think you got hit by your uncle and aunt. Otherwise, why did they hit you in the face instead of everywhere else? Lu Zi said sarcastically and gloatingly, You drove 2 cars for one trip, and it cost a lot of gas. Not only did you not bring anything back, but you also made a fool of yourself. Sigh, if your uncle and aunt knew, would they be disappointed in you again? Sister, Lu Ying frowned unhappily, about to defend her brother, but Lu Su sneered, it's just a disappointment. What's the big deal? It's better than having your uncle call you a loser. Lu Zi's face darkened at this, and she glared at Lu Su. With a cold snort, she turned and left. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Ying whispered disapprovingly. After all, this place was founded by uncle. You know what sister is like. She's got a bad mouth, so why bother arguing with her and offending her? Just because she has a bad mouth, we have to put up with her. Lu Su's eyes were dim. He turned his head and glanced at the base, which was gradually brightening with lights, but he felt no sense of belonging. He raised his hand to rub his swollen right cheek, seemingly insensitive to the pain, his voice still a little slurred. Cherry, don't call her sister. She doesn't deserve it. Huh? But she is indeed our cousin. Then call her cousin, or by her name. Don't call her sister, anyway. Okay, I won't call her sister. Lu Ying didn't think much of it, assuming his brother was asking this because he disliked Lu Zi. Let's go. After we get bandaged in the infirmary, you have to tell me in detail why you got this way today. Chapter 142. What did you say? Who hit you? After applying medicine to Lu Su, Lu Ying returned to her room. After hearing his account of what had happened today, she suddenly stood up from her chair, her almond-shaped eyes glaring in disbelief. She hit you? What right did she have to hit you? After she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. You didn't fight back? Lu Su pursed his lips and looked at his sister, silent. No. What do you mean? Lu Ying completely misunderstood her brother's actions. She and I have never met before. We didn't even know she existed. So, do you have feelings for her, and you're protecting her? How am I protecting her? Isn't fighting back after being hit considered protecting her? Lu Su refused to admit it, and certainly didn't want to admit that he was afraid of her, the kind that would scare him at the mere sight of her. With your abilities, could she lay a finger on you? Not fighting back is protecting her. Lu Ying thought her brother was quibbling. Lu Su thought of the vines, so ferocious they'd taken several slashes with a knife to break, lashing out like crazy. He looked at his sister with a complicated expression. If we really had to fight, I probably wouldn't be able to move a finger. He nodded confidently. Absolutely not. You haven't seen how powerful she is. She can control the vines remotely, and our car was instantly bound tightly, and we haven't even noticed who unleashed this with base power. So, Cherry, it's not that I, your brother, don't want to fight back. It's that I simply don't have the strength to do so. Yes, that's right. That's right. Otherwise, there's no way to explain his reluctance to even dodge. At that moment, under Bai Li's gaze, he truly didn't dare to move. Is that so? Lu Ying looked at her brother suspiciously. Is she really that powerful? Of course. Lu Su nodded affirmatively. Lu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you didn't dare to do anything because we shared the same suffering. The older sister was abandoned by her mother at the age of 3, and they never saw each other again. They seemed so lucky, twins, a boy and a girl, raised with their biological parents. Logically, they should be their parents' treasures. But those were normal parents. Were their parents normal? A man who values his nephew more than his own children, a love-struck old man who thinks his wife is right. So, from childhood, the siblings experience very limited parental love. Their mother only remembered them when Zhou Lin wasn't home, but she was always critical and accusatory, blaming them for being selfish and not caring about their cousin. Selfish? Every time this happened, Lu Su wanted to beat Zhou Lin up. Why? Why, in their family, do they have to live at the mercy of Zhou Lin? But he also knew deep down that the fault lay not with Zhou Lin, but with their mother. When they were born, their grandmother and uncle were in a car accident on their way to see them, leaving Zhou Lin orphaned at a young age. So, Ms. Zhou Mingxiang believed it was her fault, that she should double it, and make up for the lack of parental love. But how much love can one person have? She gave all her love to Zhou Lin, so what about them? And Lu Su's mind flashed to Bai Li's cold face. Over the past 20 years, Zhou Mingxiang had probably completely forgotten about her eldest daughter. Brother, you better not have any contact with her again. She beat you so hard the first time we met. What does that mean? It means she hates us. If you go to her again, she'd probably kill you. That's quite possible. Even today, when she hit him, Bai Li's eyes had a flash of murderous intent. He noticed it then, but still didn't dare move. You're overthinking it. She doesn't hate us, doesn't care, and of course she doesn't. It's just that I set my sights on Yunchi village, and she got annoyed when she saw it was me. Then, brother, let's find another place. I can't stay here for another day anyway. Late at night, in the stillness of a tall poplar tree, about 20 meters outside Lu Su's uncle's base, old Sheng, dressed in black, stood on the thickest branch in the middle of the trunk. He had been holding the binoculars for nearly 20 minutes. When only a single sliver of light remained in the base, he slid down from the tree, landing silently. Then, in the blink of an eye, they reached the base of the wall, where they were soon joined by two other figures. The three of them walked eastward along the wall, stopping at a corner before quickly scaling it and entering. One in front, two behind, they walked and stopped, finally coming to a stop at the southeast corner, at the back wall of a structure resembling a cold storage facility. The dark figure in the lead circled the wall and reached the front door. Two guards sat on the steps, fanning themselves with fans and chatting. I heard that Second Master Lu's son is even more capable than our eldest son, and I want to focus on training him. Is this true? I'm not sure whether it's true or not. Anyway, I assigned Lu Su a mission: capture Old Huang's base in Huacheng or in nearby Pingcheng and recover some supplies. I form a team for him and make him the leader. Are you trying to train him to be independent while our young master is away? Possibly. After all, he's a nephew, one of us. Hey! What happened? The two men, still talking, suddenly tilted their heads and fell silently to the ground. The shadowy figure moved them down a step, allowing them to sit on it in the same position they had been in. Then he turned and waved, and the other two, who had been hiding at the base of the wall, quickly approached. One of the shadowy figures walked over to the tightly closed door and fiddled with it. Somehow, the lock clicked open. The other shadowy figure in the darkness widened his eyes in surprise, then raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. One man stood guard at the door, while the other two entered. Soon, one of them emerged and nodded to the guard. The shadowy figure at the door, old Sheng, turned and walked back along the wall. A short while later, old Sheng and the four men returned to the warehouse entrance. Bai Yang and Renbin, who had stayed behind, had already made more than a dozen trips back and forth from the warehouse to the door, carrying over 20 boxes and piling them outside. Old Sheng had brought 4 people with him: Chung Siyun and 3 other power users. They also brought over 20 large canvas bags. Bai Yang took the bags and went back into the warehouse. Chung Siyun and the other 3 each carried 2 boxes and swiftly returned the way they had come. Soon, the corner wall was piled high with boxes and canvas bags. Zhou Hui and Lu Er stood outside the wall. A power user climbed up, and Chung Siyun passed the boxes and bags up one by one. As they bustled about, a flurry of footsteps suddenly sounded from the warehouse. She was perched on the wall, startled. Just as she was about to raise her hand to take a look, Chung Siyun, who was standing below, whispered, "Hurry!" This was a critical moment. First, get the things she had already moved out. With old Sheng and Renbin ahead, no matter what, her men wouldn't be at a disadvantage. At most, they'd just get discovered. But so what? They could just rob them in broad daylight, but not at night to collect some interest. She had a piece of green ivy stuck in her trouser pocket. She bent down, one hand holding the things, the other gently patting it. Soon, a man and 2 dogs appeared outside the wall. Bai Li, accompanied by Hung and Ha, had Zhou Lei placed the canvas bag on the backs of Hung and Ha. Then, she whispered, "Carry it to our car, drop it off, and come back." She then reached up, stroked the dogs' heads, and patted their butts. "Go." Hung and Ha rubbed their palms against hers, then turned and sprinted back to the road where the car was parked 200 meters away. Zhou Lei looked at the 2 dogs, which quickly vanished into the darkness, and opened his mouth, wanting to ask, "Is it reliable?" But seeing Bai Li's unconcerned expression, she simply lowered her head and diligently tied the boxes with green ivy. He closed his mouth and said nothing. It felt like less than a minute before the 2 dogs, Hung and Ha, returned to the base of the wall. Bai Li placed the tied boxes on Heng's back. This time, before she could pat his butt, the big black dog darted away. More and more boxes and bags were carried outside, and they were carried away quickly. By the time Chung Siyun and the others climbed over the wall, only 4 large bags remained. The 4 power users, each carrying one, quickly ran out of the base and arrived at the car on the highway outside. "Where's old Sheng?" Chung Siyun and the others were loading their belongings into the car. Bai Li checked with her group and found that everyone had arrived except old Sheng. "He's fine. He's cleaning up the mess after taking care of 5 people. He's also checking to see if anyone else has been alerted." It was already 1:30 a.m. The commotion had seemed loud, but that was because they had been alert and focused. Even in the silence, even the smallest noise could be amplified. The patrolman's footsteps were only a little noisy at first, but then old Sheng and Renbin took them down without a sound. Bai Yong even managed to snag a scare, and he's still thrilled about it. It was so thrilling. However, this warehouse was some distance from their core personnel's quarters. Not only would there not be a lot of noise, but even if there had been, it wouldn't have been noticed quickly. After all, this base seemed large and inhabited by a large number of people, but in reality, it was made up of ordinary people in a post-apocalyptic society. Even if there were some with special abilities, they couldn't compare to the likes of old Sheng and Renbin, who came from serious special forces. While combat effectiveness might improve, other aspects, such as alertness, would likely see limited improvement. Everyone worked together to load the items they had collected into the 4 electric tricycles that arrived. Yes, they hadn't driven a car today, only electric tricycles. The noise from a car starting up was still too loud, making it unsuitable for nighttime operations. There was a lot of stuff to move, and the 4 electric tricycles were fully loaded. Let's go first, leaving one for old Sheng. Renbin led the way, driving the first vehicle with Lu Er and a power user. Chung Seun and another power user drove the second car, while the last power user and Zhou Hui drove the third. Bai Yong, and Hung and Ha stayed behind to wait for old Sheng. Among the supplies brought in was a box of canned meat. Bai took out 4 boxes, opened them, and rewarded Hung and Ha. After waiting for about 5 minutes, old Sheng came running out like a gust of wind, his arms clutching a long wooden box. He was sweating and panting, but his eyes were bright. Sister-in-law, Bai Yong, I found the warehouse where they keep the guns. Look, it's full of them. I never expected to find a sniper rifle in such an ordinary place. The captain would be delighted if he saw it. Bai Yong was also happy. He had long wanted his brother-in-law to teach him how to shoot, but unfortunately, he had no weapons. He asked, "Are there any more?" Old Sheng rolled his eyes. "Do you think sniper rifles are cheap? They're everywhere? We still don't know where they got this box, or how they got it." Bai had already opened the tricycle and urged the two, "Hurry up, I want to go back and take a look." "But where are the bullets?" "Guns without bullets are useless." Old Sheng sighed. "You think I don't know, but there really are only guns in that warehouse. I didn't see a single bullet. Perhaps they kept the guns and ammunition separate to prevent theft or insiders from using them." The two jumped onto the tricycle, and Bai immediately turned the handlebars to start the car. Hengda Ergu trotted beside them. Although Huacheng wasn't far from Yunqi village, that was measured at car speeds. Using the electric tricycle, it took them a full hour and 40 minutes to reach the destination. By the time they got home, the electric tricycle's lights were off, its battery completely depleted. On the way, they ran into Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda, who had come to pick them up. "Wow, that's quite a lot." Zhang Xiaoda glanced at the items on the 4 tricycles, and smiled with satisfaction. Old Sheng, baring his large white teeth, said, "Captain, squad leader, here's another box of goodies. I show it to you when we get back." After hearing about today's events, Jiang Minglang glanced at his wife's expression. Seeing that she looked normal, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked old Sheng, "How much stuff is left in their warehouse?" "What we moved tonight probably only accounts for 1/20th of what they have. I checked last night. They have quite a few people. I estimate there are between 200 and 250, mostly young and strong. The remaining number is women and children. There are almost no elderly people. This population ratio is the norm in any survivor settlement with any influence after the apocalypse. This is also a major reason for Jiang Minglang and his companion's recent change in attitude towards Linan. So far, he's the only one who has been seriously searching for and sheltering the elderly. He's truly focused on developing a successful agricultural base. In that case, Jiang Minglang and the others didn't mind helping him out. On the contrary, they also didn't mind helping to eliminate other forces that relied solely on robbery and force. "You haven't been discovered?" "No." "Okay," Jiang Minglang said, turning to Zhang Xiaoda. "Go back and drive a truck over here. Old Sheng, get in and follow me. Everyone else, drop off your belongings and select 10 people to go to Huacheng. Bai Yong, notify Musong and Ningen and ask them to send at least 10 people." He then looked at Bai, "Wife." "Go ahead," Bai waved before he could finish. "If I'd known you were going to do such a big thing, we wouldn't have toiled so hard all night. Alas, I was feeling quite accomplished, but now..." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. People like Chung Seun and Lu Er were all participating in this kind of operation for the first time. It might have been a small-time operation for Jiang Minglang, But for them, it was truly exciting and thrilling. Chapter 143. Brother Su, wake up. Lu Su was soundly asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. He sat up in bed with a jerk, quickly got out of bed, walked to the door, opened it, and asked, "What's going on?" "Someone's calling. They're stealing things in the warehouse." Before the man could finish his sentence, another person suddenly came running over, shouting, Brother Su, second master wants you to go to the warehouse for support. Hurry, hurry." The first person to arrive grabbed Lu Su's arm, lowered his voice, and shook his head slightly. "Brother Su, those people look very powerful. Wouldn't charging forward at this time be courting death?" Second master was truly unbelievable. Every time there was a conflict, he pushed Brother Su forward. He was his own son. Lu Su glanced at his trusted confidant and motioned for him to let go. In the scorching heat, his wrist was covered in sweat from the grip. By then, the second person had already run over. Before he could say anything, Lu Su nodded in agreement. "Okay, you go ahead. I get dressed and go." "And Sister Ying?" The madam asked her to come over and help. Lu Su's face darkened, but he quickly regained his composure, though his voice was strangely colder. "I understand." After the person left, Lu Ying, who lived next door to Lu Su, opened the door and walked out. She was already wearing long-sleeved shirts and long pants. She had actually noticed the anomaly when it occurred, but out of caution, she had stayed inside. "Brother, wait a moment." Lu Su interrupted Lu Ying and whispered to his trusted confidant, "Go call Ba Tong. Tonight might be an opportunity. Have the others prepare as well." "Okay." After the others left, Lu Su returned to his room, quickly putting on his long-sleeved shirts and long pants. When he emerged, he carried a backpack. He shoved something in Lu Ying's hand and urged her, "Take your things and wait for me in the car." Lu Ying frowned. "If I don't go, Mom will find out." Their mother had that ability. Even if she wasn't there herself, she could tell if Lu Su and Lu Ying were there. Of course, it wasn't some special ability, but she'd go out of her way to ask her people. Lu Su scoffed. "You're still concerned about her at this point? Has she ever cared about your life or death? Go quickly. If the opportunity is right, we break away from them completely." Lu Ying opened her mouth to say something else, but was interrupted again by Lu Su. "She's already abandoned you once. Do you want to be abandoned by her a second time? Don't forget, she's very good at abandoning children." Lu Ying pursed her lips and fell silent. She grabbed Lu Su's backpack and returned to her room. When Lu Su arrived at one of the base's warehouses, he saw that his trusted confidant, Ba Tong, had already arrived. Ba Tong is an earth element. As soon as he entered the base, his uncle asked him to leave, under the pretext of asking him to join the base's psychic infrastructure team, so he could better play his role and contribute to the base's development. Bullshit. Without Ba Tong, the base won't develop? Is it necessary to divide up all the psychics he has? He's so greedy, and yet he expects him to accept it willingly, without even a grudge? Why? Because of his uncle and cousin's vigilance against him, or the sneering sarcasm of Lu Zi and the others? If possible, they would leave the Lu family today, and from now on, they would have no contact with the Lu family, preferably never to see each other again. What's going on? A high earthen wall stood in front of the warehouse, but it was unstable, sometimes rising, sometimes collapsing, sometimes high, sometimes low. It was obvious that two earth elements were battling each other. But soon, there was a loud bang. The earth type here was hit on the head by a rock, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The third one, Ba Tong explained expressionlessly to Lu Su, 3 earth types here were knocked unconscious. In other words, their 3 earth types were no match for the other side's one. "It's the same earth type who intercepted us in Pingcheng." Lu Su was stunned and blurted out, "Are you saying it's someone from Yunqi village? Doesn't that mean Bai Li might be here too? And, did they follow him here? Were they robbing the Lu family base in retaliation for his earlier plot to attack Yunqi village?" At this point, Lu Su had no more hope. It seemed he had to leave today, no matter what. He couldn't stay here any longer. 8-barrel. Lu Su whispered something in 8-barrel's ear, and just as he finished, he heard someone yell, "Fire! The cafeteria is on fire. Where's the water system? Hurry and call the water system." The two of them turned their heads, and saw a huge flame suddenly erupt from the nearby cafeteria. Then, the fire spread throughout the entire building at an incredible speed. The flame seemed to illuminate the entire base, allowing Lu Su to see an even more shocking scene. Someone had climbed onto the roof and was dismantling the solar panels. Lu Su, as a accustomed robber, he felt like admitting defeat. He only robbed for supplies, not for demolishing someone's home. Hurry, get out. Seeing the solar panels being removed and carried away, Lu Su came to his senses and hurriedly called out to 8-Barrel to run back. Lu Su had barely run 50 meters before reaching the parking lot when his father, who was leading his men, called him over. The base was in chaos, and Lu Jianting was sweating profusely from running. Seeing his son, neither fighting in the warehouse nor going to the cafeteria to put out the fire, but instead running away from either battlefield and headed towards the parking lot, he immediately became furious. What are you doing? What will your uncle think of you if you're not fighting on the front lines at this critical moment? And what about Yingdao? Where did she go? 2 unfilial sons, completely useless. What do you think I'm doing? Chasing thieves, of course. Lu Su glanced at his father with annoyance and pointed outside the base. There's a car sirens over there. It's obvious these guys are moving their belongings outside. Don't I need to rob them? If you don't think so, I go back. With that, he turned and started to walk back with the 8-barrel gun. Lu Jianting was stunned by his words, then realized his son had a point. The anger faded from his face, and he coughed guiltily. He hurriedly said, Dad didn't expect this. Go ahead, go quickly. Okay, you guys go to the warehouse to provide support. I take Yingdao, Batong, and the others to retrieve as many supplies as possible from outside. So Lu Su, openly accompanied by his sister and a dozen of his closest associates, drove 4 cars and roared out of the base gates. How much did you move? After leaving the base, Lu Su asked Luing. Those people hadn't discovered the 3rd warehouse yet. When Sibing and the others went to move the supplies, there was no one at the warehouse entrance, so they filled the trunks of all 4 cars. After saying this, Luing frowned and asked, Brother, where are we going now? To Pingcheng, to find Li Nan. Brother, what did you say? You heard right. We're going to seek refuge with Li Nan. Don't worry, I have a way to make him accept us. Chapter 144. On the road where the electric tricycles were parked, an SUV and 2 pickup trucks were stuck in the middle of the road. A large pile of supplies lay piled high in the back of the pickup truck, and next to it stood a short-haired woman in black. It was already 4 in the morning, and the once inky black sky was beginning to show a faint hint of paleness. This allowed Lu Su and the others to vaguely discern the outline of the woman's face even without the aid of the car's headlights when she turned to look. It was Bailey. Lu Su, who had turned his head to talk to his sister in the back seat, shuddered uncontrollably. Bat Tong slammed on the brakes just in time, his eyes fixed on a large black dog the size of a tiger that had emerged from behind the woman. Bat Tong, take a detour, take a detour. Lu Su didn't look at the black dog, his gaze was fixed on Bailey. He hadn't recognized her before, but now he did, and the sight of her made his face ache. Although he hated to admit it, the fear deep within him couldn't be ignored. Especially when he saw Bailey squinting, trying to see him clearly. Brother? Luing didn't understand. Wouldn't it be a shame not to salvage some supplies if they encountered them? She didn't continue. Why take a detour? There are so many of us, and they're just one woman. Just one woman. Keep your voice down. Lu Su lowered his voice and scolded his sister. Do you know who she is? That's why you say that. Who cares? Luing didn't finish her sentence, as if remembering something. Her eyes widened as she asked, Is she Bailey? Yes, she is Bailey. You want to steal something, right? Okay, go ahead. Since you both have wood elements and similar abilities, let's see if she let you steal. Go ahead, go ahead. I'd be waiting for your good news here. At this moment, Lu Su suddenly lost the urge to turn around and run. He actually felt a certain anticipation for what he had just said. He wanted his sister to get out of the car, to face Bailey, and then get beaten up by her. They were twins, so why was he the only one to get beaten? Men and women were equal. As their older sister, Bailey couldn't favor one over the other. Although she didn't want to be their older sister, and they hadn't considered recognizing her, since they had met, beating one was fine, so why not just beat up both? He looked at Luing and urged, Hurry up. What are you dawdling about? It'd be dawn if you wait any longer. Batten didn't understand their relationship with Bailey, so he couldn't help but ask, Let Sister Ying go alone? But, shut up. It's none of your business. Lu Su interrupted Batong and urged Luing again, Are you going or not? If not, let's go. But let me tell you, with abilities like yours, only she and I have them so far. Don't you want to? Well, spar? Spar? Luing looked at Bailey standing outside, then at her brother. She felt something was amiss with what he was saying. Even if he wanted her to spar with Bailey, he couldn't be so eager, could he? Should he look in the mirror and see his face? The corners of her mouth curled up, almost like a bottle of oil hanging from the wall. Lu Ying gave up the thought of getting out of the car to grab the supplies and said, "No need. We're in a hurry. If we don't want to grab anything, just get going. Bat Tong, tell the car behind to back up." Bat Tong reached out the window and gestured. The car at the back immediately turned onto a side road, and the 3 cars in front followed closely behind. Soon, the 4 black cars gradually disappeared from Bai Li's sight. She crossed her arms, narrowed her dark eyes, and sneered. "Little bastard, you're quite self-aware." She didn't really have any extraneous thoughts about Lu Su and Lu Ying. If she did have any, it was just annoyance. They had to appear before her for no reason, and in that manner. She could have treated them as strangers, whatever. But they were still connected by blood, and even if she didn't want to, she couldn't treat them normally. It would be best if they avoided each other and didn't clash. As daylight grew, 2 pickup trucks loaded with supplies rumbled back to Yunqi village. Also, the people there were driven away by our men. The captain said to take down everything that can be demolished. "Hurry up and move, I have to go back and continue." "What is it?" "There's a lot of stuff. Let me tell you, Huacheng may not be big, but it's busier than our Pengcheng." When the sun rose again, the familiar, scorching heat wave arrived. The 2 groups from Yunqi village and Mutant village finally returned home, sweating profusely. They all poured basins of cold water over themselves. After a quick rinse, everyone, unfazed by the fatigue of a busy night, ate breakfast and began to distribute the supplies. Jiang Minglang and Bai Li didn't hold back anything this time, distributing all the supplies they had. "What happened last night? Why did you come back so late with the 2 kids?" With Jiang Minglang around, Bai Li wasn't worried about her son and Gigi being in danger. She simply thought they had encountered something unusual that would take time to resolve. Later, Su Bo was called away by Li Nan's men. She was curious when she heard that there was a zombie attack. The main reason was that zombies hadn't appeared in Pengcheng for a long time. It had been peaceful for so long that if it weren't for the occasional mutant animals that occasionally came to drink water from Pingjiang, they would have thought the apocalypse was almost over and society would be returning to normal. Someone in Jin County deliberately lured the zombies towards Pengcheng. Dazi, Su Bo, Li Nan, and I went over there and caught them red-handed. Jiang Minlang sighed softly. Li Nan wanted to develop the greenhouse area into an agricultural base, and he did it quite well. Seeing this, certain forces inevitably became jealous. So, they lured the zombies from Jingzhou, west of Jin County, and, hoping to take over the greenhouse area without any effort. Over half a year has passed since the apocalypse. Unlike the initial confusion and bewilderment, the situation in various places is now largely clear. If there are any remaining uncertainties, it's the unpredictable weather and the possibility of further mutated animals in Pengcheng. What happened next? Li Nan hated them so much that he killed them all, naturally. Then he blocked the road from Jin County to Pengcheng. There's nothing but fields between Jin County and Pengcheng. What good is blocking the road? Well, it's just psychological comfort. Why did you go to the west of the city? Did those 2 cars come from Li Nan's direction? No, they came from the northern highway intersection. Jiang Minglang briefly recounted his encounter with Xiao Fei and the rescue efforts of Gigi and Chi-Chi. Since the couple hadn't slept all night, their voices faded as they spoke. Finally, the room was filled with silence, filled only by the sound of even, shallow breathing. Brother Kun, the guy who came to rob us earlier, said he wanted to join us, bringing people and supplies with him. Kunzi was exhausted from a long night's sleep, and had only slept for 2 hours, when he was woken by one of his men. He was about to lose his temper, but after hearing what his men had said, he went out to meet Lu Su, Lu Ying, and the others. He had a feeling this was going to be a mess. Even though the people who stole their things and hurt them were eventually caught up, and a piece of rare canvas was obtained, the 2 sides were still mortal enemies. How could they still come to seek refuge with them? Could it be? Kunzi glanced at the group across from him with a complicated expression, thinking, if they really wanted to use the back door, they should have gone to Yunqi village. Why would they have the urge to come to their place? In the end, he didn't take the initiative to kick them out. Instead, he ran to Li Nan's room, woke him up, and recounted the situation. Li Nan's eyes were dark circles, and he scratched his head in annoyance. Last night, he discovered a group surnamed Jiang suspected of being related to Jiang Minglang, but it was clear their relationship had been bad before. He hadn't had time to investigate yet, and now another group has appeared, related to his sister-in-law. They seem to be half-brothers, and their relationship is even worse. What's the point? All the family members who weren't on good terms with that couple are being pushed onto his side? What do they think he is? What kind of person is he? What if he's easy to bully? Brother Nan, why don't you just kick them out? I don't think Sister Bai even knows them. Don't harbor people, or you cause trouble. Take the woman who stopped Captain Jiang last night. Kunzi already knew her name was Jiang Sini, from Fengqiao village in Pengcheng. She was said to be the daughter of Captain Jiang's uncle, and therefore his cousin. But Captain Jiang's treatment of Jiang Sini last night was worse than a stranger's. Jiang Sini had been accompanied by other members of the Jiang family, but Captain Jiang just stood there last night. Only Jiang Sini approached, and none of the others showed up. What did this mean? Thinking of the possible reasons gave Li Nan and Kunzi a headache. This wasn't the pre-apocalyptic era. Investigating a person's background and origins would be quick. They needed someone who could contribute, and after a few days of observation without any sly behavior, they would be retained. Who would bother considering anything else? Besides, they didn't have the energy to think about it. This wasn't the defense team Kunzi was training. Oh, by the way, that guy named Jiang Jijia seemed to have initially signed up for the guard, but wasn't selected, so he had to go work in the fields with his father. After passing the assessment, the Jiang family members were allocated 3 acres of land. So far, they've been working diligently. Of course, not everyone is diligent, but they manage their allotment well. If a few individuals slack off, they're fine. Of course, that was the situation before. Now, Kunzi wants to shake up the Jiang family, ensuring everyone is diligent and dedicated. If anyone slacks off, they be penalized for minor offenses, or expelled for more serious ones. This was Kunzi's recent idea, and he hadn't yet shared it with Li Nan, much less implemented it. However, he didn't expect that before he could deal with the Jiang family, another group of Lu family members would arrive. What the hell? Call Lu Su to the reception room. Li Nan rubbed his aching head, took out a cigarette, and lit it. I want to hear what he has to say. He was a little curious. What made Lu Su think he would take him in? Also, judging by his wealth and actions at the time, this guy must have a rather impressive background. So, what had happened to him that led him to seek refuge with him? 5 minutes later, the two sat facing each other in a room specially cleared by Li Nan. Tell me, what's your reason for doing this? Li Nan stared at Lu Su's still slightly swollen face for a long, scrutinizing moment before getting straight to the point. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, could this kid have been beaten up by his family and run away, so he's come to him for refuge? But why would his parents choose to hit him in the face, when they shouldn't hit someone in the face? But then he thought of his strange mother. It seemed like she was also his sister-in-law's biological mother. He felt like that woman was really capable of such a slap in the face. Compared to yesterday, Lu Su's face was much less swollen and no longer painful, so he didn't think his face alone could lead the other person to think so much. Given that this person would be his future boss, Lu Su spoke politely. Brother Nan, right? Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Su. I don't have any special abilities, but before the apocalypse, I was fond of Sonda. Afterward, my overall physical fitness improved significantly, especially my speed, which is comparable to that of ordinary speed users. We clashed before, so I'm sure Brother Nan still remembers it. As the saying goes, there's no friendship without fighting. Seeing Li Nan sneer, Lu Su awkwardly changed the subject. My sister Lu Ying and I are twins. She's a wood element, something you've seen, Brother Nan. Not bad. I'm quite impressed. It's the same ability as our sister Bai Li. I heard Li Nan call Bai Li's sister, and even use the word we. At those two words, Lu Su's smile froze. Then, for some reason, he blurted out, she doesn't look older than you, right? How can she call me sister? Li Nan was stunned, then looked at him like he was an idiot and asked, what do you want to say? Lu Su, He wanted to say he didn't want to say anything, but the conversation just kept getting stuck. Lu Su coughed lightly and explained awkwardly, I didn't mean anything else. You just want to tell me that Bai Li is your sister, right? Lu Su's eyes widened in surprise. You knew? After asking, he remembered something and asked again in surprise. That time in Baiyun Town, you already knew when you heard that woman say it, right? So Bai Li. He really wanted to ask, wasn't Bai Li the daughter of Bai Xiangtian from Baiguan? It was true that she had powerful wood-related abilities, but they weren't public knowledge, were they? She was so famous? What he didn't know was that within Li Nan's team, only Li Nan and Kunzi knew that Jiang Minglang's wife was Bai Li, the others didn't. After all, Bai Li was a very low-key person, rarely going out and rarely taking action. Don't be so arrogant. Did you also name her Bai Li? Don't tell me you're asking me to let you stay for Bai Li's sake. If that's the reason, then I can tell you clearly, it's impossible. Having a Jiang family member wasn't enough. Was he crazy enough to take in his sister-in-law's half-siblings? If there weren't some tangible benefits, don't even think about it. Of course, even if there were tangible benefits, it wouldn't work if they weren't substantial. No, I'm not asking you to do anything for me. I just think your business is growing, but you don't have many capable people. My siblings and I, along with our men, may not know anything about farming, but we're capable of general protection and defense. How about you, Brother Nan? Consider it. Li Nan was actually quite tempted. This Lu Su looked to be in his 20s, but his combat prowess was comparable to his. And then, there was his sister, and that short Earth-type guy. Not to mention the rest, the three of them alone could easily hold their own against his entire group. Besides, he had just resolved a dispute, and was well aware of his own manpower shortage. If only Lu Su could truly be of use to him. Chapter 145. Jiang Minglang and Bai Li were unaware of Li Nan's hesitation and struggle. They slept until 2:30 p.m., only to be awakened by a sudden thunderclap. The wind blew violently, and thunder rumbled. Jiang Minglang's eyes snapped open, and he stood up and walked to the window. He opened it, and a sudden chill washed over him, even cooler than the air-conditioned room. He turned to the bedside table, picked up the remote, and turned off the air conditioner. Bai Li blearily opened her eyes, and was about to ask him what was wrong when a sudden snapping sounded in her ears. Then, the bright sky outside the window suddenly darkened, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by another snapping sound, and a rumbling sound that grew closer. Bai Li's hazy eyes suddenly cleared. She sat up in bed, looking out the window with a serious expression. Is the weather going to change? Before the apocalypse, Sioux City had been drenched in rain, and even in the first few days after the apocalypse, the rain never stopped. Whether it was the humans infected with the zombie virus or the frenzied animals, it felt like the rain was somehow connected. This suspicion persisted until she returned to Pingcheng, where the unusual behavior during each thunderstorm was confirmed. And now, it was about to rain again. It's getting colder. Find something warmer to wear. Jiang Minglang instructed Bai Li, turning to close the open window again. Then he put on his pants and, still in his shorts, headed to the rooftop balcony. He wasn't the only one standing on the rooftop balcony. Su Bo, Bai Yang, and Bai Xiangtian had already arrived. In addition, Lao Sheng and Renbin, brothers Zhou Lei and Zhou Hui, as well as Lu Er and 3 other people with special powers, who lived in a 2-story building in the southeast corner of Yunqi village, were all on the rooftops of their respective houses with nervous expressions. Glancing around, Jiang Minglang raised an eyebrow. It seemed everyone had woken up earlier than him. In just a few moments, the temperature has dropped by at least 20 degrees. Bai Yang, still wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, was so cold he couldn't help but rub the goosebumps on his arms. Bai Xiangtian slapped him and told him to get dressed. Boss, look over there. Su Bo suddenly pointed in the direction of Pingjiang. No, to be more precise, he was referring to Pingcheng, across from Pingjiang. Due to the high temperatures of the past few days, the flowers, plants, and trees everywhere had withered terribly, and many had died from the sun. Looking towards Pingcheng, aside from the weeping willows near Pingjiang, there were few trees offering any shade. Therefore, the sight of running animals spreading like billowing dust towards Pingjiang was obvious. The loud, shrill whistles of the defense forces, who had made Zhajiazhuang their base, were now ringing. Jiang Minglang's face darkened, and he called to Su Bo, "Let's go check it out." He took Su Bo, Zhang Xiaodao, and Renbin with him, and the 4 of them drove to Pingjiang, arriving in just 5 minutes. Ah! Ah! Bai Li was about to join Bai Yang at the village entrance, when Feng Bao suddenly let out 2 sharp, short barks. She turned to look, and the village suddenly erupted in the barking of dogs. The barking was soon followed by a series of human screams. Bai Li's face changed, and a bad premonition rose in her heart. Woof! Woof woof! 2 familiar barks echoed, and the 2 generals, Hung and Ha, rushed towards Yunqi village like arrows from a bow. Stupefied for 2 seconds, Bai Li came to her senses, realizing she hadn't seen her son since the sudden change. Chi-Chi? Grandpa, have you seen Chi-Chi? I went with Gigi to his place. I asked your second uncle to go find them. The old man and the old lady spoke simultaneously. The 2 elders were very self-aware. When the strange incident occurred, they had returned home early. Now they were standing at the main hall door, looking out with worry. By taking care of themselves, they were helping the children. Okay, I go check. You 2 elders, please close the doors and windows and don't stand at the door. See you stay. I leave the house to you. The iron gate in the front yard was already locked. Bailey left the backyard, closing the gate tightly as she went. The wind grew stronger, the thunder intensified, and the lightning flashed one after another. The people in the bright room were panicking, always worried that the sky would be torn in two at any moment. Mom. Auntie. Bailey met her second uncle along the way with Gigi and Gigi. Duchian, who had left for the main gate, had told the two children to come to the bi-family villa, but Gigi was feeling uneasy. He heard the barking and screaming of dogs in the village. Even after the two generals Hung and Ha had passed, the barking only intensified, undiminished. Chi-Chi pleaded, Mom, I go check on the village. I have Xiaowu, Hung and Ha, so they be fine. Gigi, upon hearing this, wondered if he wasn't going to take him with him. Just as he was about to say, I go too, I won't be a drag. Unexpectedly, Aunt Bai had second grandfather take him home first, saying, Gigi, Grandpa and Grandma need your protection. Aunt Chung is the only one at home, and she's taking care of you. She can't protect so many people. Auntie trusts you, and I leave the house to you. Being entrusted with such a heavy responsibility suddenly overwhelmed Gigi, who nodded heavily, Don't worry, Auntie. I definitely protect Grandpa and Grandma. Before the rain began, mother and son, along with Xiaowu, quickly ran into Yunqi village. Including the original inhabitants, and those who moved in later, Yunqi village now has a total of 198 households, 68 of which own dogs, and 72 cats. In other words, not counting Xiaowu and the two generals, there are at least 68 dogs and 72 cats in Yunqi village. Of course, the actual number is far higher, as many dogs and cats have given birth over the past 2 months. Chi-Chi had previously taken a small notebook and recorded the number of puppies from house to house. If he remembers correctly, the total number of dogs and puppies is 99, and the total number of cats and kittens is 85. Why was the number of cats high at first, but then decreased after giving birth? That's because female dogs give birth to at least 2 puppies per litter, sometimes 3, or even 4. But cats, for some reason, either don't give birth at all, or only give birth to 1, like Shoulei's cat. Grandpa, Grandpa. Dad, save me. Suddenly, a sobbing cry for help rang out. Bailey recognized the voice coming from the Bai family compound, and the tender, childish voice was clearly that of Bai Wei's youngest son, Bai Shi. Bailey's face paled. Mother and son had originally been heading for the house, where the screams were loudest, but now they had no choice but to change course and drag Chi-Chi towards the Bai family compound. Luckily, she saw Shoulei running past the intersection, heading straight ahead. The gate to the old house was tightly shut. Bailey pushed, but it didn't budge. The heavy door closed tightly, and apart from Bai Shi's cries, she could see nothing. She pulled a piece of green ivy vine from her pocket, and threw it over the wall. The vine then whooshed longer. Through the vine's perspective, Bailey could barely see part of what was happening inside. 5-year-old Bai Shi was securely protected by his grandfather, Bai Xiangyuan. Bai Xiangyuan was covered in blood, especially on his back, where a large piece of flesh had been torn open, exposing 2 ribs. He completely enveloped his grandson beneath him, blood pouring from his mouth, his face ashen and lifeless, clearly dying. Bailey frowned. Even though she had previously disliked this uncle, he was still her great-grandfather's only son, her grandfather's nephew. When faced with this life-or-death situation, it was heartbreaking. Not far from the grandfather and grandson, Bai Wei, his eyes bloodshot, hacked at a 2-headed, golden-haired cat with a knife. The cat's eyes were bloodshot, clearly in a frenzy. But Bai Wei was no match for the 2 cats. His arms and chest were wounded, blood pouring down his body. Just as he looked near death, a vine suddenly sprang from the side, quickly binding the 2 cats. Meow! The bound cats cried out in anger, their 2 heads opening their mouths simultaneously. The cry was like an echo, sending tingles down one's spine. A front paw freed itself from the vine, grasping the green plant with a sharp tug, and the vine snapped. Bai Li's eyes narrowed as the vine, now broken into several pieces, whizzed and grew longer. From a single vine, it expanded into several. One lashed out at the cat's head, while others coiled around its body from all directions. Even as it leaped and dodged, it was quickly bound. The vine continued to grow, tightly binding the cat's head and limbs, tightening ever tighter. The process seemed long, but in reality, it only took a dozen seconds. Only after the binding was tight did Bai Wei regain his composure, and quickly grasp what had happened. But he had no time to admire the captured mutant cat. Rage seized him. He raised his ancient long sword and swung it down fiercely. With a thud, blood sprayed everywhere, and the cat's head slammed onto the concrete floor of the courtyard. Meow! The remaining cat head screamed, but soon it was silent as the second head was chopped off immediately after. It landed on the ground, tumbling with the first, and its body collapsed with a thud. With a clang, Bai Wei's knife hit the ground, and his legs gave way, collapsing into his knees. Strength drained from his body, his eyes bloodshot as he slowly crawled towards his father and son. Dad? His father's eyes were wide open, motionless. Tears streamed down Bai Wei's face. He crawled to his father's side, trembling as he grasped his hand. His lips moved as he whispered, "Dad, Dad, wake up." "Grandpa." Bai Shi, realizing what was happening, burst into tears. He struggled to crawl out from under Grandpa, looked at him, then turned to gaze not far away. "Grandma." "Mom, sister." Bai Li's heart sank. She had been so focused on this side that she hadn't noticed a figure lying at the main hall door 10 meters away. No, it wasn't so much one figure lying there as two. Her eldest aunt was lying on top of her sister-in-law, Wen Ting. The two of them were stacked, looking very much like her eldest aunt protecting Wen Ting. As for Bai Duo, Bai Li scanned the yard from the perspective of a vine, but didn't see the little girl. She sighed inwardly, raised her hand and banged on the door, calling out, "Cici, it's Auntie! Open the door." To Bai Duo and Bai Shi, Bai Li was Annie, and Bai Hua was younger Auntie. Looking at Bai Wei, who had lost the ability to move, and was completely immersed in pain, it would be better to rely on her nephew to open the door than on him. "Auntie." Hearing Bai Li's cries, Bai Shi ran to the gate on his short legs, crying. After struggling to open it, the little one threw himself into Bai Li's arms, complaining aggrievedly, "Auntie, Grandpa's not moving. He's covered in blood." Before the apocalypse, such a young child would have no idea of death. But in the days since the apocalypse, people have been dying in the village almost every day. No matter how well Bai Xianyuan protected him, he still knew something. Especially since his sister had specifically told him about it. So, Bai Shi knew about death. He also had a rough idea. Grandpa and Grandma, they were probably dead. "Cici, where's my sister?" Unable to care for the adults, Bai Li wanted to find Bai Duo first. Dong, dong, dong. At that moment, a dull sound came from a certain direction. Bai Li looked up, quickly determined the direction, and led Chi-Chi and Bai Shi through the front yard to the backyard. As I mentioned before, the Bai family mansion is a century old. Even after being reduced and resized, the courtyard still spans 2 halls and a side yard. Next to the study in the backyard is a hidden room with stone walls. No matter how violent the world outside, as long as they hide inside, their family will be safe. This is why, no matter how many unexpected events unfold, Old Master Bai remains unfazed by his nephew's family. Leaving the best for his eldest brother's bloodline was his promise to him. But who could have imagined that this time, because of something strange happening to the family cat, they wouldn't have time to hide inside. The thumping sound came from the hidden room. Someone was knocking on the door. Bai Li tapped a square stone brick next to the darkroom door, and it slowly opened. When it was only a third of the way open, a pink figure leaped out. "Cici. Sister." Bai Shi burst into tears again upon seeing her sister. Chi-Chi, annoyed, couldn't help but scold, "Shut up. You're a boy, why are you crying?" Bai Shi's sobs abruptly stopped. He turned to look at Chi-Chi, then buried his head in his sister's arms. His shoulders trembled, but he dared not make another sound. Duo didn't blame Chi-Chi. Although she didn't know what was happening in the front yard yet, she understood that her brother's constant crying was wrong. First, it could easily attract inexplicable things, and second, it would delay things. Everyone was busy, so who would have time to comfort him? The moment she saw Duo, Bai Li breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that her niece was still calm, she felt a mixture of sadness and relief. Unsure about Wen Ting's condition, after finding Duo, she led her to the front yard, asking Duo, "Why are you alone in the dark room? Why didn't your grandfather and the others hide in here first?" During the previous incidents, their family had hidden in the dark room, and nothing had happened. "Grandma pushed me in here. She told me to stay here while she went to bring Mom and my brother over." Here she paused, then said sullenly, "When the thunder started, our cat was giving birth. Grandpa asked Mom and Dad to take my brother and me into the dark room, but Dad was worried about Dahua, so he wanted to bring the cat in too. My brother followed him, and then..." At this point, Bai Duo's eyes flashed with fear, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Bai Shi's hand. Bai Shi reacted similarly, hugging her arm tightly, clearly frightened. Chapter 146. Dahua ate its kittens and then it grew a second head. The little girl's voice trembled as she described the terrifying scene she had witnessed at the beginning. Right then, when the thunder started, we came out of the main room. Grandpa saw something was wrong and asked Grandma to take us to the darkroom. Dahua was giving birth in the cat's nest. Dad went over and saw Dahua had given birth to a kitten. He waved for my brother and me to come over. My brother ran ahead of me, and then, suddenly Dahua opened her mouth to eat the kitten. The kitten was so tiny, she devoured it in a few bites. Before we could react, her body suddenly grew larger, and she even had 2 heads. Then, the mutated, crazed cat began to attack them. Because Bai Wei was closest to the cat, he was the first to be attacked. Bai Xiangyuan went to save his son, and was scratched on the chest. His wife and daughter-in-law, Wen Ting, reacted quickly, each finding a hoe and a stick to help, but they soon realized that their entire family was no match for the cat. Bai Xiangyuan's wife saw her granddaughter by her side, but her grandson was retreating further and further from the mad cat's attack. Thinking she saved both children, she hurriedly dragged her granddaughter into the darkroom. Afterward, returning to the front yard, she saw the cat pounce on her daughter-in-law. Without a second thought, she lunged forward. Unexpectedly, the cat's second head seized her neck, severing her throat. She knew she was doomed. Seeing her daughter-in-law lying motionless on the ground, she mustered her last bit of strength and covered her with her own body. Bai Li returned to the front yard with her 3 children. Bai Wei was still holding Bai Xiangtian's hand, calling him Dad. The cat's body and severed head lay nearby. Aunt, my mom. Bai Li turned her aunt's body over and moved it to the side. She immediately saw Wen Ting, her eyes tightly shut. A pool of blood clung to her head. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly reached for her nose. When she realized she was still breathing, she breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, Duo. Your mom just fainted. She's fine. It seemed Wen Ting had fainted after falling and hitting the back of her head while fighting with the cat. She lifted her from the ground and carried her to the sofa in the main room. When she emerged, she saw Chi-Chi and Xiaowu burning the cat. The smell of blood was too strong. Leaving it in the yard wasn't safe. Bai Li turned her attention to Bai Xiangyuan and his wife. Their bodies couldn't be left alone either. Uncle, can you please stop crying? Chi-Chi was helpless. He'd been scolded into silence, but he was the elder, and seeing him so grief-stricken, he didn't know what to say. But Chi-Chi listened to the rumbling thunder in the sky, looking up at the occasional flashes of lightning, the barking of dogs, and the screams of people in the village. His heart was in a state of panic, and a little fear. With so many emotions flooding in, he had no time to grieve for his great-grandparents. While he might not have felt sad at some point, these were extraordinary times, and he was truly nervous. Dad. Bai Duo pulled her brother forward, looking at Grandpa's wide-open eyes, her body trembling. Hurry up and get yourself bandaged. Bai Li half-crouched down and said to Bai Wei, my sister-in-law is still unconscious. If you continue like this, what will happen to the 2 children? The last words had an effect, and Bai Wei snapped out of his dazed mumbling. He stumbled to his feet and turned to look at his mother, who lay at the entrance of the main hall. Bai Li said, Uncle and Aunt, it's best to cremate them immediately. Otherwise, with all the blood in your yard, who knows what will happen? At the word cremation, Bai Wei shuddered. He looked at Xiaowu, knowing that the dog was a fire type, capable of burning a human corpse to ash in an instant. If he hadn't known that Chi-Chi's dog had supernatural powers, he wouldn't have kept the cat. He wasn't the only one. Most of the villagers left their cats and dogs behind, hoping against hope that their own pets might one day develop similar powers. But they hadn't anticipated that cats and dogs could develop powers to protect their owners, or go berserk and kill them. Bai Wei was now filled with regret. His father had called them to the darkroom the moment the weather turned sour, and they had to be there immediately. How could this have happened? He had wanted to stay and take a look at the big peanut cub, but that curious glance had ultimately led to his parents' deaths. Alas, there's no medicine for regret, and what had happened was irreversible. If it weren't for Li-Chi, everyone in his family, except Duo, might have died. Bai Wei wiped his face and said hoarsely, then burn it. He wanted to change his parents into decent clothes, but hearing the thunder and the chaotic commotion in the village, he knew it wasn't the right time to do so. Xiaowu blew out 2 balls of fire, and soon Bai Xiangyuan and his wife were reduced to a handful of ash. To prevent the wind from blowing them away, Bai Wei immediately put them in a bag. Then he turned to his children and said, Duo, take your brother to the darkroom. Daddy needs to bandage the wound, and so will Mom. We go over after we're done. Be good and take good care of your brother. Watching his son and daughter walk toward the backyard, Bai Wei looked at Bai Li and said, I flushed the blood out of the yard later. Anyway, Don't worry about this. Take Chi-Chi and get busy. In that instant, in just 2 sentences, Bailey keenly noticed something had changed in Bai Wei. From his demeanor and tone, she felt vaguely that her cousin, who had lived carefree into his 30s, seemed to have finally grown up. The price was the lives of 2 loved ones. Bailey sighed inwardly, glanced at him, and said, "When things calm down, if my sister-in-law hasn't woken up yet, remember to come and tell me." "Okay. You and Chi-Chi, be careful too." Leaving the Bai family compound, Bailey and her son ran toward the nearest house, where the screams were coming from. 20 minutes later, the barking of dogs and the screaming ceased, and the village finally returned to peace. After the thunder and lightning that had accumulated for so long, bean-sized raindrops finally fell with a crackling sound, forming a continuous curtain of rain, like a vast pearl curtain hanging between heaven and earth. Bailey, Chi-Chi, and Xiaowu were standing in a 2-story building in the southeast corner of Yunqi village, where Lao Sheng and Renbin lived. This place was right next to the highway, closest to the gate that enclosed the fields of Yunqi village. Bailey could even sense the green ivy growing on the surrounding walls. But for now, her attention was focused on Pingjiang Bridge. There was a loud noise coming from there. It was obvious that animals from Pingcheng across the way were attacking the bridge, trying to cross and enter Pingcheng. Bailey was apprehensive. Would Jiang Minglang be able to use his powers in a thunderstorm? Would he be struck by lightning? Unfortunately, apart from hearing noises, he couldn't see anything. And based on previous experience, it was best not to go out in this kind of weather and get caught in the rain. "Sister-in-law, I go check." Jiang Minglang took Renbin with him, leaving old Sheng behind. A figure was drawing closer in the rain. Only when he was almost at the gate did Bailey recognize it as Du Qian. He had just helped quell the 6 frenzied dogs and 23 cats in the village, and while Bailey and Chi-Chi were finishing up, he hurried to the gate to check on the situation. He walked into the yard, his body dry and crisp. He learned this trick from Chi-Chi. When his powers were unleashed, a transparent barrier seemed to envelop him. Raindrops avoided him a few inches above his head, then deflected and cascaded elsewhere. Old Sheng's eyes flushed with envy. Brother Du and his wife hadn't let him check the gate just now because they were worried he'd get wet. Thinking of Renbin, he thought his fire ability was useless in this weather. If he put on a raincoat and gone over, he'd definitely be more formidable than that guy. "How's it going?" Unable to see anything, Bailey simply sipped her tea and waited. There was no point in getting anxious anyway. If something could be resolved, it should be resolved. If not, just hide. What else could she do? Something broke into Mutant Village next door, but from the sounds, Ningen and the others have already dealt with it. "Sister-in-law, we have a large area, so I might have to rely on you next." Their walls were completely covered in green ivy. Previously, Bailey, in Baigui Garden, couldn't see beyond the gate. But now, she was in Yunqi village, barely right in the middle, able to sense movement around the surrounding walls. If something climbed the wall and touched the green ivy, it would most likely be detected by her. "I bring Bai Yang and Xiaomin over here. If there's any movement, have him and Lao Sheng go first, wearing raincoats." Du Qian had experience with the arrangements, and Bailey followed his lead. She only needed to focus on this, releasing her special abilities as much as possible, and doing her utmost to sense the surrounding movements. Pingjiang Bridge. Jiang Minglang felt an indescribable mix of emotions as he took the sniper rifle from Wei Lichuan. Although he didn't accept the letter of appointment, he couldn't just ignore the situation. Considering the impact of rain on people, he had erected several iron plates on the bridge before the rain started, covering almost the entire area. This would not only block the rain, but also facilitate combat. Where did the iron plates come from? Wei Lichuan provided them, of course. Also, before the rain started, he had shot down several giant birds flying in the sky. His parrots seemed to possess some special ability to command all sorts of birds, but Jiang Minglang, through his sniper rifle, discovered that the eyes of the giant birds were all red, and as they flew towards him, it was clear they were heading for humans. So, initially, the birds flew very low. After a few were killed, the remaining birds, inspired, abandoned their low-altitude flight and soared high over Pingjiang. Except for 1 or 2 that flew too high and escaped, the others were all killed by Jiang Minglang. Next came the large animals that attempted to charge the earthen wall, such as wolves and giant bears. When the rain finally began to fall, the impact intensified. The earthen wall was toppled and then erected again, over and over again, countless times, until Zhang Xiaoda's face turned pale. He cursed inwardly. Wei Lichuan had erected a wire mesh on the bridge within the first month of his arrival, thinking it was foolproof, and that few animals could scale it. But who could have imagined that, just as the weather changed, a giant bear would charge in and tear the mesh apart? There was no other choice. In the end, to fend off the onslaught of animals, he had to use his supernatural powers to erect a makeshift earthen wall. Just as Zhang Xiaodao was about to collapse, two of Wei Lichuan's Earth-type subordinates, who had gone back to rest, finally arrived. Of course, they weren't being lazy. They had exhausted their supernatural powers and had to rest. They hadn't rested yet, but there was no other way. Zhang Xiaodao couldn't hold on any longer, so they had to take over. The roars and gunshots continued, and the commotion here affected every survivor in Pingcheng. Even on the other side, Li Nan, who hadn't had time to make a decision, received a report from his subordinates the moment the weather changed. "Brother Nan, this is bad. A lot of cats and dogs from the surrounding villages are rushing towards us. They look like they gone crazy. What should we do? Kill them? This is bad, Brother Nan. Something's running towards us from the east, but it's too far away to see clearly. All I can see is a lot of smoke and dust, and it's coming with great force. Brother Nan, this is bad. There are zombies in the north." In just a few moments, Li Nan's expression changed several times. Lu Su remained calm on the surface, but he was smiling inside. He said, "Brother Nan, at this time, do you still need to consider it?" "I do need to consider it, but we can sign an employment agreement. When I need your protection, you can come. When we don't, we be fine. What do you think?" To put it bluntly, he simply didn't want to be tied down with Lu Su and the others. An employment relationship? Then they weren't his people, and could leave at any time. That way, even if Jiang Minglang and Bai Li found out, they wouldn't say anything. Yes, that's right, let's do it. The weight that had been weighing on his chest lifted instantly, and Li Nan felt incredibly clever. He looked at Lu Su and said bluntly, "If you agree, we make this deal right away. You start now. Once this crisis is over, we sit down and discuss compensation. If you don't trust me and are worried about getting hurt, you can leave now." As he finished speaking, the sky outside the window darkened. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a crack that seemed to explode through the roof of the house. The ease and relief on Lu Su's face suddenly vanished. He gazed out the window with a solemn expression. The impending storm was just like their current predicament, uncertain and uncertain. After a while, he pulled his gaze back from the window and looked at Li Nan. "I agree, but as for the place to live, we like to live with you." Li Nan raised an eyebrow. If there was one thing most abundant right now, it would be empty houses. There were all kinds of them, and they could live wherever they wanted. But Lu Su didn't seem to be planning to find his own place. He asked suspiciously, "Did you rob some other faction again, and seek shelter here because we have so many people?" If so, he would have to kick them out. No matter how big the crisis was today, even if they couldn't hold on, they could just shut the door and hide until the storm passed. On the contrary, our own things were robbed, the base was disbanded, and I chose to start my own business with my sister and my men, not with my uncle and parents. Here Lu Su paused, a wry smile on his face. "You saw firsthand how my mother treated my sister last time, so I'm not afraid of you laughing. My brother and I have no place in our parents' hearts. If we continue to follow them, I'm afraid they sell us out one day." Chapter 147. Lu Su's words were half-truths, but Li Nan had no time to discern them. The commotion outside was growing louder, and the thunder and lightning were making him tremble with fear. Kunzi arranged for the elderly, the weak, women, and children to enter the house, locking the doors, windows, and gates. The guards, divided into 4 groups, east, west, and north, were desperately trying to fend off the attacks of the frenzied animals. As for the zombies approaching from the north, they should have been dispatched to deal with them, but there was no way around it. They were short-handed, and dealing with the animals was already a struggle. "Okay, I help you find a place to stay." Li Nan stood up and asked Lu Su as he walked out, "How many people did you bring with you? How strong are they?" "Including my sister and me, there are a total of 20 people. 12 of us have superpowers, and the remaining 8 are ordinary people, but they were boxers before the apocalypse." Li Nan whipped his head around and looked over, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected this kid to bring so many tough guys. He asked, "What did you do before the apocalypse?" Before the apocalypse, Lu Jianting had a thriving business, but Lu Su wasn't a good student. After graduating from high school, he was sent abroad to study. There, he became obsessed with boxing, often secretly participating in boxing matches. Otherwise, how could he be so skilled? "What do you do? Does being a playboy count?" Lu Su said as he walked, "I like boxing. My family has a little money, and no one forced me to join a company, so I usually spend most of my time on it. To be honest, he should thank his mother for his current skills. When he first returned to China, his father wanted him to join the company and start from the bottom, but his mother felt he wasn't cut out for management. She told his father to focus on training Zhou Lin first, so that when Zhou Lin could handle things independently, he could help him later. Otherwise, if we really handed the company over to him, he'd probably be the boss in a few years. But Zhou Lin was different. He'd been a good student since childhood, and even got into a prestigious university in China, earning both a bachelor's and a master's degree. This made his mother very proud in front of the rest of the Liu family. It was as if Zhou Lin was her biological son. For this, his father even beat him up out of frustration, and gave up on letting him join the company, letting him go and have fun. It didn't matter to him what happened to him. He'd been used to it since he was a child, and he was actually happy without supervision. He just felt a bit unfair for his sister. Cherry was smarter than him, and her grades were better, even comparable to Zhou Lin's. But whenever his mother boasted about Zhou Lin's academic performance to others, she never remembered that she had an equally talented daughter. Lu Su's eyes darkened at the thought. Cherry had grown up beside her mother, yet she had neglected her like that. What about Bai Li? After all these years, had she ever remembered that she even had an older daughter? When the two of them reached the door, Lu Su immediately gathered the men he had brought with him, splitting them into groups of 5, and following Kunzi's assigned defenses in the east, south, west, and north. His group headed north with Li Nan, intending to deal with the mutant animals, which would be a good opportunity to deal with the zombies. Are all the survivors in Anqing idiots? We completely eliminated all the zombies in Pingcheng, and they left them all alone? There are still zombies alive today. Kunzi, with his knife in hand, hacked at a large civet cat that pounced on him, cursing. Team Jiang just dealt with a large group at the highway intersection yesterday, and now so many are coming. Does that mean everyone in Anqing is dead? No, this just proves there are still quite a few survivors in Anqing. Lu Su chopped away as he spoke. In most cities, the survivors will form several factions. To combat each other and preserve their own strength, they won't exterminate the zombies completely. Instead, they try to lure them to their enemies. This way, the zombie population won't decrease, but will actually increase. He paused, then sighed. Honestly, I don't know if there are other cities like Pingcheng. Anyway, this is the first one we encountered, traveling from south to west and then east. Kunzi thought to himself that their place wasn't very peaceful at first, but it wasn't simply because their strength didn't allow it. Trying to go against Captain Jiang and his men would be like hitting a rock with an egg. By the way, Lu Su asked curiously, thinking of the Captain Jiang Kunzi had just mentioned. Who is Captain Jiang you're talking about? What's his full name? Who is Captain Jiang? Captain Jiang is your brother-in-law. While he thought this, he couldn't say it out loud. Kunzi simply said, a very powerful man. That was all. Lu Su felt strange. He took a moment to glance back at Kunzi, feeling that he was deliberately hiding something from him. He'd secretly gone to town to inquire with that woman before, but all he learned was details about his mother's first marriage. He learned that her ex-husband lived in Yunqi village and had a ginkgo orchard, and that his half-sister was named Liqi, also known as Bailey. Besides that, there was nothing else. For example, the woman hadn't mentioned Bailey's marriage, and he hadn't asked. But after meeting Bailey yesterday, he could tell she held a significant position in Yunqi village. And the Captain Jiang Kunzi was talking about. Is he the boss of Yunqi village? Kunzi glanced at him and mumbled, Lu Su simply asked, what's his relationship with Bai Li? Oh my, what a huge sheep. Kunzi suddenly dodged and leaped from his position, knife raised, lunging at a large, red-eyed sheep while calling out to Li Nan, Brother Nan, do you think this sheep is edible? At his shout, everyone turned and looked at him as if he were idiot. Everyone knew that mad animals, like human zombies, were most likely infected with a virus. Technically, they were already dead the moment they went berserk. So you're saying, can we eat it? Kunzi knew it wasn't, of course. He just said that on a whim to change Lu Su's subject. Just kidding, hee. Lu Su glanced at him with a dark expression, then swung his knife fiercely, severing a half-man-tall local dog in half. The small village where Xiao Fei and his companions were. Xiao Fei sensed something was amiss as soon as the thunder started. He looked up at the sky, his intuition telling him this change was different than usual. He made a decisive decision, pack your things. We have to leave now. What's wrong, Xiao Fei? Do we have to leave? We worked so hard to make this place feel like home. Xiao Fei had no intention of discussing this with him. He simply said to his sister, get in the car in 5 minutes. I go notify the families. Anyone who wants to leave, hurry up. With that, he turned and walked out. He had considerable abilities, but 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands. If there were even 2 capable fighters among these people who could cooperate with him, he wouldn't have chosen to leave immediately. Since they all lived in the same row, notification could be quick. 5 minutes later, 2 families gathered their belongings and piled into a van, intending to leave with him. The other 3, unwilling to make a fuss, chose to stay. Xiao Fei certainly wouldn't force them, but he hadn't expected something strange to happen just 5 minutes after the thunder began, even before he started the car. Oh no! Everyone, get inside. Quick! The 2 families eager to leave with Xiao Fei were eager, fearing they'd be left behind, so they already driven the van to his doorstep. Hearing a shout, they quickly opened the car door and rushed to Xiao Fei's house. Windows! Lock all the windows. Draw the curtains. A awning was still propped up above the courtyard, swaying in the strong wind. With a thud, a dark shadow landed on top of the awning, followed by a sharp cat's cry. Xiao Fei, standing at the main hall door, swung his long sword. With a thud, a black cat's head crashed to the concrete floor. He frowned at the cat's head. The same maddened animals from the south had finally arrived in Pingcheng. Unlike zombies, animals were much more frantic when they went mad. It was precisely because of this thought that he had just decided to take his family and temporarily seek refuge with Jiang Minglang. He had been cautious before, but now, he had to survive first. More and more shadows crashed onto the canvas. Xiao Fei, without a second thought, fought left and right. Ah! Help, Xiao Fei, help! Screams and cries for help emanated from the 3 households on the left, but Xiao Fei could only sigh helplessly. His abilities were limited, and he, alone, could not handle so much. The male heads of every household here were older than he was. They were skilled at farm work, but when it came to training their fighting abilities, they all just waved their hands. When the apocalypse arrived, the 5 families all escaped destruction by being cautious and closing their doors in time to hide in their homes. Later, they were also lucky because the zombies in the village heard the noise of cars on the road and lured them away one by one. Surviving in this way was entirely due to luck. But now, their luck might have run out. Before the heavy rain came, the battle at Xiao Fei's place came to an end. The corpses of cats, dogs, rats, and other animals in the yard piled up like a mountain, and the blood was so thick that the group of people hiding in the house looked out the corner of the window and retched repeatedly. Xiao Fei himself was almost covered in blood, but he was unaware of it. He turned to the left and saw that the 3 families were quiet. No one had made a sound for a long time. The rain was pouring down, and the canvas in the yard had long been torn apart by the frenzied animals. Rainwater mixed with blood rushed outward, forming a red stream. There are 5 giant rats in the southeast corner. By Yang you go. There are 3 giant snakes in the northwest corner. Lao Sheng you go. Wait a minute, Bai Yang. Zhou Lei Xiao Bai is gone. Sister, what about the west side? I go there. No, I can handle it. The rain continued to pour. To prevent accidents from getting wet, everyone, even wearing their raincoats tightly, tried not to go out if possible. But this put Bai Li's life on the line. Not only did she have to scout for animals trying to leap the wall and into Yunqi village, she also had to telekinetically control them to restrain the frenzied creatures. So, before long, her face turned pale from the excessive use of her supernatural powers. Sister-in-law. It's okay, I can hold on. The familiar pain hit Bai Li, but she didn't pay much attention. She had lived in comfort for too long, and her abilities hadn't advanced. Now that she finally had this chance, she wanted to see if she could advance after exhausting herself again, and what level she could reach after that. The heavy rain lasted for about 40 minutes, then turned into a gentle drizzle. Sister, take a break. The rain has subsided now, and we can go out and keep watch. Yes, Sister Li, stop using your powers. Take a break and go back to sleep. The cold sweat on Bai Li's forehead soaked both of Xia Min's handkerchiefs. Although she kept saying she was fine and could hold on, everyone was still worried as their face grew paler. Bai Li waved her hands and gave a weak smile. I'm really fine. Okay, put on your raincoats and go take care of the animals I tied up. I take care of the rest and leave it to you guys. Old Sheng brought over a reclining sofa, spread a fresh sheet on it, and took out a thin blanket. Bai Li lay down on it, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Chi-Chi, guard your mother well. Don't run around, okay? Since we're short on manpower, the task of protecting Bai Li has to be assigned to Jiang Qi. Oh, not just him, but Xiao as well. Du Qian, Lao Sheng, Bai Yang, and Xia Min, The four of them split off and headed out of the gate in four directions, braving the drizzle to deal with the already tightly bound animals while also maintaining a position to prevent any new animals from climbing the wall and entering Yunchi village. Of course, the walls, each of which was quite long, couldn't be completely secured by the four of them alone. The occasional intruder would be dispatched by patrolling Zhou Lei, Lu Er, and the other three power users. If they didn't encounter anything, such as a snake, then whoever's house the animal entered would be in trouble. Fortunately, this situation wasn't common, and everyone was generally staying indoors. Unless they encountered anyone violently breaking down the door, they were generally fine. The drizzle continued for about 3 hours, and by the time it stopped, it was completely dark. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Minglang and his four companions finally returned from the Pingjiang Bridge. They had killed most of the animals that had attacked the bridge in Pingcheng. Some of those they hadn't managed to kill fled into Pingcheng, and some fell into the river. Did you know? There's a giant black python at the bottom of Pingjiang River. It looks a lot like the one my brother and I encountered on the bridge. He hit it, and it jumped into the river and escaped. We always thought it was no longer in Pingjiang, perhaps swimming across the river to somewhere else. But this thing didn't leave, and actually made its home here. Talking about the scene he saw during the heavy rain, Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but share. At first, we didn't pay much attention. But later, as more and more animals fell into the river, my brother realized something was wrong. Those animals disappeared into the water, and then not long after, that giant black python emerged from the water. Oh my god! You never guess how big its head is. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up as he asked, "Is it as big as our house?" Zhang Xiaoda, What's that? He reached out and pinched Chi-Chi's chubby face. Your imagination is too wild. How could it be as big as your house? If it were as big as a car, that would be incredible, you know? It's only that small. Chi-Chi was a little disappointed, then asked, so what happened next? Did the black python go crazy too? Did Dad kill it? No, it didn't go crazy, and your dad didn't kill it. After eating a lot of animals that fell into the river, it sank back down and hid. Chapter 148. Luckily, the black python hid. If it hadn't, even if it only ate the maddened animals that fell into the water, not to mention the uncertainty and pressure it inadvertently brought to everyone, the main problem was that it was a nuisance. Because Wei Lichuan's side had many skilled gunmen, the black python's head poked out of the river, its body standing tall. If you didn't look at the two green eyes on the snake's head, from a distance, you think it was a black pillar standing upright in the river. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that without Captain Zhang's marksmanship, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't hit the black pillar. After all, it was so close to the bridge. If they did, they wouldn't go crazy. That would be even worse for them. Today's thunder and lightning and heavy rain came suddenly, and the animals went crazy again. Not only were the animals in Pingcheng across the way madly attacking the bridge, but even here in Pingcheng, groups of them would occasionally rush in from the north and east and west. They were attacked from both sides. So, after the rain stopped and the battle ended, Wei Lichuan's side suffered 42 casualties. Li Nan's side suffered 68 casualties. The frenzied animals retreated after the rain stopped, but the zombies remained, still swarming outside their courtyard, howling and groaning. But they were all exhausted, and no longer had the strength to fight. In Yunchi village, 26 villagers, including Bai Xiangyuan and his wife, were attacked by their own cats and dogs and died instantly. The neighboring Yunnan village suffered the fewest casualties, with only 3, because they were all capable locals, with no ordinary farmers. In addition, the few or solitary survivors, such as Qiao Fei's 3 neighbors, were attacked to the point of being wiped out. Only a handful of people managed to survive. It could be said that the lightning and heavy rain forced the survivors of Pingcheng to gravitate towards 2 areas, Li Nan's greenhouse area, and Jiang Minglang and Bai Li's ginkgo orchard and greenhouse area. After the incident, the temperature plummeted to 12 degrees Celsius. Thankfully, most families had winter clothes, so they just dug them out and put them on. For the few who didn't, like Lao Sheng and Renbin, Jiang Minglang and Bai Li had moved so many clothing stores, and their clothes for all seasons filled a whole room. Finding a few sets was easy. Even now, the fields. Because it would be completely dark after the rain stopped, Shui Deng still gathered his men and went house by house, road by road, clearing every street, striving to avoid uncovering any animals or corpses. Any remaining bloodstains that hadn't been washed away by the rain also had to be cleaned up thoroughly. Otherwise, who knows what might attract them when everyone falls asleep at night. When they reached the Bai family mansion, Bai Wei emerged from the courtyard. He was seriously injured. Even after being bandaged for hours, his face was still pale, devoid of any color. Of course, it wasn't all due to the injury. Why did you come out? Go back inside and rest. I clean your yard again. When counting the casualties, Shui Ding learned that Bai Xiangyuan and his wife were gone. The news felt a bit surreal at first. Before the apocalypse, Bai Xiangyuan had been the village secretary for nearly a decade. Although he seemed a bit arrogant, he was genuinely helpful to anyone in need. Another thing, he wasn't greedy. Compared to the village secretaries in the surrounding areas, he was pretty good, wasn't he? Of course, the main reason was that he was a member of the Bai family. Shui Ding and Bai Wei hadn't been close before, but starting from some point after the apocalypse, he often heard Bai Xiangyuan scolding Bai Wei, "Look at Shui Ding. He's 2 years younger than you. Can't you learn from him? From now on, just follow Shui Ding and do whatever he does. Shui Ding, if you have anything to say, tell Bai Wei what to do. Don't be shy." To be honest, hearing Secretary Bai scold his son like this, regardless of whether it was true or not, made him happy. In his 33 years of life, this was the first time an elder had singled him out as an example to scold a peer. In the past, his parents had always despised him for being incompetent and a loser. Because he didn't listen to his parents and went to the city to work, choosing instead to rent land in the countryside to grow vegetables, they considered him a loser. He couldn't understand why growing and selling vegetables was just a matter of making a little money over the year. It was never a loss, and in the long run, he could earn much more than working outside. Besides, they were right beside their parents, ready to take care of them if anything happened. Why, in their eyes, were they inferior to their older brother, who worked hard in the city to earn a living but still had to pay off a mortgage? Now, with the apocalypse upon us, their city house was gone, and they hurried back to the countryside, living in their parents' house, yet still complaining about its age. An old house? Then why not live there? Sadly, Secretary Bai's sudden departure had left Shui Ding's mind wandering. He stepped forward and said sincerely, "If you need anything, come to me. You know, I never say polite things." Bai Wei strained his lips, but a smile didn't come through. He only whispered a hoarse thank you. "Then you go back inside and rest. I clean the yard. I trouble you with the yard, but I have to go out now. My second grandfather and uncle don't know yet." It was said that Bai Li, exhausted from his powers, was still sleeping in old Sheng's apartment, and Chi-Chi was also there, so old Master Bai and the Bai Xiantian brothers still didn't know his parents were gone. He couldn't hold a funeral, but he still had to inform them. He had found a suitable porcelain jar at home and had already placed his parents' ashes in it. He would then discuss with his second grandfather and uncle whether his parents' ashes should be buried in the Bai family's ancestral tomb. Bai Wei found Bai Xiantian in the potato field in Bai Guiyuan. He and Bai Xiantian were digging potatoes. As a drought-resistant crop, it had the highest survival rate among their crops, aside from beans, during the past 20 days of high temperatures. With the temperature dropping, Bai Xiantian was thinking, regardless of whether all the potatoes were ripe or not, he had to dig up every acre of potatoes. Even though it was dark, they had to dig by light. After all, who knows what the weather is like? Who knows, tomorrow's temperature might even drop below freezing. "Uncle, second uncle." Bai Wei saw his two uncles, and couldn't help but choke up as he called out. His eyes reddened, and a tear fell uncontrollably. Bai Xiantian turned his head, startled by Bai Wei's expression. Before he could ask, Bai Wei continued, "Uncle, my parents are gone." "What?" Bai Xiantian straightened up, locked eyes with his eldest brother, and asked uncertainly, "What did you just say?" Bai Wei repeated his words, leaving the brothers stunned. It's not their fault. Bai Xiangyuan was simply too careful about his life. When the apocalypse struck, he was the first to return home with his wife and children, locking the door behind him and hiding in a dark room for 3 whole days. And every time Yunqi village faced a crisis, he always hidden well. And with the dark room in the Bai family mansion. Honestly, they never thought anything would happen to him. "Xiao Wei, don't tell your second grandfather about this yet. He's old and can't handle the shock. Wait tomorrow, or in a couple of days, I find a chance to tell him slowly." Bai Wei naturally had no objection. In fact, he come to Bai Xiantian first because he considered this. He hadn't felt it before, but now that his father was gone, he truly felt the second grandfather's genuine love for them. Perhaps it was retribution. The feelings he once disregarded and discarded were now truly cherished, but gone. After Bai Wei left, the two brothers squatted on the ground, staring at each other for a long moment. Only after Jiang Minglang returned, carrying the sleeping Bai Li, did they rise, put the potatoes they had dug into the basket, and resumed digging. The dead are dead, but the living must keep going. In any case, it would be best to pick all the vegetables they can tonight while it's still not too cold. The lights in Baigoyan and Yunchi village stayed on all night, just after the heavy rain stopped. Everyone stored potatoes and sweet potatoes in the cellar and diligently tidied the fields again, waiting for the clear weather tomorrow to decide whether to continue planting, and what to plant based on the weather and temperature. Natural disasters are hard to prevent, but even if they have to squeeze in crops wherever they can, as long as they can harvest, they can't give up. After all, they are people who have survived zombies and mad animals. Why should they be afraid of a mere natural disaster? After several rounds of purges, those who survived now had a strong desire to survive. There was less chatter and more work. This was now the norm in Yunchi village. Since many people had been busy all night, patrols were unnecessary. At dawn, tired people, exhausted from the night, looked up at the increasingly cold sky and shivered as they returned home. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the gate of Yunchi village. Sleeping for days, after exhausting her superpowers had become a normal habit for Bai Li. From the moment Jiang Minglang brought her home last night until this morning, she showed no signs of waking. As Jiang Minglang sat up from the bed, he turned his head and pinched his wife's nose. He couldn't help but sigh. This was the third time she had fallen asleep since she acquired superpowers. He wasn't by her side the first time she fell asleep. It was said that she had experienced telekinesis and a battle during that time. After her second slumber, she didn't know how the battle progressed, but the fruit she nurtured was even more delicious, capable of producing 5 at a time, like an apple tree. This third time, when she wakes, who knows what surprises she'd bring them. Speaking of which, it seems only his wife's ability advances this way, advancing through sleep. He himself hasn't reached his limit yet, and currently doesn't know how to advance. But Zhang Xiaoda had been exploited by him twice, but he rested normally afterwards. Afterward, both the earthen walls and the earthen blocks were stronger than before. It was only slightly stronger, a noticeable difference, but not too significant. This not-so-significant difference, of course, was in comparison to Bai Li's each advancement. Jiang Minglang speculated that perhaps, because everyone's abilities were different, the paths and states of advancement varied. After receiving a notification from Lao Sheng, Jiang Minglang met Xiao Fei at the gate of Yunchi village. He still smelled faintly of blood, his face weary, as he leaned against the front of his car. Behind him, a van was parked, its driver watching him anxiously. "Captain Jiang, we're at our wits' end." After a brief inquiry, Jiang Minglang directed the 2 vehicles into Yunchi village. Upon hearing Xiao Fei was coming, Du Qian hurried to the village entrance with Ji Ji. "Uncle Xiao," Ji Ji ran over, looking at Xiao Fei with bright eyes, and asked, "Are you going to live here too?" "Yes, so Ji Ji, do you welcome me?" Xiao Fei smiled and stroked Ji Ji's little head. 3 months into his life in Yunchi village, the child had grown taller and fatter, reminiscent of the man they had first met. Here, he had no worries about food and clothing, and lived a happy life. "Of course you're welcome. Uncle Xiao, where are you staying? I can help you clean." Gigi glanced at the Yin family in the car, but didn't go up to greet them. He actually wanted to take Uncle Xiao to their house for breakfast, as he could see he was tired and hungry, but the Yin family was there, so he didn't want to take them home. He and Grandpa Dong helped make breakfast, sour bean buns and sweet potato porridge. When he and Uncle Du came out, Grandpa Dong was stir-frying shredded potatoes. "That building? Your Uncle Jiang said I can live with your Uncle Sheng Enren." In fact, Xiao Fei was going to live next to old Sheng Enren Bin. It was also a nice 2-story house. The owner's entire family had died in the first wave of the zombie outbreak. He said this to avoid explanation and trouble. Xiao Fei. Before Gigi could respond, Xiao Fei's sister, Xiao Wei, opened the car door and got out, her face full of confusion. "Aren't you living with us? This building is closed to the main gate. I'd be on guard and patrolling at night like them. Living with us won't disturb your rest. Besides, you're not suited to being outside. It's better to go inside, where it'd be safer." Even so, the Yin family, accustomed to relying on Xiao Fei, still felt a sense of insecurity. But once they entered the village, they saw 4 walls within another wall, enclosing the village. It was like living in the village had 2 walls protecting them. Just looking at it made their safety level skyrocket. "Oh, it's better to live here." The Yin family was instantly delighted. Xiao Fei glanced at them. After settling into the house in the middle of the village, he said to his sister and brother-in-law, "As you can see, the environment here is much better than where we were before. But there's one thing you must remember. We come here to seek refuge with someone else, so all the rules must be followed by theirs. If you violate them or disobey, and if they want to kick you out, I definitely won't stop you. His brother-in-law immediately said, of course, Xiufei, don't worry. We won't cause any trouble or embarrass you. But wasn't that guy just now your comrade? In other words, since they were comrades, it shouldn't be a problem to treat them a little better in the future. Xiaofei's face darkened. We're just acquaintances, not on the same team, so there's no comradeship. But Xiao Du isn't. Du Qian got a favor from Gigi. Gigi is friends with Captain Zhang's son. Got it? Huh? Did Xiao Du get to live here because of Gigi? The orphan child? The Yin family looked at each other in bewilderment, a moment of awkward silence. After Xiaofei finished his instructions, he carried his simple belongings to the front row building. Uncle Qiao, don't worry, just follow me. Chapter 149. After Xiaofei settled his sister and the Yin family, he returned to the gate of his assigned courtyard when he saw a small figure running out. The temperature this morning had dropped below 10 degrees Celsius, but thankfully, it wasn't as dramatic as yesterday, dropping 30 degrees in a single swoop. It was currently around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. Gigi was wearing a thin black down jacket, black fleece-lined sweatpants, and sneakers. Children, after all, can't sit still, so they didn't need to wear cotton shoes for the time being. Xiaofei looked at Gigi, whose face was rosy and more lively than before, and felt a sense of gratitude. He was lucky that Lao Du had brought him here. If he had stayed with him. Thinking of his nephew, who was about the same age as Gigi but still seemed to be nursing, needing to be waited on and cared for in every way, Xiaofei felt a pang of helplessness. Uncle Qiao, I done a quick clean in the house. Open the windows for ventilation. Uncle Du said, they come over to help you set up your bedroom later. Come with me for breakfast. Gigi smiled at Xiaofei. We live with Grandpa Dong. His buns are delicious, and we also have sweet potato porridge. Eat first, and then take a nap. After Gigi finished speaking, Xiaofei saw his old comrade emerge from the main room, sleeves rolled up, rag in hand. He walked over, took his backpack, and urged, hurry up. Gigi hasn't had breakfast yet, waiting for you. As old comrades, there was no need for emotion. But Xiaofei still felt a pang of pain. From yesterday afternoon to this morning, he hadn't slept for an hour. From killing so many animals, his nose and chest were filled with the smell of blood, which had completely destroyed his appetite. He hadn't eaten a single bite yet. I'm so tired, but I wonder if it's worth it. After settling Uncle Qiao down, Gigi rushed off to find Chi-Chi. This was originally their goat herding time. Even though it had been hot before, they herd the sheep out and take a stroll in the western meadows. But the temperature had dropped today, and it had rained heavily yesterday, leaving the meadows muddy and unsuitable for a stroll. But Chi-Chi still came to the sheepfold, his eyes fixed on counting his sheep over and over again. 15, including the big and small. Just the right number, not one missing. Chi-Chi couldn't help but clap his hands in joy. Chi-Chi, do you think it's because we've taken such good care of them that their immunity has improved, so none of them went crazy yesterday? He heard from Uncle Dazi that among the animals that attacked them from Pingcheng yesterday were quite a few sheep. Pingcheng had long been a dead city, but all they knew was that there were no traces of life in the city, though there might be some in the surrounding countryside. Even if they weren't, the chickens, ducks, and sheep in the countryside couldn't have all been wiped out. And judging by yesterday's incident, Pingcheng still had quite a lot of livestock. Uncle Ren said he even burned to death a rooster nearly as tall as himself. What a shame! If it hadn't gone berserk, he could have made several meals of braised or spicy chicken. Chi-Chi practically drooled at that. How big would the drumsticks be for a rooster nearly as tall as him? There were quite a few sheep, too, all beaten to death by his father. This only made the chickens, ducks, and sheep in his family seem even more precious. Yes, he also had plenty of chicks. They were all staying safe in their coop, and none of them had mutated. This made Chi-Chi scratch his chin and wonder, does his influence extend beyond dogs to sheep and chickens? Or is it that all his animals are captivated by his charm? Chi-Chi paused at the word charm, then said, Boss, your water must be related to the water you feed them. To save time, Chi-Chi simply filled the sheep and chicken pens with water. But Uncle Jiang said Chi-Chi's water is purer than the water from the pressurized well. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that the water of water-based psychics, like Uncle Du, is purer than the water from the well. So far, their water is about the same, there's no discernible difference. After watching the sheep, the two little guys went to check on the chickens, adding water and food to them, then ran to the potato patch and gathered the potatoes the adults had dug into their baskets. Because natural disasters are uncontrollable, they had to try to store whatever edible produce was in the fields in the cellar before the temperature dropped even lower. So, there was no class today to do homework or practice calligraphy. Yeah, it's just work. As long as I don't have classes, I can do it for days. However, their joy only lasted until lunch. After lunch, the old man informed them that class was about to begin. Originally, when he planned to teach the children, the old man wanted to teach 2 more, such as the Zhou siblings who had moved to Yunqi village. But the old man was old and his energy was really failing, so in the end, he could only teach these 2 first. After all, he taught math and Chinese, and also calligraphy. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Bai Xiangqian also gave them physics lessons. It was the end of the world, so age didn't matter. He taught everything he could, and let them learn everything they could. Bai Yang wanted to add a biology course for them, but the old man stopped him. Biting off more than one can chew, he said, snatching more than one can chew. He removed foreign languages and added physics, which was more than enough for the 2 children. In the afternoon, Yunqi village welcomed 2 more groups of villagers who had come to seek refuge. They all lived in the eastern district of Pingqing, not particularly close, but not too far away. Since they were all ordinary villagers, and had come one family at a time, Jiang Minglang ignored them and left them to Shuiding. Over at Li Nan's side, after a night of rest, they left the house at dawn, intending to clear out the zombies that had gathered around them. Compared to ferocious, maddened animals, zombies were much easier to kill. But no matter how easy it was, they were still much harder than the zombies that had been infected by the virus in the first place. Li Nan knew that this was because the high temperatures of the previous 20 days had caused the zombies' constitutions to change. They resembled salted fish that had been exposed to the sun for a long time, losing their moisture, or dried corpses that had been stripped of flesh and blood. Therefore, the heads of zombies today are incredibly hard to chop. The necks, while easier to cut, are like old bark, and even a knife that isn't particularly sharp might not be able to cut through them. Now that the weather is getting colder, the alternating heat and cold, Li Nan suspects that nature is tempering the zombies' bodies. When the weather turns completely cold, will the zombies, having experienced the extreme cold, become even harder to kill? No, they already voluntarily eliminated all the zombies in Pingqing for survival. Why should they now eliminate the outsiders? So, does Pingqing need to erect a high wall to prevent outside invasion? The thought immediately made Li Nan anxious. The cold weather meant that the greenhouses in the greenhouse area would have a new purpose. They would also have to begin the second phase of their planting plan, fully utilizing all the greenhouses. Since he wanted to cultivate the land and develop his own agricultural base, the less external interference and disruption, the better. After dealing with this group of zombies, he would quickly consult with Jiang Minglang. Wei Lichuan, the man from Kyoto, was only responsible for guarding the Pingjiang Bridge, preventing creatures south of Pingjiang from migrating north. He didn't care what happened to Pingqing at all. Li Nan was a businessman, an ambitious one at that. For him, a city without government interference, where he could make decisions, or at least have half the control, was naturally better. So he hoped Kyoto wouldn't have the time or manpower to manage Pingqing. Before Wei Lichuan arrived, he had already inspected and studied a thermal power plant not far from them. Pingqing had a coal mine, and using the coal to get the thermal power plant running again wouldn't be difficult. Unfortunately, before he could implement any action, Wei Lichuan and his troops arrived in Pingqing. Li Nan assumed that management personnel from Kyoto would soon arrive to take control of Pingqing, so he paused his actions and stopped paying attention to the thermal power plant. Whether it was a state-owned power plant or Pingqing's coal mine, it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere when the government wanted to take over. Who knew what accusations they might bring against him? He hadn't had time to discuss this with Jiang Minglang before, so he had to discuss it with Wei Cheng now. Brother Nan, it seems. Someone's helping. Because they lost some men fighting the mad animals yesterday. To conserve their strength, those who were less capable or injured were not allowed out today. Only Li Nan and Kunzi, with their 6 strongest generals, and Lu Su's 10 men, a total of 18 people, were clearing out the zombies. Due to their sheer number, clearing them was quite a struggle. It was at this moment that Kunzi noticed a sudden movement to the north. The zombies that had been charging towards them in a vast sea suddenly turned and rushed elsewhere. At the same time, he heard the familiar sound of knives slicing through skin. Kunzi took a moment to glance into the distance, and saw several figures moving towards them, slaying zombies. From the puffs and thuds, he could tell they were very strong, at least as skilled as they were. Because they were killing the zombies much faster than they were. Soon, the 3 men in camouflage uniforms on the opposite side were were only about 5 meters away from them. Although there were only 3 of them, their combat power was undeniable, and their tacit cooperation made them more effective in killing the zombies. "Thank you, brother." Looking at their camouflage uniforms and the aura they exuded, similar to Jiang Minglang's, Li Nan assumed they were Wei Lichuan's men. Even if not, they were probably from another unit. Unexpectedly, none of these 3 people were actually from Yunqi village. The tallest and most handsome young man among the 3 politely asked, "Brother, do you know how to get to Yunqi village?" After a pause, he added, "We're here looking for someone." At the mention of Yunqi village, not only did Li Nan's heart skip a beat, but even Lu Su couldn't help but stare at them with wide eyes, forcing himself to resist asking, "Who are you looking for?" However, Li Nan finally blurted out what was on his mind, "Who are you looking for?" He almost blurted it out, then realized it was a bit awkward and added, "I have some connections with Yunqi village, and am heading there soon. So if the person you're looking for is indeed from Yunqi village, maybe I know them." In reality, he already had an idea. Camouflage uniforms, a similar aura. As expected. After a few seconds of silence, the other party named the people they were looking for, Jiang Minglang and Bai Li. As close associates of the captain, who had followed him for many years, they were well aware that the captain and his wife had lived together at his wife's house since their marriage. Yunqi village was both his wife's family home and the captain's. So, simply mentioning the captain's name might not be a guarantee. His wife's name would be more effective. Li Nan smiled. "What a coincidence. I know both of them. Let's go, I take you there." The tall, handsome man grinned, revealing a brilliant white brow. "Thanks, brother." He had only mentioned their names, not their relationship. Since he knew they were a couple, he must have known them. "You're welcome." "Then wait a moment. We drive over." The 3 of them turned back to the car. Li Nan also asked Kunzi to drive. Then Lu Su said, "Go back and rest. We talk about our business when I get back." "What's wrong?" Li Nan noticed that Lu Su was looking at him with a strange look. He was puzzled. "Something?" Lu Su let out a long breath. "So, that powerful Jiang Minglang you're talking about is Bai Li's husband?" Li Nan raised an eyebrow. "What? You don't know? You're all so secretive. None of you are speaking frankly." "What do I know? Although there's no need to tell him, but..." "Those 2 bastards, Li Nan and Kunzi, know that Bai Li is his sister. Even though they haven't recognized each other, there's no need to hide it from him, right?" Snorting coldly, Lu Su glared at Li Nan and turned away. Looking at his back, Li Nan felt a headache again. He almost forgotten about this. If Lu Su and his sister were to truly settle down in his greenhouse area, they have to tell Bai Li about it. They might not care, but he couldn't just leave them there without a word. And then, there were the Jiang family. While he still didn't understand how the wise, powerful, and outstanding Captain Jiang had fallen out with his family, he couldn't rule out the possibility that they were a hot potato. If he wasn't careful, he might offend both of them. That would be the end of him. After the others arrived, Li Nan saw that these 3 men weren't alone, they all had their families with them. 3 people drove 3 cars, all of which were occupied. With Li Nan leading the way, the group quickly arrived at Yunqi village. After getting out of the car, Li Nan knocked on the door with familiarity. Today, Xiao Min was guarding the door. Looking at the 3 cars behind her, all filled with families, Xiao Min's eyes flashed with confusion. "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" "Oh, they're here to look for Captain Jiang. They must be comrades," Li Nan said, rushing to the handsome man who had gotten out of the car. "You're looking for Captain Jiang. You know Zhang Xiaodao, right?" The tall, handsome man and the 2 men behind him nodded simultaneously. "Of course. This is Xiao Xia, Zhang Xiaodao's wife." "What? Wife?" They agreed to remain single together, but this by **** broke his promise and secretly married them. The 3 of them stared at Xiao Min in surprise. "Is this, really?" Though they didn't believe it in their hearts, they still politely greeted Xiao Min, "Hello, sister-in-law." It was so frustrating. Not only did that by **** get ahead of them, but he also found such a young girl. She looked like she was in high school. Was she even an adult? Xiao Min, with her baby face and naturally youthful appearance, blushed awkwardly when 3 tall and muscular men called her sister-in-law. Chapter 150. Li Nan brought a group of people with him. Although he introduced them as Jiang Ge and Zhang Xiaodao's comrades, and even called her sister-in-law, Xiao Min blushed with embarrassment, but she didn't immediately open the door to let them in. Even Li Nan was temporarily stopped by her. In the past, he either came alone or with just one subordinate, but today he brought so many. "You can introduce yours." She doesn't know them anyway. No one she doesn't know can enter. Xiaomin closed the door again, intending to go find Lao Sheng and Renbin, who were closest. If they were Zhang Xiaoda's comrades, they must also be their comrades. After listening to Xiaomin's description, Lao Sheng immediately guessed who the three people were. He rushed to the door like a gust of wind, opened it, and stepped out when he was met with 3 glares, followed by a curse. You actually got here before me. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blasted towards him, and old Sheng vanished in a flash. Then, a sharp pain hit his butt, and he fell forward. Fuck you, what are you doing? The man who had fallen to the ground reacted quickly, leaping back up, his face instantly turning a bronze color. Old Sheng was stunned. He took 2 steps forward to his comrade, and slapped him in the face. A crisp sound echoed. His face was fine, but his hand was red. He couldn't help but throw in a quip. Hack you, what are you doing? Sichuan opera face changing? Get lost, is this how you do face changing in your Sichuan opera? After a while of bickering, Renbin arrived at the door, and the 5 of them erupted in laughter. Li Nan and Kunzi watched, envious. That kind of legendary comradeship is something they have never experienced in their lives. At this moment, Xiaomin returned, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I couldn't let you in if I wasn't sure. It's okay, sister-in-law. You're right. We wouldn't let strangers in just based on a few words. It's a small matter. Don't worry about it, sister-in-law. Hearing the word sister-in-law, Xiaomin's smile froze slightly. Just a moment ago, he clearly called her sister-in-law. Why had the word little sister been added in just a few moments? But she didn't care. She and Zhang Xiaodao were only in a relationship, not even married. Of course, in this world, no one would arrange marriage. According to her father, if they were close enough in their relationship, they could actually live together. Hearing this, her face darkened. This old man really wanted to treat Zhang Xiaodao like his own son. Not only was he letting him live in his house, he was even giving his precious daughter to him. Can't tell the difference between close and distant? This was her first time in love, and they were already getting married in less than a year. How could this be possible? The group entered the white fruit orchard, while Xiaomin continued to guard the main gate. A small wooden hut had been built on the left, like a security room in the residential complex. The hut had a small, palm-sized window next to the iron gate. If there was any movement outside, one could just open the small window and see clearly without leaving the hut. As for why there wasn't a sentry post like a watchtower, there was no need. The 4 walls and the main gate were covered in white lily and green ivy. To those unfamiliar with the area, they would mistake it for a wild forest, unable to see the earthen walls beneath the leaves. If they could spot it, they would definitely come closer to investigate. If they investigated, they would almost certainly be discovered. Of the 3 people who came this time, the tallest and most handsome one was named Shiyu. His car had the fewest people, only his sister. Their parents were railway engineers. 10 years ago, they were leading an expedition in a remote mountainous area when they caught pneumonia from a cold. It wasn't a terminal illness, and they shouldn't have been fatal. However, the trouble was that during the days when his parents both contracted pneumonia, heavy rain triggered flash floods, trapping them in the mountains without timely medical care, ultimately leading to their death. The pension had exposed Shiyu to the true colors of his grandparents and other relatives. He was only 17 at the time, a teenager in the midst of a rebellious adolescence, who had suddenly grown up. He approached a colleague and friend of his parents and asked them to place their share of the pension in the uncle's name, to be paid to him a year later when he came of age, rather than giving it all to them as his grandparents had suggested. He even contacted his parents' superiors and bluntly stated that if the money went to his grandparents, he and his sister wouldn't get a penny. Because of his reckless, irresponsible behavior, his grandparents hated him to the core. Yes, they hated him to the core. Over money, the 2 elderly people hated their own grandchildren to the point of severing ties with them, completely disregarding the helplessness and heartbreak the 2 children felt after losing their parents. Not to mention the other relatives, his uncle even tried to swindle his family out of their house, and his aunt wanted his family's shop. In short, the passing of their parents that year taught Shiyu and his siblings a profound understanding of the fickleness of human nature. He had originally wanted to apply to military academy, but due to the family's turmoil, he ended up applying to a local sports school instead. Firstly, it was close to home, so he could take care of his sister, and secondly, it was his second choice besides military academy. After graduating from the 4-year sports school and his sister's admission to university, Shiyu finally felt relieved to join the army through special recruitment. After several assessments, he joined Jiang Mingling's team. The last time they parted ways in Yunzhou, he He had been looking for his sister, Shi Shuang. Before they parted, he had asked the captain if he could bring his sister to see him if the situation continued to deteriorate in a month. It was his suggestion that inspired everyone to follow suit. Unexpectedly, he wasn't the first to come. While he was with his sister, he ran into his comrade, Kong Erbao. An orphan with no ties, Kong Erbao should have returned with Jiang Minglang from the start. However, he and Jiaxu, also an orphan, requested permission to search for the families of their comrades, who had fallen in the Yunzhou battle. So, even though Kong Erbao and Jiaxu brought 2 carloads of people with them, those weren't their families. No, their comrades' families were theirs too. The place they were heading to was quite remote, and getting out was extremely difficult. Without Shiyu's help, they wouldn't have been able to bring so many people safely all the way here. What? Why are all the members of Jiang Minglang's team either orphans, or those from broken families, or those with serious problems? Nonsense. Who would want to do this kind of work with their head hanging on their belt all day long? Good income, good skills, and being an officer. This glamorous side is only what outsiders want to see. What they don't see is the blood and tears, the constant training and sweat 365 days a year. Not to mention the risk of death. Just for this kind of hardship, what parents would let their son go through it? Of course, there are also those with both parents and happy families. There's even a second-generation official in their team. When they separated, the boy went to Kyoto to visit his father and uncle. After reporting his situation, Lao Shang took the 3 of them, and their comrades' families, to Yunqi village for resettlement. Captain Jiang, congratulations on gaining 3 more great generals. Li Nan felt a mixture of envy and sorrow, but he also knew he couldn't envy such devoted teammates. They were all Jiang Minglang soldiers, and their current skills and abilities were entirely thanks to Jiang Minglang. There's a cause for every effect, so why should he envy them? Jiang Minglang smiled and changed the subject. Mr. Li, it's getting cold. Shouldn't you be getting your greenhouses ready? Although Yunqi village and Baiguan didn't have greenhouses, and with their existing reserves, they wouldn't need to exchange for food for 2 years. But that didn't matter. Li Nan wanted to develop an agricultural base, and Jiang Minglang welcomed it. Yes, I want to prepare right away too. But Captain Jiang, if we don't encircle the city around our greenhouse area, I'm afraid trouble will hit before I even finish planting. Did you know? We were surrounded by zombies all night last night, all coming from Anqing. If it weren't for your 3 comrades during the cleanup today, I might not even be standing before you right now. So how about we siege the city? Siege the city? Yes, siege the city. To survive, we have no choice but to do it. Think about it, we worked so hard to clear the city of zombies, but zombies are coming from the west and north. Wouldn't that be a waste of our efforts? And the key is, why should we be allowed to kill the zombies in other cities? Let's not talk about animals. They're crazy and uncontrollable, but fortunately, they only go crazy when it rains and thunders. They're pretty normal the rest of the time. After all, if it doesn't rain, they won't cause any major trouble. But zombies are different. As long as someone deliberately guides them, they go wherever they want. Not to mention that zombies these days are difficult to kill. Even if they were, there's the risk of infection if you're accidentally splashed with blood. How troublesome. Don't you agree, Captain Jiang? Jiang Minglang remained silent. He drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair, as if pondering the feasibility of a siege. Mr. Li, what if someone from Kyoto comes? Captain Jiang, you can handle this, right? Jiang Minglang was stunned, then looked at him with a complicated expression. What makes you think I can handle it? What makes you think I can handle it? Of course, it's based on strength, Li Nan said bluntly. To be honest, not counting Wei Lichuan, the peace we have today is entirely the work of you and me. Our achievements, no matter who it is, why should we give them up? If you want to take advantage of something already, we both have to agree, right? A fierce look crossed Li Nan's face as he spoke. It's the end of the world, so don't tell me who was in charge here before. Why didn't they take care of it after the chaos started? Where are the people? Where did they go? Anyway, you didn't care before, and we sorted things out. If you want to take over again, you can, but you have to get our consent. What do you think, Captain Jiang? Jiang Minglang looked at Li Nan, and had to admit that his words resonated with him, stirring a small part of his heart. The previous cleanup was done to avoid leaving any hidden dangers of the virus. While their starting point was for their own survival, it couldn't be denied that the current peace was indeed inseparable from his hard work and planning. Li Nan stated the facts, but he also bluntly pointed out his efforts, and the rewards he deserved. He didn't have the ambition to become king of the mountain, but he certainly didn't want to encounter another Yu Chumping. But who could tell what was going on above? Who could guarantee that when they were free in the future, the person they'd be given wouldn't be someone like Yu Chumping? His brother's life couldn't be wasted, he had to kill that man. It was precisely because he wanted to kill Yu Chumping, but wasn't sure about his current position, that Jiang Minglang refused to accept the appointment letter from his old boss. He didn't want to antagonize them, but he also had to have the leverage to negotiate terms. Jiang Minglang pondered for a moment, then said to Li Nan, "Wait a moment. I go say hello to Wei Lichuan. If anyone from Kyoto comes, he'd definitely help with any negotiations, as long as there's no conflict." "That would be great." Li Nan patted his thigh and smiled with satisfaction. "Well, I wait for your good news. In terms of combat power, we're not as strong as you. But in terms of manpower, we're more than capable. Once you're sure, I have Kunzi go count them in." After finishing his business, Li Nan glanced around and asked Jiang Minglang, "Where's your sister-in-law?" "She was exhausted yesterday, so she's resting." "Is that so?" Li Nan rubbed his nose, feeling a little guilty. Although they were the only two in the living room, he leaned forward and whispered to Jiang Minglang, "Captain Jiang, do you remember Lu Su and Lu Ying? They're the ones you helped stop who stole my things." Jiang Minglang paused, thinking of the Lu family base that had been shattered after the robbery, and the Lu family members who had fled in all directions. He asked calmly, "What do you want to say?" He had a vague suspicion, and sure enough, yesterday, those brother and sister brought over a dozen people to seek refuge with me. Honestly, Captain Jiang, you know I have a grudge against them, so I never considered taking them in from the beginning. It's my kindness not to seize the opportunity and destroy them all, but wasn't it a coincidence yesterday? Before I could chase them away, there was thunder. So you kept them, right? Jiang Minglang interrupted before Li Nan could finish. It's not really keeping them, it's a partnership. I told Lu Su that I hired them to help fight the animals and zombies, so they're not my people, but an employment relationship with me. Of course, if you and your sister-in-law don't want to see them, I let them go immediately. Jiang Minglang accepted Li Nan's offer, smiling. If you want to stay, then stay. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can stay as long as you want. Your sister-in-law has nothing to do with them, so there's no need to bring any news about them to me in the future. Li Nan understood. He didn't care at all. But the Jiang family. To be honest, Captain Jiang, until the day before yesterday, I really didn't know those Jiangs we took in were you. It has nothing to do with me, Jiang Minglang interrupted Li Nan, saying calmly. I haven't seen them, or had any contact in years. They're just strangers to me. Strangers? Both my parents and my own brother? How devastating would that be? Li Nan was shocked, but didn't show it on his face. He nodded, understanding. Okay, I know how to handle this. We have to keep a close eye on them. If anyone slacks off, we kick them all out. Bailey slept for a whole week before waking up. When she opened her eyes, she stared at the ceiling for a long moment. The ceiling was also covered with green ivy. She didn't know how they were clinging to it, but it seemed like they were glued to it and wouldn't fall off. Looking at the bed and the surroundings, Bailey fell silent. So, while she was asleep, she had given birth to a kingdom of green ivy? Chapter 151. Not only inside the house, but also on the villa's outer walls, the courtyard walls, the ginkgo orchard's walls, and even the earthen walls enclosing the entire Yinshi village and its fields, everywhere she had planted green radish. During the week she slept, each one not only grew thicker and taller, but also blossomed. The clusters of flowers, purple inside and white as snow outside, contrasted sharply with the lush green leaves, creating an inexplicable sense of mystery at first glance. Especially in today's near-zero temperatures. With trees withering and flowers dying, the green radish and white flowers seemed even more out of place in this land. However, a glance at the vibrant rows of peonies arranged against the wall next door would diminish this incongruity. A few days ago, under the leadership of Shui Ding, each household in Yunshi village planted an acre of winter wheat, the wheat seeds having been prepared before the weather changed. As the weather turned cold, Shui Ding discussed it with Bai Xiangtian and decided to plant 1 acre first as a trial. Fertilize, sow seeds, water, then cover the ground with the wheat straw left over to keep it warm. Once the seeds sprouted and grew, uncover the ground. Of course, the seeds might not sprout, and the entire acre might have been wasted, but how could one know the outcome without trying? What if at least half of the seeds sprouted successfully? Anyway, it wouldn't be a loss, it could be a chance to gain experience in farming in the apocalypse. After planting, to ensure firewood for the future, the villagers of Yunshi village, under Shui Ding's command, divided into 10 teams of 15 people each, went out of the village to collect firewood. Every time they went out, Everyone couldn't help but glance at the white flowers on the wall, looking at them again and again. Not only the villagers of Yunqi village, but even Shiyu and Kongerbao, who had recently arrived, were curious. My sister-in-law's wood element seemed different from others. Someone tried to pick a flower to take home, but just as they reached out, before they could even touch the petals, sharp thorns suddenly sprouted from the edge of the originally purple-white flower. The branches nearby suddenly stood up, glaring at the person with a fierce, human-like gaze, as if to smack them if they dared. The person trying to pick the flower was terrified. Zhang Xiaoda and the others, observing this, were suddenly struck by surprise. This green ivy was growing on the outermost wall, and my sister-in-law was at the Bai family villa. What did this mean? It meant that my sister-in-law's range of influence had expanded beyond the walls after her advancement. As for how much further, we would have to wait until she woke up to see. Bai Li awoke and walked out of the house, shuddering. She was wearing the coral fleece pajamas she had placed by the bedside. They were thick and warm. Back home in the winter, these clothes were her go-to. She felt comfortable running around the yard. But now, Bai Li rubbed her rumbling stomach, staring at the white flowers among the emerald green leaves of the pothos on the courtyard wall, lost in thought. Did she plant these flowers? Honestly, after all the years she'd been raising pothos, this was the first time she'd seen one in bloom. It was quite pretty. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, the white flowers on the wall suddenly turned and swayed gently, as if greeting her. Lizzie, are you awake? Bai Li turned and saw her second and looking at her with surprise. You're finally awake, girl. Are you hungry? There's mutton soup in the pot, and a scroll. I heated up for you. Mutton soup? Bai Li was surprised. Killed a sheep? Would Chi-Chi be willing to do that? While the original purpose of raising sheep and chickens was to eat, she knew her son's character. No matter what kind of animal he raised, as long as it was alive, he would treat it like Shiwu and Fengbao. Even if they weren't as close, he certainly wouldn't eat it. Unless the sheep were dying for some reason. They were 2 sheep Minglang picked up from outside. They were so skinny, there weren't many of them left, so it was hard to keep them, so he just killed them. Bai Li breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they weren't raised by Chi-Chi. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon after dinner. The sun shone on her body, but she felt no warmth at all. While eating, Bai Li had heard from her second aunt that Jiang Minglang was currently leading his men to build a wall at the border of Flower City in the eastern district of Pingcheng. It was Li Nan's suggestion, and he had also led his men to procure the bricks and cement. Because zombies frequently crossed the border from Anqing to the north into Pingcheng, he was furious and led his men to several brick and cement factories in Anqing. 3-wheeled trucks made dozens of trips, finally hauling away all the raw materials for wall construction in Anqing. Remarkably, Li Nan hadn't even requested assistance from Anqing when he went there. Bai Li wondered if he had gathered more capable people. But the thought was fleeting. It didn't matter to her anyway, so why bother if he had any? After a week's sleep and a full meal, Bai Li changed into fleece pants and a down jacket and strolled out. As they approached the gates of Yunqi village, they encountered a beautiful girl pushing a bicycle with a large bundle of firewood on the back. Huh? Who's this? Sister, are you awake? Bai Yang was guarding the door today. As soon as he saw Bai Li, he rushed out of the security office and was in her presence in the blink of an eye. He leaned over her and asked, Sister, you really can sleep a lot. A week? You actually slept for a whole week. How was it? How did it feel? Bai Li poked his face away with a finger, disdainfully. She turned her curious gaze toward the pretty girl pushing a bicycle, who was looking at her awkwardly. She whispered to Bai Yang, Who is this? Shi Shuang, Shiyu's sister. Do you know Shiyu? Bai Li of course knew Shiyu. She knew almost all of Jiang Minglang's longer-serving subordinates. Did Shiyu come here these past 2 days? The day after you fell asleep, Kong Erbao and Shi Jiaxu came with him. They were both out with my brother-in-law. The siblings had barely exchanged a few words when Shi Shuang approached, pushing her bicycle. When she heard Bai Yang call her sister, she knew the person across from her was Bai Li, Captain Zhang's wife, and the owner of the white fruit orchard where she and her brother had come to seek refuge. Hello, sister-in-law. Shi Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly. She glanced at Bai Li, then quickly lowered her head before greeting her softly. Bai Li raised an eyebrow. This girl seemed quite introverted. Could she be socially anxious? Bai Li replied with a similar hello, then turned to look at her brother, her eyes questioning him. Bai Yang blinked and smiled. Shi Shuang, you already collected your 5th bundle of firewood today, right? Are you going again? Shi Shuang nodded and whispered, One more. Then take this bundle home quickly. Hearing Bai Yang's words, Shi Shuang seemed slightly relieved and hurried off pushing her bicycle. After she had walked away, Bai Yang said, "You can tell, this girl is socially anxious. Originally, Yu could have handled the task of gathering the wood by himself, but to train his sister, he's given it all to her." In reality, Bai Li didn't think social anxiety was a problem. She wasn't an outgoing person herself, and she was reluctant to socialize with people she wasn't familiar with. When Chi was in first grade, their homeroom teacher once asked her if she wanted to join the parent committee, and she was so frightened she quickly declined. She usually lurked in the parent group chat, barely making a presence felt. While she wasn't socially anxious, she wasn't talkative either. Bai Li turned her head to glance in the direction Shi Shuang had left, and sighed, "Yu is so handsome, and his sister is so pretty. By the way, what kind of fruit does Shi Shuang like? If you don't know, just ask her and send her a bag tonight." Bai Yang was stunned for a moment, bewildered, wondering how his sister had jumped from Shi Shuang's social anxiety to her appearance, and then to sending fruit. What was the connection? "I'm going out for a bit. Keep an eye on the door." Bai Yang regained consciousness, but her sister was gone. A short while later, Shi Shuang returned to the gate on her bicycle. Bai Yang looked at her and asked, seemingly bewildered, "Shi Shuang, what fruit do you like?" Hearing Bai Yang speak, Shi Shuang instinctively slammed on the brakes. She turned to look back, her face bewildered, as if she hadn't heard what he said. Bai Yang had no choice but to repeat, "My sister asked me to ask you, what fruit do you like?" "Durian." Bai Yang was silent for a moment, then waved his hand expressionlessly. "Hurry up and gather some firewood. It's getting late, and the sun will set." Shi Shuang blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, uttered a confused hum, then mounted her bike, and headed out the door. "Lichi, are you awake? Have you eaten?" "Yes." "Oh, Lichi, you're finally awake. Can you tell me how you made the green ivy bloom while you were asleep?" "Wake up, Lichi. Have you eaten yet?" "Yes." After leaving Yunqi village, Bai Li clasped her hands and headed east, passing many indigenous people carrying firewood back to the village. Everyone's eyes sparkled upon seeing her, and they greeted her warmly. Bai Li replied perfunctorily, her eyes glancing over a few unfamiliar faces, scrutinizing them before calmly looking away. "So, Yunqi village has regained its population after its last loss? That's fine. As long as everyone behaves themselves and diligently farms, they don't mind supporting them a bit more." As they neared the main road, Bai Li encountered Bai Wei, who was riding a tricycle with a cartload of firewood. He was wearing an old black cotton-padded jacket. Bai Li recognized it as his father's, something Bai Xianyuan often wore when he worked. Of course, he only wore it when working. He naturally had more respectable clothes at other times. Bai Li's gaze paused for a moment on the old cotton-padded jacket, then shifted to Bai Wei, who was wearing an old man's hat. "Lichi." Bai Wei stopped the car and greeted her, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He asked, "Are you going to see Ming Lang? Why aren't you driving? It's quite far from here. If I'm not looking for him, I'm just taking a walk." She hesitated, then finally asked, "My uncle and the others? They've been buried in the ancestral tomb." Second grandfather agreed. "That's fine," Bai Li sighed. "They rest in peace. Besides, great-grandfather is there too." Bai Wei chuckled to himself. "Yes, my grandfather is over there. When I die, I won't be able to face being buried in the ancestral tomb. What will I say to my grandfather? Will I tell him I killed my father?" Bai Li didn't try to comfort him, saying things like, "It's not your fault, uncle just wants you to live well." It was pointless. There was no right or wrong between them, father and son. The two separated, and Bai Li continued walking east. Not long after, she unexpectedly ran into Xiao Fei. What surprised Bai Li even more was that Chi and Gigi were in the car. She glanced at Xiao Fei, lost in thought. It seems quite a few people came to their place during the week she was asleep. Mom, you're awake." Seeing his own mother, Jiang Qi, who always visited his parents' bedroom before bed, and would snuggle up next to her when they were close, acted as if they hadn't seen each other for ages. "Mom, I missed you so much." Chi jumped out of the car and threw herself into Bai Li's arms. Gigi, watching from behind, had a glint of envy in her eyes. Bai Li patted her son's head and asked with a smile, "Where did you two go with Uncle Qiao?" "We went exploring." Chi pointed proudly at the trunk and said crisply, "We went to a deserted village and found 3 chickens, a duck, and a basket of eggs." After Jiang Minglang unexpectedly found 2 sheep, Chi and Gigi seemed to have found a new path. After class each day, they took Xiaowu out treasure hunting. Meat is so valuable these days, calling it a treasure is no exaggeration. The 2 children did the searching alone. Jiang Minglang and his friends only initially confirmed that the village was deserted, and then they left it alone. Whatever the two children found was their training. Of course, they wouldn't stray too far from them. Both children had whistles hanging around their necks, ready to blow in case of an emergency. You're so capable. How about Mom come with you tomorrow? Sure. I love hunting with Mom. This way, Uncle Qiao and Dad don't have to come out to pick us up. Gigi suggested, Andy, we can go north tomorrow. We almost exhausted all the villages around here. So soon? Bailey was quite surprised. After all, there were quite a few villages in the East District, and many were rendered useless when the zombie virus first broke out. Now it's not just them searching abandoned villages. Musong and Ningen are also searching, Xiaofei added, and the people in our village. After all, who doesn't want to eat meat? Bailey understood. After breakfast the next day, she drove north with her two children and dog. Mom, why did you bring apples and pears? Before leaving, Chi-Chi saw his mother put 2 bags of apples and 2 bags of pears in the trunk. It didn't seem like they were stocking them for them. After all, they've been tired of apples lately, and the same goes for pears. Bailey explained gently, if we come across anyone with poultry, we might be able to trade them for fruit. The last major weather change caused significant damage, and solitary humans are now few and far between. But nothing is certain. What if there's still a family or 2 hiding in some village? If they have poultry and are willing to trade, why not? Sadly, they searched 2 villages in a row and found no survivors, not even a single live chicken or duck. This trip seemed to be in vain. Why don't we stop searching? I drive north and see if there are any more empty villages. The 2 children nodded in agreement. After all, they were tired. The car sped along, finally stopping at the entrance to a village northwest of Pingcheng. Bailey squinted at the people fighting not far away. Chapter 152. Last night, Bailey heard Jiang Minglang explain Li Nan's plan to besiege the city. The encirclement encompasses Pingcheng and the surrounding lands, but only the surrounding areas. For example, the greenhouse area west of the city has been enclosed and developed by Li Nan, with a high wall erected along that boundary. Beyond that, the area west of the city will be left alone, even though it also belongs to Pingcheng. The eastern area is narrow, and Yunqi village is already close to the border with Huacheng, so it's simply divided, completely isolating it from Huacheng. The southern area extends to Pingjiang, needless to say. As for building a wall along Pingjiang, everyone has different opinions, and no decision has been made yet. Only the northern area is the most troublesome and complicated. Because of the people. Some forces within Anqing have probably seen the difference between Pingcheng and other cities, which is why they repeatedly lure zombies into Pingcheng. Their purpose is self-evident. But this group is extremely cunning and very good at hiding. Lao Sheng and Renbin had searched for it when they accompanied Li Nan and his team to Anqing to collect bricks and cement, but unfortunately, they couldn't find it. Later, they simply gave up the search, leaving 2 people to guard the highway intersection while the others hurried to organize the construction of the wall. After all, they wanted to build the wall as thick as a city wall, not only to keep out zombies, but also to fend off the animals that went wild during the rain. Once the high wall on the north side was completed, they would leave a gate at the highway intersection and build a watchtower, which would be manned daily by 4 people. If anyone wanted to enter Pingcheng, they could wait and enter after the inspection was complete. As for who would do the inspection, it would naturally be Li Nan. Jiang Minglang was unwilling to take on this job. But even before the wall was finished, someone had already sneaked in. Let me go! Help! Help! Bailey headed north with her 2 children. Although her focus was on the villages, she avoided any particularly remote roads, instead taking the relatively wide roads between villages. Plus, she was driving, so she was naturally conspicuous in a time when few people could see her. Swish. Ah. Shut up. With a crisp slap, the woman screaming for help was slapped hard. The 2 men surrounding her turned their heads to look at Bailey. Taking advantage of their distraction, the woman sitting on the ground, being dragged, suddenly jumped up, pushed the 2 men aside, and stumbled but swiftly ran towards Bailey's car. She flung herself at the rear door, banging on it and shouting, "Help! Help!" The woman tried to open the rear door, but after a few tries, she found it was locked securely. Panicked, she rushed to the driver's window again, banging on the glass and pleading with Bailey, "Please, save me, please." The 2 men behind were approaching. The woman's face was filled with fear, tears streaming down her swollen cheeks, looking pitiful. Bailey glanced at her, released the brake, and stepped on the accelerator. The car suddenly lunged forward, sending the woman, who had clung to the door, stumbling to the ground. Being caught off guard, the woman's face slammed hard against the asphalt. When she looked up again, 2 buckets of blood had already flowed into her mouth. Interestingly, after wiping the blood from her nose, the woman stopped crying. Before she could even get up from the ground, she screamed, "Stop her, stop her. Bitch. I kill you." As she finished her words, 3 more men suddenly leaped out from in front of the car, each armed with a long sword and an iron bar, and stood in the middle of the road. Seeing this, Bailey didn't slow down. Instead, she floored the accelerator and charged forward with a roar. Damn it! The 3 men's pupils shrank at the sight, cursing as they quickly dodged. What are you doing? What are you all doing? Are you all deaf? I told you to stop her, but you didn't listen. Ugh, ugh! The woman scrambled to her feet, her body in disarray. Seeing that Bailey's car hadn't been stopped, she flew into a rage. Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, she felt her front teeth loosen. A gust of cold air entered her mouth, and she instinctively spat out a tooth as it landed on her tongue. The woman looked down at her front teeth on the ground, trembling with rage. Kill her, I must kill her. She raised her head, her eyes reddened, glaring at the car that had already driven off. Just as she was about to call for someone to give chase, the car suddenly screeched to a halt, then sped back up. The woman was stunned, but instead of feeling fear, she felt incredibly excited. Quick, quick, smash the car. Smash it. A man swung his iron rod, but the expected sound of the windshield breaking didn't come. Instead, the rod was caught in midair by a green streak. It then shifted direction and whizzed towards the man who had thrown it. With a thud, the iron rod struck the man's head fiercely, a dull sound that sent a chill through the heart. Looking again, the man's forehead was dented, and blood flowed down his forehead, painting a red streak across his face. With a thud, the man fell backward to the ground. The scene fell silent. His companions knew he was dead without even needing to check for breath. This is too cruel. The other 2, terrified, turned and ran. Unfortunately, they barely took 2 steps before the rapidly retreating car caught up with them. Then, 2 green figures appeared out of nowhere, bound their legs, and they both fell to the ground with a thud. The 2 men saw stars from the fall, but that wasn't the worst. What was even more terrifying was that before they could even get up, they were seized by a terrifying force, the bound green figures dangling them upside down from a nearby dead tree. So frightened were they that they didn't even utter a sound. The 2 men and 1 woman who had appeared at the beginning stood there in a daze, clearly still unable to process what had just happened. Yes, a split second. From the first man being beaten to death with the iron rod to the other 2 being caught and hung upside down while trying to escape, it all seemed to take an eternity. But in reality, it only took a few seconds. It wasn't until Bailey's car was almost backing up to the woman that she finally woke up. She didn't care about her broken teeth, but turned and ran frantically down a small road on the left side of the road, screaming, "Help! Help! There's a superpower! There's a superpower!" Well, this time her cries for help were much more sincere, unlike the initial ones, which were so artificial that Bailey didn't know what to say. Did he think she was an idiot? As expected, the woman was pulled back by Bailey before she could even run 20 meters, leaving her hanging upside down from a dead tree like the 2 men before. In the end, the 2 men didn't run. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but because their legs were shaking so badly that they couldn't run. What? 1 death and 3 captures. What's so scary about that? 1 death? 3 deaths. Okay. The necks of the 2 men hanging upside down from the tree had been pierced by the vines that bound their legs, and blood was gushing out, dripping down. This would element is too cruel, especially since the person in question was a woman. They had been patrolling the village entrance when they first saw a car approaching from a distance, and they were all a little excited. While they knew anyone driving a car at this hour was no ordinary person, they still saw only 1 other car, and when they looked through their binoculars, they saw that the driver was a woman. Most importantly, the passenger seat was empty. There was no one, but there was a dog, but they automatically ignored it. They assumed it was a dog they had raised before the apocalypse, and they couldn't bear to throw it away, so they kept it until now. Whatever the reason, it was a good thing for them. They didn't see the 2 children in the back seat through their binoculars, but even if they had, they would probably have ignored them like the dog. In their eyes, a single woman driving a car alone was like a child carrying gold through the streets. It would be unjust not to leave her and her car behind. So the 5 men and 1 woman resorted to their usual tactics, but what they didn't expect was that their tried and true tactic failed today. Even more surprising was that the other party was a psychic. Come on, take me to your people. Bailey got out of the car, followed closely by her 2 children and a dog. There were even children? At this point, The two men no longer dared to underestimate Bailey, nor the two children who accompanied her. They watched 3 people die before their eyes, yet these 2 little boys, only 8 or 9 years old, remained calm, clearly not ordinary people. With a thud, one of them collapsed to his knees, kowtowed to Bailey, and begged for mercy. "Big sister, please, please forgive us. We won't do it again, never again." Another one, realizing what was happening, followed suit and knelt and begged, "We can't live anymore, big sister. We really can't live anymore. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken such a risk. There are only so many of us, all here." Bailey narrowed her eyes and smiled. "You're not going, right? Okay." Without giving them a chance to react, she waved her hand, sending a vine piercing both of their necks. If they had caught her today, she wouldn't know what would have happened to her, not to mention her 2 children. There was no point in keeping people like her around. Besides, Bailey could clearly tell they weren't from Pingching. Their Mandarin, tinged with a hint of a local dialect, was broken and unfamiliar. Thinking back to how Li Nan and old Sheng Rabin had been searching for a group of people, but couldn't find them in Anqing, Bailey had a theory. She turned to look at the only woman still alive among the 6. She was trembling, too frightened to say a word. The clothes she pretended to be torn revealed one shoulder, covered in goosebumps. So her shivering was both fear and cold. Despite her outward appearance of fear, she felt a mixture of depression and shock. What was wrong with this woman? Was she even human? She couldn't just fall for it, but she could just drive away. Why did she turn around and kill them all? And her killing method was so swift and decisive, unprecedented, even more brutal than their team leader. Who the hell was this person? A devil. What about you? Do you want to tell me? If not, I send you packing. I tell you now. As soon as Bailey opened her mouth, the woman hurriedly agreed, fearing she'd be in trouble even a second later. She didn't want to be pierced through the neck. It was always difficult to talk while hanging upside down from a tree, so Bailey lowered her and bound her whole body with vines instead. "I only give you one chance. If you lie..." I dare not, I really don't dare." The woman's voice trembled. We came from Anqing. There are 88 of us in total, 12 psychics, and the rest are ordinary people like us. And... Here the woman paused, looking intently at Bailey. Seeing her frown, she hurriedly said, "There are 20 or so captives. Some of them are used to control the psychics. A few psychics initially refused to submit to Brother Ma, so he threatened them with their families to keep them working for him. Just like when they lured the zombies from Anqing into Pingching, it was Brother Ma who coerced those psychics into doing it." Bailey frowned and asked, "What's Brother Ma's psychic ability?" "Earth-based. He's very powerful. He led us into hiding before, and every time, he was able to easily evade detection." "So, are you all from Anqing?" "No, Brother Ma is from Anqing, but many of the others aren't. I'm not sure where they're from specifically. Anyway, it's the end of the world, and everyone's fleeing everywhere. It's chaos. Later, when I met Brother Ma, he kept those he thought were useful, killed most of the useless ones, and let a few go, like children. He didn't want to commit murder against children, but he also didn't want to keep them, so he let most of them go." What the woman didn't dare say was that if only one child was released, his parents and family would be killed. Because Ma Gu considered them a threat, letting them go would be like setting off a time bomb. But children were different. They weren't a threat, and since they couldn't survive, letting them go was practically the same as letting them die. Where are they now? Bailey hadn't noticed anyone nearby, otherwise the noise would have drawn them there. As for why the woman was screaming for help when no one was nearby. Nonsense! Wasn't that just for Bailey to see? So she sensed danger and acted quickly. "Let's go!" Who knew this guy was such a tough nut, risking being surrounded and refusing to flee? 88 people? Oh no, 5 of them are dead, leaving 83, if you count her. Looks like Brother Ma will be adding more men later. Their boss has an obsessive-compulsive disorder, insisting on having 88 men, no more or less. For example, when they unexpectedly acquired 2 powerful superpower users, he eliminated 2 of his ordinary subordinates and drove them away. To prevent his men from getting discouraged, he didn't kill them. At the brigade headquarters in the far west. It was separated from this side by an entire village, so even if she screamed, they wouldn't necessarily hear her. It was mainly because they were a team of 6. Even if they were attacked, they wouldn't have expected 5 to die in an instant, with the remaining 1 captured. Everyone at the brigade headquarters? Including your Brother Ma? Yes, they are all there. Brother Ma is very cautious. He never lives alone. After questioning, Bailey waved his hand and hung the woman up again. 2 leaves were stuffed into her mouth, silencing her. The woman's face was filled with horror. She watched Bailey walk towards the village with 2 children and a dog, shocked and incredulous. Is she crazy? Even if she could kill the 5 of them in a blink of an eye, there were still 82 others inside, not to mention 12 of them possessing special abilities. Even if their abilities weren't as strong as hers, if they all attacked her together, could she handle them? Isn't that courting death? At this thought, the disbelief in the woman's eyes faded, and excitement returned. Death would be good. As long as she died, someone would come to save her, and she could live again. Chapter 153. Walking a short distance along a village path with the 2 children, Xiaowu passed a house with its door half open. Suddenly, a whimpering sound erupted from his throat, and he rubbed his head against Chi-Chi's leg. What's wrong, Xiaowu? Chi-Chi peered into the yard curiously. He knew without even looking that the house was empty, devoid of people or any living creatures. Xiaowu, however, turned and ran through the half-open door, followed by Bailey, Chi-Chi, and Gigi. The yard was concrete, with only a pomegranate tree planted against the west wall. Its leaves had long since fallen, leaving only bare branches trembling in the cold wind. Xiaowu ran to the tree, his whimpering sound emanating from his throat again, like a low whine. Beneath the tree lay 2 dogs' skins. The fur was a similar brownish-yellow color to Xiaowu's. The skins looked fresh, likely fresh from recent skinning. 2 dog heads lay crookedly beside them, their eyes wide open, as if they had died with their eyes wide open. Bailey turned to look at the main room. The 2 doors were closed, but not completely locked. The green ivy in her hand snaked into the house like a snake, and in the west bedroom she found a dead body. It was a woman. Her grayish-green face gave no indication of her actual age, but one could only guess she was no more than 30. Her eyes were wide open, her head tilted, and she was naked. There was a dent in her chest, roughly the size of a grown man's fist, clearly a blow to the head. And that person was most likely a person with supernatural powers. This woman must have been the last woman in the village to survive. Her entire family was probably gone, leaving only her and the 2 dogs. Life was already difficult and terrifying, and I didn't expect to encounter a group of beasts again. Bailey sighed inwardly. She manipulated the vines to pull a summer nightgown from the side, and cover the woman with it. After some thought, she realized she was worried the presence of the body would cause more trouble, so she said to the 2 children, "You stay here. I go into the house and be right back out." With that, she called Xiaowu into the house. Chi-Chi was puzzled. Why couldn't he come along? But he always listened to his mother, and waited obediently in the yard with Gigi. The main room was a mess. All the cabinets were open and ransacked. The most obvious thing was that all the clothes and blankets were gone. The bed was bare, except for a worn nightgown. Even the sheets had been torn away. Bailey stared at the woman for a few seconds, then turned away and pointed at Xiaowu, whispering, "Burn her." A ball of fire lit up and quickly disappeared. Bailey turned back. The woman had been reduced to a pile of ash, along with the solid wooden bed beneath her. A large portion was missing, and the remaining edges were slightly black and smoky. Bailey raised an eyebrow in surprise, then glanced down at Xiaowu. The dog had probably come to repay a favor. It had acquired supernatural powers since the apocalypse, and they had been able to make it all the way back from Sioux City thanks to it. After leaving the main room, she closed the door tightly. The 2 dog skins and 2 dog heads beneath the pomegranate tree had also been reduced to ash by Xiaowu. Chi-Chi dug a hole with a hoe and buried the dog's ashes. "Let's go check it out. Are you afraid?" The 2 children shook their heads simultaneously, their faces stern and their voices firm. No! They weren't bragging. Perhaps because they had killed people themselves, they truly weren't afraid. Chi-Chi even clenched his fists in anger. Killing dogs and eating their meat, these people deserved to die. Gigi's thinking was simple. As long as he was with Chi-Chi, he wasn't afraid of anything. Actually, we don't need to get close. Just get to the center of the village, not too far from that group. She had the green radish, so there was no need to go there herself. It was just that the road from her car, through the entire village, to the brigade headquarters at the eastern end, was a bit far. It wasn't impossible, it just required more energy. Though they were outnumbered and might not be enough to deal with immediately, she wasn't afraid. She could also take the 2 children to the training ground and get some experience. The village wasn't small, with at least 400 households. As they walked east, a small piece of green radish, about an inch long, blazed the trail like a nimble little snake. After walking for about 3 minutes, Bailey stopped and slipped into a courtyard with the 2 children and Xiaowu. The door to this house was also half open. On the cement floor, Patches of black, congealed matter lay on the entrance. It was unclear whether it was zombie blood or human blood. The yard was a mess, with fallen leaves mixed with unidentifiable filth, scattered here and there, leaving no place to stand. Thankfully, it was winter, so the smell wasn't overpowering and barely bearable. 3 people and a dog hid behind the door. A thin stalk of green ivy peeked out from the top of a nearby wall, looking down at the approaching 5 men and 1 woman. 5 men and 1 woman again. Biley frowned. Why was 1 patrol team composed like this, and 2 like this? Or was this how they were divided into groups? Is there something seriously wrong with this team? It's freezing cold. It's all your fault. Why did you mess with that guy when you were fine? Now look what happened. Not only did you make us go out on patrol early, but we also have to patrol for 2 extra hours. That's right, isn't the bed nice? You had to compete with that brat? You be proud if you win, or something. Several people approached, cursing. 2 older men took turns bullying an 18 or 19-year-old boy standing between them. I just can't stand him. He just displayed a Littlewood type ability, and he's already acting like a bitch before anything happens. A worthless ability. Come on, even if his ability is useless, it's better than what you don't have. He's registered with Brother Ma now. If you keep bullying him like you did before, Brother Ma will definitely disapprove. Puff. 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 As the 6 people passed the gate and were about to pass through, 3 sudden noises sounded, as if something had pierced flesh. Then, someone was sprayed with warm liquid halfway across his face. Before he could react, he was about to reach up to touch his face, when he felt a chill on his neck. The same puff sound echoed in his ears. The man felt something draining from his body, but pain soon followed. He instinctively tried to touch the painful area, and his hand was filled with a sticky, warm, and thick liquid. What is this? These 4 words flashed through his mind, and then darkness descended, and his body lurched, losing consciousness. The 1 man, and the only woman, who had managed to escape were filled with terror. They watched as their 4 companions fell to the ground one after another. The 2 green vines that had killed them pierced through their necks and then emerged, like 2 evil little green snakes, raising their heads and aiming at them. Run! The man yelled, turning and running. The woman beside him had already taken off even as he shouted. The 2 of them were heading west, but because 2 green snakes blocked the way back east, they had no choice but to head west first and then take a detour back. Thump! After only 2 steps, the man's left leg was struck by something unidentified. He stumbled, and fell to the ground. The man tried to get up, but only halfway up when he felt a chill on his neck. He looked up and saw a child holding a knife to his neck. Puff! The child glanced at him indifferently, then exerted force with his hand. The sharp blade severed half of his neck, spraying blood all over the ground. Before he lost consciousness, he saw the child slash his neck and quickly move aside. At that moment, he strangely understood the child's intention. He didn't want his blood to splatter on him. What a psycho! The man collapsed to the ground, his head tilted to one side, his eyes wide open. Mom, what about that woman? As Chi-Chi and Gigi worked together to kill the man, the woman had already run far away, heading west, almost out of the village path, and onto the road where Bailey's car was. Then, the woman suddenly stopped. Woo woo woo! Seeing someone approach, the woman, hanging upside down from the tree, on the verge of fainting, suddenly regained consciousness. She struggled to shake herself, whimpering, hoping her companions would come and help her down. To her surprise, however, her companions simply glanced at the others in fear, then turned and ran, as if they hadn't noticed her. Ran away. Her eyes widened in anger, bloodshot from being hung upside down, and she cursed inwardly, "Yao Hong Hong, you bitch, I wish you a horrible death." The next second, her curse came true. The woman she called Yao Hong Hong had barely gotten far before her legs were bound by a vine, just as they had been bound, and she was also dangling upside down from a nearby dead tree. Ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The woman wanted to burst out laughing, but a leaf was stuffed in her mouth, preventing her from laughing. But her gloating didn't last long before she fainted. 82-6, now 76. Bailey wasn't a bloodthirsty person. She had just been attacked during her first deep sleep. While she remained unconscious, she had killed over a dozen people in her sleep. The scene after waking up remained etched in her memory. Later, she encountered several more brutal individuals who disregarded human life. So, she felt it was best to kill them. Not killing them would waste food and burden society. While they were clearing out the second 6-man team, the green ivy that Bailey had released had already crawled into the brigade headquarters. The brigade headquarters had quite a few buildings, except for those to the left and right of the main gate. Inside, there were a row of bungalows. The most impressive-looking one was on the far right, still with a sign on the doorway, Office. Through the bright windows, she could see several people playing cards inside. 2 charcoal-burning braziers sat in the room, looking cozy and comfortable. In the other rooms, there were numerous beds, and most people were lying on them, covered in blankets, chatting and chatting. Only one room stood out from the others. This room had no brazier or bed, only a few tattered mats spread on the floor. A dozen people were divided into 2 groups, men huddled together, women huddled together, huddling for warmth. Luo, leaning against the window, peered in. Suddenly, her delicate body paused. Bailey, in the distance, frowned. She unexpectedly saw a familiar face. "Mom, should we still go over?" Chi-Chi's dark eyes rolled, and she whispered, "We can burn down their house." Xiao Wu's firepower was powerful. After burning it down, she could leave her mother's Luo behind to cover the rear. There would be no problem. A newborn calf is fearless. The 2 little guys had just collaborated to take down one man, their fighting spirit aroused. They actually wanted to go over and launch a surprise attack. But at the same time, they knew the enemy was too numerous. If they all attacked at once, they and their mother might not be able to escape. Put your own safety first in everything. This was what Mom always said, and what Dad often taught him. So, knowing they were outnumbered, they certainly wouldn't engage head-on. Burn the house. That was a good idea, but she also had another bright idea. Bailey carried a large pile of firewood from a kitchen, and had Chi-Chi sprinkle some water on it to dampen it. Then she had Xiao Wu spray a weaker red light, igniting the dry wood first before adding the wet ones. The fire gradually died down, and the smoke grew thicker. Soon, a column of smoke could be seen rising into the sky. "Let's go!" Bailey, the 2 children, and Xiao Wu quickly left the yard and headed north along an alley. When they reached another path, they continued east. Soon they entered the elementary school next to the brigade headquarters. At this point, the man who had come out to relieve himself had already seen the plume of smoke rising into the sky. Startled, he hurried back to find Brother Ma. "Brother Ma, there's a thick, conspicuous plume of smoke in the middle of the village." Before Brother Ma could reply, one of the men playing cards nearby jumped up and said, "Could it be those bastards on patrol? We told them not to light any fires. Are they looking for death? No more fighting. I'm going to teach them a lesson right now." With that, the man tossed his cards on the table and turned to leave. A bearded man sitting next to him sneered, "Every time you're about to lose, you resort to this trick. Who can't see it? I'm telling you, Mr. Zhu, if you come to my card table again, I chop off your hand." Although Zhu felt guilty, he still spoke in a serious tone. "What do you mean by I'm going to lose? Stop accusing me. I have serious business to attend to, not deliberately cheating." Okay. You have serious business, and you're the most serious. Get out now." Mr. Zhu turned to look at Brother Ma. Seeing him nod, he dodged out of the house and reached the brigade entrance. Just as he was about to quicken his pace, he suddenly paused and turned to look behind him. He scanned the windows of each house, finding nothing unusual. He uttered strange. He had just caught a glimpse of green out of the corner of his eye. Could he have been seeing things? He didn't think much of it, thinking he was dazzled. He turned back to the column of smoke and sped toward the center of the village. It turned out to be a person with speed. Ah! At that moment, a scream erupted from the most crowded room, followed by a chaotic cacophony of shouting and yelling, a clattering sound, and objects crashing to the floor. Hurry, put out the fire. The charcoal is burning my blanket." Chapter 154. This room was quite large, about the size of 3 main rooms in an average home combined, and at least 40 people lived there. Because of the large number of people, only 2 charcoal braziers were placed, one at each end. But for some unknown reason, the braziers suddenly leaped up and flung themselves at the wooden beds placed nearby. Chunks of red-hot embers within the braziers leaped and scattering onto the bed, and the person still lying there. The quilt, stained by the charcoal, instantly caught fire, the cotton inside scorching like burnt hair, emitting foul, choking smoke that quickly filled the room. Those near the windows, seeing what was happening, quickly opened them completely, their only cracks wide. Those near the door immediately jumped out of bed and ran out. For a moment, the room was in chaos, with green smoke drifting out through the doors and windows. As soon as the chaos in this room had broken out, the same situation occurred in the next room. Aside from the office where Ma Ge and his psychics were, and the locked, unburned room next door, all 3 rooms in the center were in trouble. The speed psychic, who had gone to the center of the village to investigate, had just arrived at the smoking courtyard, and before he could examine the pile of firewood, which had clearly been artificially placed, he suddenly heard a faint commotion. He looked back and saw a large amount of smoke rising into the air from their battalion headquarters. Compared to the small plume here, it was much more conspicuous there. Were they ambushed? This was the Speed Psychic's first thought upon seeing the incident at the base camp. But he immediately dismissed it. Because Ma Gu was extremely cautious, in addition to the 6-man patrol team he had deployed in the village, he also stationed 4 more men in a nondescript 2-story building not far from the battalion headquarters to closely monitor people and vehicles entering and leaving. Aside from their trusted associates, no one else knew about this foursome. So, if someone truly came to attack, even if they could evade the patrol composed of ordinary people, they wouldn't be able to evade the foursome with 2 psychics. Thinking of this, the man felt a little relieved. Although he still felt something was amiss, he quickly dealt with the pile of wood in front of him. Whatever the situation, it was likely that outsiders had entered the village. As for why they hadn't been discovered, this place was in the middle of the village, and the road wasn't straight. Looking west, there was no end in sight. The Speed Psychic figured that with Ma Gu and his other brothers at the headquarters, there was no need for him to rush back. So, after a moment's deliberation, he headed for the west end of the village. As soon as he reached the intersection, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. It wasn't like he had never seen death before, he had even lost countless lives at his hands. What shocked him was that the other party had silently slaughtered so many of them, then proudly hung them from the trees. Such a blatant provocation, and yet they had only just discovered it. In his anger, the speedster failed to notice that one of the hanging bodies was still alive. Bailey hadn't killed either of the 2 women, but the one who'd been hung first was already dead from cerebral congestion and the cold. The other was still alive, but had fainted, missing the best time to call for help. The speedster only glanced at the upside-down body, not looking further. He quickly turned his head to check for anyone. Not seeing anyone, he set his sights on the jeep parked on the highway. No one in the car. He looked carefully again and again, then quickly scrambled to the front of the car. He glanced at the palm-sized piece of green ivy that seemed to have been casually thrown on the roof, but he paid it no attention and peered inside through the passenger window. Before he could see what was inside, a surge of crisis from his feet pulled him back quickly. Even so, something slashed across his neck. His neck was broken and bleeding, but thankfully, it was only a skin break, not a serious problem. But the speedster looked at the culprit who had attacked him, eyes filled with disbelief. It was the green ivy on the roof. The attack missed, and the ivy leaped back onto the roof. As he watched, it slowly grew longer. When it reached at least 15 meters, it suddenly snapped, breaking into countless pieces of varying lengths. The shivering crisis struck him again, and the speedster gave up searching for the car, and instead tried to leave immediately. But despite his famed speed, he couldn't even run 50 meters before collapsing to the ground in the face of the rain of green ivy. A piece of green ivy pierced each leg, and a piece of ivy also pierced his shoulder. Although it didn't penetrate the flesh, it had pierced into the flesh, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. "Get out of here! How dare you sneak around like a hero?" For the first time in his life, he felt so embarrassed. He thought the person controlling the strange green ivy attacking him was nearby, hiding in order to launch a surprise attack. Sadly, after enduring the pain and screaming, he was doomed to never learn the truth. 3 green ivy blades simultaneously attacked his neck. He dodged one, but was pierced through by the others. Bailey, who was at elementary school with her 2 children, was unaware that they had been discovered and were under the constant observation of the 2 men. She actually felt the gazes directed at her, but after looking around, she saw nothing. So she planted a circle of green ivy around them, planning to lie low and wait and see. If Jiang Minglang and the others didn't see the rising smoke, she would take the children and retreat. The eastern wall was being built from south to north. With the materials and manpower available, the construction was quick. If it weren't for the thickness and strength requirements, it would have been even faster. So, barring any unexpected events, with Jiang Minglang's keen sense, he would have immediately spotted the smoke in the northeast corner. After dealing with the speedster approaching the car, Bailey returned her gaze to the compound of the brigade headquarters, but she didn't ignore the eyes lurking in the shadows. Under the leadership of Brother Ma, the commotion at the brigade headquarters was quickly quelled. Everyone in the house returned to the compound, and Brother Ma dispatched officers to investigate the cause of the commotion, his eagle-like eyes piercing as he scrutinized each person. I really don't know how the charcoal brazier jumped onto the bed. I'm burned. Look at my arm. And me, my leg is also burned. It's nothing to do with me. My blanket is burned. To prevent Ma Ge from suspecting them, they all complained bitterly, their minds completely bewildered. A heavy charcoal brazier, clearly placed perfectly still on the ground. How on earth could it have jumped up and spilled the burning embers onto the bed? If it was human intervention, there was clearly no one near the brazier at the time. Unless it was a psychic. After listening to everyone's explanations, Ma Ge clearly had come to this conclusion. But of the 11 psychics besides him, 8 were his trusted associates. One of the other 3 was a teenager, and one had gone to the nearby second floor to keep watch. Furthermore, it was impossible for these 2 psychics to overturn the brazier without touching it. He believed they couldn't do it. Excluding these 2, the remaining one was a water element, sleeping in a bed not far from him at the time of the incident. All 3 can be ruled out as riders. But if it wasn't them? Brother Ma suddenly remembered something and turned to look west. The smoke that had been billowing into the sky had disappeared, indicating that the 4th ring had been dealt with. It was likely nothing serious had happened there, otherwise he would have returned by now. So which 6-man team had accidentally created the smoke while warming themselves by a fire? They couldn't even handle the cold for a moment. It looked like this group wasn't up to par. They needed training. Or they needed a replacement, replacing them when they found someone better. Up until this point, Brother Ma hadn't considered a sneak attack from outsiders. After all, he had a 4-man team on the second floor not far away, where they could clearly see the brigade headquarters. One of the speed users was a close confidant who had been with him since before the apocalypse, and the strength user was a friend of his cousin, so he was also trustworthy. The other 2 were ordinary people, not a concern. Unbeknownst to Brother Ma, the 4-man team had now become a 2-man team. His confidant and one of the ordinary people had become 2 cold corpses lying on the ground. The remaining power users and a middle-aged man were watching the elementary school while whispering to each other. The elementary school is too close to the brigade headquarters. Sister Bai could be discovered with her 2 children at any moment. How about I sneak over to find her and let her take the children away first? No, Chi-Chi's mother is coming from the west with the children. There's a good chance her car is there, but Wang Si-wan just went there not long ago. She'd definitely run into him if she went there now. How about we have Sister Bai come here first? I think that's a good idea. Ma Wenming is very suspicious. He might guess someone's in the village soon. He sent people to search other places, but not here. Then I go down and around to the elementary school and bring her over. Be careful. Don't let them find out. Don't worry. Just before Ma Ge noticed something was amiss, and was about to send someone out, someone quietly entered Bai Li's elementary school. A piece of green ivy she had placed at the elementary school gate revealed a familiar face. Li Chen? Why was he here? Bai Li ran into 2 neighbors who used to live in Suchong today. This made her feel a bit unreal. Could she be in Suchong now? Although they were neighbors, they weren't very close before. She had saved Li Chen's life once, and they walked together for a while when they left Suchong. They hadn't interacted much before or since. So, when she saw Li Chen approaching, although Bai Li didn't attack, she remained vigilant and filled with murderous intent. Li Chen reached the door of Bai Li's classroom. Before he could speak, 2 vines suddenly emerged from the crack of the door, one on the left and one on the right, their heads raised, aiming at him. Li Chen instinctively took 2 steps back, adopting a defensive stance. Then, a thought struck him. He quickly retracted his stance and stood straight, whispering, "Sister Bai, I'm Li Chen." Had Li Chen already noticed her? Recalling the gaze she felt earlier, Bai Li realized it was him. How had he discovered them? And where? Thinking of Yiming, still locked in her room at the brigade headquarters, Bai Li pondered for a moment, then walked over and opened the door. "Sister Bai, long time no see." Li Chen was genuinely happy to see Bai Li, so he didn't pay any attention to her wariness of him. It's right for women to be vigilant when out and about. "Li Chen, why are you here? How did you discover me?" Li Chen turned and pointed to the 2-story building on the other side of the brigade headquarters. "Over there, Brother Gao is there too." "Sister Bai, it's dangerous here. How about you come with me there first?" "Brother Gao? Are you talking about Gao Ziyuan?" "That's him. We just ran into him by chance. There's also Junyu and Yiming, but they're at the brigade headquarters now." "Junyu is at the brigade headquarters?" Bai Li frowned. She only saw Yiming and didn't notice the child. That's possible though. After all, there were too many people, and she was using Lulu's perspective, so she couldn't see every face clearly. Bai Li glanced at the 2-story building and didn't want to go. She flatly refused. "No, but are you in cahoots with that Brother Ma?" "No, Sister Bai, I didn't intend to join them. My friend tricked me into it." Later, when I wanted to leave, I happened to run into Brother Gao and his son, along with He Ming. Brother Ma threatened Brother Gao with He Ming and Junyu, trying to get him to join them. I figured if I left, I'd take them with me, so I stayed for now, waiting for my chance. Afraid Bai Li's misunderstanding of him would deepen, Li Chen quickly explained quietly and swore, I wasn't involved in anything they did, seriously. Bai Li glanced at him, neither believing nor disbelieving. She asked, what powers do the psychics here possess? Tell me the details. She knew He Ming and the Gaos were captured and unreachable, but now that they were around, she wanted to save them if she could. Li Chen shared her thoughts, otherwise, he would have secretly left the group long ago. There was no need to stay until now. I just killed a speedster for my group, so if you don't count me, there are still 10 left. No 9. Junyu has also discovered a special ability, a wood type one. But since they just appeared, they haven't shown anything yet. 8, Bai Li added. I also killed one with speed. Li Chen was stunned and asked subconsciously, you killed one? How come I didn't see it? Since Sister Bai appeared in sight with the 2 children, he had been keeping an eye on them, and he really didn't notice when they made their move. However, if Sister Bai is sure she killed someone with speed, then it could only be Wang Xihuan. But Wang Xihuan wasn't heading west. Li Chen's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't help but whisper, can you control them remotely from such a distance? Is Sister Bai's wood element so powerful? Go on, hurry up. That Brother Ma was cautious after all. He had already noticed something was amiss, and was sending some people in and some out. The most powerful of the 8 is Brother Ma, who has an earth element. There are also 2 fire element, 1 water element, and 1 wood element. The remaining 3 all have strength element like me. Li Chen also noticed the commotion inside the brigade headquarters. He quickly said a few words and then said to Bai Li, you guys stay here, I'm going out. He thought he'd pretend he was looking for someone, but couldn't find them, so the others would ignore this place and go somewhere else. But Bai Li suddenly tilted her head and smiled faintly, it's okay, don't worry about me. Go get Gao Ziyuan now, and return to the brigade headquarters to find Junyu and He Ming. Chapter 155. She saw Lao Sheng and Bai Yang on the road where her car was. Following the direction of the rising smoke and the trajectory of her car, the 2 of them ran ahead and reached her car. A vine that remained on the roof of the car suddenly sprang up, gently hopping twice on the car, then spun in a circle, pointing in one direction and remaining motionless. Bai Yang twitched his lips. Those who knew would understand that his sister was controlling it, while those who didn't might think the green ivy had mutated. Otherwise, why would his uncle fight with a green plant in the first place? I never seen a wood type act like that before. The 2 of them followed the direction pointed by the green ivy and headed east. By then, Bai Li had already driven Li Chen back to the small building, telling him and Gao Ziyuan to take Gao Junyu and He Ming away while the chaos was going on. However, as Li Chen was leaving, he was accidentally spotted by one of Ma Ji's fire type and a strength type users. The 2 were about to go back to the building to look for him, when they suddenly saw him coming from the other direction, and were puzzled. Li Chen, where were you? I just saw a shadow running away from the elementary school, so I went to check it out. Li Chen replied seriously. Shadow? What shadow? I went to check it out because I wanted to know what it was, but unfortunately I couldn't catch up, and it got away. Escaped? The 2 men looked towards the elementary school. Although they still had doubts, they were more inclined to believe that the person who had caused the commotion had been hiding in the school next to the brigade headquarters. The strength user said to the fire user, I go back and tell Brother Ma. With that, he turned and ran back. The fire user, with a meaningful look in his eyes, asked Li Chen, why did you go there when you discovered the problem? Where's Shi Yong? Wouldn't it be faster for him to go and check it out? Shi Yong was the only one of the 2 speed types on their team, so if something happened, he'd be the one to run. Li Chen knew this guy was already suspicious of him, but he remained calm. He spread his hands and said, I want him to go, but if he doesn't want to, what can I do? The fire type choked, knowing Li Chen's words were true. Shi Yong, relying on his time with Brother Ma, wouldn't listen to anyone else's advice except Brother Ma's. He didn't want to go out in the freezing weather, yet he arranged for Li Chen to go. It was possible. He stopped bothering Li Chen and, after hearing that there was nothing unusual on the 2nd floor, decided not to go. As the 2 passed each other, a sudden gust of wind struck. The fire type was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side, but it didn't completely avoid him. He was still hit by a fist on his left shoulder, and the crisp snap of bone was particularly noticeable. Li Chen, you traitor! The fire type cursed as he retreated, raising his right hand and hurling a basketball-sized fireball at Li Chen. He had thought the fireball would stop Li Chen and intimidate him, but unexpectedly, before it even reached him, it suddenly froze in midair. Oh no, it should be said that it was engulfed in a ball of ice. The transparent, shimmering ice, encased in a ball of yellow flame, was quite beautiful for a moment. Even afterward, when it crashed to the ground and shattered into crystals, it was still beautiful. The fire element's pupils trembled, puzzled as to how Li Chen, with his strength abilities, had acquired such power. Ice element? Or water element? But he soon realized that this ability had nothing to do with Li Chen. A cute, delicate little boy, about 8 or 9 years old, ran towards him, a short knife in hand. Unable to incapacitate the man with one strike, Li Chen thought he had no chance. After all, if the fire element defended well, he would have no chance at all. It's not like he's made of iron and steel, immune to fire. But who could have imagined Chi-Chi would have such a surprise for him? Without time to dwell on the child's abilities, Li Chen took advantage of the fire type's injury and planned to annihilate him in one fell swoop. So, when Li Chen attacked, any fire in the fire type's hand was engulfed in ice. Eventually, even his entire right hand was frozen, and he could no longer produce fire. Li Chen kicked him against the opposite wall, and he fell like a rag doll, dead before he even hit the ground. Gao Ziyuan, who witnessed all this from the second floor, didn't even wait for Li Chen to call him. He was already running downstairs. Meanwhile, the commotion here had already attracted the attention of the brigade headquarters. A group of people rushed out, led by Ma Gu. When they saw the scene clearly, they were all stunned. A young man quickly ran to the fire type's body, lying against the wall. He didn't even need to touch it. He simply turned it over and saw that it was dead. Li Chen, what are you doing? A powerful psychic standing next to Ma Gu glared at Li Chen with eyes as sharp as a knife. Why did you kill Lao Wang? As he questioned, Ma Ji's gaze was fixed on the two children beside him. Their complexions were rosy and healthy, their clothes neat and clean. It was obvious that even in the apocalypse, these children had no worries about food and clothing, and lived a comfortable life. To have raised children like this, their parents must have been extraordinary. But now, these two children were standing next to Li Chen. Ma Gu raised a hand to stop the people around him from trying to question Li Chen. It was pointless. Since they had already betrayed him, there was no point in asking more questions. Kill them all. Brother Ma acted decisively, commanding the powerful psychics around him to lead the ordinary thugs towards Li Chen and the two little boys. There was actually Xiaowu as well, but he was a small, unimpressive-looking Shiba Inu, so they didn't take him seriously. Why bother with something that could be finished with a single blow? As a dozen men rushed towards Li Chen and Chi-Chi and Gigi, Brother Ma turned and signaled to his trusted associates. They quickly retreated to the team headquarters, returned to their quarters, stuffed their essential belongings into backpacks, and then boarded 2 commercial vehicles. If the situation wasn't right, the first thing to do was to flee. This place was just a temporary shelter. There was nothing to linger over. As for that group of ordinary people, Brother Ma was always cautious. Since he informed them he was leaving, he must have noticed something. Come to think of it, if they dared to leave 2 children in front, the adults behind them either outnumbered them or possessed powerful psychics. Either way, if even Brother Ma couldn't handle them, then these ordinary people wouldn't survive either. At that moment, a loud bang suddenly erupted from outside, followed by a series of screams. Then, several people heard Brother Ma yell, "Who? Who? Get out there! If you want to fight, get your hands on them. You're no hero if you're hiding your head and showing your tail." As the group rushed toward Li Chen and Chi-Chi Gigi, Brother Ma launched a surprise attack, hurling a large rock from behind. Unfortunately, before it could reach Li Chen and the 2 children, it was entangled by vines that appeared out of nowhere and, in the blink of an eye, hurled towards the dozen or so people in front. Frightened, Brother Ma took a step back, looking around cautiously, but couldn't see a single person. A shadow flashed in Ma Ji's eyes. He looked at the 2 children, blocked by Li Chen, and with a wave of his hand, for earthen walls rose from the ground, enclosing the large child, 2 small children, and a dog. Mei San. A thin, long-faced man standing nearby smiled wickedly at Ma Ji's call. He stepped forward, spreading his hands. 2 fireballs instantly appeared in his palms. With a wave of his arms, he flung the fireballs into the tube enclosed by the earthen wall. However, before they could enter, a lid appeared above the earthen wall. The fireballs landed on the lid with a sizzling sound, then extinguished with a pop. Bang! Li Chen knocked one of the walls aside, emerging and charging at the fire type. He didn't notice a small tail following him. 2 fireballs appeared in the fire-type's hands again, but this time, they were engulfed by a ball of ice as soon as they left his hands. They fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces with a thud. Now Ma and the others could see clearly that the one using the ice-type ability was the chubby, delicate little boy with the dog in tow. Ma was shocked. Was he so inexperienced? An 8 or 9-year-old kid possessed such powerful abilities? It was a perfect counter to his fire-type abilities. Ma now understood why the fire-type had fallen into Li Qian's hands. Go, everyone! Kill these 2 kids! Kill whom? As soon as Ma finished speaking, he felt an unprecedented murderous aura wash over him. Without even looking, he turned and ran, erecting 2 earthen walls behind him. Just as he was about to reach the brigade headquarters, his foot seemed to trip him, and he was about to fall. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and erected a low wall to support himself before his body hit the ground. He glanced at his left foot again, a vine wrapped around his ankle. It must be the adult of those 2 little brats coming. At that moment, a scream rang out from behind him. It was the fire type he relied on most. One was already dead, this one couldn't die again. The ground beneath Ma Ji's feet suddenly loosened, and he burrowed into the earth with a puff, disappearing. 5 meters away, the fire type, whose arm had been lacerated by Ji's knife, was about to unleash another massive fireball, when something suddenly grabbed his ankle. Before he could react, he was dragged into the earth. When they reappeared, they had already entered the brigade headquarters courtyard. Ma Ge, let's go! Ma Ge quickly got into the car, with a dusty fire type. With a single command, the 2 cars, already ready for departure, quickly started and rushed towards the gate. The one chasing Ma Ge was Lao Sheng. Seeing him burrow into the ground had intrigued him. It seemed the squad leader didn't even know this move. Since he hadn't seen him use it before, he probably didn't. Seeing that the man didn't flee after burrowing underground and instead returned to save someone, he didn't rush after him. Instead, he returned and kicked the tall, muscular man fighting Li Qian. Li Qian's fist missed, and he paused for a moment. He looked at Lao Sheng, thinking, if he hadn't seen correctly, this man must be a speed type. So, a speed type kicked a strength type away with one kick? Who were the people in Sister Bai's team? Li Qian's mind was actually a bit confused at the moment. From Sister Bai's wood type, to Chi-Chi's ice type, and Gigi. He remembered Gigi, his father was a police officer. He had seen him in the neighborhood before, wearing his police uniform, walking his child downstairs to school. Gigi's skills even made him feel inferior. He only became capable of fighting after awakening his powers, but he possessed no real skill, and couldn't compare to the impressive martial arts skills Gigi had displayed. He was a police officer's son, after all. Just as he finished his sigh, he saw 2 cars barreling out of the brigade headquarters yard, one behind the other. Oh no! Brother Ma is trying to run. Like Li Qian, many of the other men's expressions changed. Turning to see the 2 cars departing, they ignored the traitorous Li Qian and the 2 men and children who had suddenly appeared. At least half of them turned and ran back to the brigade headquarters, while the other half stood still, glaring coldly at the 2 cars. They were a disorganized bunch, so they certainly didn't have any sense of cohesion. As for their combat effectiveness, they had rarely encountered those with superpowers since the apocalypse. Most of the victims they attacked and seized were ordinary people. So today, Bai Li and her 2 children alone were enough to throw them into disarray. Leave it to me. Old Sheng said hello to Bai Yang and vanished in a flash, reappearing next to the front car. Sister, what should we do with these people? Bai Yang turned her gaze away from Old Sheng, thinking that Ren Bin, Kong Erbao, and the others would be arriving soon. With just 2 cars, she wondered if they would be enough to keep those guys company. My brother-in-law and his soldiers were truly despairing at times. Even ordinary people with superpowers wouldn't necessarily be a match for them without them. And their physical fitness. Honestly, he'd been trained for almost 6 months, non-stop, exhausted every day, and yet he still hadn't even caught up to them. These guys were inhuman. But Bai Yang knew the gap between them couldn't be bridged by simple training. After all, they'd been through hail of bullets, fighting real, life-or-death battles, risking their lives. So isn't it natural for them to be strong? Tie them up first. Bai Li emerged from a side path and, with a wave of her hand, a thick, long vine swished over, tying up the 20 or so people standing together. Others trying to run back were also tied up in pairs or groups. Soon, the group was securely tied up. Seeing them struggle, Bai Yang coldly rebuked, if you don't want to die, just stay still. The group suddenly stopped moving, but some, while still, were still talking. Who are you? Why are you arresting us? That's right, why are you kidnapping us? We don't even know you. Even in the end times, there's still law, right? Hearing them talk about law, Bailey, who was about to head to the brigade headquarters courtyard, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the speaker. She remained silent, simply staring at him. What? Nothing. You were talking about the law, weren't you? The man was startled by the words, his eyes flickering, and he didn't dare meet Bailey's gaze. She turned to look at Li Chen and said, there was a woman in this village who had 2 dogs. They were both killed. You know about this, right? Li Chen remembered something and nodded stiffly. Anyone involved was killed. She left with no intention of observing. Soon, curses could be heard from behind, along with the thud of fists hitting bodies. The wailing and screaming continued for about a minute, and then everything fell silent. Even those who hadn't participated were now silent. They hadn't expected this woman to be so bold as to kill, and Li Chen would actually obey her orders. She killed him without hesitation, just as she said. So what kind of people had they fallen into their hands? Chapter 156. Chi-Chi's mother. Gao Ziyuan had slipped into the courtyard at some point. When Bailey entered, He Ming stood beside him, carrying her son, Gao Junyu, on her back as they walked out. Sister Bai. Seeing Bailey, Gao Ziyuan, and He Ming were both overcome with emotion. He Ming, in particular, burst into tears, choking as she said, Sister Bai, I thought I'd never see you again. Bailey was truly not adept at such heart-wrenching reunions. She wanted to offer some comfort, but didn't know what to say. She patted He Ming's shoulder, then turned to look at Gao Junyu, who seemed unconscious, wondering what's wrong with Junyu. He already had a slight fever, and he got into a fight today. The fever and exhaustion mean he won't wake up no matter how we call. She didn't know how to handle this situation, so she asked how they had fallen into these people's hands. Bailey remembered that the Gao family father and son and He Ming were from the same place. They had left Sichuan together, returning to their hometown. We passed He Ming's house first, but the neighborhood she lived in burned down, including her building. Junyu and I were worried about her, so we asked her to return to the countryside with us. My parents were still alive at the time. While there were still quite a few zombies in the village, He Ming and I eventually cleared them out. We could have settled down at my house, but then a heavy rain. Not only did my parents die at the hands of the rabid animals, but we couldn't defend our home either. Ultimately, we had no choice but to leave. That's when we met Ma Ge and his gang on the road. They stole all our supplies, forced us to stay, and held He Ming and Junyu hostage, forcing me to work for them. What Gao Ziyuan didn't mention was that they used He Ming to threaten him because, during their escape, they, his father, and He Ming had pretended to be a family of 3. Otherwise, He Ming, a girl, would have been in great danger. Luckily, He Ming was already 30 years old. Although she looked much younger than him, she wasn't too young. Without further scrutiny, he could get away with it. After understanding the whole story, Bailey didn't plan to stay here any longer. She asked the two, what are your plans? Do you want to come with me? They nodded without hesitation, then asked nervously, is it okay? Bailey nodded. There are still many empty houses in our village. You can choose one to stay in, but you must abide by the village rules. One of them is to grow your own food. Otherwise, someone will explain the rules to you when you get there. No problem. We do whatever you ask. What could be worse than being a captive here? Okay, let's go. Chi-Chi's mom, what about Li Chen? After being captured by Ma Ji's men, if it weren't for Li Chen's mediation and Gao Ziyuan's own abilities, the 3 of them wouldn't be standing here intact. If he's willing, he can come with us. Li Chen has a strength ability and decent fighting skills. If he were to go, he could be trained as a mid-level combat force. When the group emerged from the brigade headquarters, Bailey couldn't help but smile when she saw the 2 young men, both with stern faces and knives raised, working alongside Bai Yang as if they were overseers. But the next moment, her smile vanished as she spotted an unexpected person. Lu Su. It turns out that when the smoke rose into the sky, not only their own men saw it, but Li Nan's team also saw it. This was in the northeast corner, and Li Nan and his team were building the wall from west to east. To prevent any trouble, a 5-man team patrolled the area between Pingcheng and Anqing every day. It happened to be Lu Su's turn today, and they happened to be patrolling the northern defense line not far from here. So, upon seeing the smoke, they drove over immediately. They were only a little later than Lao Sheng and Bai Yang. Lu Su, who had been cursing and discussing who had lit the smoke in the car, froze at the sight of Bailey. With a single glance, he scurried to the other side of the car, ducking his head and trying to minimize his presence. He bewildered everyone else with him. Brother Su? Shut up. Lu Su gritted his teeth and scolded his men. Why are you all looking at me? Go see if there's anything I can do for you. He had been with Li Nan for a while, and knew that his sister, Bai Li and her people, weren't very fond of taking in strangers. Besides the natives of Yunqi village, anyone who entered was generally related, either directly or indirectly, to someone there. So, they probably wouldn't bother with the dozens of people here now. Sure enough, Bai Li only said a few words to Bai Yang before leaving with her 2 children, a dog, and the 3 people she'd been with. Lu Su wondered, were those 3 her friends? When Bai Li was out of sight, he leaned over to Li Qin, who had just called him Sister Bai, and listened intently as he explained to Bai Yang, Sister Bai and I lived in the same neighborhood back in Sioux City. Sister Bai once saved my life. Just because she saved your life, you call her sister? Why would you call her sister? Lu Su rolled his eyes in disdain, and told his men to go back and fetch Li Nan. Gao Junyi woke up at noon the next day. When he opened his eyes, he faintly heard a child talking, childish words that sounded vaguely familiar. Auntie He, these are potatoes and sweet potatoes Mom asked me to bring you. They're from our own fields and are delicious. Thank you, Chi-Chi and Gigi. Come in and sit down. I made apple juice. Chi-Chi? Gao Junyi was confused for a few seconds, then his eyes widened. Was it the Chi-Chi he knew? How could it be? He sat up in bed, feeling dizzy and nearly falling back down. After a moment's rest, Gao Junyi realized he was in a strange room. A 1.5-meter tall wooden bed, clean bedding that still smelled of sunshine. Beside the bed stood a desk clearly intended for students his age, and there was also a wardrobe. Before he could take a closer look, footsteps approached, and then the door creaked open from the outside. Their eyes met, and he saw Aunt He. Seeing Gao Junyi sitting on the bed, He Ming was visibly startled, then beamed with joy as she asked, Junyi, are you awake? Let Auntie feel you. Are you still feverish? Having spent 6 months together, Gao Junyi had grown accustomed to He Ming's closeness. It's good that it's gone now. By the way, Junyi, look who this is. Chi-Chi greeted Gao Junyi with a grin. Brother Junyi, we meet again. Gao Junyi smiled back, having no idea it was really Chi-Chi. During the meal, Gao Junyi learned where his family was, and how they ended up there. Because Ma Ji's men had attempted to rob Aunt Bai, they were instead killed by her, and in the end, none of Ma Ji's ruthless followers survived. Those who weren't killed were basically those who had been coerced into joining their gang, just like them. I heard they went to an agricultural base in Pingching, where they were actually growing greenhouses. So wouldn't they soon have fresh vegetables to eat? Gao Junyi curled his lips in disdain, thinking those people were really lucky. After eating and drinking, Gao Junyi followed the little ones, Chi-Chi and Gigi, to meet Aunt Bai, while He Ming stayed back home to continue cleaning up their new home. She and the gals were used to living together, and after arriving, they discussed it, and decided to maintain their old relationship as roommates. As for whether Bai Li would overthink things, Gao Ziyuan and He Ming weren't worried, because Bai Li clearly wasn't the type to overthink things. Or rather, she didn't bother to dwell on people and things that had nothing to do with her. Aunt Bai. When Gao Junyi followed Chi-Chi and the others to the White Orchard, Bai Li was tending to a small tea tree she had dug from the back hill. A batch had died from the heat earlier, and now that the weather was cooling, she was worried the rest would freeze to death. She decided to dig a few of them up and bring them to the orchard. When the temperature dropped, she could tie some hay to the branches to keep them warm. Of course, if she could induce labor, that would be another matter. Junyi, come here. Bai Li already knew Gao Junyi had awakened his wood-type ability. Before he fell asleep, he had once induced a pot of chrysanthemums to bloom at the previous brigade headquarters. However, perhaps because he had just awakened, the ability ran out before the chrysanthemums could bloom. It's nothing. Everyone starts out weak, and more practice will get them better. I just wonder if he can help tea trees grow, not just chrysanthemums. Try it, see if you can revive this little tea tree. Gao Junyi placed his hand on the tea tree, took a deep breath, and began to release his supernatural power. However, due to his inexperience, he unleashed almost 80% of his supernatural power in a single burst. However, the little tea tree remained the same as before, with only a few thin, dry branches and not a single leaf. Gao Junyi's face paled, and he looked at Bai Li blankly. Auntie Bai, why isn't it working? It wasn't this hard to revive the chrysanthemums before. Bai Li maintained a calm demeanor, but inwardly she was wondering. Junyi isn't like Ningen, only able to use one kind of flower to induce labor. The 2 children, Chi-Chi and Gigi, who were following nearby, also thought of that eccentric Uncle Ning, but they were sensible and clever enough not to mention it. Junyi, when inducing labor, you need to release your supernatural power gradually. You can't release it all at once, or it won't have time to absorb it. It's like eating food. We need to take it bite by bite to digest it and provide nutrients, right? The 14-year-old boy immediately understood Bai Li's words. He scratched his head sheepishly. I'm not used to it yet. It's okay. You get used to it after a few times. Bai Li was very good at encouraging children. After all, while she was pregnant with Chi-Chi, she read a lot of books on parenting. Although they ultimately proved to be of little use, two of their key points resonated with her family's consistent educational philosophies: patience and encouragement. She was always patient with children, always prioritizing encouragement no matter what they encountered. For example, now, after listening to Aunt Bai's analysis, Gao Junyi's previous frustration faded, and he decided to rest for a while, allowing his powers to recover a bit before trying again. Bai Li then went to plant the remaining tea trees. They dug up 6 in total, and soon they were all planted. Aunt Bai, can I try again? The others watched as the young man placed his hand on the first tea tree, taking a deep breath as usual, then closing his eyes. He slowly channeled the unfamiliar energy within him, guiding it through his hand and down to the trunk beneath his palm. Bai Li, who had initially given up hope, suddenly widened her eyes. The branches, thin enough to be grasped in one hand, were dry and leafless. It looked unchanged from before, as if Gao Junyi's induction hadn't worked at all. At least that was how it looked to the two children, Chi-Chi and Gigi. But Bai Li sensed a strange vitality within the roots of the small tea tree. Its roots grew long and dense, digging deep into the soil, desperately absorbing nutrients and water. Gao Junyi's induction had worked. Because his energy output was exceptionally slow this time, it was absorbed almost as soon as it touched the tea tree's branches. As a result, after 10 minutes, Gao Junyi had only released less than 20% of his energy. However, tiny green buds had already sprouted from the branches of the tea tree. Huh? Chi-Chi was the first to notice, exclaiming, "Leaves are emerging." Brother Junyi succeeded. The two little ones jumped with excitement. God knows how much they feared Junyi would end up like Uncle Ning next door, who finally acquired a special ability only to have it bloom. Of course, blooming has its benefits. At least Uncle Ning's peonies saved them from mosquitoes. And he was incredibly generous, offering free peonies without a care in the world. Just now, Chi-Chi was thinking that if Junyi could only produce chrysanthemums, they could give Uncle Ning a few pots and trade them. It would be part of a friendly exchange. Of course, it would be better if this friendly exchange didn't happen. To celebrate Gao Junyi's success in producing tea plants, Bai Li decided to make milk tea for the children this afternoon. While sorting out supplies this morning, she found a few cans of milk powder that were about to expire. She used the tea leaves she had roasted earlier, and Bai Li even wrapped them in gauze to use as tea bags. Boil the pot of water Chi-Chi had left, add the tea bags, and then pour in the milk powder. To be honest, I always made milk tea with milk. This is the first time I use powdered milk. It's the end of the world now, so there's no need to be so particular. The main thing is to make sure nothing is wasted. Boil for about 10 minutes, then add a few spoonfuls of sugar. Bai Li doesn't know the exact number. She just adds whatever the kids decide. Then bring it to a boil. The cloyingly sweet aroma wafted from the kitchen into the courtyard, drawing Chung Siyun, who was watching Yu practice writing inside. Yu was much better now. At least she smiled at them. Bai Li brought over a glass and poured each of the children a cup, smiling. "How's it?" "Delicious. Auntie's the best." Chung Siyun pouted. "You two little sycophants." Of course, whether the milk tea tasted good was secondary. The key was that they were all happy to have it. Gao Junyi lowered his eyes to look at the cup in his hand, his eyes slightly moist. Since entering the apocalypse, he never thought that one day he would experience such a dreamlike time again. Chapter 157. When Shi returned home for dinner, he saw his sister holding a brand new pink thermos. She would occasionally lower her head to sniff it, then raise it to take a small sip. Then, her eyes narrowed, she pursed her lips in satisfaction. Puzzled, he asked, "What's in it?" "Milk tea." "What?" Shi Shuang held the cup in front of her brother, showing him, "It's milk tea. My sister-in-law made it. Smell it, is it fragrant?" A sweet, milky aroma washed over him, and Shi Yu instinctively tilted his head to the side, wondering how it could be fragrant. How could he possibly drink it? Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud, or his sister might ignore him for 3 days. Shi Yu didn't answer his sister's question, but calmly asked, "So my sister-in-law sent this for you?" Shi Shuang shook her head. "Bai Yang sent this." "Bai Yang?" He raised an eyebrow and carefully studied his sister's expression, noting that her face hadn't changed much since she mentioned Bai Yang. Or rather, she hadn't even shown the surprise she'd shown when she mentioned the milk tea. "Oh, I'm overthinking it again. Did you thank them for going all this way to bring you milk tea? Oh, and this cup, Bai Yang gave it to you too, right? This time, Shiyu didn't mention his sister-in-law, but instead focused on the word Bai Yang. Alas, what other brother has it as hard as his? Other families with beautiful sisters would definitely be on high alert, trying to prevent thieves from taking advantage. He'd been like this when his sister was in high school too. He was worried she'd fall in love too soon, and it would affect her studies. So even though the sports school was halfway across town from the high school, he'd personally pick her up from school every day. If any boy wrote a love letter to her, he would give him a good beating as soon as he found out. After 3 years of such precautions, he waited until his sister successfully passed the university entrance exam, and then went to the army without worry. When they met again 2 years later, he assumed his cabbage had already been taken by a pig. But the pig was there, but it hadn't been taken. Even the familiar pig, who had grown up with his sister, had returned empty-handed. Finally, after much observation, Shiyu finally saw the light. His introverted jade cabbage hadn't opened its eyes, or rather, she hadn't met anyone who moved her, and she didn't know what love was. Alas, as a brother who was both a father and a mother, I had to worry about my sister's love life, and I had to worry about her not falling in love too. It was so difficult. Now that the world was ending, he had given up on marrying his sister off, but if possible, he wanted her to be happy, just like the captain and his sister-in-law. Although he didn't know Bai Yang well, he trusted his sister-in-law. He was her brother, so he thought he'd be good. Besides, Shiyu couldn't help but wonder if his sister-in-law had taken a fancy to his younger sister. Otherwise, Chi-Chi could easily have done something like delivering milk tea. Why bother sending Bai Yang all the way? As for why Bai Yang wasn't attracted to Xishuang, Shiyu thought with some disdain. Even though the guy was in his early 20s, he didn't seem to have any sense. Because when they first met, Bai Yang's eyes lingered on him longer than on Xishuang. It looked like he'd have to beat him up for 10 more minutes during tomorrow's training. While Shiyu was imagining things, Xishuang remained oblivious. In response to her brother's question, she replied with a puzzled look, "No, Bai Yang said this cup was a gift from my sister-in-law. She has quite a few left. If I want a different color, I can go pick one." "Brother, you're so weird. My sister-in-law made the milk tea, and she gave me the cup. Why shouldn't I thank her? He just stopped by, not specifically for me." Shiyu choked, feeling exhausted. "You two idiots, forget it, whatever happens, whatever happens." However, Xishuang then added with envy, "Bai Yang said he's going out with his sister-in-law tomorrow. While it's not too cold, they're going to drive their RV to Flower City for a tour. If possible, they also visit Lombe Mountain east of Flower City." Shiyu looked at his sister's face, full of longing, and an idea struck him. He asked, "Do you want to go?" His sister's personality changed after their parents' death. He was already nearing adulthood then, but he was still a bit of a thorn in the flesh. Those so-called relatives, not resigned to their fate after their rejection, turned their anger on his sister, spewing harsh words after harsh words. How could a 13-year-old girl, who had never experienced darkness, endure all this? Gradually, she became withdrawn and reluctant to interact with anyone other than him. In today's terms, she suffers from social anxiety. So, if she wanted, it would be nice for her to go out with her sister-in-law. Besides, Xishuang had the same hearing ability as him. Going out with her sister-in-law would at least serve as a warning. But Xishuang shook her head decisively. Forget it. She didn't want to communicate. "How about this after dinner, I go ask my sister-in-law if she needs you, and you go?" Shiyu feigned concern. "Although my sister-in-law's wood-based abilities are powerful, there are all kinds of people out there, and some unknown dangers are unpredictable. But if you hear about them in advance, you can probably avoid them, or be prepared to deal them a blow. It's better than being attacked unexpectedly, right? What do you think? Your sister-in-law treats you so well, you don't want her to be in danger, do you?" Xishuang looked at her brother and opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words to refuse. Finally, she could only say, "Then go ask. If your sister-in-law needs me then I go." It was very reluctant. Shiyu ignored the small flicker of joy on his sister's face, and nodded with a suppressed smile. After dinner, as he left home, he saw the captain walking along the road out of Yunqi village, Xiao Fei at his side, both of them with serious expressions. He pricked up his ears and listened. Today, the Zhou Lei brothers were on duty at the gate, and the one speaking to them was Wei Lichuan. They were all from the same system, so even if they had never met before, they knew each other. Besides, Wei Lichuan had come to see the captain many times since he came here, and he was already familiar with his voice. But today, this guy seemed to be up to something bad. But Shiyu had no intention of eavesdropping. With the captain around, there was no need. At the Bai family villa, Bai Li was asking Bai Yang, I asked you to bring milk tea to Shi Shuang this afternoon. Did you ask her if she liked the cup? Bai Yang almost wanted to roll his eyes at his sister. Having a thermos was good enough these days, yet she was still being picky? He actually gotten to the point, but his way of saying it was different from his sister's. After all, that girl had bluntly said she liked durian last time. And he liked it. The question was, who was giving it to her? He didn't think Shi Shuang had done it on purpose. For someone with social anxiety, it was good enough for her to answer questions normally. She wouldn't be playing tricks on anyone. But it was precisely because of her honesty that he couldn't give her another chance to choose. Because there was a chance you couldn't give her what she said. Bai Yang said perfunctorily, she loves it. She loves it so much. Bai Li slapped him on the back of the head, speak nicely. Bai Yang was annoyed. He glared at her, why didn't I speak nicely? She really does like it. Oh, she loves milk tea even more. Her eyes light up just by smelling it. I wonder what these people's tastes are. They all treasure something so unpalatable. Then go get her a can of milk powder, a bag of tea leaves, and a packet of sugar later. He had no objection to the gift, but just as he was about to accept, Shi pushed open the door and walked in. Okay, no need to run. Sister-in-law, I want to ask, who are you taking to watching tomorrow? Not many people. Just me and Chung Si-yun, with our 3 kids, plus Bai Yang, and, Xiaowu and Feng Bao. A dog and a bird, too. Shi twitched his lips, figuring he didn't need to explain this to him specifically. Bai Li saw Shi Yu's intentions and asked directly, do you want Shi Shuang to come with us? Is that okay? Shi Yu's face was earnest. Although Xiao Shuang is introverted and not very communicative, she's very capable and has a good physique. You know, I always bring her with me during morning training. She definitely won't be a burden to you. I believe that. Shi Shuang has hearing abilities. Although she suffers from social anxiety, she's emotionally stable and courageous. Having her along is a real asset. Bai Li nodded readily. Then it's settled. Go back and have her prepare a backpack with just her necessities. Don't worry about food, we take care of it. The temperature has been relatively stable for the past 2 days, hovering between -5 degrees Celsius and 78 degrees Celsius. Both the temperature and the season would have been winter in the past. As everyone knows, winter in the countryside is quiet. Of course, the greenhouse area was an exception. But in both Baiguan and Yunqi village, everyone's food reserves seemed sufficient for now, so no one was planning to plant greenhouse crops. Under these circumstances, there was nothing much to do except gather firewood and prepare for the winter. Bai Li figured, since they were free anyway, they might as well take the weather and take the kids out for a stroll, so they could see the world and see how the survivors outside lived. Originally, Jiang Minglang wanted to go along, but Chung Si-yun turned him down. It was simply because they didn't want to go out and eat dog food. Besides, if Jiang Minglang came along, what would they get to exercise for? What difference would that make from just staying home? Bai Li thought it made sense, so she decided that Jiang Minglang would stay and Bai Yang would follow. Goal accomplished, Shi went back to inform his sister to prepare. But on the way out the door, they ran into the deputy captain, Sister Chung, and little Yu, returning from their after-dinner walk. Yu stood between them, holding Chung Si-yun's right hand and her father's left. They looked like a family of 3. This wasn't the first time they'd seen the 3 of them walking like this. Of course, it wasn't just their walk. The way the deputy captain spoke to Sister Chung struck them as gentler than when he spoken to his former sister-in-law. Shi felt, no, everyone felt, that the deputy captain and Sister Chung might just be on the verge of breaking the ice. It was a shame the deputy captain wasn't up to the task and hadn't confessed his feelings yet. Deputy Captain, Sister Chung. Shi greeted the two and reached up to touch Yu's little head. The little girl didn't shy away, even giving Shi a sweet smile. This would have been impossible 2 months ago. Chung Si-yun led Yu into the house, while Shi and Subo stood outside talking. Deputy Captain, Sister Chung is a good person. Subo glanced at him and snorted coldly, do you really need to waste your words? Then why are you still wasting time? If you had gotten her sooner, wouldn't you have had a mother sooner? The two of them were so compatible, like real mother and daughter. Divorced for years, Subo had long lost his feelings for his ex-wife. Now that he met someone he found attractive and suitable, why wouldn't he want to marry her and start a family of his own? It's just that she's not willing. Of course, Chung Si-yun didn't tell him explicitly, but from her attitude towards him, he could tell she probably wasn't interested. This prevented him from expressing his feelings. Being rejected wasn't a big deal, but he was afraid she'd be embarrassed when they met in the future. And then there was his daughter Yu. They got along so naturally and happily, and he didn't want to affect her because of him. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to settle. His first marriage was arranged by his family. Yu's mother was the daughter of a friend of his mother's. The two families knew each other well. While he wasn't particularly attracted to her, he didn't dislike her either. Plus, he was young at the time, so he listened to his parents and got married early. But his married life turned out to be a complete mess. During his divorce, he thought that if he remarried, he and his partner would have to be in love and long-lasting. He couldn't just muddle through anymore. But now he loved her, but she didn't love him. Su-bo felt that although both of them had experienced failed marriages before, Chung Se-eun had suffered more damage in hers than he had. It wasn't that she had lost faith in men, but rather that she had no interest in remarriage. Alas, once bitten, one becomes afraid of ropes for 10 years. If her ex-husband were still alive, if she ever ran into him, she would definitely beat him to death. That night, before bed, Chung Se-eun was reading a bedtime story to Yu when the little girl suddenly spoke. "In the water, Annie, you saved me in the water." Today's story was about the little mermaid saving a prince from the sea. Yu pointed to the azure ocean in the picture book and said clearly, "Before, at the beach, I was swept away by the waves, and Andy saved me." Many people wondered why Yu had been so attached to Chung Se-eun since arriving. Even Chung Se-eun herself was puzzled. After all, the red mole on her face was so obvious that it was lucky she didn't scare children to tears. Why would anyone go out of their way to get close to her? It was truly puzzling. Now, this long-suffering mystery has finally been solved. 2 years ago, Chung Se-eun was traveling alone to the beach when she accidentally saved a little girl who had been swept away by the waves. As a result, she scraped her leg on a reef. She had long forgotten the little girl's appearance, but she remembered the mother who rushed to pick her up without even glancing at her savior, let alone thanking her. She grabbed the child and left without a word. This nearly pissed Chung Se-eun off. Later, she complained to Bai Li and vowed never to meddle again if she encountered something like this. But they both knew that if it happened again, she might still save the child. After all, it was the adults who were uncivilized, not the innocent child. But at the time, she was still heartbroken. But Chung Se-eun never imagined that the child she saved would be Yu. This was truly fate. And Yu had memorized the mole on her face, so she recognized her the moment they met. When she told everyone about it the next day, everyone was amazed, except Su-bo, who remained silent. Yu had been swept away by the waves and was on the verge of death, but he hadn't known until now. I am too tired to complain, but as a biological father, he has undoubtedly failed in his duty. Chapter 158. Since you're going out, I won't give you any homework. Bring 300 Tang poems and memorize one every day. Bring your composition book and write a travelogue every day, no less than 200 words. I check it when you get back. And bring your calculator, 1 page a day. Grandpa, how about I not go out? I stay home with you. Chi-Chi's excitement about going out was dashed by a bucket of cold water, and she said with despair. The conflict on old Master Bai's face flashed away, and he steeled himself. That won't work. Your mother finally made up her mind to take you out, and I can't hold her back. Take a good look outside, and tell you about it when you get back. Chi-Chi keenly caught the word telling Grandpa's words, and quickly negotiated with him. I tell you everything, in detail. So, Grandpa, can we not write the travelogue? Why use a pen when you can already use your mouth? Isn't that a waste of time? Let's get this one thing straight. Don't try to cheat. Grandpa Bai patted his great-grandson's head with amusement and scolded him. When your mother was your age, her essays and calligraphy were so good she could even represent the school in competitions. Even though you don't have to compete, you can't slack off. Remember, no matter what, knowledge is power. The child weakly took over his grandfather's words and, equally weakly, put the composition book, 300 Tang poems, and calculation expert he mentioned into his small school bag. Gigi brought similar things as him, except for a change of clothes and homework. Yu was the same. They brought quite a bit of food, steamed buns, noodles, rice, a small box of sausages, the old lady's homemade dried spicy radish strips, her homemade pickled kimchi, some potatoes and sweet potatoes, a steamer, and a wok. There was no other way. It was freezing cold out there, and finding food locally was probably impossible. Gao Junyu helped load things into the car. He promised Bai Li that he would take good care of the tea trees while she was gone. Yesterday, he had nurtured that little tea tree, making it stronger than before. As for why Gao Junyu wasn't taking this trip, it wasn't that they didn't want to take him, it was that he simply didn't want to go. For Chi-Chi, a child who had always lived peacefully in Baiguan, going out would be an exciting adventure, a journey that would broaden his horizons. But for Junyu, who had been constantly wandering, the stability of a safe place was what he needed most. His current home was great. He loved it. He wanted to stay home and didn't want to go anywhere else. It was hard to say what would happen in the future, but for now, this was his mindset. Okay, Auntie's tea trees are now in your care. Remember, take your time when inducing them to mature, don't rush. You just begun to develop your supernatural powers, so now's the time to practice. Even if your powers run out, don't worry, rest, and they return soon. In short, with more practice, you naturally become proficient. What Bailey didn't know was that these simple instructions and advice had resulted in the transplanted tea trees being harvested twice in just 7 days. To ensure daily release of his supernatural powers, the young man had his father tidy up a palm-sized plot of land in their yard. He then asked Grandpa Bai for some vegetable seeds. Every day, he planted cabbage, greens, radishes, and garlic sprouts in turns, and soon the family had more fresh vegetables than they could eat. Of course, that's a story for later. Before they set out, Jiang Minglang repeatedly emphasized to Bailey, 10 days at most. You must be back within 10 days. They didn't go far. The nearby Huacheng was larger than Pingcheng. During their previous visit to the Liu family's base, they heard that there were several factions within the city, which was why there were still quite a few zombies in the heart of the city. They go and see if they could find something. If not, they go to Longbei Mountain, a county-level city further east. It was a tourist attraction, and although the population wasn't large before the apocalypse, it was quite wealthy. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Pingcheng Agricultural University had an experimental field in Longbei Mountain. While they didn't understand why a university in Pingcheng would locate its experimental field there, they were said to have a seed laboratory there, cultivating many rare varieties, such as mangoes that weren't suitable for Pingcheng. Bailey still remembered an experiment their biology teacher conducted at home in high school. He had someone buy 2 mango trees from Hainan, carefully nurtured them, and when they finally bore fruit, they produced 3 mangoes the size of thumbs. This wasn't surprising. After all, mangoes are tropical and subtropical fruit trees, so they couldn't grow them here. But it's said that the mango saplings in the Longbei Mountain Seed Laboratory are improved and can be planted there. Bailey didn't care whether they were improved or not, she just wanted them. So the purpose of this trip was to visit the Longbei Mountain Seed Laboratory. Because Bailey is a road idiot, she needs someone to guide her. In the past, it was Chi-Chi, but today, Chung Siyun simply stopped her from driving and took Peck over. Bai Yang sat in the passenger seat, alert and watching the road. She swung, clutching her backpack, pricked up her ears to see if anything was amiss, occasionally glancing at Bailey, who lay asleep in bed. Yes, my sister-in-law is sleeping. After leaving Yunchi village, she listened to 3 children recite 3 poems, and then she fell asleep. It was incredibly fast. She felt a little strange. There was a faint blue tint under her sister-in-law's eyes. Did she have insomnia last night? When Shi Shuang first awakened her hearing ability, she often couldn't sleep. It's not that she couldn't sleep, it was just that she could hear too much, which disturbed her sleep. Later, as she got used to it, she slowly returned to normal. Nowadays, with no internet and limited electricity, there seems to be nothing else to do at night except sleep, right? Oh no, my brother said that the green ivy on the Yunchi village wall was caused by my sister-in-law. Those aren't just green ivy, they're eyes, my sister-in-law's eyes. So, she must be distracted by her vigilance outside, which is why she can't sleep well at night. Yes, that must be it. My sister-in-law has been working so hard. Bailey had no idea the girl was overthinking the green shadows in her eyes. If she had, she would have said, "Girl, you're overthinking." She didn't sleep well last night simply because someone had nowhere to vent their energy and kept her up all night. The RV soon left Pingcheng and entered Flower City. Because Jiang Minglang and his team had come here before to haul bricks, cement, sand, and other construction materials, the roads had been cleared, making the journey smooth. He even had a pretty good idea of the various factions here and their strengths, otherwise, he wouldn't have let his wife and children go out. The temperature today was similar to yesterday's. In fact, when the sun came out, it felt even warmer on her body. It was like every sunny day before the apocalypse, if he hadn't seen the devastated city before him. Someone's trying to stop our car up ahead. Right over there, at the Jinbi Hotel. Bai Yang was drowsy from the sun, and just as his eyelids were about to close, he heard a faint voice behind him. He suddenly woke up. Robbery? They only been out of Pingcheng for 2 hours, not even lunchtime yet, and already, Something's happening? Bai Yang sat up straight and looked at the gray yet conspicuous hotel sign, about 300 meters away. From such a distance, Shi Shuang could actually hear someone talking inside the hotel. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise, turned back to look at Shi Shuang, and asked, "What else did they say?" Chung Siyun glanced in the direction of the hotel, and simply slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. Then, like Bai Yang, he turned back to look at Shi Shuang. She was being watched by two people. No, three little creatures, a bird, and a dog, who all turned their gazes on her after hearing her words. Shi Shuang tensed up, her beautiful eyes blinking as she lowered her head and whispered, "They said the driver was a woman." Before she finished her sentence, she glanced up at Chung Siyun, only to find him completely calm, as if he hadn't grasped the meaning of her words. Shi Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "They plan to stop the car first, then see how many people are inside, and what their abilities are, and then act when the opportunity arises. They have binoculars and must have been observing us for a while." This wasn't surprising. It was freezing cold, and finding food was hard to come by. Occasionally you see someone. They weren't exactly ragged, but they were generally sallow and malnourished. It was already early December, and the apocalypse had officially entered its 8th month. Don't underestimate 8 months. With humanity completely defenseless and no food reserves, coupled with zombies and mutated animals. By the time the authorities find time to count the population, there's no telling how many people will be left. I heard Jiang Minglang say before that Kyoto is slowly reorganizing and trying to restore order. It's become the nation's largest survivor base, a source of hope for everyone. People from surrounding cities, and even farther afield, are flocking to Kyoto. Besides Kyoto, I heard 2 other cities have established bases, one to the west and one to the east. While not as large as Kyoto, they're both provincial capitals and major metropolitan areas, and I'm told they also gathered a significant number of survivors. None of the 3 major bases can compare to the small agricultural town of Pingcheng. In short, those who are now hopeful and able to embark on the journey are basically heading for the 3 major bases. The rest either have some ability or ambition, hoping to recruit others to establish a small base and experience the thrill of being the boss. Or they're too weak to go. Or they're afraid of dying on the road and still dream of waiting for rescue. In either case, they shouldn't have such a large and impressive RV as a means of transportation. So, as soon as the car appeared on the road, everyone within sight saw it. Some were self-aware, realizing that anyone daring to drive a car like this must be no ordinary person, so they immediately abandoned their plans for robbery. But there were always those who couldn't suppress their greed and wanted to try their luck. For example, the group holed up in the Jinbi Hotel. Shi Shuang closed her eyes and listened to the sounds, counting about 18. 18 people were talking, but the total number was probably higher. Bailey opened her eyes and sat up from the nearby cot. She rubbed her face and asked a completely unrelated question, "Are you hungry?" Chung Siyun said irritably, "I'm the driver, and I'm not hungry. So how about you, the sleeper?" "A little bit. How about we make tomato and egg soup and heat up some buns for lunch?" "Whatever, foodie." Since they were already parked, they might as well wait until they had eaten before leaving. Bailey went to the kitchen to make soup and heat up the buns. Chung Siyun opened the car door and took the children out for some fresh air. Bai Yang followed. Only Shi Shuang stared blankly at the group, seemingly having forgotten what she had just said. A group of people were waiting up ahead to stop the car. "Shi Shuang, you should get out and relax too. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen." The group, suspicious at the car's stop, didn't intend to come over, but instead quietly discussed why it had stopped. They observed from the shadows, neither giving up nor rushing forward. Shi Shuang understood. Her sister-in-law was planning to let everyone eat and drink their fill before dealing with the gang. Admittedly, Shi Shuang had overthought again. After dinner, they were back on the road. As the RV, reinforced with thick steel plates, approached the entrance of the Jinbi Hotel, 8 men slowly emerged from it. 8 young, tall, and muscular men. They stood in the middle of the road. 2 of them raised their arms and waved at the RV, clearly asking them to stop. But Chung Siyun instead stepped on the accelerator, accelerating from 50 to 100. The RV suddenly sped off like a ferocious beast, roaring and roaring. The 8 men froze. A moment of panic followed by dodging and a barrage of insults. Bailey sat by the window, her right hand resting on the small table in front of her, tapping gently. Then, as if paused, the sounds behind her vanished. Shi Shuang ran behind the kneeling children and, through the windshield, saw the people she had just seen sitting in a heap on the ground. Their bodies and limbs were intact, except for the green ivy tied around their mouths, which had distorted their faces. Not only could they no longer utter a sound, but each one wore a look of terror and horror. Shi Shuang's mouth widened slightly in surprise. This was the first time she had seen her sister-in-law use her supernatural powers. In the blink of an eye, silently and without a sound, she had dispatched someone. Although she hadn't killed these people, but had tied their mouths, she believed that if the green ivy had landed on their necks instead of their mouths, there would be 8 bodies lying on the road right now. It was only then that Shi Shuang finally understood why no one had taken her claim of someone stopping the car seriously. I thought Bai Yang would be the biggest force on this trip, but I didn't expect. Shi Shuang glanced forward subtly at the young man in the passenger seat. Bai Yang, as if sensing something, suddenly turned back, bumping into Shi Shuang, who hadn't had time to look away. Both of them paused for a moment, then averted their gazes, looking elsewhere as if nothing had happened. Shi Shuang was fine, having no other thoughts, so she just thought it was a coincidence. But Bai Yang couldn't help but wonder, why was this socially anxious girl secretly watching him? Did she have feelings for him? Bai Yang stroked his chin and glanced in the mirror overhead. He used to look innocent and naive, but after 6 months of his brother-in-law's inhumane training, his once fair and handsome face had become more angular, with a touch of mature manliness. He looked even more handsome than before. It was all his sister's fault. He had to keep giving people gifts with this face. See, he was making people think too much. Chapter 159. It's been almost 8 months since the apocalypse, and there are still so many zombies in downtown Huacheng. Because Shi Shuang had heard the familiar horse noises beforehand, the RV didn't drive in. Instead, it stopped at a fork in the road leading to the city center. Cheng Xian watched from the car while Bai Li and her brother, Shi Shuang, and the 3 children walked over to check on the situation. Letting the children understand what the world has become isn't just about empty talk. They need to see it with their own eyes. On one of the desolate and dilapidated main streets, about 20 or 30 zombies roamed scattered around. Perhaps there were more around the corner. Oh, there are clearly quite a few survivors in Huacheng. But precisely because there are so many people, there are so many thoughts. You think he clean up, he thinks you clean up, and in the end, it's like 3 monks out of water, with no one cleaning up. But even so, there's no way any supplies will remain. Just lure the zombies away, and take them. Anyone who's survived knows how to do it. Let's take a detour and not go this way. Bai Li didn't want to make things difficult for others. The 3 adults and 3 children quietly returned to the RV, then skirted the center of Huacheng City, and took another narrow, quiet road. Lizzie, there's a cafe up ahead. Do you want a coffee machine? Cheng Xian knew her friend loved coffee. She had a home coffee machine at home in Sucheng, but she hadn't brought it back. Bai Li sighed. What good is a coffee machine? What about coffee beans? Where do they come from? Ask your family's Jiang Lang to find some connections. See if there are any comrades going to Hainan or other parts of southern Taiwan. They can bring you a seedling when they come back. As long as there are coffee trees, why worry about coffee beans? Bai Li raised an eyebrow. That made a lot of sense. But if she actually made that request, it would seem a bit hypocritical or overkill. But Bai Li wasn't the type to be indecisive. Since her friend had suggested it, she was a bit tempted. So, she might as well take it with her. Even if she didn't need it later, it was better than not having it when she actually needed it. So, in the afternoon of the day they set out, they moved their first supplies of the trip, 2 fully automatic commercial coffee machines. There was no telling when these would be available again, so since they seen them, they decided to take both. Another surprise. The bagged coffee beans in this shop have a 3-year shelf life, and the ones left unopened in the cabinet were surprisingly still within their expiration date. So, along with the coffee cups, they loaded everything into the car. As they were about to leave, Shi Shuang suddenly stepped sideways, shielding the children behind her. She raised her knife, and looked warily at the intersection about 100 meters ahead. In fact, in addition to the knife, her brother had also given her a gun. Of course, she wasn't the only one with a gun. Su Bo gave his to Cheng Xian, and Bai Li also carried a small pistol in her jacket pocket. All just in case. But although their team was primarily composed of women and children, they were actually quite capable. As long as they weren't facing regular troops, like Jiang Lang and his men, they were practically no match for them. Seeing Shi Shuang's expression, Cheng Xian opened the driver's door, got in, and started the car. Bai Yang dodged in front of Shi Shuang and whispered, "What's going on?" He was puzzled. Why hadn't this girl informed them ahead of time? It wasn't that Shi Shuang hadn't informed them. It was that they hadn't spoken before the sound of their footsteps. It was as if they had always lived nearby, and had been drawn here by the noise. Live nearby, this was downtown. Did anyone still live downtown? Shi Shuang didn't answer Bai Yang as the footsteps approached the intersection, and the group turned the corner and appeared before them. Bai Yang turned and was startled. They weren't the robust, adult men he'd been seeing before him, but four thinly dressed, sallow-faced elderly people and children. One of them looked about 5 or 6, and the boy holding her hand was about 8 or 9. Both had messy hair, their faces so dirty they were almost unrecognizable. Their cheekbones were prominent, their eyes sunken, and they looked at them with a mixture of timidity and longing. Mom! Being stared at by 2 children, who looked like refugees, Chi-Chi felt a little overwhelmed. This was the first time he encountered children outside. In the past, when he went out with his parents, he only encountered adults. He'd once been deeply puzzled, wondering why all the children had disappeared after the apocalypse. Later, his mother told him that it was dangerous outside, and children without adult protection rarely survived. Even those who survived wouldn't easily be allowed out. And few, like him, had both parents to protect them and the ability to venture outside. So what about these 2 children? Which category did they fall into? Chi-Chi looked at the 2 elderly men standing behind the children. Their faces were crisscrossed with wrinkles, and they looked older than their grandfather. No, even older than their great-grandfather. They didn't look like the kind of people who could protect children. But the 2 children were definitely following the elderly couple. The 2 adults and 2 children looked at them with eager, envious, and fearful eyes. They clearly didn't ask for food, yet it felt as if they had. Chi-Chi didn't know whether to give it to them. If I want to give it to you, I give it to you. It's okay if I give it up a little. After hearing their mother's words, Chi-Chi turned and consulted with Gigi. The 2 little ones climbed into the RV and soon emerged, clutching a cloth bag. They walked over to the family of 4 and handed the bag to the little boy, who was about his own age. Thank you, thank you. The little boy took the bag with a look of surprise, but didn't rush to open it. Instead, he pulled his sister and bowed to Chi-Chi and Gigi. He seemed very polite. Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said to the 4 people, if there's no way out here, you can go to the greenhouse area in Pengcheng's West District. Your grandparents, if they know how to grow crops, will welcome you. It's not difficult to get there. Outside of Huaqing City, heading west, there are basically no zombies, so it's a relatively safe journey. Without waiting for a response, he turned and dragged Gigi back to the RV. Bailey heard her son's words and waited for him to return to her side before asking, why did you suggest they go to the greenhouse area? Didn't my great-grandfather say, giving a man a fish is worse than teaching him how to fish? Giving them food will only fill them for 1 or 2 meals at most. What's the point? Bai Yang smiled and patted his nephew's head. Good job, kid. You learned something and put it into practice. Your great-grandfather's teachings were well worth it. When they got in the car and drove to the intersection, the family of 4 had disappeared. Chi-Chi peeked out the window. It was a narrow road barely wide enough for 1 car. The buildings on either side looked quaint and old, with a sense of age. They had entered the old city. Some of the shops have basements. The 4 of them must have hidden there, and survived until now. Bai Yang had visited Huaqing several times before, and was quite familiar with the old town. He sighed, it's not easy. But whether he could continue on his way depended on himself. As the driver, Chung Siyun was the first to notice the bodies lying in front of the roadside shops ahead. Each one was missing limbs, not a single one intact. Some had an arm chopped off, a hole in their chest, their heads tilted to one side, their eyes wide open. It was unknown how long they had been dead. The flesh on their faces had already rotted away. If it weren't for the sudden drop in temperature, freezing the bodies, they would have been infested with maggots long ago. The others were in much the same condition. Although Chung Siyun had killed zombies before, and had been sprayed in the face with black blood, it had been several months since then. Life had been peaceful for so long, that she had almost forgotten all about it. So now, seeing so many dead bodies suddenly made her stomach churn. But because the children were around, she forced herself to suppress her anger. She then mentally despised herself. If she couldn't handle such a situation, how could she possibly take the children out? What a loser. She cursed herself silently, feeling much better, and continued driving calmly. In the back of the car, the 3 children stared at the bodies outside and asked Bailey, Mom, were they beaten to death? To the adult's surprise, the 3 children remained unfazed by the sight of the horrific bodies. Not only did Chi-Chi and Gigi show no reaction, but even Yu didn't react much. Thinking about the 2 children's past collaboration in murder, and how many similar corpses Yu had seen on her way to Pengcheng with her father, One could only say that reality had taught children to remain calm. I guess so, Bailey said to them. There doesn't seem to be anything here. How about we leave the city and go straight to Longbei Mountain? Everyone agreed. Chung Xian had a good sense of direction, and with Bai Yang's guidance, the RV quickly bypassed the old city, intending to drive through the new city onto the national highway, which would allow them to drive directly to Longbei Mountain. However, shortly after entering the new city, the car stopped for a rest. Chi-Chi took Xiaowu and Feng Bao out to pee and poop. They encountered a grandparents-grandchildren duo again, an elderly-looking man with a 6- or 7-year-old grandson. But unlike the previous grandparents-grandson pair, this one immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded loudly. Please have mercy on us. My little grandson is only 6 years old. He hasn't eaten in over 10 days. Please give him something to eat, just one bite. The old man said as he pressed his grandson to kowtow. The thin boy's head hit the concrete, scraping a layer of skin. When he raised his head, his forehead was bloodshot. Chi-Chi had never seen such a scene before, and he took 2 steps back in shock, bewildered. If Xiaowu hadn't stood before him with his teeth bared, the grandparents would have likely fallen to their knees. Sorry, I heard footsteps, but I didn't know they were coming. Shi Xuan quickly walked over to Chi-Chi and whispered an apology. What's there to apologize for? You're not one of those people's worms. Bai Yang sat on the step at the car door and waved Shi Xuan over, but she didn't move, clearly afraid the grandparents might do something to Chi-Chi. Whatever they wanted to do. Bringing them out wasn't just to investigate the current situation, but also to see human nature. So, when faced with a situation like this, as long as it doesn't endanger your own safety, let him handle it first. Bai Yang couldn't help but go over and pull Shi Xuan aside, letting her just watch as he did. Little boy, Grandpa begs you. Please spare my poor grandson a bite of food, just one bite, okay? Baby, come on, kowtow. The old man said, his large hand pressing down on the little boy's head again, trying to force him to kowtow to Chi-Chi again. Enough. After a brief moment of panic, Chi-Chi regained his composure. He couldn't stand it any longer and scolded, You're not his grandpa at all, are you? Even if you are, you're not a good grandpa. He was just little, not stupid. Would a grandfather who truly loved his grandson have the heart to rub his forehead against the ground? And not even look at it after it was broken? Chi-Chi drew his knife, pointed it at the old man, and shouted, You back off. The old man was stunned for a moment, a fierce glint in his eyes, as he lowered his head. He didn't stand up, but knelt and backed away a little. When he raised his head again, a fawning smile spread across his face. Little boy, I'm his grandfather, his real grandfather. If you don't believe me, just ask him. How, tell me, tell this little brother who I am. Grandpa, my grandfather. The little boy answered without hesitation. Chi-Chi frowned, feeling something was amiss. He pulled a lollipop from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and handed it to the little boy, saying coldly, Eat it. You want one bite? Then one bite, one candy at a time. The little boy's eyes lit up at the sight of the lollipop. He climbed up from the ground, snatched it up, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he looked up at Chi-Chi and reached out again. That's too little. I want more. Chi-Chi sneered. Your grandfather said he only wanted one bite. Why should I give him more? The little boy was stunned, then said viciously, I told you to give it to me. So why all that nonsense? I want candy, give me candy. As he spoke, the little boy was about to pounce on Chi-Chi's pockets, ignoring even Xiaowu, the little dog baring its teeth at him. He never gotten a lollipop from begging before, but this kid did. Not only did he have a nice car to ride in, clean clothes to wear, but he also had delicious lollipops. Why did he have everything? And he had to kneel down and beg just to fill his stomach, and had to give most of what he got back to his grandfather. It wasn't fair. It was so unfair. Before the little boy could pounce on Chi-Chi, he was kicked away by him. His small body fell to the broken asphalt with a soft thud. Wow! Someone's hitting someone. An adult is hitting a child. The little boy didn't get up after being kicked. Instead, he rolled over and cried, his voice loud and unbelievable for someone who hadn't eaten in over 10 days. Chi-Chi's face darkened. If he had known this brat was going to scam him, he wouldn't have used just 30% of his strength. He should have used 100% and sent him flying with a single kick, saving him the trouble. From his yelling, it was clear he was used to it. He didn't even bother changing his words when being beaten by this kid today. There was probably a beggar gang not far from here. Following the child's yelling, who knew where those people had been hiding, suddenly appeared from all directions, all gazing towards us with malicious intent. Most of them were elderly and children, but there were also young men and women among them. At first, they watched, but when they saw Chi-Chi standing there without making any further moves, they emerged from their hiding places and slowly moved closer. Chapter 160. How could there be so many people? Shi Shuang turned and looked around, her face changing in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the group of young and old. She murmured, "How could I not have heard it? It's impossible." Bai Yang was standing next to her, hearing her whispers clearly. He leaned slightly closer to Shi Shuang and whispered, "Since these people have survived the apocalypse, they must have their own set of survival techniques. Your inability to hear isn't a problem with your hearing ability, it's because they figured out how to muffle the sound so that it can't be heard by anyone outside." "Is that so?" Shi Shuang looked at Bai Yang suspiciously, not quite convinced. Bai Yang was anxious. "What's that look in your eyes? Do you think I'm trying to comfort you? Stop being so naive, okay? Don't you think about it? Aren't zombies or mad mutants sensitive to sound? Look at this group of people. They're all either old or young. Do they have any fighting ability? No, right? If they can't fight, and yet they survived, what does that prove?" What it meant wasn't important. What mattered was that his naive words irritated Shi Shuang. She glared at Bai Yang, thinking, what a disgusting guy. Analyze, why use such nonsense words? Unfortunately, Bai Yang didn't catch her glance. While he was talking to Shi Shuang, his eyes were focused on the surroundings, trying to figure out who was the boss. Looking around, Bai Yang's gaze finally settled on the few men standing still, looking at the young man in his 30s. They appeared after the old and young ones emerged, and then stood at a distance, as if they were just there to watch the fun and had nothing else to do with them. "It's okay, ha," Bai Yang sneered. Didn't he see one of them gesture toward an old beggar? Indeed, for a group of young and old to have survived until now, survival skills alone weren't enough, they also needed someone with strong fighting skills to provide protection. So, is this really a gang? At this moment, Gigi had finished his own important task of rebirth. The child, with a piece of green ivy stuck in his waistband and a short knife similar to Chi-Chi's on his belt, rubbed his stomach and walked out from behind the bushes comfortably. He had heard the commotion earlier, but didn't hear Aunt Bai say a word, suggesting she wanted to let Chi-Chi handle it first. Gigi naturally walked over to the eldest brother, drew his short knife, and prepared himself. Chi-Chi looked at the little boy still rolling and howling on the ground. He had tried to hold it back, but in the end, he couldn't. With a wave of his hand, the annoying wail ceased abruptly. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the boy's mouth was frozen shut. His small face was split in two, the area below his nose encased in a crystal-clear block of ice, while the area above was filled with a blank, terrified expression, unaware of what had happened. His grandfather had been crying mournfully alongside him, muttering things like bullying the weak, and it's unjust. Suddenly, seeing his grandson's mouth sealed with ice, he swallowed the words that were about to escape his mouth. Still kneeling on the ground, he retreated a long way, his reaction and speed completely inconsistent with his aged face. And the grandson he was talking about was still lying there. Chi-Chi's face sullenly glanced at the crowd gathered around him. He raised his hand, looked at the old man with a sneer on his face, and said, "Didn't you say this was your grandson? Why, you don't want him anymore? That's too much." The old man didn't directly answer Chi-Chi. A gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes, and then he looked at Bai Yang and Shi Shuang standing near the car door. After struggling with this brat for so long, apart from these two young people and the ugly woman in the driver's seat, there were no other adults. Could it be that there were only these two people in the car? 2 brats and 3 adults? The curtains of the RV were always drawn. Even if they weren't, the film made it impossible to see inside from the outside. That's why Bailey and Yu, sitting by the window, weren't noticed by these people. It's better not to have anyone else. Everyone be fair. My father and I just wanted some food. We didn't do anything else. If you have it, give it to us. If you don't, we can't do anything to you. Why hit him? Having superpowers is a big deal, but just because you have superpowers, you can kill people at will? Look at everyone, this kid is so young, yet he's so cruel and ruthless. He doesn't take human life seriously, does he? The old man spoke with conviction, as if Chi-Chi had just done something heinous. The little boy, who had been lying on the ground with a bewildered look on his face, turned his head and glanced at him as he spoke. Then, as if receiving some kind of signal, he closed his eyes, tilted his head, and fainted. "Oh how, my dear grandson, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. How am I supposed to live if you're gone? Everyone, please help me. My how is dying." An 8 or 9-year-old child with superpowers might be surprising, but it wasn't too surprising. At least these old beggars weren't frightened. After a brief moment of surprise, they began their usual tactics. Acting. Who among you is this child's parent? The beggars around them began to close in on the encirclement. One of them, looking rather respectable, said he was just asking for food. If you don't give it to me, then don't give it to me. Are you going to beat him to death? That's right. Even in the apocalypse, human life can't be taken lightly. That's right. Even though it was a child who did it, adults still have to take responsibility, right? Who is this child's parent? Stand up and speak. Are you taking advantage of the fact that we have no one in Huaqiao? You can't leave until this matter is resolved today. That's right. Stop their car. They can't leave until they give them a satisfactory answer. The men exchanged words, exchanging glances as they explained their purpose, surrounding the RV. Chi-Chi's face turned livid with anger when he heard these words. Gigi, seeing the boss's behavior, also became angry. He took the initiative, swiftly swinging his knife at the old man closest to them who had initially attacked them. Bang! The knife swung down, but it struck not the old man but a rock. Bai Yang dodged to Gigi's side, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, and pulled him back. The next second, a large rock fell with a thud where Gigi had been. Xishuang, get in the car. Bai Yang flung Gigi through the door and called out to Xishuang, asking her to get back in, when she suddenly pulled out a pistol, ran over to Chi-Chi, and fired 2 shots in one direction. Ah! A scream rang out as she shot an old beggar in the shoulder. But Xishuang held the gun still, because she had intended to shoot not the old beggar, but a 15 or 16-year-old boy hiding behind him. He was an Earth-type psychic, the same one who had just thrown the rock at Gigi. A flash of surprise flashed in Bai Yang's eyes. He hadn't expected Xishuang to react so quickly. The old beggar, struck in the shoulder, stumbled to the ground, leaving the young man completely exposed. He watched Xishuang's gun warily, intending to move the rocks beside the road to hit her if she fired again. Come on, let's see who's faster. As soon as this thought occurred to him, he felt a chill on his neck. He looked in astonishment at the enlarged face before him. It was the young man who had been near the car door just a moment before. How could he be so fast? Move? Try to move? The pain in his neck made the young man afraid to move. Warm blood flowed down his collar, turning his face pale with fear. Bai Yang scoffed, is that all you're brave enough? He suddenly raised his arm, and slashed the young man's neck with a knife, then kicked the unconscious body to the side of the road. Ah! Ah! Feng, who had burrowed into Chi-Chi's arms in terror at the sound of Xishuang's gunshot, suddenly raised his head and cried out twice at the sky. Chi-Chi thought it was frightened again, and quickly patted Niatz's little head to comfort him. It's okay, Feng. The bad guy got beaten up by your uncle. Let's not play here anymore. Let's go now. With that, he turned and took Xiaowu to the car, but before he turned, he glanced at the grandparents and grandchildren who had scammed him. By the time he got in, they had transformed into ice sculptures, their bodies frozen solid. In the cold weather, Chi-Chi's water element seemed to have truly transformed into ice, making it incredibly smooth and much easier to use than in the heat. The old man who had been helping the grandparents and grandchildren had already changed his expression after the boy was knocked unconscious, but before he could react, Chi-Chi attacked again, sending him into a rage. Just as he raised his hand to direct everyone to do something, a sudden rustling noise echoed from the clear sky. Everyone looked up, and saw a flock of jet-black birds flying in from nowhere. First, they croaked a few times, followed by another awe. Suddenly, the black birds swooped down towards them, swift as a flash, and in the blink of an eye, their black beaks pecked at their heads. Ah! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Help! Help! Watching the beggars, young and old, fleeing in panic after being attacked by the black birds, the young men who had been standing still were stunned. As expected, anyone who dared to drive around in a luxury RV at such a time was definitely not an ordinary person. Even the child, or the bird the child raised, was definitely not ordinary. To survive until now by begging with a group of young and old was definitely not an ordinary person. First and foremost, their observation skills were even sharper than those of ordinary psychics. The parrot in the kid's arms chirped twice strangely, and not long after, a flock of black birds arrived. The parrot chirped again, like a command. As expected, the world is getting stranger and stranger. Even birds aren't birds anymore. Because of the crow's appearance, the green ivy on the RV's roof stretched out a bit before slowly folding back down, sprawled out on the roof, basking in the sun. Bailey Tutade gently tapped Feng Bao's little head with her index finger, and said to Chung Siyun, "Let's go to Longbei Mountain." After Shi Shuang and Bai Yang got in, Chung Si-eun closed the car door. At this point, the beggars' gang had been pecked back into their respective nests by the crows. The scene, previously noisy and chaotic, suddenly returned to silence, as if the previous scam and attempted robbery had never occurred, as if nothing had happened here. Of course, aside from the grandfather and grandson frozen into ice sculptures, there was no sign of him. Even the Earth-type youth whose throat was slashed and knocked unconscious by Bai Yang had vanished, evidently having been rescued. Lucky for them. Chung Si-eun snorted coldly, starting the car and driving away from the scene. It wasn't that they were kind enough to spare the lives of these gang members, but how could they kill so many children? Gangs like these couldn't be eradicated before the apocalypse, let alone after it. Letting the children see how wicked human nature can be is enough. There's no need to get blood on their hands and kill them all. Because of this incident, the children lost interest in stopping for the rest of the journey. They continued on until sunset, just as darkness was approaching, when they finally stopped at a paper mill not far from the highway, intending to spend the night there. Ho ho! Ho ho! As the car pulled into the factory, Shi Shuang didn't need to remind them to hear the distinctive roar of zombies. Before, when no one was around, the zombies in the paper mill office building had simply wandered aimlessly. It wasn't until the sound of the car engine caught their attention that they pounced on the office windows and roared at them through the glass. Bailey looked up at the windows on the 3rd and 4th floors. In the pale glow of the setting sun, the zombies' faces, emaciated and distorted, were illuminated. She couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if anyone has studied zombies. They can go without food or water for 6 months. Even if all their flesh and blood are gone, as long as their heads and bodies are connected, they can still survive. So what do they rely on? What is it? It's said that the zombie virus initially infects the brain, just like encephalitis, which can be fatal, does the same thing. However, after death, the virus mutates and causes the dead to resurrect, becoming zombies. Shi Shuang answered seriously. Bailey, Chung Si-eun, and Bai Yang all turned to look at her. Staring at the serious-looking girl, they asked, Xiao Shuang, your brother told me you're in graduate school. What's your major? I'm doing a combined undergraduate, master's, and doctoral program at University A, majoring in neuroscience in the medical school. The three of them responded, So a true academic genius is here. Excuse me, Bailey glanced at her brother and smiled. Bai Yang is also a graduate student. He just got accepted into Ningxing University, majoring in physics. The implication was that my brother wasn't stupid either. After all, Ningxing University is a nationally ranked university. Bai Yang's lips twitched. He thought, sister, what are you doing? No matter how good Ning University is, it's not as good as University A. Isn't it embarrassing to compare me to others by bringing it up? And that graduate student, he struggled mightily to get in. How can he be compared to someone else who's already got a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate? Really? But Shi Shuang nodded confidently. Ning University's physics program is ranked in the top 3 in the country. Getting it is definitely not easy. Bai Yang, He turned to look at Shi Shuang, seeing her sincere praise, not a hint of pretense. He couldn't help but feel a stir. So, Shi Shuang really does have some feelings for him, right? Why else, as a top student at University A, would she have to compliment him so against her will? However, Shi Shuang remained calm throughout her discussion of her major. After all, she was sticking to the facts and hadn't considered complimenting Bai Yang at all. Chapter 161. I couldn't sleep to such a horrible noise, so Bailey instructed Bai Yang, go clean up the zombies upstairs. After dinner, we can get some rest. Bai Yang had planned this too. After all, he was the only man here, so who would go if he didn't? But as soon as he stood up and walked to the door, Shi Shuang followed him, knife in hand. I go with you. She wasn't just following along for the ride. She killed plenty of zombies before, otherwise she wouldn't have survived until her brother came to school to find her. No, there's only a few. Before Bai Yang could finish his sentence, Shi Shuang had already jumped out of the car, bypassing him and heading for the 3rd floor of the paper mill. As she passed him, her ponytail accidentally brushed his face, sending a tingling sensation. Bai Yang froze for a moment, then touched his nose, and quickly jumped out of the car to follow. The 3 children stared blankly, neither offering to follow. After all, they were children. Looking at the hideous, mummified corpses, it would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. The paper mill office building had 4 floors. The first floor housed the reception desk, exhibition hall, and, presumably, a sample room. The glass door leading outside was tightly closed, with steel pipes slung across the doorknobs on either side. Someone must have closed the door when they escaped. Bai Yang stood at the doorway and peered inside. It was a mess. He could vaguely see a headless body sprawled on the front counter, but nothing else seemed to be there. He pulled out the steel pipe from the door and instructed Shi Shuang behind him, "Follow me later. Don't rush forward on your own." Shi Shuang hummed lightly. Bai Yang felt her hum was a bit perfunctory, so he quickly replaced the pipe. Turning to Shi Shuang, he said sternly, "Don't take it lightly. After all, we still don't know what's going on here. Either you listen to me and follow me, or you wait outside. Don't follow me in and cause trouble." Of course, the last sentence stuck in her throat. She didn't dare say it. Shi Shuang stared at him silently, silent. But what she was thinking was, this guy is really long-winded, talking so much nonsense. Bai Yang saw her serious expression and automatically understood that she had remembered it. After all, with a social anxiety disorder, you can't expect her to answer you honestly every time. Bai Yang nodded in satisfaction, turned around, pulled out the steel pipe, and as he pushed open the door, he reminded her, "Follow me closely." Shi Shuang rolled her eyes behind him. The nauseating smell of rotting corpses wafted over, and the two men held their breath, looking around warily. Hee. The roar of zombies emanated from the second floor. After a cursory check, the two men found no zombies on the first floor, so they decisively headed for the stairs. The glass door on the first floor was secured from the outside by steel pipes. Logically, there should be zombies there, probably quite a few. But aside from the headless zombie sprawled on the counter, there wasn't another one. Does that mean the first floor? The zombies went to the second floor? The only ones who could compel and attract the zombies to cross floors must be survivors. So, even after the glass door was locked from the outside, there were still survivors inside the office building. This reminded Bai Yang of his time at Ningda University. He had managed to escape in time because of his quick reaction, but he heard that students from other classes had closed the classroom door as they ran out. He had locked not only the zombies inside, but also the uninfected students. In the face of death, a person's subconscious actions truly reveal their truest selves. There's nothing wrong with trying to survive, but it's wrong to deny others the chance to do so. Despite Bai Yang's usual cheerful demeanor, seemingly unconcerned, his dreams of the night still haunt him, haunting the classmates he once attended classes with, played basketball with, and played with, all gone in the blink of an eye. Even Dong Zimo, his former classmate who had returned to Pingcheng with him, has been lost to history, and his current fate remains unknown. But he's probably in grave danger. Bai Yang's mind flashed through the past for a fleeting moment, and then, along with Shi Shuang, they tiptoed up to the second floor. Perhaps zombies are now more sensitive to human scent, but as soon as they reached the second floor, a roaring zombie pounced upon them. Bai Yang reached back with his left hand, grabbed Shi Shuang, and swooped aside, his intention being to avoid the attacking zombie and send it tumbling down the stairs. However, Shi Shuang's plan was exactly the opposite. She had her knife raised when Bai Yang grabbed her, forcing her to move aside. But her knife slashed down unhindered, with a swish as it sliced through the zombie's back, slicing through its overalls. So, when the zombie missed a step and tumbled down the stairs, its entire back was exposed to the two of them. And because Shi Shuang had just raised her right arm to strike the zombie, Bai Yang wasn't grabbing her arm, but, sensing a slight difference in the softness of his palm, Bai Yang didn't react. He glanced back, then let go and turned his head. But, as he raised his knife to meet the other zombies that had sprung at the noise, something suddenly struck his head, a roaring sound. Just now he had touched Bai Yang's face, and ears suddenly became red and hot. In comparison, Shi Shuang was much more natural. Her body only stiffened for a moment at first, but once Bai Yang's hand was removed, she was back to normal. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He had only pulled her to avoid the zombies, not because the pervert was actually trying to molest her. Besides, he didn't have the guts to do that. Shi Shuang quickly put the matter aside and followed Bai Yang a short distance behind. He dealt with the zombies coming head-on, while she checked for any missed targets, including those swooping in from the side office area or those Bai Yang hadn't managed to kill in the front. But he didn't miss many. Speed-powered people are known for their speed, and coupled with the power of his long sword, even zombies that had been alive for almost 8 months, with their heads and skin hardened to a certain degree, he could easily kill them with 1 or 2 strikes, and his decapitation was exceptionally fast. So, it wasn't easy for Shi Shuang to pick up even a few. It wasn't that there were fewer zombies on the second floor, it was simply that this was the office area, surrounded by glass-doored offices, and partitioned off with partitions. They'd been able to move around freely when no one was around before, but now that someone was around, It was difficult for them to swarm in. They could swarm, but their movements were sporadic, giving Bai Yang and Shi Shuang ample time to recover. Not counting those locked up in the smaller offices, a rough estimate put the number of zombies in the large office area at no less than 50. If you had those in the offices, there were probably 100. The two didn't have time to wonder why there were so many zombies in the office area. Had everyone working in the building turned zombie, they just kept killing in silence, killing and killing. After finishing off the ones outside, they went office by office. During this time, a zombie from the 3rd floor heard the commotion and came down to the 2nd floor. So it became one person killing those in the office, the other dealing with those coming down from upstairs. It took Bai Yang a while to cool down the heat on his face, and the whole time, he kept a glance at Shi Shuang. It was then that he realized that this girl's skills were indeed as good as her brother had said. Whether she was slashing with her sword or dodging and maneuvering, she looked methodical and unhurried. She looked like someone who had received formal training. For example, him? It seemed that Shi Yu was indeed strict and attentive to his sister. Half an hour later, the two of them had cleared the 2nd floor. Not all the zombies on the 3rd floor had made it down. Some were still roaring and groaning in the closed small office. The two shook their arms, numb from the chopping, and decided to rest for a while before going upstairs. Although the zombies' hides have become tougher and harder to cut than before, it's not without its advantages. There's no blood, so we won't get splattered all over. Bai Yang, making small talk, pointed at Shi Shuang, then at himself, and said with a smile, "We killed so many, isn't it pretty clean?" There wasn't much blood. It's impossible to say there wasn't any. There was a little, but it really wasn't much. The days of temperatures over 40 degrees Celsius seemed to have dried the zombies' flesh and blood, turning them into true mummies. Shi Shuang said nothing. His eyes flicked to Bai Yang's left hand, which hung at his side. He paused, then casually moved it away, looking away. Sensing Shi Shuang's gaze, Bai Yang's entire left arm stiffened. No, his entire body, and then his face and ears turned red again. He thought for a moment, and decided that a man should admit his mistakes. He couldn't afford to be a coward, so he should apologize. She coughed twice, Shi Shuang just now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just didn't pay attention. Hearing Bai Yang's words, Shi Shuang turned her gaze back and looked at him quietly, her eyes calm and clear. Faced with that look, Bai Yang couldn't continue even if he apologized. He opened his mouth, feeling somewhat at a loss. After a while, Shi Shuang calmly said, "I accept your apology. I know you didn't mean it. Even so, I hope you be careful, and don't let it happen again." In reality, she was thinking, is this guy stupid? He knew it was just a sudden incident, so why bother bringing it up, looking for trouble, only adding to the awkwardness. Luckily, this is her sister-in-law's brother. If it were her brother, she would have beaten him half to death today. He's so blind, and has such low emotional intelligence. Humph, however, Bai Yang grinned at Shi Shuang's words, revealing his large white teeth. He said, "I knew you understand. I just wanted to pull you along to hide from the zombies. Of course, there was no other intention. I just didn't expect your arm to be raised so cleverly, and I grabbed it. Okay, I rested enough. Let's go upstairs. Let's clean up quickly so we can go down earlier." Shi Shuang stood up expressionlessly, cursing inwardly. "Hey, don't go ahead. Stay behind me." "Yeah, just like when we went up to the 2nd floor." Shi Shuang followed with a sullen face, but she didn't follow as closely as before. She deliberately kept a few steps away from Bai Yang. Well, that was to try to prevent him from touching her when he extended his arm back. Because of the commotion on the 2nd floor, the zombies on the 3rd floor, except for those trapped in the office, had basically gathered at the stairwell. At the sight of Bai Yang and Shi Shuang, they all lunged forward with cries. "Watch out!" Bai Yang dodged to the side, his left hand instinctively reaching back, but it was empty. Bai Yang turned back, meeting Shi Shuang's indifferent gaze, his left arm still stretched out in a grabbing position. He froze for a moment, then reacted, his face flushing red again. He pulled his hand back and turned back to kill the zombies, mumbling an embarrassed explanation. "Sorry, it was just a reflex. I didn't mean anything by it, I really didn't." Puff. "Please focus, okay?" Distracted from explaining to Shi Shuang, Bai Yang nearly got his arm bitten by a zombie that lunged at him. Shi Shuang quickly took 2 steps forward, kicked the zombie away, then took another step forward to finish it off with a slash of the head. She glanced at Bai Yang speechlessly. "Is now the time to talk about this? What an idiot." "Sorry, thank you." Bai Yang's expression straightened, his demeanor straightened. In a flash, his blade swung down, his right arm seemingly imbued with new strength. With each strike, he struck ahead, much faster than on the second floor. 20 minutes later, the two had cleared the entire third floor. The fourth floor housed the general manager's office and conference room. It was serene, devoid of a single zombie. After a brief tour, Shi Shuang returned with a brand new tea set and a laptop, while Bai Yang carried a large cardboard box filled with unopened napkins. And there were more on top, not just one box. I have Chi-Chi and Xiuwu burn all those zombies. I come up a couple more times to carry all the paper downstairs. Shi Shuang had wanted to help him move, but when she thought about his two nasty moves today, she didn't want to join him at all. But before she could respond, Bai Yang had already made his own arrangements. You must be tired too. You don't need to come with me later. Let Sister see you do it. She's strong and might be able to finish the move in one trip. The two returned to the RV, and Bai Li had already finished cooking. Wanting to clean up everything in one go, Bai Yang called Chi-Chi and Xiaowu back to the office building, burning from the first floor to the third. Afterward, they moved some paper towels before returning for dinner. The equipment here is still in good condition. If we can move it, we can open a paper mill in Pingcheng. After dinner, they took a quick look around the factory and found that not only was the workshop devoid of zombies, but it was also quite clean. Aside from a few tools that were a little messy and a layer of dust on the machines and workbenches, everything else looked intact. If there was electricity, it looked like it could be operational at any time. Bai Yang stroked his chin and said, "It's not impossible. Li Nan's place is near the electric heating plant. Hasn't he already hired someone to repair it, and is planning to restart it? If I suggest he open a paper mill, I'm sure he wouldn't be tempted. Lack of manpower? What a joke. Just say the Pingcheng agricultural base needs people, and which survivor wouldn't be tempted? Maybe no one knew about it before, but in this month, I'm sure many places have heard of Pingcheng. Besides Li Nan's deliberate or unintentional promotion of his agricultural base, there's another most important point. Pingcheng doesn't have a single zombie. Crazy mutants are difficult to control, but Pingcheng suffered the least losses last time. So Li Nan shouldn't make it too easy to recruit people. Once the walls are completely closed, it won't be so easy for anyone to enter Pingcheng." Chapter 162. Didn't they say they were inside the paper mill? Where's the car? Where's it? In the middle of the night, a group of people stealthily pushed open the almost useless iron fence at the paper mill's main gate and tiptoed inside. But after walking around the factory, they couldn't find the luxurious RV. A man with a shrill voice asked in surprise, "We clearly saw them drive in. Our men were watching from outside, so we didn't see them leave." The first man to speak paused for a moment, then said decisively, "If they haven't left, they must still be here. Split up and search carefully. Check everyone who can get in. Whoever finds them first will give the signal. If they're not there, gather back here. Understand?" Understood. The group split into two teams and dispersed into the factory grounds in two directions. The leading man stopped short and looked back at where they had been standing. It was pitch black, nothing there. The man narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings carefully again, still finding nothing. "What's wrong, Brother Yong?" The companion following him, puzzled, tried to ignite his flashlight, but was stopped. The man called Brother Yong shook his head and said, "Nothing, let's go." Just now, while standing there, he felt a cold gaze fixed on him, sending a chill down the back of his neck. Now, when he turned back to look, there was nothing. Strange. Could it be that it was too cold at night, and the temperature was about to drop again? He asked the subordinate next to him, "Is it especially cold tonight?" "Cold, very cold." "When isn't it cold?" Brother Young breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like the temperature was really going to drop again. So what were a few women with children doing in a large RV in such cold weather? As the only adult male, Bai Yang was temporarily ignored. He might have been a capable fighter, but the women and children were more conspicuous in their numbers. After the group left, not far from where they had been standing, Bai Li, wearing a thick, long flannel robe, sat by the window, watching them leave with a cold gaze. 2 finger-long green ivy stalks slithered forward in 2 directions, like little snakes. The invisible canvas Lu Su had given was draped over the roof of the RV. Before everyone went to sleep that night, Bai Yang pulled it down. It was truly remarkable, especially at night. With the flick of a switch, the RV instantly blended into the darkness, vanishing as if from thin air. This reassured everyone. Having slept for most of the day, Bai Li wasn't sleepy at all, so she let the others go to sleep while she took over the night watch. It was just past 1 in the morning, the time when everyone was soundest asleep. Bored, she was controlling Lulua to explore the corners and surroundings of the paper mill when she saw the group sneaking in. Shi Shuang had actually mentioned at dinner that someone was lingering nearby. Someone had been following them from a distance before, but they left after they entered the paper mill. Bailey didn't pay any attention, just following them. If you want to die, come on. Thankfully, those people were tactful, and most of the night passed without a single person in sight. Bailey had also discovered several mutant cats and dogs in a nearby sewer. Through Lulua, she saw that one of their eyes was black, the other red, but they were all lying obediently, not looking frantic at all. Therefore, only rainy days stimulate them, and only then do they emerge from their hiding places, sniffing out humans sent to attack. Compared to the maddened mutants, zombies are no longer the biggest threat. But apparently, many people haven't realized this yet, otherwise there wouldn't still be so many shrunken zombies. Just then, the men pushed open the iron fence and entered the paper mill. Bailey withdrew her gaze, quietly watching them circle the factory searching for them. Since they haven't left, where do you think they're hiding? No matter where they are, I find them tonight. I can see clearly through the telescope. 2 of those 3 women are stunning. One is in her early 20s and as tender as a water radish, and the older one is also quite attractive. It's been a long time since I touched a woman. I must find them tonight. Keep your voice down. If Brother Young finds out you're so brazen again, I won't know how to deal with you. What are you afraid of? At worst, Brother Young can go first. The 2 men chuckled as they talked, completely oblivious to the green vine silently growing against the wall, not far to their left. Bailey opened her eyes, a cold glint in them. The 2 who had just spoken were at the end of their group. They were responsible for the rear guard, so even though they were moving forward, their attention was always focused on the rear. The factory was calm and peaceful. It seemed as if there was no one else there except them. But as they crossed an open area and were about to enter the workshop, one of the people behind them suddenly stopped, feeling like they were tripped by something. He didn't think much of it, but looked down to see what it was, but it was so dark that it was impossible to see clearly. Seeing the people ahead of him about to enter the workshop, he raised his foot to kick the object that was tripping him, but he stumbled and nearly fell. Although he had a flashlight, he didn't dare use it without the boss's order, fearing alerting the enemy. After all, the car was mostly filled with women and children, and they were probably not ordinary people. Hadn't they heard from the brothers who went to investigate during the day that a little brat could easily freeze someone? This was the first time they had seen ice powers. This was just a child. They didn't know what powers the other man and 3 women had, but they were probably not bad. So, if they wanted to successfully take them down, it would be best to catch them off guard. So, this man really didn't dare use the flashlight. Not only did he not dare use it, he didn't dare shout either. He quickly half-crouched and reached out to remove the object that was tripping him. The moment his right hand touched the cold, he felt something crawling onto him. Cool and slippery. But before he could think, there was a sudden whooshing sound, a chill running through his neck, followed by a sharp pain. A stream of warm liquid splattered from his neck into his collar. He remained in a half-squat position, his eyes wide open. Before he died, he felt something strangle his neck and mouth. Then, consciousness faded, and he knew nothing. Lao Hong? The man walking alongside him suddenly realized his companion was gone. He turned to look, but there was nothing behind him in pitch darkness. The man in front heard the shout and hurriedly turned back, saying, "Don't say anything." What if someone heard him? He quickly lowered his voice. Lao Hong is gone. Did he go pee? He's always busy, never mind. Let's go in and look around. We be out soon. The man thought so, and gave up on searching for his companions. He quickly followed the group into the workshop. The paper mill workshop was huge. It could easily fit not just 1, but 10 RVs. But it was clear there was nothing there. The group of a dozen or so walked around, and then turned back to head out. But as they approached the workshop's entrance, a dark shadow swayed back and forth above the door, which had been empty when they entered. The outline looked as if someone was hanging from it. Because no matter how you looked at it, it was still a person. The group stopped, all looking up at the swaying figure in the darkness, as quiet as a chicken. In this silence, the previously ignored ticking sound became clearly audible. What was it? A group of grown men felt a chill run down their spines. But after nearly 8 months of navigating the apocalypse, the leader quickly reacted. He no longer hesitated, whipping out his flashlight and turning it on, then aiming it at the dark figure hanging in front of him. Old Hong? The flashlight shone on the shadow's face. His eyes were wide open, but dull and lifeless. His mouth was strangled by a green vine, its corners cracked, and the sides nearly deformed. That wasn't a fatal injury. The fatality lay in the gaping hole in his neck. An artery had ruptured, and bright red blood covered the entire neck. The strangulation made the neck appear crimson and elongated, eerie and terrifying. Even so, the group immediately recognized their companions, and more than one person felt their scalps tingle at that moment. All flashlights on, signal. Quick! The leader of this team wasn't Brother Young, but he was also a psychic, possessing the power of strength. At the signal, a tall, thin figure standing behind him quickly pulled a whistle from his neck and put it to his lips, about to blow. Before he could puff out his cheeks, a whistling sound pierced the air. With a whoosh, he quickly jerked his head back, threw himself to the side, and rolled to the ground, dodging the sudden attack. While he dodged it, his companion standing next to him didn't react, and was pierced through the neck by the vine. The man stood frozen, clutching his neck. The next second, he was suddenly lifted up with great force, and something pierced through his neck, strangling him tightly. Then he saw his companions beneath him, each with their heads half tilted back, staring at him. The man quickly lost consciousness, hanging alongside his companion Lao Hong. The crowd fell silent again, and then the leading power user roared, "Go! Get out of here! Quick!" A group of people hurried out, and first in line was the lanky figure who had dodged the vines. He ran so fast, he was gone in 2 seconds. So he's a speed type. Bailey assumed the speed user would be heading out to join another group, but he was running in the wrong direction, heading straight for the office building, which they had ruled out as the least likely place to hide a car. After all, the gate was too small for the car to fit in. Bailey glanced at the lanky figure as he fled, then ignored him and turned to deal with the group that had just escaped from the workshop one by one. The last person running was surprisingly the old buddy who partnered with old Hong, and who'd been one of the ones who started the dirty talk. Very good, stay with your partner. Don't disperse, gather together. After running out of the workshop, the power user saw his companions getting into trouble one after another, and immediately sensed something was amiss. He called everyone to gather around him, holding a knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other, searching for the damn vines. He said, "Don't panic, everyone. The one attacking us is a wood-type user. The vines aren't a very powerful weapon. Just be careful not to get stabbed in the neck. If you find them, you can cut them off with a knife. Come here, back to back." It had to be said, this guy did have some brains. But his little bit of brains wasn't very effective against the powerful wood-type user. As soon as he finished speaking, a cluster of long, thin vines suddenly appeared out of nowhere around them. Each one stood 3 or 4 meters tall, its leaves as large as fans. They encircled them, creating an invisible, oppressive feeling of obscuring the sky. The key was their sheer number, their dense mass. Under the flashlight, they resembled living green snakes. Though headless and eyeless, they still gave off a chilling feeling of being stared at. The crowd fell silent again. A few seconds later, the power user spoke again. "It's just a bunch of green plants. Don't be afraid. Just chop them down." As he finished speaking, the vines suddenly multiplied, each one growing even longer than before. As they closed in a circle, they closed over their heads, seemingly trapping them inside. The power user shouted again, "It's okay. Don't. Brother 2, can you please be quiet for a moment? Let's not talk, okay?" A bald man standing next to Brother 2 said with a bitter face, "If you say any more, we all be buried alive by these plants." "That's right, Brother 2, you, stop talking." Although only 2 people tried to dissuade him, the silence of the others meant they agreed. Brother 2's face darkened. "Who am I doing this for? Okay, I won't say anything. I rush out later. If you don't blame me." The last nearly turned into a scream as all the vines came crashing down on them. Those who couldn't dodge were immediately tied up, while others were strangled and dragged to the workshop door. Brother 2 was horrified. 4 of his brothers had already been hung there, and another had been killed and thrown aside. Half of the 12 of them had been killed, and with the skinny guy escaping, there were only 6 left. How would he explain to Brother Young if anything happened again? But the vines were so numerous and unexpectedly resilient that Brother 2 was completely overwhelmed, leaving him no time to help others. By the time Brother Young noticed something was amiss and rushed over, Brother 2 was the only one left. "Go, go!" Brother 2 shouted, and was completely engulfed in the vines, as if being swallowed by a green monster. Brother Young's hand suddenly erupted with a fireball, but he hesitated to throw it into the vines, unsure if Brother 2 was still alive. "Brother Young, burn it." "Yes, Brother Young, burn it. Brother 2 is definitely dead. How could he possibly survive being engulfed in this strange green plant?" Brother Young no longer hesitated and hurled his fireball. But in that instant, all the vines whizzed away, and the fireball landed on Brother 2, who was in the center. Chapter 163. Ah! After a scream, Brother 2 was quickly reduced to a black charcoal as everyone witnessed and gaped in amazement. In the RV not far away, Bailey chuckled softly. In the blink of an eye, the vines scattered, disappearing into the darkness. Brother Young ignited another ball of fire in his hand, while the others shone their flashlights everywhere. But the vines seemed to vanish as if out of thin air. All that remained was the cold iron door of the workshop and the warehouse building, and the swaying corpse hanging from the rolling shutter. The night wind blew, and the group shuddered, feeling a chill run through their bodies from head to toe. Even with Brother Young holding a ball of fire, they felt no warmth. Brother Young, what should we do? Brother 2's dying cry still echoed in their ears. They longed to hear him, and leave quickly. It was the dead of night, the enemy was in the dark, while we were in the light. Furthermore, their killing methods were so horrifying and provocative that they lost over a dozen of their men in just over half an hour. Brother Young glanced at the 4 hanging bodies, and hurled 4 fireballs. With a crackling sound, the bodies were reduced to charcoal in a flash, falling from the high ceiling of the door, and landing on the ground in a heap of debris. Xiao Wu, who had already woken up in the RV, didn't see this. If he had, his dog-like eyes would have been filled with disdain. Even this couldn't be reduced to ash. What kind of fire element was this? After burning the bodies of the other brothers one by one, Brother Young decisively waved his hand. Let's go! Although they were now certain that someone was at the paper mill, there was no way they could find them. Given that, saving their lives was paramount. Unlike their arrival in the dark, this time they were leaving. Not only were their fireballs leading the way, but the surroundings were also illuminated by flashlights. But until they left the factory, they hadn't seen a single person. A vine, as thick as an arm, stood tall and erect on the factory gate, its 2 leaves drooping, staring down at the intruders with a cold, downcast gaze, like its owner. Young, Brother Young? The 2 men at the end called out in trembling voices upon seeing the vine. Brother Young held the fireball in his hand, but didn't dare throw it. He had a premonition that if he did, this Wood-type psychic would have him hanged after his death, just like the others whose necks had been pierced. This is a pervert. For sure, Bailey, who had been called a pervert by Brother Young, was speechless because the group had missed someone when they left. The tall, thin man who had initially tried to blow the whistle as a signal, also a speed psychic. At first, he ran so fast that Bailey thought he was looking for these people. But he actually circled the office building, spitting so much that he lost himself. Oh no! Did I run into a ghost wall? When he returned to the glass door with the steel pipe for the 5th time, the tall and thin man broke out in a cold sweat. He looked around panicking. The surroundings were pitch black, and everywhere he looked like ghosts. It felt like countless pairs of eyes were staring at him from the shadows. The tall and thin man was about to cry. He didn't know if he had really run into a ghost wall, or if he had just turned around again. He didn't doubt that ghosts existed in the world. After all, there were zombies and people with special abilities. So what was the big deal about ghosts? The bad thing was, he had no sense of direction, yet he was given the ability to speed. While others envied him, they never understood the pain he felt. The faster he ran, the more lost he got. Many times, Brother Young asked him to deliver messages. He clearly recognized the same route if he walked slowly, but his legs would just whiz by, uncontrollably running. He missed turning when he should have, and when he did, he'd be further and further away from his destination. This forced him to backtrack several times, running back again until he found the way, delivered the message, and then headed back. Brother Young and the others didn't say anything, but they secretly assumed his ability was just that, a bit faster than an average person, but not much. In reality, he was very fast. But he couldn't say that, because for a man, having no sense of direction and turning at every turn was embarrassing. But at that moment, the tall, lanky man didn't care about the embarrassment anymore. He was too scared. He trembled as he put the whistle in his mouth, turning on the flashlight and blowing. Beep, beep. How awful! Bailey couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Chi-Chi's whistle was always a beep, nothing like this, so piercing. She didn't stop the tall, thin man from whistling because she could tell he wasn't very smart. Before she could even do anything, he already scared himself half to death. You're still circling a building, aren't you just circling a building? You're really blaming a ghost. Brother Young and the others, who had already left the factory, were retreating cautiously when they heard a familiar whistle. Brother Young's expressions changed, and one of them said, "It's Chi Ming, Brother Young." If this were just an ordinary member of their team, they could have just left, completely ignoring his fate. But the problem was that this was their only speed psychic. While his brain wasn't always so sharp, he was still a psychic nonetheless. It felt a shame to just abandon him. After all, after the apocalypse, some people awakened their powers, while others remained ordinary. Overall, ordinary people were the majority, with psychics making up only a small minority. This was precisely why psychics were so precious. So, upon hearing Chi Ming's whistle, would they rescue him or not? Saving him meant they had to re-enter the paper mill, but that strange vine still clung to the wall beside the gate. Even though it was just a green plant, expressionless, they felt like they were being locked in by it. So, could they still get into the factory? But not entering would be like giving up on Chi Ming. Brother Young finally gritted his teeth and said, "I go in. You wait outside." Without waiting for a reply, he started walking towards the paper mill. "I'm truly sorry. We didn't recognize the man in the room. We deserve it. But the kid inside is only 20. He's never killed anyone. He's just an errand boy. Could you please be so magnanimous as to let me get him out?" Brother Young reached the gate and, for some reason, extinguished the fireball in his hand. Under the light of his companion's flashlight, he bowed to the upright plant, his words sincere and his face filled with pleading. Bailey couldn't help but twitch her lips. She definitely couldn't let him in, but she could get that fool out. Just as Brother Young bowed and raised his head, a whole swarm of them suddenly swooped out from the gate, forming a row and blocking his way. Brother Young was stunned. At the same moment, the whistling suddenly stopped, followed by a scream. A moment later, Chi Ming, the idiot, was seen running towards them at full speed, being whipped by a green plant. Brother Young, Brother Young. Seeing the light at the gate, Chi Ming, whose face had turned pale with fear and tears streaming, suddenly felt a surge of joy. His legs moved so quickly that after images left behind, and he was at the gate in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that Brother Young was astonished. He even wondered if he hadn't used his superpowers well before. Had he unleashed his potential after just a few hits? Brother Young, whoa. Stop wailing and get out. Crying like this after coming out to rob someone was shameful, even without anyone knowing. Brother Young dismissively shoved Chi Ming, who was about to pounce on him, aside and turned away. There's a saying that's so true. Don't judge a book by its cover, and don't judge the depth of the ocean by its depth. A grown man, 3 women, and 3 children. Just this combination driving out in such a luxurious and impressive RV, it's more than just a little skill. If you encounter this kind of group again, don't act rashly and recklessly. Not only must you be doubly cautious, but you must avoid them whenever possible, as far away as possible. Bailey watched the group leave, and slowly closed her eyes. It wasn't that she wanted to give these people a chance. Fire conquers wood, and her green ivy was actually a little afraid of fire. She was one with them, and when they were afraid, she couldn't bear to force them. Of course, if she really had to fight to the death, she wouldn't necessarily have lost, but there was no need. The night passed uneventfully. Aside from a few of the children, who slept soundly, everyone else woke at some point. With such loud screams, and them being outside, they wouldn't have slept soundly unless they were incredibly cautious. Later, Bailey continued to keep watch, and they finally fell into a deep sleep again. The next morning, Chung Seon got up and made breakfast. Afterward, she went down to the 4th floor of the office building to load the remaining tissues and wipes into the car. Then, Chung Seon drove again, leaving the paper mill for Longmei Mountain. Then, as the car set off, Bailey went to bed on the 2nd floor to catch up on some sleep. Perhaps because the noise from the previous night had spread, or perhaps because the charcoal black bodies had been discovered after they left the paper mill, the journey was peaceful, with no one bothering to cause trouble. When Bailey awoke, she had already arrived at the small town at the foot of Longmei Mountain. The once bustling tourist attraction was now deserted and lifeless. When the zombie virus broke out, it was a weekday, not peak tourist season, so the area wasn't crowded. Even so, many people died. Of course, deaths were common everywhere, but crowded areas made it easier to be bitten and infected. Furthermore, tourists often spent time at tourist attractions or in hotels, both of which were second only to hospitals in the early stages of the apocalypse. Thus, in the first month of the apocalypse, few escaped, many more were torn apart by zombies or joined the ranks. No one's been here since the apocalypse. It was only last time my brother-in-law and I came here looking for bricks and cement that we cleared out the zombies. You have no idea how many zombies there are in that valley dedicated to rock climbing. They're so densely packed, all trapped inside. Renbin took almost half an hour to burn it all out. By Yang's side, there are still many children, some only 3 or 4 years old. Even though they become zombies, the burning still feels unbearable. It was because Jiang Minglang and his friends came here looking for bricks and stones that Bailey remembered there was an experimental field at the agricultural university. It was a classmate from high school who mentioned it in the group chat. He was a teacher at the agricultural university, and his group leader had sent him here to conduct an experiment. He didn't really want to come, so he complained a lot when he brought it up, and even asked if any classmates worked in agriculture and could help him find a job. Bailey was invisible in the group chat, mostly forgetting to check in. Occasionally, when she had nothing else to do, she peeked in and read through their chat logs. She had stumbled across the experimental fields on Longbei Mountain when she was bored. When she asked Chung Siyun, she also remembered them and even memorized their exact address. You had to go through this small town to reach the other side of Longbei Mountain. It was said to be very remote. Otherwise, their classmate wouldn't have complained so much and refused to come. Mom, look, what is that? All the way through the town, several children were looking up at Longbei Mountain. Chi-Chi had been there before, so he was explaining it to Gigi and Yu. But as they were talking, the little one suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a huge rock halfway up the mountain, "Is that a horse? Mom, do you think it's a horse?" Chung Siyun was also curious. She slowly stopped the car and looked up the mountain with Bailey. As Chi-Chi had predicted, a tall, majestic bay horse stood atop a boulder, looking down. Its head was larger than a typical horse's, and its body was taller, but otherwise it looked like a normal horse. But it was undoubtedly a mutant. A mutant horse. Adults and children alike were all looking at it with intense excitement. Chi-Chi said, "I never ridden a horse in my life." "Me neither," Gigi and Yu said in unison. Bai Yang stroked his chin with a wistful expression, saying, "It would be great if I could take it back to Bai Guoyin." He turned to look at his nephew, Doghead. "Do you have any way to trick it down?" Chi-Chi turned around and complained, "Mom, look, Uncle called me that again. He's so rude." Bai Yang clicked his tongue. "Jiang Chi-Chi, are you a 3-year-old? Still calling the parents?" "I'm a child. I always been a child." "You, an adult, teasing a child all day long, how can you handle that?" "Look, you already said I was teasing you, and you're still complaining to the parents? How can you handle that?" Watching Bai Yang, so childish, arguing with a child, Shi Shuang couldn't help but twitch her lips. This guy really needs a lesson. She glanced up at Bai Yang, then fixed her gaze on Chi-Chi, her curiosity growing. She had heard of the origins of the nickname Doghead, and had also seen Chi-Chi riding on the 2 large black dogs guarding the Baigua garden gate. The large black dogs, who appeared fierce or expressionless in front of others, were as docile as kittens around Chi-Chi. So, did the little guy possess some kind of ability to command animals, or was it simply his kindness that endeared them to him? Besides dogs, could horses work? At this moment, she and Bai Yang had a rare moment of shared concern. If Chi-Chi stepped in, could he possibly bring the mutant horse back? Look over there. There seems to be another one. As everyone looked up at the mutant horse, halfway up the mountain, Chi-Chi suddenly pointed to a small cabin at the foot of the mountain, not far from them. Chapter 164. The cabin looked like a place for raising horses. Not far in front of it stood a replica of an ancient carriage, clearly used to transport passengers. "I've ridden in that carriage before. 80 yuan for 10 minutes. So expensive." Hearing this, Bailey couldn't help but laugh. When the 3 of them had come to visit, the entrance fee to Longbei Mountain was 60 yuan. Jiang Minglang and Chi-Chi were exempt, but she was the only one who bought a ticket. She ended up spending 80 yuan for a 10-minute carriage ride at the foot of the mountain. She didn't think it was a big deal. Tourist attractions are all like that. Which one is cheaper? But the little guy had a particularly deep impression. Riding a horse-drawn carriage was more expensive than going up the mountain. Was that reasonable? The 2 horses were used to pull the carriage. Chi-Chi blinked at the carriage, then, imitating his uncle, stroked Xiaopeng's chin and said, "It would be great if we could take both the horses and the carriage. We could go out in the carriage and save on gas." "That makes sense. So are you sure you can get it?" "Uncle's going with you." Bai Yang had a mysterious confidence in his nephew when it came to conquering animals. Although the little rascal was always mischievous, he had a kind nature and treated animals the same way he treated people. That's why cats and dogs were so close to him. Sentient animals can sense whether humans are genuinely nice to them or not, and Bai Yang believed that these 2 horses would probably be the same. "Mom, is there anything in the food we brought that horses like?" "What do horses like to eat? Grass, barley, or grains?" They didn't have any of those, but they did have corn and carrots. Old Mrs. Bai was worried the children might be deficient in vitamins, so she grabbed some from the freezer and gave them to take with them. Bailey unpacked the 2 items, bagged 4 of each, and handed them to Chi-Chi, instructing her, "Be careful. If they resist too violently, forget it." Jiang Minglang and his men hadn't seen the 2 horses when they came to clean up the town a few days ago, suggesting they were hiding and must be very sensitive to strangers. As for why they didn't hide today, Bailey suspected it might be because they were accompanied by children, a dog, and a bird, posing less of a threat to the horses. Otherwise, the horse halfway up the mountain wouldn't be staring at them. Except for the driver, Chung Siyun, everyone else got out of the car. However, only Bai Yang and Chi-Chi slowly approached the horses in the cabin. Bailey, Shi Shuang, and Ji stood leisurely in front of the RV, observing quietly. The mutated horses were at least half a meter taller than normal horses. Chi-Chi had already looked up to see their faces before he even got close. Bai Yang didn't carry a knife, but he was on guard, ready to flee with his nephew if the horses attacked. "Here's a carrot. Want some?" Chi-Chi stopped about 3 meters from the mutant horse. Seeing the horse showed no sign of retreating or charging, he pulled a carrot from his bag. As he held it out, a stream of water shot out from his fingers, wrapping the carrot in front of the horse's mouth. Bai Yang, standing next to him, felt like gnashing his teeth at the stream. The little troublemaker had practiced this trick to tease him, either wrapping a worm in it and stuffing it behind his neck or sending a stream of water droplets down his crotch, making people mistakenly think he wet his pants. The clear stream of water, carrying the carrot, landed in front of the horse's mouth, but the horse ignored it, lapping up the water with its tongue. Kiki, seeing that it liked the water, didn't withdraw the carrot, but simply made the stream thicker. Upon seeing this, the horse quickly gulped down the food. Only when it was full did it open its mouth and take a bite of the carrot, swallowing it down in 2 gulps. After finishing, it looked at Chi-Chi again, its eyes as if saying, "That's too little, give me some more." Chi-Chi fed it another head of corn. Seeing that it enjoyed the corn more than the carrot, he said, "My food isn't free. If you want to keep eating, you have to follow me." It was unclear whether the horse understood. Its face was expressionless, and its gaze at him was calm and unwavering. For a moment, Bai Yang thought they were staring at a human, not a horse. Has this horse mutated and also transformed its brain into a human's? About a minute later, the main steed before him suddenly turned its head toward Dragonback Mountain. Then, with its head raised, it let out a cry of "Hui" towards the mountain. The bay horse, which had been watching them from a boulder halfway up the mountain, heard the call, and stamped its front hooves twice on the boulder before turning and leaping down the mountain. Although the weather had fluctuated greatly in recent months, the soil of Longbei Mountain was perhaps unique. While not lushly forested, the mountain still had a fair amount of green pines and cypresses. The bay horse leaped into the trees and quickly disappeared, but the swaying branches and startled birds indicated its continued descent. Not long after, a bay horse, slightly taller than the maned horse, approached. Seeing its companion descend, the maned horse immediately turned and looked at Chi-Chi, its eyes as if to say, "More of that." Chi-Chi followed suit, wrapping a carrot in water and offering it to the bay horse. Like the maned horse, the bay horse drank the water before consuming the carrot. Chi-Chi then rolled another corncob over, but before it even reached the chestnut horse's mouth, the maned horse snatched it up mid-flight. It opened its mouth wide and took the entire corncob in, then quickly crunched it a few times before swallowing it. Chi-Chi and Bai Yang were stunned. As was the chestnut horse, neither had expected it to do such a thing. But after a pause, the chestnut horse turned its gaze back to Chi-Chi, clearly wanting more. Chi-Chi was furious. He raised his chubby hand and pointed at the maned horse. "Why don't you beat it up?" Of course, the chestnut horse couldn't answer him. Chi-Chi rolled his eyes, and with a stream of water, he wrapped the 2 corncobs and dangled them in the air, making them impossible for the 2 horses to reach. Then he said, "Let my uncle harness you to the carriage. Come with me, and the corn will be yours if you follow me." Although Bai Yang had never harnessed a carriage before, he was quite skilled, and with all the necessary equipment, he had a rough idea of how to do it after a quick look and a few comparisons. The 2 horses were so focused on the corn in midair, and since Chi-Chi's water was so sweet, they would occasionally lick it. By the time they finally came to their senses, they were already saddled and harnessed. Perhaps accustomed to being harnessed, the 2 horses didn't resist much after noticing it, merely tilting their heads in dissatisfaction. But then, drawn to the corn falling from the air, they opened their mouths and devoured the entire corn. Chi-Chi happily jumped onto the carriage and, along with Gigi and his uncle, cleaned it spotlessly inside and out. Yu was standing by the car and wanted to help, but was stopped by Bai Yang. The little girl was wearing a pink down jacket today. Sister Siyun dressed her up like a little princess. How could she work? Wait, come sit up after it's cleaned up. Because they had food and water, the two horses weren't opposed to the group approaching. After all, water, carrots, and corn were better than the hay they'd been chewing on the mountain. Besides, the child didn't mean any harm, so it wasn't a problem for him to go along. "Mom, we follow you in the carriage, okay?" Because it was a carriage for tourists, it had a roof and two side rails for the seats, and all sides were ventilated. Driving in a carriage like this in such cold weather would quickly lead to a cold. But the children were all excited at the moment, and Bailey wouldn't discourage them. Besides, it was a carriage, and she wanted to ride too. So she, Bai Yang, and Shi Shuang searched around for a piece of thick canvas and some wood to make panels. They stapled the back and sides together, connecting them to the roof. Then, they found two new quilts from a bedroom closet in a neighboring house, and spread them out, and nailed them inside the carriage. Finally, they draped the canvas from the roof, and cut two small windows on each side that could be opened and closed. They also cut slits on the front to serve as curtains. 3 adults and 3 children frantically tinkered with it for over an hour. The canvas's color made the carriage look a bit unsightly gray, but it was no longer cold. Even when it was running, the wind couldn't get in, and the interior walls were lined with thick quilts, making it warm just by looking at it. A small charcoal stove inside would have been even better. The only ones who would feel cold were the drivers outside. Luckily, Bai Yan was young and could handle it. But Bailey still put the locomotive hat he'd brought with him just in case. Adding a mask and scarf, he was pretty well protected. The children happily boarded the carriage. Bailey rode with them for a while, before returning to the RV to accompany Chung Si-yun. The carriage was left with the young people and children. Bai Yang sat outside the carriage, driving it. He didn't really need to drive much. He simply waved the whip in the air, and the 2 horses would start moving at the sound. Chi-Chi added, "Follow the RV ahead. We give you corn when we get there." So he didn't need to whip the carriage the entire time. He just sat there with his hands folded, keeping his eyes on the direction. Since he was outside, Shi Shuang stayed inside with the 3 children. In the RV up ahead, Chung Si-yun was driving and chatting with Bailey. "You said Xiaoyang usually seems quite smart, but why is he so clueless about this? We've given him so many opportunities, and he still hasn't reacted. He's as dumb as a pig." Bailey was extremely disgusted with this aspect of her brother. Look at Shi Shuang. She's beautiful and a top student, but most importantly, she has a great personality. She speaks when she should and doesn't say a word when she shouldn't. How wonderful. Chung Si-yun couldn't help but chuckle. This girl's social anxiety is only a strength in our eyes, but to others, it might be criticized as a complete failure. Don't many mothers of boys often say things like "you're not sweet-talking at all, you're tactless"? Luckily, second aunt isn't like that. Bailey had developed feelings for Shi Shuang because her second aunt had taken a liking to her. Coincidentally, she had too. After the mother and daughter discussed it, Bailey later instructed Bai Yang to send things to Shi Shuang every now and then. Unfortunately, her brother is such a blockhead. Even with her obvious actions, he's completely oblivious. He even once complained about the girl eating durian. He said, "She actually said she likes durian. She must really like it, and I like it too." Last time, she was asked to deliver milk tea, and even though it tasted so bad, her eyes lit up. "This brat." Chung Si-yun laughed. "Why don't you just be frank with Xiaoyang? Ask him if he likes Shi Shuang. If he does, go after him. If not, forget it. Do you think I don't want to be frank with him?" That brat's rebellious phase came a little late. Now, the more you ask him to do something, the more he goes against you, especially when it comes to such a major life event. So I thought I'd let them spend more time together, and see if they can develop feelings. If they can, that's great. If not, there's nothing we can do. By the way, I haven't seen Yanju much lately. Has she given up on Bai Yang? Yanju is Yanqiru's cousin. The Yin family came to Yunqi village a long time ago, and Yanju was in the same high school class as Bai Yang. Although they weren't in the same class, they knew each other. Out of consideration for his classmate, when Yanju came to him with problems, he would help her in any way he could. Over time, it seemed as if Yanju had fallen in love with Bai Yang. But this guy was truly clueless. The girl kept coming back to him and hinted at him, but he didn't understand. He even bluntly called Yanju a bit clueless, saying she couldn't remember something he explained twice and kept asking. Finally, he asked someone to prepare a notebook and write it down. Chung Si-yun, who sometimes patrolled with the people from Yunqi village, nearly died of laughter when Yan Qiru talked about it. Fortunately, the Yin family didn't insist on identifying Bai Yang's feelings. While they all knew about it, they didn't place much importance on it. After all, if the two young people could get along, then so be it. If not, then so be it. Bailey had no feelings for Yanju. Why? She felt that, based on her brother's taste, Yanju wasn't his cup of tea. Of course, this wasn't to say Yanju wasn't pretty. On the contrary, she had a pretty face, and was quite beautiful. But when people are attracted to each other, it's not just about beauty, it also has to be pleasing to the eye, something that suits their taste. For example, Shi Shuang suited her taste. Of course, even if she liked him, it wouldn't matter. The key was for that brat to come to his senses. In the carriage, the two of them were frustrated with Bai Yang. In the carriage behind, Bai Yang called out, "Little rascal, bring your uncle the thermos." A moment later, the canvas windshield was lifted a crack, and a thermos was handed to him. Bai Yang grabbed hold of the hand on the thermos, which was cool and slippery, completely different from his nephew's chubby, always warm. Startled, he looked down. Those slender, white fingers, was there any need to guess whose they belonged to? Let go. A cold, indifferent voice echoed, and Bai Yang released his hand. With a calm expression, he opened the lid of the cup and took a sip of the hot water. Thinking for a moment, he turned back, parted the curtain, and asked, "Why are your hands so cold? They're even colder than mine sitting outside. Are you cold? If you are, get back in the car. Don't worry about those three. I can take care of them. I'm not cold." "Then why are your hands so cold?" "Because I have a slightly cold constitution. My hands and feet don't warm up easily in winter." The two of them exchanged questions, each question and answer formally, without the slightest hint of awkwardness typical of young men and women touching hands. It seemed that way. Chapter 165. Because they were delayed at Lame Mountain, it was already dark by the time they arrived at the experimental fields and agricultural seed laboratory they were looking for. Thankfully, although this place was remote, the laboratory had a courtyard, and for reasons like confidentiality, the walls were built very high. But that wasn't the point. The point was, there were people here. The large iron gate was tightly closed. The enclosed experimental fields outside looked no different from the surrounding wasteland covered in dead grass and fallen leaves, but a closer look revealed that the crops and vegetables had been harvested, leaving only wheat straw and vegetable roots. Also, Bailey had keen senses. She heard movement within the walls as soon as the car stopped. It wasn't surprising that there were survivors here. And honestly, if the houses and fields here were used effectively, they could be a good place to live. It would just make it difficult for her to find the fruit seedling she wanted. "I wonder if we can switch?" "Sister, there's someone inside." Bai Yang stopped the carriage. His five senses were equally sharp, and he heard noises coming from inside the courtyard walls. Because the houses were all one story, and the walls were exceptionally high, they couldn't see inside, and the people inside probably couldn't see them either. It's just that the car was a bit noisy. They probably thought they were coming to loot, and they might be on guard with weapons. Of course, there's also the possibility that someone with supernatural powers could see them all clearly. Bailey got out of the carriage and said to Bai Yang, "Go knock on the door and ask if they have any mango or banana seedlings. If they do, would you be willing to switch? If not, or if you're not willing to, tell them we stay here overnight and leave tomorrow morning." Bai Yang nodded and turned to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He didn't knock too hard, so the knocks weren't too loud. After knocking, he raised his voice slightly towards the crack in the door. "Hello, we're just here to ask if you have any mango or banana seedlings. If so, could you give us some in exchange? If not, that's fine. We stay here for one night and leave early tomorrow morning. We won't disturb you." It was likely that the survivors inside were teachers or students from the agricultural university. Of course, outsiders weren't ruled out. But no matter who it was, since they had occupied this place, they were the owners. If they hadn't destroyed the laboratory and were willing to give them the seedlings or seeds, that would have been best. Of course, if they weren't willing, there was nothing to be done. Bailey wasn't ready to rob someone. After Bai Yang finished speaking, silence fell inside. He turned and waved to Shi Shuang, who had jumped off the carriage. Shi Shuang stepped forward quickly and whispered, "I heard 3 people moving. There should only be 3 people inside." "Did they talk?" "Yes." "What did they say?" "Don't open the door." "Just those 3 words?" "Yes." The two of them spoke, their questions and answers remarkably concise and tacit understanding. Bailey stood at the front of the car, raised an eyebrow at her silly brother, then looked at Shi Shuang, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. Perhaps there was a way. Shi Shuang thought that after hearing what she said, Bai Yang would give up. From her tone, She could tell that the people inside were very wary, and had no intention of opening the door. They might even have set a trap. If they forced their way in, they would probably get nothing out of it. Of course they wouldn't break in, and their actions weren't wrong. But after listening, Bai Yang turned and knocked on the door again. He said, "We sincerely hope to exchange some seeds and fruit seedlings. Let me first tell you what we have. Do you need anything?" After a pause, he continued, "Napkins and toilet paper wipes, as well as apples, pears, peaches, oranges, and cherries. We also have rice, flour, and oil. Vegetables include carrots, corn, tomatoes, greens, and cabbage. Oh, and some leek and egg buns that my grandma made, but we're eating them ourselves and aren't trading them." Shi Shuang's mouth twitched. "I'm not trading them," she thought. "What are you talking about? Idiot!" It wasn't that Bai Yang was stupid, but that this last sentence, while seemingly useless, could invisibly reduce the other party's wariness of him. Especially with the elderly also present. Although Shi Shuang didn't say whether the voices inside were young or old, he suspected that 1 or 2 senior professors would be in charge. He optimistically wondered if one of the 3 survivors was one of them. Grandma's buns. Even though they said they wouldn't exchange, he doubted they could resist. Even if they could, their vigilance against them would be lowered. After saying this, Bai Yang turned and left. Seeing Shi Shuang still standing blankly at the door, he turned back, pulled her along, and whispered, "Let's go back first." The socially anxious girl was completely confused by his tactics, but she wasn't one for talkativeness, so she didn't ask any questions. She silently pulled her arm back and followed him into the carriage. Chung Xian was cooking inside. The 3 little ones had been excited about the carriage for most of the day. After it stopped, they scrambled to feed the 2 horses vegetables, cabbages, carrots, and even apples and pears. Chung Xian had barely turned around when the washed vegetables were gone. Unable to bear it any longer, she forced the 3 children out of the car and closed the door, not opening it until dinner was ready. Even before they finished their meal, they heard a noise from the front door. Bai Yang's last words, coupled with the children's laughter, finally made the people inside let down their guard a little. They approached the door and shouted, "Hey, do you really want to exchange seeds and saplings?" They had to shout loudly. They had all seen them. Everyone was already eating dinner in the car, no longer paying attention to them. Hearing the shouts, Bai Yang, who was still eating, didn't immediately go over, prompting Shi Shuang to give him a puzzled look. "Wasn't the purpose of coming here this time to get the saplings and seeds? Why aren't you in such a hurry yet?" After finishing the last sip of his soup, Bai Yang rose from his seat, grabbed another bun, and ate as he walked out. Bai Li had already finished her meal. She got out and stood in front of the car, about 7 or 8 meters away from Bai Yang. Meanwhile, a small piece of green radish crept from the base of the wall to the gate. They had no intention of doing anything, just defending themselves. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would we travel so far to travel at this time? The other person looked at Bai Yang through the crack in the door, and swallowed the bun in his hand subconsciously, the gulp sounding particularly loud. Although they were separated by the gate, the man couldn't help but blush. "This is so embarrassing." He coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment and asked, "Well, what are you going to do in exchange? Like, how many buns for 1 fruit seedling?" Bai Yang couldn't help but smile. A piece of chive leaf stained his long white teeth, looking like a show-off to the other person. "I told you, we don't have many buns with us. We're just eating them ourselves, not trading them. So how many do you have left?" The other person seemed to have misunderstood the last sentence. He had to trade him a few buns anyway. Bai Yang had anticipated this, and since he already had his fill of chive buns, he didn't dwell on the question. He asked, "What fruit seedlings and seeds do you have?" "We have the 2 you mentioned, and even more seeds. We shouldn't be short of anything you want to grow. Not only that, but they're all improved varieties, definitely much better than what you find at some agricultural station out there." At this point, the other person raised his chin, appearing quite proud. "I see. This guy seems to be a student at the agricultural university. So, the other 2 must be similar, either faculty members or students like him. That's great. If they can keep this place and continue their research on seeds, then they won't have to worry about their seed supply in the future." For a moment, Bai Yang's thoughts were a bit overblown and far-fetched. But it was a fleeting moment. He quickly responded, "Since you speak so highly of your fruit seedlings and seeds, why not give us everything you can, make a list of whatever you want, and we have it. Even if we don't have it right now, we get it, and send it to you later. How's that?" "How's that? What else could he do?" The young man inside immediately turned and ran. He had to quickly consult with the teacher and professor to see if this man's words were trustworthy, and whether he should give him a list. Wait a moment. Bailey came over with 3 warm buns on a plate. She said to the young man, "These are for you." The buns were frozen. After reheating them in the pot, they weren't as delicious as freshly made, but the taste was only slightly worse. The young man stood in the doorway, staring at the 3 buns, swallowing again. It was really not his fault. God knows what they've been eating in the past 8 months since the apocalypse. The chef turned into a zombie and was chopped up by him. The senior sister who could cook turned into a zombie and was chopped up by him. The associate professor who could make delicious fried rice turned into a zombie and was also chopped up by him. His teachers, senior students, anyone who turned into a zombie was chopped up by him. He cried loudly afterward, but what could he do? If he didn't, he would die, and so would Teacher Kong and the professor. In the end, the 3 of them, grown men who couldn't cook, were left, living in fear until now. They had enough to eat, but it was just enough to keep them from starving. It was far from being delicious. He even missed the white steamed buns, which he had previously disliked, terribly, not to mention the steamed buns. Enticed by the 3 buns, the young man forgot to check with his teacher and professor. He simply opened the small door next to the large iron gate, and snatched the buns from Bailey. However, his restraint forced him to unconsciously say thank you as he accepted the buns. He didn't even eat them before he went inside, carrying the buns, but he remembered to lock the small door again before leaving. Bailey was rather amused. Not long after, footsteps were heard again from the other side of the door. This time, it wasn't just the young man from before, but also a thin, middle-aged man. The 2 men opened the small door and walked out. Seeing Bailey, the thin, middle-aged man was startled, then blurted out her name, "Bailey?" It sounded like a question, but it wasn't about Bailey's identity, but rather curiosity about her presence. Bailey was also surprised, even though the face before her was unfamiliar to her. After all, she hadn't seen him since high school. If she had met him on the street, she certainly wouldn't have recognized him. He had changed so much since their school days. But since she had just discussed this with Chung Si-eun before arriving, she naturally matched his name with the name from their high school group chat. Kong Wentao? Bailey was genuinely surprised. Although they had graduated from high school over a decade ago, their ages were roughly between 32 and 33. He was in his early 30s, and yet, he had thawed. He might not have eaten well during this time, so his face was thin and wrinkled. If an outsider had guessed his age, it would probably be no less than 45. Standing next to her, they looked like 2 generations apart. Old classmate. I never thought I'd see Chung Si-eun again in my lifetime? Kong Wentao was excitedly about to shake Bailey's hand when another person swung by the front of the car. Just as he recognized Bailey, he spotted Chung Si-eun immediately. How come you 2 are still as inseparable as you were back in school? Kong Wentao was even more excited. He hadn't expected to see old classmates again, not even 2 of them at once. Old Kong, have you been staying here since the apocalypse? Chung Si-eun and Bailey exchanged glances, each thinking, it seems Kong Wentao didn't have the right connections back then, and ultimately, the school had sent him here after all. But who knows if his life wasn't saved by coming here. After all, when the zombie virus broke out, universities were the most infected. At Bai Yang's school, for example, less than 1/10 of the students survived. I originally wanted to go back to Pingcheng to find my wife and children, but there were too many zombies in Lombay Mountain, making it impossible to get through. I wanted to take a different route, but when we passed a village, the villagers robbed our car. In the end, I had no choice but to return here. Kong Wentao's face was filled with dejection when he mentioned his wife and children. He didn't know how they were doing now, whether they were still alive. He looked at them and asked hopefully, "You came from Pingcheng? What's the situation there?" Before Bailey and Chung Si-eun could reply, the young man next to them couldn't help but say, "Teacher, it's getting dark soon. Why don't you and 2 old classmates go inside and talk?" Kong Wentao reacted and said quickly, yes, let's go inside and talk. Let's talk inside the courtyard. This is considered wild. When it gets dark, some animals come running over. It's very dangerous. So the RV and the carriage entered the courtyard of the Agricultural University experimental base. Lei Jia, the young man who had initially contacted them, quickly closed the gate and placed a row of cacti next to it. Bai Yang was fascinated, only then noticing that the walls surrounding their base were also covered in cacti and prickly pear. They weren't large, but they were densely packed together, numerous. Their color was surprisingly similar to the walls, making them invisible unless you looked closely. Seeing Xishuang approach, he raised his hand, pointed at the wall, and whispered to her, his ability is the same as my sister's, a wood-based one. It's just that this thing he created looks strange. Shi Shuang's face was expressionless, and she said seriously, it's probably mutated. That's not surprising. Isn't my sister-in-law's green radish different from regular green radishes? But it's better looking than this one. That great cactus is so ugly. Shi Shuang examined it carefully, then nodded in agreement. It's indeed ugly. Lei Jia, whose 5 senses were equally acute, was speechless upon hearing this. What was wrong with these two? His cacti and prickly pear cacti were so powerful that a mutant mouse wouldn't survive a single prick. How could they become ugly in their mouths? He turned to Bai Yang and Shi Shuang with a look of dissatisfaction, saying, What do you two know? Don't you know that my cacti and prickly pear cacti change color so they blend in with their surroundings and catch mutant animals off guard? And there's another thing. He paused, not noticing the two people across from him blushing. He simply raised his chin slightly and said smugly, Secondly, you must be careful. Don't touch my cactus out of curiosity. If you get pricked, I can't detoxify you. Bai Yang and Shi Shuang were no longer bothered by the awkwardness, and naturally forgot to explain their relationship to Lei Jia. Bai Yang asked in surprise, The cactus you instigated is actually poisonous? So powerful? Even his sister couldn't do that. Lei Jia nodded reservedly, but inwardly, he felt a little guilty. When he instigated the instigation, he couldn't tell which ones were poisonous and which ones were not, and most of them were non-poisonous, with only a few being poisonous. When those mutant animals bumped into them, it was simply unlucky enough to encounter a poisonous one. So, what he had just said in his mind about dying from a single prick was because he had been pricked by a poisonous one. It was only the professor's keen observation that made this discovery, otherwise, he wouldn't have known the cactus he instigated was poisonous. But the poisonous and non-poisonous plants were practically identical, with no discernible difference. The professor's analysis was that they were probably non-toxic when he induced them to grow, but that they mutated during their later growth, which is why some of them became poisonous. But after all, rounding it off, wasn't the poisonous cactus still his own? So there was nothing wrong with it. He was quite pleased with Bai Yang's flattery. Even then, Kong Wentao took Bai Li and Cheng Xiyun to meet their laboratory director, Professor Leng Jiwei. Except for Lei Jia, who was still a graduate student and lived in the south, Kong Wentao and Leng Jiwei both lived in Pingcheng, and while the city seemed peaceful, it wasn't actually that safe. So, after some discussion, the three decided to return to Pingcheng with Bai Li and the others the next day. Of course, they would take all the equipment and fruit seedlings from the lab with them. Fortunately, they had a pickup truck, and Bai Li had enough gasoline. Together with the RV and horse-drawn carriage, they had more than enough for the lab's move. This is really an unexpected gain. Chapter 166. I don't know if it was because 7 people were staying tonight, or if it was just the same thing as before, but in the middle of the night, Bai Li saw a bunch of grayish animals running into the fields outside the laboratory base. There were field mice as big as cats, weasels that hadn't changed much, and a bunch of bizarre-looking wildcats. They surrounded the base, some leaping onto the wall, only to be pricked by cacti, and sent them careening back outwards. Others fell inside, and were accidentally pierced through by the cacti standing at the base. They're pretty good at defense. But because there were so many mutants, quite a few still managed to get into the yard, stepping over the bodies of their companions. Don't worry, there's no food in the yard. They'd be gone by daybreak at most. Bai Li and her group didn't go inside to rest, opting to sleep in the RV. As their host, Lei Jia sat by the window with Bai Li, keeping watch to prevent them from being frightened by the mutants. He gently soothed them. Don't be afraid, Sister Bai. I poisoned many of these voles before. They look big and scary, but they don't actually have much strength. Your car is sturdy, they can't bite even if they charge at you. Before Lei Jia could finish her words, several large rats, about to pounce on the RV, were suddenly strung together by vines that appeared out of nowhere, like skewers, from their necks. Others were tangled up in the vines, and flung far away against the wall. In just a dozen or 20 seconds, all the mutants that attempted to approach the RV and carriage were either strung or bound by the long, thin vines and thrown aside. The speed was unbelievable. Lei Jia stared with his mouth open, then turned to look at Bai Li, who said calmly, My RV is new, and I don't want them to get it dirty. And my son loves those 2 horses, and they can't be scared. Is it about the car getting dirty and the horses getting scared? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Lei Jia shut his mouth in frustration, too embarrassed to brag anymore. That night, thanks to Bai Li's involvement, none of the mutant animals that had entered the Agricultural University experimental base escaped. They were all pinned down in the yard. The next day, when Kong Wintao and Professor Leng got up and left the laboratory, they saw a row of dead rats piled against the wall. Some of them were mutant wild cats, and it was unknown why they stopped eating rats after the mutation. Perhaps it wasn't that they didn't eat them, but that they had temporarily united to attack a different delicacy. It took almost the entire morning to load the lab equipment, all the fruit seedlings, and seeds, into the pickup truck and RV. Some miscellaneous items were also placed in the horse-drawn carriage. Before leaving, Kong Wintao and Lei Jiao locked the lab and all the rooms, then placed a row of cacti at the door and windowsills. They didn't know if this would protect the base they had painstakingly built, but they still harbored a glimmer of hope. They hoped the country would stabilize quickly and society would recover as soon as possible. But could their base at the Agricultural University even continue? Professor Leng, due to his age and poor health, had already settled in the RV, leaving the two of them to clean up and close the gate. Then the RV led the way, with the horse-drawn carriage in the middle and the truck at the end. The three vehicles retraced their route back to Lamei Mountain, passing through Huacheng, and finally arriving safely in Pingcheng. The wall at the eastern border of Pingcheng and Huacheng is almost two-thirds complete. For ease of travel, a gate has been built on the road leading directly to Yunqi village. When Bailey and her three companions arrived in their cars, Zhou Hui and Bai Wei were guarding the gate. She asked in surprise, "Do we still need to have someone guard this gate?" They were short-staffed to begin with, and there was absolutely no need. The gate was for their own convenience, not to allow anyone else to pass through. Bai Wei said, "We're waiting here for you, who else would be here?" He glanced at the pickup truck and horse-drawn carriage behind them, but didn't ask further questions. "Do you want to notify Xue Deng to arrange a place?" "Yes, find a larger, better house. This is Professor Leng from the Agricultural University. He needs to build a laboratory, so he needs a large courtyard." Hearing Bai Li's words, Professor Leng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected a laboratory to be built just for him. This hadn't been mentioned before we came. To be precise, from the moment the three of them decided to leave the Agricultural University experimental base, they hadn't discussed any conditions with Bai Li. Because Kong Wintao and Bai Li were classmates, they simply agreed to find a place to live in Yunqi village. After all, humans are social animals, and it wouldn't be a good idea for three grown men to stay there all the time. Furthermore, the experimental base wasn't a particularly safe place. They might be attacked by mutant animals one night, and then they'd be mauled to death and eaten. The thought was terrifying. So Professor Leng agreed to Kong Wintao's suggestion and moved in, with his classmates, to their village. But upon arriving, they were pleasantly surprised. What surprised him even more was that, having just settled into their assigned house in the village, Bai Li actually came to ask for information about their family, offering to help them check on them and see if they were still alive. The urban area of Pingcheng was largely deserted, so there was no need to go back to the neighborhood where Professor Leng and Kong Wintao's families had originally lived. If they were still alive, the most likely place they were would be Li Nan's. Bai Li had brought them back, and out of respect for him, she felt it was okay to make a trip. While there was a chance they wouldn't be found, or perhaps they were no longer alive, she still had to search to find them. Of course, her visit to Li Nan's was just a side trip. Her main goal was to find Jiang Minglang at the highway junction with Anshan to the north. Du Qiyan told her that a message had been sent from Kyoto to Wei Lichuan, informing Jiang Minglang to come to Beijing. It was funny to think how many ordinary people had died after the apocalypse due to zombies and mutant animals. But the troops were fine. After all, their physical fitness was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Whether they were fighting the zombie virus or facing attacks from zombies and mutant animals, as long as they reacted promptly, they wouldn't suffer significant casualties. Jiang Minglang and his group had a pretty good idea of what was going on. But who could have imagined that during this period of national chaos, the upper echelons would exploit the chaos to Sao Division for power? Many special forces soldiers, like Renbin and Lao Sheng, didn't die at the hands of zombies and mutant animals, but at the hands of their own people. How ironic. Du Qiyan spoke freely to Bai Li, explaining that two of their former generals had been assassinated a few days ago. One died instantly, and the other, while narrowly escaping death, was reportedly seriously injured and his current condition was unknown. But at least his life was saved, because it was the seriously injured leader who wanted Jiang Minglang to go to Kyoto. Let's not even talk about whether Jiang Minglang would go, but if he did, would his journey be safe? As a top sniper, and one of the best in every other area, he was not only a sought-after talent by all factions, but also a target to be destroyed if he couldn't get it. A shadow darkened in Bai Li's eyes when she heard this, and she clenched her fists in frustration. What the hell? It wasn't like Jiang Minglang hadn't mentioned the intrigues before, but it was simply because they were far away from him and his wife. Furthermore, Jiang Minglang had no ambition. Besides leading his troops well, doing what he loved, and having a warm and comfortable home with his wife and children. This was his lifelong wish. He truly had no interest in power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused Wei Lichuan's appointment notice. And yet, they were still keeping an eye on him, dragging him into this mess. At this moment, Bai Li was furious. But for now, they'll all be staying in Kyoto to consolidate their power. As long as Captain Jiang doesn't leave Pingqing, they can't do anything to him. But we're still too few in number. If we had Captain Jiang's former team members, plus Xiao Fei and I, we shouldn't have any problems. Less than a third of Jiang Minglang's team members had returned, let alone Xiao Fei and Du Qian's. None at all. But it's not their fault. After all, when they asked for leave, who could have guessed the apocalypse would soon arrive? Most of their team members were still in the army and hadn't left. They actually had some idea of who was in command now. So Du Qian told Bai Li another piece of news. Xiao Fei has gone to Jinbei. Our two teams are there, and he wants to give it a try, no matter how many he can bring back. This was good news. But Bai Li thought for a moment, then asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Doesn't Xiao Fei want to return? She knew Xiao Fei's rank was only half a level lower than Jiang Minglang's, and he was quite capable. While not a sniper like Jiang Minglang, he was also a good shot. Furthermore, he had also been a captain before the apocalypse. Could it be that no one had tracked down his whereabouts and recruited him back? Of course they had. His name would have been mentioned by various forces, but because he had been homeless, no one had personally notified him. He might have thought about it before. He had even mentioned taking Gigi and his sister's family to Jinbei, but the situation was unclear, so he didn't have time to act. But after hearing about the conflict between the various factions, and the countless casualties among his comrades, he completely gave up on the idea and never considered it again. Now he just wants to pull his former brothers out of this pit, and come to Pingqing. That's understandable. Sister-in-law, from now on, you and Chi-Chi should stay in Baigua Garden. Don't go out if you can. After all, no one can predict the intentions of the higher-ups. What if they feel they can't win over Captain Jiang, and use you and Chi-Chi to threaten him? It's not impossible. Since receiving the news yesterday, Du Qian and Jiang Minglang have analyzed that those people haven't had the time to come after them yet. But once the situation stabilizes and everyone is settled, there's no guarantee that the person who originally wanted to recruit Jiang Minglang won't become jealous and target you and Chi-Chi. Unfortunately, the political commissar, who had previously been on good terms with Jiang Minglang and always protected him, was the one who died in the assassination attempt. The one who survived the serious injury had sent Jiang Minglang over simply to have him protect him and act as his bodyguard. How could that be possible? Not to mention their relationship was a bit off. Even if the political commissar had been seriously injured, Jiang Minglang wouldn't have considered it. After all, those in high positions like theirs had plenty of guards around them. One more wouldn't make a difference, and one less wouldn't make a difference. But he had only one wife and child. As I said before, with the apocalypse upon him, he left the army and devoted himself to guarding his home, never leaving anywhere. If his brothers wanted to follow him, they could, but he wouldn't force them to. After a brief conversation with Du Qian, Bai Li told Chi-Chi to stay in Baiguan and stay put, while she and Bai Yang went out to look for Jiang Minglang. At the gate, the siblings encountered Bai Wei, who was out collecting firewood on his tricycle. The cart was full, neatly stacked. In the past, he wouldn't have done this kind of work, but since his parents left, he's changed. Oh, this guy's become so calm now. I'm really not used to it. Bai Yang scratched his head and asked Bai Li's sister, do you call him brother now? The last time he called Bai Wei by his name, Grandpa glared at him. Bai Li ignored him. Was such a small matter worth discussing? She asked Bai Yang, did you just deliver the steamed wauatu that Grandma made to Xishuang? The wauatu is made from sweet potato leaves. I heard that Junyu had been in labor, so Grandma and second aunt picked a lot and steamed 3 large pots. When she delivered them to Professor Lung, he took one bite and burst into tears. Bai Li didn't know what to say at the time, because this thing was so simple, she could make it. But the 3 of them, a professor, a lecturer, and a graduate student at the agricultural university, had so much vegetables and grain, yet they hadn't even had a decent meal in nearly 8 months. This was truly... Well, her Jiang Minglang's cooking was even better than hers. Forget it, let's not talk about it. After all, everyone has their specialties. He excelled at studying seeds and fruit seedlings, so what if he wasn't proficient in cooking? Yeah, I asked her if she liked it, and she said yes, so I sent her a few. Didn't you say that? She's a girl, so she's not very good at using a wood stove, so I take care of her if I can. You used to ask me to send her things, but now I'm doing it without you telling me. Aren't you going to praise me? Bailey, She turned to look at her brother, who was answering the question seriously, and thought to herself, if he weren't driving, she would have wanted to slap him to death. Who does this kid take after? My grandmother told me that my second uncle was scolded by his father for falling in love too early in junior high. How did this happen to his son? Why is he still in his 20s and still not understanding love? Could it be that my second uncle used up so much of his genes in this area that they diminished in him? I don't understand. The siblings first went to Li Nan's greenhouse area and found Kunzi, who had stayed behind. They handed him a piece of paper with a list of Professor Lang and Kong Wentu's family members. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single one. 21 of them, from the elderly to the children, and they were all dead? Bailey frowned and asked Kunzi, do you know of any other survivors in Pingchang? Kunzi shook his head. Before the rainstorm, there were still people in some villages, but after the mutant animals went berserk, they were basically wiped out. The few who survived went to your place, and the rest came to us. Chapter 167. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that someone gave a false name during registration. There's nothing we can do about it, since the conditions don't allow it, and it's difficult to trace a false name. Otherwise, you could have them come to our area and look for their family members. There was really no other solution. Bailey thanked Kunzi, and the siblings left the greenhouse area and drove east along the northern wall, stopping at the highway intersection. Along the way, they encountered a patrol sent by Li Nan. Coincidentally, this patrol was led by Lu Ying. At the time, a group of people were skulking around on the north side of the wall, seemingly intent on causing damage. Lu Ying unceremoniously used vines to knock them unconscious, possibly even to death, and then rolled them up and threw them into a nearby river. After the wall was built, it needed to be cast to make it stronger and more reliable, thus providing a more reliable barrier against zombies and mutant animals. But before that, it was still somewhat fragile and easier to knock down. That's why Li Nan dispatched patrols along the perimeter of the wall daily, even at night, and even built a 3-story sentry post in the middle. When Bailey and Bayan arrived, out of curiosity, they scaled the post and peered north, just in time to see Lu Ying slashing someone with a ruthless expression. Bayan felt a little uneasy as he looked at the vines that resembled his sister. Although his brother-in-law had previously theorized that superpowers were linked to blood ties, meaning that close blood relatives might share them, as much as he hated to admit it, he knew that Lu Ying, being half-sisters from the same family, was indeed closer in blood than he was. But so what? Because of their peculiar and rare biological mother, the Lu siblings and their sister were ultimately separate people. Recognizing each other? Impossible. Knowing his sister, it would never happen in this lifetime. Although Lu Ying's vines were also green ivy, they were much more ordinary than Bailey's. They weren't as flexible, and couldn't be manipulated remotely. She had to hold them in her palms to activate them. Clearly, this was Bailey's original, unadvanced version. Cherry. After finishing off the person, Ba Tong, who was following Lu Ying, was the first to spot Bailey standing at the sentry post. He whispered, "Your sister?" Lu Ying spun around and looked up, but by then, Bailey's gaze had already passed over her, now standing on tiptoe, looking eastward. Then she turned and called Bayan, "Let's go, I seen your brother-in-law." Lu Ying averted her gaze, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes before returning to a cold expression. She turned and told Ba Tong and the others, "Continue patrol." She really wanted to scold Ba Tong. What nonsense was she talking about? Who was her sister? Would she even recognize them as siblings? But she couldn't bring herself to say it. She knew in her heart that if it weren't for their relationship with Bailey, Li Nan probably wouldn't have used them, no matter how difficult it was. After all, they had hurt so many people before. It was impossible to say that she had any feelings for this suddenly appearing half-sister. But perhaps it was the suppression of blood. She noticed that she and her brother were afraid of Bailey. It was a deep-seated fear. It was all Zhou Lin's fault. He had lived in town as a child and must have known Bailey, but he hadn't mentioned her in all those years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so unprepared when they heard about Bailey. This green tea girl not only stole their parents' love and attention, but also set them up by not telling them they had a sister. Out of fear, Lu Ying dared not blame her mother, so she could only blame the innocent Zhou Lin. In reality, Zhou Lin was only 2 years old when he left town with his grandmother and parents, and he had no memory of anything. The northern wall is almost up to the highway intersection, and less than a third of the east wall remains. At this rate, it should be finished in a week at most. Thanks to the strong capabilities and mobility of Li Nan and Jiang Minglang, who brought in bricks, cement, and sand from several surrounding cities. Plus, Xia Min's father, Xia Yonghua, had been involved in this kind of construction before the apocalypse. A wall is just a simpler project than a house. So the process was quick. But people's hearts are unpredictable. If you don't act like them, they just go about their business and keep their distance. But you're building a wall for no reason. Let's not even talk about the area west of the greenhouse, which also falls within Pingqing's territory. Some survivors have taken refuge with Li Nan, while others who are idle are unable to find work. However, the north and east are different, especially Anqing in the north. It might not have been obvious before, as everyone was the same, with open doors and easy access. Adding to this lack of information, many survivors in other areas assumed Pingqing was no different from their own cities. Zombies, various factions, daily robberies and murders, starvation, and lack of clothing. They even fantasized about going to one of the 3 major bases. Under these circumstances, a high wall suddenly appeared on Pingqing's borders. When Bai Li arrived, Jiang Minglang and his men were stopping a group of survivors from Anqing. They were trying to enter Pingqing, and were sternly questioning why they weren't being allowed in. What right did they have to build a wall to keep them out? How ridiculous. It wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Minglang and his men to get rid of this group, but today was different. They were followed by 2 army green jeeps from Kyoto, heading into Pingqing to look for Wei Lichuan. Are they troops from Kyoto? Look at the license plates. Then we have to decide. Tell me, does Pingqing belong to them now? Why can't we enter? That's right, why? The group that had been surrounding the gap now surrounded the 2 cars. It looked as if they wouldn't let them leave unless they were given an explanation. Was this a coincidence? Jiang Minglang pretended not to notice who was in the car. He turned and walked back. When he reached Bai Li, he put his arm around her waist and got into the car. Captain Jiang. He faintly heard someone calling him, but Jiang Minglang pretended not to hear. He called to Bai Yang, who had come to watch the fun. Are you leaving? Your sister and I need to go home. We just arrived, and we hadn't even seen the fun. Bai Yang leaned in front of the car and whispered, brother-in-law, do you know the people in those 2 jeeps? I saw the guy who just got out called you. You're the only one with sharp eyes. Okay, if you want to watch the fun, stay. Jiang Minglang turned and whispered a few words to Li Nan, who had come over. Then, he drove off with Bai Li, Su Bo, and the others. Only Bai Yang and Zhou Lei remained in Yunqi village. Su Bo drove Ren Bin and Kong Erbao straight to Wei Lichuan's side. The 2 jeeps were bound to approach, so he had to warn Old Wei first. Wei Lichuan had been in constant contact with the Kyoto military. He had run out of ammunition the month before last, and even before that, he had urged headquarters to send supplies as soon as possible, but they kept putting it off. Everyone knew that all the cities south of Pingjiang Bridge and north of Jiancheng had fallen. The Southern Military Command was defending Jiancheng south, while Wei Lichuan belonged to the Northern Military Command, which was the Kyoto region. He had no idea what was happening in the south, but he was truly suffering and furious. For the past 2 months, not only had they run out of ammunition, but even food was running low. Every time they asked about it, the answer was it's almost there, just hold on a little longer, and arrangements will be made immediately. Immediately? It's been over 2 months. How long exactly is immediately? The supplies hadn't arrived yet he was repeatedly asked to persuade Jiang Minglang to come to the capital. Isn't that just playing the game of smoothing things over? He's also good at it. So, when the other party asked about Jiang Minglang's situation for the 8th time, he consistently used the same excuse, I went out looking for supplies, and haven't seen him since. The other party was furious. Wei Lichuan, are you doing this on purpose? You have to understand that the captain of Pingqing appointed Jiang Minglang, not you. A petty person might have begun to resent Jiang Minglang, but Wei Lichuan couldn't feel any jealousy at all. He knew that the reason he had been able to secure the Pingjiang Bridge so far was because of Jiang Minglang. Furthermore, the other party wasn't greedy for credit, and didn't let him report the situation, so everyone at the military headquarters assumed the situation in Pingjiang was minor and easy. Wei Lichuan cursed countless times for this. Now, after receiving a call from Su Bo and grumbling for a while, 2 jeeps arrived, and it was obvious they didn't bring the things he wanted. So what were these people trying to do? Are they coming specifically to see you? On the way home, Bai Li asked with a frown. Jiang Minglang said, the one who called me was one of the first cadets I taught. His father was also in the military, and he used his connections to force him into my care. but he's not bad. Aside from his dislike for studying, he's not bad in other aspects, especially his ability to endure hardship. He worked under me for 3 years, and then his father managed to transfer him back to Kyoto. When our son was born, didn't you receive a stroller and 2 toy airplanes? He sent them, called Che Tao. Chi-Chi's stroller. Bailey was quite impressed. After all, when she received it, she checked and found the retail price at the specialty store was 5,800 yuan. To be honest, it was quite expensive. Her father had previously looked at 2 strollers, both around 2,000 yuan, and she had rejected them both, thinking she'd settle for something over 1,000 yuan. She didn't expect to end up with a more expensive one. She didn't like owing favors, so after receiving the cart, she reminded Jiang Minglang that when Che Tao got married and had children, he must not forget to give a return gift of at least 5,800 yuan. This was her principle in interpersonal relationships. For example, if someone gave her 500 yuan as a gift at her wedding, she would generally give him 600 or 800 yuan, or at least a bit more, and wouldn't return the entire amount. But now Jiang Minglang and his men had fled so quickly, clearly avoiding them, and unwilling to meet up for a reunion. This meant that Che Tao was representing a certain faction. Jiang Minglang's side, Che Tao's uncle, is the leader of one of those factions, and his father holds a high position as well. Old Wei said that the Che family now holds the greatest advantage. I suspect that the assassination of Political Commissar Xiao was closely linked to Che Tao's uncle and father. Political Commissar Xiao was Jiang Minglang's direct supervisor. The two served as both mentor and friend, and had a close relationship. Even so, Jiang Minglang never considered seeking revenge for his old leader. After all, he had died in the struggle for power, and if he wanted to live a stable life with his wife and children in this chaotic world, he could only stay away from the world of right and wrong and not get involved in it at all. After all, he wasn't so arrogant as to think he was invincible, and that no one could do anything to him. How could that be possible? If the other side really wanted to deal with him, a single artillery shell could raze Baiguan and Yunqi village to the ground, leaving nothing behind. However, in the early stages of the division of power, those heavy weapons were also part of the redistribution of power. The cut portion was probably under close surveillance, and no one could touch it. Of course, this was only temporary. Once the situation stabilized, anyone who expressed any opposition would be killed. He didn't particularly care who ultimately held power, but even so, he didn't want to face the Che family, who might have murdered Political Commissar Xiao. So, he had no intention of meeting Che Tao. After understanding Jiang Minglang's thoughts, Wei Lichuan evaded Che Tao's request. Captain Jiang? I don't know where he is. Look, it's getting dark now, and you're all tired from all the traveling. Have a good rest after dinner. We talk tomorrow if anything. We need to file a report before building a wall? Who are you reporting to? Captain Che, do you all think the Pingjiang Bridge is easy to defend? How about I take you across the bridge to Pingcheng tomorrow to take a look? Not to mention the wolves and tigers across the way, there's even a giant python thicker than your waist lurking within Pingjiang. During the last rainstorm, we were able to hold the bridge from being swept away by the rabid animals thanks to Boss Li's help. How easy is it for them to build an agricultural base? They've taken in so many elderly people and children, and they're constantly harassed by survivors from Anqing and the west. Pingcheng was finally cleaned up and tidied up, so why can't they fence it off? Kyoto hasn't sent anyone, let alone taken care of Pingcheng. How can that not be credited to them? Captain Jiang, that certainly has Captain Zhang's support. However, he has elderly and children at home, so he needs to focus more on them, so he's temporarily declining the appointment. Yes, temporarily. Captain Che, you're also Captain Zhang's soldier. You should know him. He's a natural soldier. How could he never return? But because he owed his wife and children so much, he wants to spend more time with them. It put their minds at ease, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? So, Captain Che, I suggest you don't go looking for him for now. Mrs. Jiang has a bad temper, but her abilities are impressive. If you want to persuade Captain Jiang to go with you, you have to get past her first. Don't believe me? Okay, then try. By the way, let's get back to the wall. Look at this wall. Isn't it safer to go north from Anqing? At least any situation in Pingcheng and the cities to the south can be well controlled from Pingcheng. So, this wall has only advantages, no disadvantages. On this point, I hope Captain Che can help explain it to headquarters when he returns. Also, General Li's agricultural base is under construction. If Kyoto needs vegetables and food in the future, they can send someone to talk to General Li. For the first time in his life, Wei Lichuan realized how good his eloquence was. Among other things, he actually secured a big business deal for Li Nan. Chapter 168. Che Tao wasn't a fool, so how could he not tell that Wei Lichuan was trying to fool him? He said nothing, listening quietly, trying to determine the truth and falsehood in his words. Also, he was analyzing the current state of Pingcheng from his words. That Mr. Li, huh? He did see the man when he entered Pingcheng, and he spoke to him. He admitted that he was capable and ambitious, but whether his abilities could truly match his ambitions was hard to say. So was Old Wei lying? Did he really think Che Tao was a fool? The moment he entered Pingcheng, he immediately understood that his teacher's hand had been in the making. After all, he was his student. How could he not know his teacher's abilities and character? Furthermore, from what he had seen and heard since childhood, he had a clearer understanding of the situation than his ordinary comrades. Not to mention the relationship between his teacher and leader Xiao, he was well aware of it. Sigh. Che Tao sighed countless times as he tossed and turned in the middle of the night. At the highway intersection that day, the teacher had clearly seen him but pretended not to see him. This alone was enough to illustrate his attitude. He would not return, and even if he did, he would not side with him. This trip was destined to be a failure. Putting the mission aside, since he had come to Pingcheng, Che Tao wanted to meet the teacher and have a chat. However, he doubted he would be able to meet him. The next day, at dawn, Che Tao and his men drove to Yunqi village without Wei Lichuan's guidance. This morning was foggy. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the sun had not yet risen. The distant mountains and the nearby scenery were hazy. Under the shroud of white mist, the green ivy and blooming flowers entwined on the wall looked even more mysterious and breathtakingly beautiful. Che Tao stared at the green, stunned for a long moment. This place felt like a paradise no matter how you looked at it. Captain, these aren't ordinary green plants. They might be aggressive. A young man accompanying Che Tao whispered, I can sense their energy. It wasn't noticeable at a distance at first, but as we got closer, it became more pronounced. Maybe it's because we're strangers. Here the man paused, a look of wonder in his eyes. This green plant might be more than just a mutation. This thought piqued his curiosity about the wood-type psychic who could produce such vines. Che Tao turned his head, waiting for him to continue. Captain, this wood-type psychic is no ordinary person. If we can win him over, even if we fail the mission, the commander won't blame you. The commander he was referring to was Che Tao's father. Since the apocalypse, they had argued countless times over disagreements, and their relationship was now strained. Even before coming to Pingcheng, they had another big fight over Jiang Minglang. Originally, Che Tao's father had planned to send his eldest brother, preventing him from coming. But he went to his uncle and forcefully argued for his permission. After all, Jiang Minglang was his teacher, and he truly didn't want to be his enemy one day. So, even if he wasn't on their side, he hoped to find a safe way to resolve the issue with his teacher. But no matter which method he chose, it didn't include trying to pry his teacher away. So, as soon as his subordinate finished speaking, Che Tao turned to look at him, his expression cold and his tone stern. Zhu Lun, shut up about this wood-type mutant. Don't tell anyone else. Do you understand? Zhu Lun was startled at this, then understood Che Tao's meaning and nodded earnestly. I understand. But he still felt a pity. This person was truly talented. If he wasn't joining them in their efforts, instead of just sitting there in this corner, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? But the leader's orders had to be followed, so even though Zhu Lun felt pity, he put the thought aside. However, he still wanted to see the offensive power of these green plants. Zhu Lun glanced around and beckoned the men guarding the front of the car. A moment later, the men unearthed a small, hibernating snake from the ground and poured some warm water on it. The snake began to wriggle, but Zhu Lun threw it toward the vine-covered wall. The little snake had barely landed on the vine, barely registering what was happening when a thin vine swiftly grasped its 30 or 40 centimeter long body. With a few tugs, it snapped into several pieces, blood spilling and the broad leaves rustling. Soon, the snake vanished, the vine's leaves unfurled, and the green wall returned to its peaceful state, as if nothing had happened. Che Tao and Zhu Lun were stunned. This green plant is so ferocious? Zhu Lun, possessing special perception, had expected these mutant plants to be extraordinary, but he hadn't imagined they were this extraordinary. Who could have created such a thing? Oh, what a shame. It was only 7:30 in the morning, and because of the fog, the village was completely silent, save for the rumbling shouts from the training ground in the innermost white fruit garden. In the dead of winter, who wouldn't want to snuggle up under the covers for a bit of sleep, even if it was the end of the world? Bailey was sleeping soundly, but suddenly her mind twitched and she frowned. It took a long moment before she opened her eyes. The little snake had broken into pieces, and landed at the base of the wall, becoming food for the green ivy. And the two people who had thrown the snake. She slowly sat up from the bed, changed her clothes, and headed downstairs. The training ground was bustling with activity, with adults and children alike, all busy running and exercising. Even Chung Si-eun was there, meticulously practicing boxing techniques with Su Bo. Of all the psychics here, she was probably the only one who still slept in every morning. There was nothing she could do. She couldn't get up. Seeing her at the training ground, Jiang Minglang turned and walked over. Why don't you sleep in a little longer? In total, they hadn't seen each other for 4 days. That wasn't much compared to before, but the problem was, they hadn't been apart since returning to Bygwa Garden. So they stayed up a bit late last night, not even getting to bed until 2 in the morning. Che Tao's here, right at the gate. Jiang Minglang wasn't surprised at all. Regardless of whether he came for him or not, as his student, it would be strange if he didn't come looking for him, knowing he was here. He turned and called Su Bo, telling him to go. This had been agreed upon yesterday. After all, besides him, Su Bo was the one who knew Che Tao best. After all, during Che Tao's 3 years on his team, Su Bo had been transferred to serve as his deputy. People like Ren Bin and Lao Sheng had mostly only arrived after Che Tao left. In the small room at the gate of Yunqi village lay the 2 dogs, Hung and Ha. These 2 dogs were very clever. After noticing someone outside, they first went outside for a walk. Seeing that the person was merely standing not far from the gate and showed no intention of coming over, they said nothing and returned to the adjacent security room, where they laid down on their mats. Su Bo gave each of them 2 white steamed buns and stroked their heads before walking to the iron gate and opening it. Deputy Captain? Che Tao immediately stood up and saluted upon seeing Su Bo, then smiled. I didn't expect you to be here too. In fact, he had seen Su Bo yesterday, but he'd been walking too fast and hadn't had time to call out. But it was hard to say it now. After a few polite words, Su Bo got straight to the point. Che Tao, we're all acquaintances, so I won't be polite with you. We all understand your intentions, but I'm sorry, Captain Jiang has no plans to go to Beijing for the time being. You know, we had no choice but to live apart, and I owed my wife and children so much. Now, I just want to make amends and live my own life. The rest of my brothers are the same. This made it crystal clear. Jiang Minglang would not return, nor would he interfere in your affairs. So go back to where you came from. He won't see you. Che Tao seemed to have anticipated this. Undeterred by Su Bo's words, he simply said sincerely, to be honest, Deputy Captain, I anticipated this outcome before I even came here, so I didn't think of asking Captain Jiang to go with me to Kyoto. But if I hadn't come this time, someone else would have. Rather than that, I decided to come. He turned and asked Chu Lun to bring a large box. He handed it to Su Bo. Deputy Captain, these are some children's clothes and medicine, both for boys and girls. I know your daughter is about the same age as Captain Jiang's Chi-Chi, and I'm not sure if this selection is suitable. You and Captain Jiang can divide it up when we get back. Not only that, another subordinate then brought another large box filled with puzzles and dolls. Su Bo felt a mix of emotions. This kid had always been incredibly good at this. He'd been divorced for years, and almost everyone he knew the child and the mother. Before coming, Che Tao must have inquired about his presence. Most people might assume he was alone, or perhaps wouldn't care whether he'd brought the child or not. After all, the primary target was Jiang Minglang, so he was definitely the one who mattered. Who else mattered? But when Che Tao prepared gifts for the children, he had deliberately chosen something for his daughter. Just like when Yu Yu was born, he bought her things and sent them back home. Of course, no matter how thoughtful these things were, they couldn't compare to returning to a party or siding with them. A single mistake could cost one's life. Just as Captain Jiang had to protect his sister-in-law and Chi-Chi, he also had to protect his daughter. Putting down the 2 large boxes, Che Tao promptly led his men out of Yunqi village, as if he come solely to give the children gifts and nothing more. Despite this, Jiang Minglang still didn't see him. Over the next few days, Che Tao seemed to have made this trip purely for the sake of checking the situation, as he had said, with no real intention of finding Captain Jiang. Therefore, he never returned to Yunqi village, remaining in the military area of Wei Lichuan and accompanying them to investigate the current situation in Pingcheng. One day, Bailey accompanied Professor Lang and Kong Wentao to the greenhouse area in West City to visit their family. On the way, they were stopped by a military green jeep. Hello, is this Jiang Minglang's wife, Ms. Bailey? Although the woman was dressed casually, she exuded a similar aura to Jiang Minglang and the others. He walked over to the passenger window where she was sitting, raised his hand and knocked on it, asking politely, Bai Yang, driving, frowned and stared at the man warily. He was a gold-type person, just like his brother-in-law, which was why he was able to control their car and force him to stop. Bai Li stared at the man for a moment, then sneered. She rolled down the car window, leaned an arm against it, and asked coldly, "I am. What's going on?" The man smiled and said politely, "Our commander would like to invite Sister Jiang to visit headquarters. I hope you can cooperate." He bent down slightly, placed his hand on the door handle, and invited her out. "Visitor?" Bai Li curled her lips. "It's just a kidnapping. Why put it so grandiosely?" Beside him, Bai Yang's eyes were blazing with rage. If Bai Li hadn't intervened, he would have gotten out of the car and engaged the man. This wasn't meant to be a blow. The brat was no match for him. "Ms. Bai, we are truly sincere." Bai Li raised her hand, stopping the other person from continuing. She said coldly, "You want to invite me over? Then cut the crap. Let's see if you have the guts to get me out." Before she finished her words, several green, snake-like vines suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of her window. They sprang up tall and shot towards the other person's front door like lightning. However, while she was quick, the other person's reaction was equally as fast. Although there was a momentary look of astonishment in his eyes, it did not affect his body's swift reaction. Bang, bang, bang. Just before reaching the other person, dozens of vines collided with a thin iron plate that appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, the man retreated over 10 meters in an instant. "Back off." The car remained ignited. As Bai Li spoke, Bai Yang quickly changed gears. As more vines, almost overwhelming, rolled towards the other person in their jeep, the man finally lost control of Bai Li's car. Bai Yang stepped on the accelerator, and the car was back several hundred meters, like an arrow. The man was covered by dense vines. A golden longsword swept horizontally, severing the vines in half. Bai Li frowned, and the severed vines grew wildly again like weeds. In the blink of an eye, each one was over 10 meters long, twisting and turning, and once again swept towards the man. Puff, puff, puff. This time, not only the longsword, but also 2 knives appeared. They swirled around the man, slicing and shredding the surrounding vines. Bai Yang had retreated about 500 meters, and had quickly turned to another road. Bai Li looked back at the man. Even though her vines were strong enough to pierce a man's throat, they were easily severed by the man's sword. Alas, there are always people who are better than you. But it doesn't matter. At this distance, I can still play with you. The vines piled at the man's feet grew wildly longer, and just like before, countless branches and vines swarmed over him. I don't have many tricks to attack him, but I can use them repeatedly. It depends on how many times you can withstand them. The man, initially confident and arrogant, watched the car drive away, helpless, his face dark enough to drip ink. What a mistake. I guess so many people, but I never guessed that the wood element would be Jiang Minglang's wife. Chapter 169. The Bai Li siblings, along with Professor Ling and Kong Wentao, detoured back to Yunqi village, not continuing on to the greenhouse area. Who knew if there were other ambushes along the way? She wasn't so arrogant as to think she was so formidable that if she could handle one, she could handle a second. In reality, if the Jean-style person who stopped the car hadn't wanted the hostages safe, she might not have escaped unscathed. She hadn't used her full strength. As soon as they returned, they informed Jiang Minglang, who, with a sullen face, led his men to Zijiazhuang, where Wei Lichuan was. Wei Lichuan had just returned from Pingjiang Bridge, and was a little surprised to see Jiang Minglang. Why had he come to him? Che Tao hadn't left yet. "Take me to see Che Tao." Looking at Jiang Minglang's expression, Wei Lichuan had a hunch that something was amiss. As they walked, he asked, "What happened?" "Just now, a member of the Jin clan tried to take your sister-in-law away, saying the commander had invited her to Kyoto." "What?" Since they were here to settle a score, he certainly wouldn't hide it. Not only that, Jiang Minglang also intended for Wei Lichuan to report the matter to his direct superior, the division commander, who had sent him to the capital due to his injury. This was essentially telling everyone, now that someone was trying to harm his wife, it was even more impossible for him to leave his wife and children and return to the army. Wei Lichuan frowned and said, "It doesn't seem like something Che Tao would do." As a third-generation military officer with connections above him, Che Tao's character and personality were honestly quite good, and he had a genuine admiration for his teacher. Wei Lichuan felt confident that he hadn't misjudged him. No matter what, he wouldn't harm his sister-in-law. "Captain Jiang." Before Wei Lichuan could finish, Jiang Minglang raised his hand to interrupt him. Whatever the people he brought with him did was done by him. "Old Wei, you have to understand that Che Tao can't escape responsibility no matter what. Indeed, if it was an order his father issued to someone close to him, then Che Tao, no matter how innocent he was tainted. The two men walked to the small building housing Che Tao and his group, only to be told by the guard at the door that they had left. Gone? When did they leave? According to Che Tao's plan, they were supposed to leave Pingcheng for Kyoto the day after tomorrow. He had breakfast with him this morning, and he promised to submit a detailed report on Pingcheng's current situation and the extent of the danger upon his return. It had only been 2 hours since he said that, so he just left without even saying goodbye? How could it be such a coincidence? Send a telegram. Jiang Minglang seemed to have anticipated this outcome and said calmly to Wei Lichuan, "Tell Leader Han I have to protect my wife and children and can't go anywhere." Wei Lichuan nodded with a sullen face, intending to report the truth. Meanwhile, at the highway intersection just before leaving Pingcheng, Che Tao, with a sullen expression, got out of his car and walked towards the army green jeep waiting by the roadside. He glared at the tall, casually dressed man standing in front of the car and asked coldly, "Meng Yafeng, what are you doing?" They had agreed to leave Pingcheng the day after tomorrow, but he was suddenly told to leave now. This guy had originally been his father's bodyguard, temporarily assigned by his father to protect him when he left Kyoto. He claimed to be protecting him, but in reality, he didn't particularly obey his orders. Therefore, when he went to Yunxi village to look for Captain Jiang the day after his arrival, he didn't bring him with him. But Che Tao knew that even if he didn't bring him, he would still know what he needed to know about Captain Jiang. It was for this reason that he never went to Yunxi village again, and he had also warned him not to act without his orders. "Captain Che, do you know who that wood-type person is?" Che Tao was stunned, then narrowed his eyes at Meng Yafeng. "Who?" "Jiang Minglang's wife, Bai Li." Admittedly, this news was beyond Che Tao's expectations. But he immediately asked in confusion, "How did you know? What did you do?" Meng Yanfeng looked toward the road they had come from. If his guess was correct, Jiang Minglang's men should be catching up soon. He opened the car door and said to Che Tao, "Let's go, or we might not be able to leave." Che Tao's eyes widened, his rage flaring. He stepped forward, grabbed Meng Yanfeng by the collar, and slammed him against the car door, gritting his teeth and saying, "How dare you touch my sister-in-law? Meng Yanfeng, do you want to die?" Though being strangled and scolded, Meng Yanfeng remained calm, and his words were gentle. He even stopped calling Che Tao company commander and said, "Second young master, don't forget who I belong to. I'm not trying to touch anyone, I'm just following orders." Che Tao choked, his expression frozen in anger. His grip on the man's collar seemed so weak that he slowly loosened it, turned around, and got into the car without a word. The east and north walls of Pingcheng had merged, and the toll booth at the highway intersection had been knocked down. Construction workers and Earth-based psychics had built a 5-meter-high stone wall and a thick, wide iron gate. Forget zombies and mutant animals, even opening it normally requires the combined strength of 2 strong men. When Che Tao and his group arrived, they were genuinely surprised to see the wall and stone gate. Honestly, even Kyoto, now widely considered the safest base, doesn't have a wall as tall and sturdy as Pingcheng. Jiang Minglang, is he trying to seize control of Pingcheng? Shut up. Che Tao turned to look at Meng Yafeng, his eyes sharp. Are you deaf, or didn't you hear what Wei Lichuan said? The wall was started by that guy named Li Nan. It has nothing to do with Captain Jiang. Meng Yanfeng, when we get back, I want you to base your words on facts. You must understand that Pingcheng is adjacent to the Pingjiang Bridge in Pingcheng. Mutated animals, and even unknown viruses are rampant in Pingcheng and the area south of it. Therefore, a walled area would be a boon for the area north of Pingcheng and even for Kyoto. Do you understand? I understand. Meng Yanfeng's lips curled up as he replied nonchalantly. Che Tao said angrily, "Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're so good in front of my dad. If you really piss me off, I have my uncle transfer you to Jiancheng." Meng Yanfeng's smile froze. He knew Che Tao wasn't just a threat. If he wanted to, he could actually do it. After all, in the Che family, his uncle, the highest-ranking leader, loved Che Tao the most among the younger generation. Otherwise, it would be Che Tao's eldest brother who came to Pingcheng, not him. Meng Yanfeng put away his nonchalant expression and apologized sincerely. "Sorry, it's my fault. It won't happen again." After a pause, he added, "When we return to Kyoto, I definitely write my report exactly as the second young master says." Che Tao snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring him. The car approached the stone gate. Perhaps because it had just been installed today, the man named Li Nan was also there, seemingly watching the workers repairing the edge of the stone gate. Noticing the jeep approaching, Li Nan turned and walked to the side of the road. The car window rolled down, and Che Tao poked his head out and said to Li Nan, "Mr. Li, I heard from the guards that your greenhouse is almost finished, and there will be fresh vegetables available for exchange soon." "Yes, it's only been a short while, but fast-growing leafy vegetables like lettuce and spinach will be ready to eat in half a month." Li Nan's face was calm, but inside, he was ecstatic. Old Wei was quite capable. He quietly promoted him, and even secured a big business. The two exchanged a few words, and Che Tao mentioned the supplies they would have, and how to exchange them, and he would have their logistics staff come over to discuss it later. Then, two military green jeeps drove out of Pingcheng, one after the other, onto the highway to Kyoto. Zhang Xiaodao was also helping out here today. He knew Che Tao, but their relationship was very casual, so he ignored him and stood by the wall, concentrating on his own work. However, about 10 minutes later, Shiyu, Renbin, and Kong Erbao pulled up alongside. Did you see Che go by?" Not only did Zhang Xiaodao turn around, but even Li Nan dropped his tools and walked over, asking in surprise, "It wasn't even 10 minutes ago. What happened?" Shiyu, upon hearing this, immediately pointed at Zhang Xiaodao in exasperation. "Why didn't you stop him?" Renbin didn't dare scold the old squad leader and quickly explained, "They had a fight with my sister-in-law today and wanted to use her to threaten the captain." Before he finished speaking, Shiyu had already stepped on the accelerator and sped off. Zhang Xiaodao, his face dark, ran towards his car. As he got into the driver's seat, the back door opened. Turning around, he saw Li Nan had actually gotten into the car. "What are you looking at? Why don't you give chase?" Zhang Xiaodao asked as he started the car. "What? Don't you want to do business with us?" "What business? My sister-in-law is someone they can touch if they want to. No wonder they're making such promises to me. Turns out they just want to get away through here." Zhang Xiaodao agreed. "Kyoto is so far away, what can they eat there? Why did they have to come all the way here to buy it? It was clearly a cover-up. Even with the highway cleared, 10 minutes was enough time for them to run quite far. Not to mention, their team also had an Earth-type character. Once out of Li Nan and the other site, they immediately set up obstacles or dug up large potholes in the road. In short, Shiyu and the others hadn't gotten far before they had to stop the car. Even after Zhang Xiaodao came up and filled the potholes, they still couldn't catch up, and had to return in disappointment. But it was Che Tao and the others' bad luck. About 3 hours after they left Pingcheng, snow suddenly began to fall. At first, the snow was light, like salt particles, rustling to the ground. As cars passed, the exhaust fumes swept it away and turned it into water. But as time went on, and the temperature dropped, the snow transformed from the initial salt particles into large flakes. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the snow was so heavy that even the windshield wipers couldn't keep up. It finally completely covered the windshield and quickly froze to ice. The two jeeps had to pull off the highway and seek shelter nearby. What they didn't expect was that this heavy snow would last for a month. When the snow stopped, the entire world was a silvery white, a beauty so incomparable, yet also a despairing feeling of helplessness. This was their first time encountering snow piles taller than an adult, and the thought of driving on the road seemed like a pipe dream. Pingcheng was also covered in a blanket of snow at this time, but the greenhouse area in Li Nan's West City and Yunqi Village were in relatively good condition, with no significant accumulation of snow. When the snow first started falling, they would organize people to sweep the snow every other day, piling it into piles and pits. It didn't matter if the snow didn't melt, they would have the fire elementals roasted with fireballs. They had nothing to do anyway, so they considered it a way to train their superpowers. Every 2 or 3 days, they would find a way to sweep the snow off every roof, then pile it up and melt it. Some people were too lazy to even bother sweeping their roofs in the first place because it was so cold. It used to be 40 or 50 degrees Celsius on a hot day, but now it was 40 or 50 degrees Celsius below zero. This kind of low temperature was unprecedented in Pingcheng. It was so cold that people didn't know where to put their hands and feet, and many suffered frostbite on their hands and faces while shoveling snow. But fortunately, everyone had plenty of food, and they had gathered plenty of firewood. They even shared coal brought from the Pingcheng coal mine. So, even though the snow lasted a month, except for 2 elderly people in their 80s, who were sheltered by Li Nan and could not make it, everyone else emerged from their homes when the weather cleared up 2 weeks later, smiling at the rising sun with a sense of relief. Thus, only 2 people died in the greenhouse area after the heavy snowfall, while none died in Yunqi Village. Everyone successfully survived this sudden and severe snowstorm. The snow stopped just in time. Today is New Year's Eve, and tomorrow is New Year's Day. The people clearing snow in the White Orchard were stunned by Xiangqian's words. They'd been so caught up in the apocalypse that they'd forgotten about the new year. It was already February of the following year, the 10th month of the apocalypse. Thankfully, the snow was too cold, so the animals had all gone into hiding, and none of them went crazy. After all, a natural disaster is just as devastating to them. Since it's New Year's Eve, let's make dumplings today. Bailey set her wooden shovel aside, brushed off the snow, and said to the others, I go to the warehouse and see how many leeks and radishes we have. Then, add cabbage and vermicelli noodles, and make 3 kinds of fillings. And make a pot of mutton soup, okay? That would be perfect. Everyone was excited, and the snow clearing became even more energetic. Only Chi-Chi sighed softly. The mutton Bailey was about to put in the pot to cook was from Yang Ba, who had escaped from the sheep pen some time ago and accidentally frozen to death outside. That sheep was usually aggressive and always jumping around, and Chi-Chi had disciplined it several times, but it hadn't changed. But he hadn't expected it to push open the tightly closed wooden door and escape in the heavy snow. The sheep inside, fearing the cold, pushed the door shut again after it escaped, forcing the sheep to wander outside but unable to get back in. When Chi-Chi finally found it, it had collapsed, dying, at the entrance to the sheep pen. Since it was already dead, it couldn't be wasted. Xiangqian immediately skinned it and put it in the cold storage. It could have been left outside in this weather, but that was before. Now, who knows what if a mutant animal suddenly appeared and took it away? Sheep are originally raised for food, but with Chi-Chi, they have all become his pets. Bailey was thinking, why not let him take care of the sheep and chickens at home, and let her take care of them? Chapter 170. In previous years, the couplets posted in the upper courtyard of the Bai family's house were all written by Old Man Bai. His cursive and regular scripts were exceptionally beautiful, and when written on red paper, they were more vivid and pleasing to the eye than the printed ones sold outside. Unfortunately, neither the Xiangqian brothers nor the Bailey siblings had mastered large characters. Even their penmanship was too much for Old Man Bai to bear. That's why he took Chi-Chi to task for his dedicated instruction, supervising them for at least an hour every day. Come on, today you two will write the couplets for our family and your uncles. The old man dug through the red paper left over from last year in the study, took out a brush and ink, and laid it out on the table. He smiled at Chi-Chi and Gigi, saying, Don't worry if your writing isn't good, just think of it as practice. Compared to writing couplets, the two little ones preferred playing in the snow. But there was no other way. Great-grandfather was afraid they would catch a cold playing too long, so he had to go inside to write large characters. Under the old man's guidance, the two little ones quickly wrote a number of Fu characters. Before they finished, they heard Bai Yang calling out to Bailey from outside, Sister, get me some fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medicine from that guy who gave Chi-Chi earlier. Cece has a fever of 40 degrees. The old man paused, his hand gripping the brush, and a drop of ink splattered onto the red paper, rendering the paper useless. But he didn't care. He put down the brush and left the room, only to see Bailey, and Bai Yang hurried in. The old man asked Bai Yang, What's wrong with Cece? Bai Shi is Bai Wei's 5-year-old son. Since the day the snow began, Bai Wei and his wife, Wen Ting, hadn't let the two children leave the main room. Since they had coal briquettes, they had set up a stove in the main room. So, during the month of snow, their family was generally fine. Neither the adults nor the children got cold. But with the snow having subsided yesterday, the children, no longer content to just stare at the snow through the glass, rushed out to build snowmen and have snowball fights. Bai Shi had gotten cold while playing in the yard with her sister, and late last night, she began to feel a burning sensation all over her body. The family did have medicine for the children, but it was all stockpiled from before the apocalypse. Now, looking through it, it was all expired. Wen Ting, fearing potential side effects, didn't dare give it to her son. She sent Bai Wei to find the village nurse, Jing Lan, first. However, the clinic was completely out of medicine, not just for children, but even for adults. After all, if they only went out and didn't come in, they would eventually run out. There was no other choice but to have Bai Wei ask Bailey. After hearing Bai Yang's words, the old man became worried and wanted to go to the old house with Bai Wei, who had come to get the medicine, to see the children. Second grandfather, you don't have to go there yourself. It's normal for children to have a fever or a cold. They'd be fine today after taking medicine. The roads were so slippery, how could he dare let the old man go out? Bailey said, I go see Cece. You better stay home. Their yard was covered with straw, so even Grandpa and Grandma couldn't walk without slipping. But it was different outside. Not only was it cold, but some of the snow on the road was frozen solid. With Bai Yang's speed, he slipped countless times that morning. After hearing his granddaughter's words, the old man gave up and simply told Bai Wei to give the child plenty of water. If medicine didn't work, he could use physical cooling methods, such as soaking a towel in warm water and wiping him. Bai Wei, with a gentle expression, patiently agreed to everything, and in turn reminded the old man to be careful and not to go out unless necessary. He looked completely different from before. The old man felt relieved and waited until the others had left before returning to his room to write his couplets. Don't tell me you have medicine. These past few days, many adults and children have caught colds. When Bai Wei went to see Jing Lan, he happened upon several families rioting at Jing Lan's house. They suspected Jing Lan had hidden the medicine, intending to keep it for herself and not give it to them. After all, money was worthless now, so asking for medicine was just asking for it. Jing Lan didn't want them to take it for free, so she simply refused to give it to them. When the apocalypse first arrived, the clinic's cabinets were overflowing with medicine, not even counting what was in the warehouse. It's only been a few months now, and the village has dwindled considerably. Everyone was so busy before the snow, and not a single person has gotten sick. You're saying the medicine's gone now? Who are you trying to fool? That's right. This is the village's medicine, not yours. You have no right to hide it. Jing Lan, my grandson is coughing his lungs out. He's in terrible pain. Please, please, give me a bottle of cough syrup. Everyone was talking at once, making Jing Lan tremble with anger. Her husband, clutching a hoe, would have gotten into a fight with the gang if Bai Wei hadn't happened to walk by. How did you deal with it? Bai Li wore a mask and a locomotive-style hat, revealing only her eyes. Her voice was hoarse as she spoke. Bai Wei also wore a hat, but not a mask, so his nose was red from the cold, and his face was icy. He didn't mean to show off, but replied calmly, it's very simple. Jing Lan has a habit of keeping accounts. She keeps a clear record of who took the medicine and when. Just bring her account book over and show it to them. After all, with only outflows and no inflows, a small clinic wouldn't be able to sustain even 3 months, let alone 6 months. It's a good thing there aren't so many people here now, otherwise the clinic would have been cleaned out long ago. Bai Li nodded secretly. Shui Ding and Bai Wei had everything under control in Yunqi village, and the occasional disturbances were quickly suppressed. Her father hadn't been around the village for ages. I signed up for the post at the Northern Highway intersection. Bai Li was stunned and asked, surprised, you mean the one organized by Li Nan? Bai Wei nodded. Yeah, I don't have much to do right now, so I'm going to earn some groceries. Li Nan was very generous. Whether on his side or here, anyone who signed up for sentry duty or patrol duty would receive 2 meals a day and 5 kilograms of vegetables or equivalent daily necessities. When they had previously scavenged bricks and cement in surrounding cities, they emptied any store they came across that had anything they could use. So during that time, they not only managed to gather all the building materials, but also made a small fortune, stealing everything from clothing and daily necessities to adult stores. Their goal was to not leave empty-handed, taking whatever they came across. Nowadays, sentry duty and patrol duty are staffed by both ordinary people and those with special abilities. Anyone with decent physical fitness can generally get accepted. Bai Wei signed up before the heavy snow arrived, but since the snow fell, this place is a bit far from the North Expressway interchange, so his turn never came. Now that the snow has stopped, he and Shui Ding discussed organizing a team to clean the road from Yunqi village to the North Expressway interchange this afternoon, so that those who signed up on their side can get their turn as soon as possible. It's good to get some exercise, but be careful. Bai Wei smiled at Bai Li's seemingly caring words. He couldn't always be a useless person. When his parents were around, they held up the sky above his head. Now that they were gone, he had to hold up not only his own sky, but also his wife and children's. After giving Bai Shi medicine, he returned home. The Spring Festival couplets had been posted, and the dumplings were all wrapped. Save for the firecrackers and the Spring Festival Gala, everyone was still celebrating this Spring Festival with great joy. Bai Shi had a fever for 3 consecutive days, and it wasn't completely gone until the 4th day. Ordinary villagers and children in Yunqi village, who hadn't recovered from their colds and coughs, followed Shi Shuang's advice and used traditional remedies, boiling brown sugar ginger water or white radish water. The former can promote blood circulation and relieve runny nose, sneezing, and nasal congestion caused by a fever. Even with a mild fever, drinking it can help sweat and speed up metabolism. The latter can relieve coughs, phlegm, and sore throats. In short, In the absence of medication, these two folk remedies are still very useful for treating colds and coughs. Luckily, the village has no shortage of ginger and white radishes. Even if they were, Gao Junyu could immediately induce labor. The young man is now very popular in Yunqi village. Families who want something fresh will bring food to him in exchange. As a result, they, who once lacked rice and flour, now have a surplus. In short, life is full of joy and comfort. After about 2 weeks, with the combination of these two folk remedies, nearly all the adults and children in Yunqi village who had colds and coughs recovered. During the same 2 weeks, the snow removal team organized by Bai Wei and Shui Ding finally cleared the road leading from Yunqi village to the North Expressway intersection. Meanwhile, Li Nan's men were clearing the road to Yunqi village. Having not seen Jiang Minglang and his friends for a month, Li Nan felt quite uneasy. Whether he was busy or not, he would sit for a while in Baigua Garden, even just to drink tea and chat, and his mind would settle. So, as soon as the heavy snow stopped, he immediately began organizing people to clear the road towards Yunqi village. Halfway through, they crossed paths with Shui Ding and his team. The temperature had risen slightly, but it was still around minus 30 degrees Celsius, far from enough to melt the snow. And the snow on the road couldn't be cleared because the ground underneath had frozen solid, feeling as hard as stone. Under these conditions, neither cars nor bicycles could make it onto the road. Even tricycles couldn't make it, the tires would slip so much that they couldn't move. So when everyone saw a horse-drawn carriage suddenly appear, their eyes widened in shock. Bailey didn't want to be the center of attention, but Professor Leng had come humbly to her request, as had Kong Wentao. They hadn't made it to the greenhouse area before the heavy snow, and now, a month later, it was freezing colder than ever before. At that moment, she felt a little overwhelmed, desperate to know if her family was still alive. Li Nan first looked at the two horses with envy, then turned back and instructed Kunzi, "Take my sister-in-law with you. Look carefully, and see if there's the person they're looking for." It wasn't difficult except. Kunzi looked at Bai Li and offered a sincere suggestion, "Sister-in-law, why don't you go back and have Bai Yang take Professor Leng and Teacher Kong there?" Bai Li, puzzled, asked, "Why?" "Don't hesitate. Just tell me what's going on. It's nothing serious. A woman is sick, and her husband came to us and wants a doctor to see her. The problem is, there's no medicine even though there's a doctor, so I ignored it. It's really hard to care. A lot of people have been sick lately, but they're mostly on their own." Bai Li heard the clue and asked, "Who's that woman?" She said she's Captain Zhang's mother. Bai Li, Honestly, she couldn't even remember what Jiang Minglang's biological mother looked like. After all, they only met a few times, and their first meeting had left a particularly deep impression on Bai Li. Though she didn't resort to violence, she genuinely wanted to strangle her. At the time, she and Jiang Minglang had just married, and they had gone with him to their village to pay respects to their grandmother. Then Zhang's mother stopped them, not only mocking him, but also forbidding him from visiting his grandmother's home. At that time, she thought, they say there are all kinds of birds in a big forest, and it's true. How could a woman like that be worthy of being a mother? She thought she'd never forget Zhang's mother's expression. But within a few years, she completely forgotten it, and now she couldn't even remember what she looked like. It's okay. I'm doing my own thing. It has nothing to do with them. The main thing is, we're already halfway there. Turning back just for this isn't worth it. Kunzi saw Bai Li didn't take it seriously, and his impression of the Jiang family soured even further. He also knew what he should do. The carriage rumbled all the way to the greenhouse area. Some people clearing snow outside were surprised to see the two tall horses. Kunzi took the opportunity to ask Professor Leng and Kong Wentao if they knew anyone outside. Alas, there wasn't one. However, while searching door to door, they unexpectedly found Professor Leng's daughter at the 52nd household. Father and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Kong Wentao's eyes were red with excitement. Finding Professor Leng's daughter seemed to give him hope. Perhaps his wife and daughter were still alive. Sadly, after visiting every household in the greenhouse area and checking on everyone, the hope in Kong Wentao's eyes slowly faded. Finally, he squatted on the side of the road, his head in his hands, sobbing silently. Bai Li didn't know what to say. Actually, at this moment, Kong Wentao didn't need anyone to say anything. After a long while, a muffled voice came, "My wife doesn't want me to go to the experimental fields because my daughter is in poor health and needs to be hospitalized for even a minor cold. To take care of her, my wife and I have been living frugally over the years, spending almost all our money on hospital stays. Last year, things finally improved a bit, but I offended a school leader and had to be transferred to Longbei Mountain. I don't dare resign because if I do, I won't be able to buy my daughter's medicine. As Kong Wentao spoke, tears began to flow, dripping drop by drop onto the snow beneath his feet. Finally, when the tears became too much, he covered his face and sobbed. Bai Li stared at him silently, still silent. After a long moment, when Kong Wentao had calmed down and wiped his face, he stood up and walked with Bai Li to where the carriages were parked. Professor Leng had already helped his daughter pack her belongings, but as she was loading them onto the carriage, her companion stopped her. Leng Hanyu, are you leaving? The other person, panting, ran over with a wooden shovel in hand, grabbed Leng Hanyu's arm, and shouted, You can't leave. You can't leave me alone. Leng Hanyu, if you leave, you have to take me with you. Have you forgotten your promise to leave me alone? You can't go back on your word. Chapter 171. What are you doing? Let go! As soon as Professor Leng saw someone harassing his daughter, he immediately dropped what he was holding and ran over. He slapped the man's hand away, and pulled his daughter behind him to protect her. He married late, having his daughter when he was nearly 40, and raising her like a precious jewel. Now that she'd been found, she was even more precious to him. So, he didn't care whether the person trying to pull his daughter was a man or a woman, old or young. No one could stop him from taking his daughter away. The sudden slap startled the other person, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she grabbed Professor Leng's arm, her eyes exposed as she wept. Uncle Leng, I'm Hanyu's good friend and her roommate. We fled all the way here from Suzhou and agreed to stay together forever. Uncle Leng, I can't find my parents anymore. You can take Hanyu alone, and you can take me with you, okay? Please. Jiang Kaiping. Without waiting for Professor Leng to speak, Leng Hanyu, protected by her father, stepped out from behind him. With a cold gaze, she turned to her former friend and said calmly, All good things must come to an end. I'm just your classmate, not family. I can't be with you forever. Let's part ways amicably. You, take care of yourself. The last 5 words rang with a hint of ice. She took 2 steps forward and forcibly yanked Jiang Kaiping's hand away from her father's arm, using a noticeable amount of force. After pulling it free, he pushed the other person, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Then he bent down, picked up his belongings, and followed his father toward the carriage. You? Leng Hanyu, you, aren't you afraid I tell you everything you've done? Jiang Kaiping, stunned for 2 seconds by the shove, a flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. She shouted, though her voice was timid. Whatever. Leng Hanyu didn't even turn her head when she heard her words. She put her things into the carriage, and then turned to help Professor Leng get up. Seeing Leng Hanyu enter the carriage without paying any attention to her, Jiang Kaiping grew anxious. She angrily shouted, You cold-blooded murderer! Not only did you kill Duwan and Mo, you also killed the counselor and the students from the other dorms. They clearly hadn't turned into zombies, but you killed them all for food. Leng Hanyu, I will definitely tell their families, and you won't have a good death. The carriage curtain swung open, and Leng Hanyu looked at Jiang Kaiping. There was no fear or panic in her eyes, only a hint of sarcasm and mockery. She said, Jiang Kaiping. Ping, why didn't you tell me they tried to push me down the stairs before I killed them? Why didn't you tell me I gave you half the food I looted? You stuck with me when I returned to Pingqing, and I nearly got bit by zombies and mutant animals several times to protect you. Why didn't you tell me? I let you suck my blood, not because I was afraid you'd tell anyone, nor because you thought you had evidence against me, but she just wanted company on her escape. After all, they were the only 2 left in the class, and Leng Hanyu didn't want to be lonely while searching for her family. Now that she found her father, there was no need to keep this daughter around. Although Jiang Kaiping had just been clearing snow with a wooden shovel, she couldn't really do much. She was just putting on an act. The food and shelter they both ate in the greenhouse area were earned through Leng Hanyu's own hard work. They'd been through so much since the apocalypse, so she didn't mind having an extra person's rations. But who would be happy if they ended up raising a white wolf? Jiang Kaiping, since you know I'm cold-blooded and have killed countless people, aren't you afraid I kill you? As if frightened by this, Jiang Kaiping widened her eyes and took a step back, staring blankly at Leng Hanyu before finally falling silent. The commotion here seemed loud, but it wasn't particularly large. Only a few people poked their heads out of the yard to take a look, then quickly retreated, closing the door and going inside. After all, it was too cold outside, and no one wanted to leave the house unless it was their turn to clear the snow. Bai Li and Kong Wentao returned to the carriage and slowly drove along the way they had come. As they were about to leave the greenhouse area, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed behind the carriage. They weren't walking on the cleared path, but on the unkempt snow beside them, as that was the only way to avoid slipping. This made the crunching sound even more pronounced. But this made the carriage slower. Wait, wait! Bailey hunched her head, her hands clasped behind her, neither stopping nor looking back. Over her down jacket lay the military coat Jiang Minglang had brought her father. When she sat down, it covered her legs perfectly, but it also made her look like a ball. Does a ball have a neck? So why turn around? Besides, she had already told Kunzi about taking Lung Hanyu to Yunqi village, so it wasn't logical for anyone else to call for a ride. If anyone did, they might be looking for Lung Hanyu, just like Jiang Kaiping had. But judging by the girl's temper, she probably had no friends here. Bailey, stop the car. It was quite unusual to hear someone address her by her given name here. Even Li Nan called her sister-in-law, not to mention his men. The voice sounded familiar. After a moment's thought, Bailey called the steed to a halt. Dekong, stop. The chestnut horse snorted unhappily, its front hooves clacking twice on the frozen ground. Perhaps because it was pushing too hard, the ice crackled and shattered. The chestnut horse next to it was much more stable. Whether starting, moving, or stopping, its body and hooves were steady, without a trace of impatience. Unlike it, if it hadn't been for the chestnut horse's support, she would have flipped the carriage over with the corn, carrots, and other things hanging on it. After the carriage stopped, Bailey sat still. The cushion beneath her, but had barely warmed up from her first sitting position, and she truly didn't want to move. She pulled the collar of her fur coat down a little, and glanced back with some difficulty. She could vaguely make out the people chasing her, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman who had just called her name was one of them. Bailey felt the voice was familiar, but she couldn't place it. Her figure was even more difficult to discern. She was wrapped up like a dumpling, and there was no sign of her figure. When someone approached, she pulled down the tattered scarf from her face. The other person panted and said with a familiar voice, Bailey, it's me. Bailey stared at the other person's face for about 5 seconds, then asked uncertainly, Jiangsini? It's me. My brother told you, right? My family and my second uncle's family are all here. Without waiting for Jiangsini to finish her words, or even paying attention to the 2 men behind her eager to speak to her, Bailey turned and ordered the 2 horses, Dekong, Dahong, move. Hey, Bailey, you can't leave. How could you do this? My second aunt is sick, very sick. You have to tell Jiang Minglang that she's his mother, his real mother. He can't just ignore her. Stop. Jiangsini stepped forward and grabbed the yoke on the front of the carriage, half of her body pressed against it, shouting, it's the end of the world. Why can't we just let go of those little things? How can a grown man be so petty? We share the same blood as him. We're all family. He can't just ignore us. He has to take us away, to Yunqi village. Bailey, stop. You can't leave without us all. A sudden force pulled Jiangsini off the yoke and flung her into the snow beside her. Before she could react, 4 or 5 vines, seemingly out of nowhere, lashed out at her. Out of reflex and inner fear, she dodged and screamed. But it didn't really hurt at all, because she was wearing so many layers. Bailey didn't really want to hit her, otherwise she wouldn't have hit her body, but her face. Jiangsini was not only Jiang Minglang's cousin, but also her high school classmate. However, before or after marrying Jiang Minglang, she had rarely spoken to her. They were the kind of people who knew each other, but weren't close. Since they weren't close anymore, and Jiang Minglang didn't have a good relationship with this cousin, why would she bother with her? I had assumed the Jiang family would have some dignity no matter what. After all, their relationship had been severed long ago, and even if they ran into each other face to face, they should have pretended not to know each other and ignored each other. This was Bailey's first time being harassed by the Jiang family. She was inexperienced, otherwise she wouldn't have stopped. Jiangsini hadn't told her about Jiang Minglang's previous visit. It was a disappointment, and she didn't want to mention it. Jiangsini was thrown into the snow and whipped. Her father and brother, who were following behind, took a few steps back in fear, not daring to move forward. They had only heard that Jiang Minglang was a psychic, but they hadn't expected his wife to be one either. This made the 3 Jiang family members, who had come to visit her, feel even worse. It was true that comparison was the end of the world. Jiang Minglang was already protecting her, and her own father could even take care of the fruit trees and the fields. She had no worries about food, no worries about anything else. What a lucky woman! The carriage rattled away, and soon the vines that had been whipping Jiangsini whizzed up and clung to the carriage's roof like a rope. She looked limp, a hint of her earlier ferocity. Damn it! Jiangsini was furious. She pounded the ground and glared at the receding carriage, her heart clenched with resentment. No, we can't just stay here. Brother Kun's men said Yunchi village is much better than here, both in terms of safety and living conditions. Most importantly, Jiang Minglang has the final say there. So we have to go there, even if it means walking. Because of the greenhouses, even during snowy weather, the staff took turns to look after them, and the vegetables and grains inside. Even at night, those on night duty had to clear the snow from the greenhouses every few hours. The workload had increased, not decreased. Coupled with the busy schedule of the previous few months, everyone in the Jiang family was exhausted. Because they were so exhausted, they were busy sleeping during their free time and didn't notice if anyone around them was doing the same work, assuming everyone was doing the same thing. In reality, Kunzi had given their family special care. Jiang Sini climbed up from the ground. She had just finally found out about Bai Li. She had thought that because of their old classmates' friendship, and the fact that they were both women, she would be more approachable than Jiang Minglang. Unexpectedly, this woman was even more ruthless than her husband. Not only did she refuse to listen, she even assaulted her. Having superpowers is so great, Bai Li, well done. Sini, forget it. Jiang Sini's father, the eldest son of the Jiang family, said helplessly, it's hard work here, but at least we have food and drink, and safety is acceptable. Minglang's place is good, but your second uncle and Jijia have already said not to look for him. Why bother trying to please them? Not looking for Jiang Minglang? Jiang Sini sneered. You act like you're so righteous. If you're so righteous, why did you mention his eldest son when you asked Brother Kun for medicine? You cut off all ties. Why are you still claiming to be Jiang Minglang's biological father? Dad, you know how fake second uncle is. Just listen to his words, don't take them seriously. Jiang Boss's newly settled heart wavered again, but he immediately shook his head. Anyway, if they don't go, our family is separated from Minglang, making it even harder to go. Besides, we never helped him before, so there's even less reason to go. Not only did he never help, but he never did when he should have. Otherwise, Jiang Minglang wouldn't have such a deep hatred for everyone in the Jiang family. But some people truly have the ability to selectively forget, like Jiang Sini. She deliberately forgot that when Jiang Minglang and Bai Li got married, she instigated her second uncle and aunt to go to the Bai family to ask for a dowry. But she still remembered giving Jiang Minglang an egg cake when she was 5 years old. Besides, she's his cousin, his biological cousin, so why couldn't he take her under his wing and give her a little care? Dad, go talk to second uncle and tell him that even for second aunt's sake, he has to bow to Jiang Minglang. If he bows, Jiang Minglang will definitely accept. Brother, go find Jiang Jijia and tell him to stop trying to be so arrogant. His mother got cold because she was helping him with the housework. If he doesn't go find his brother, his mother might die, and he'd be a murderer who killed her. If you just say that, he'd definitely agree. But Jiang Sikong didn't think so. He knew Jiang Jijia too well. Although the guy was lazy, he was a good fighter. Regarding his skills, he should have joined the security team here, but second aunt refused to let him in for his safety. Now that his mother is sick, he might sign up to get medicine. In other words, he'd rather patrol with the security team than go find his brother. Useless, Sini. You have to understand that Jijia and Minglang have been at odds since childhood. He wouldn't ask his brother for help no matter who you ask. Besides, they're brothers, and their personalities are actually quite similar. Neither is a pushover. So his sister's plan was bound to fail. What's wrong with you? Why won't you just listen to me? Jiang Sini was frantic. She truly didn't want to stay here any longer. She had a daughter to take care of, and she couldn't let her daughter stay here forever, enduring the same hardship as her. So she had to leave, to a safe and comfortable place. And no one except Jiang Minglang could give her that place. As the carriage rattled on, Bai Li quickly forgot about Jiang Sini, her mind preoccupied with another matter. I heard that Li Nan hadn't given up on repairing the circuits, and the thermal power plant was well maintained. Perhaps it would be operational soon. So, should they try to move the paper mill next door to Huacheng? It wasn't that she was overly obsessed with the mill, it was simply that paper was a consumable item that was used up the fastest. She stockpiled a lot, but after 6 months, the family had used up most of it. If she didn't find a solution, would she have to wipe her, but with leaves forever? Chapter 172. There was only one cleared road, so once the carriage left the greenhouse area and reached the main road, Bai Li entered the carriage, avoiding the cold outside. Da Hong was smart, and wouldn't have taken the wrong route. The carriage was no longer the hastily assembled one. It was a proper wooden carriage with windows, built by Bai Xiangtian and 2 carpenters. After painting, it was lined with sponge mats and covered with leather. Long benches were fixed in place, and the cushions were made to be as soft as a sofa. Because it was pulled by 2 horses, the carriage was quite large, with ample space in the back for luggage. In the middle, there was an iron frame, housing a miniature iron stove, also built by Xiantian and others. It was filled with charcoal, and had a small kettle on top. When Bailey entered, Professor Lung was pouring hot water into his cup, and handing it to his daughter to warm her hands. Seeing Bailey enter, he quickly took her cup, filled it with hot water, and handed it to her. He then introduced his daughter and Bailey to each other. Unlike her previous cold and indifferent demeanor with her classmates, Lung Hanyu seemed very shy around Bailey. A small dimple appeared on her left cheek when she smiled, a hint of shyness. Although they had only just met, Bailey quite liked her personality. Murder? It's the end of the world. Who doesn't have a few lives to survive, not to mention a seemingly fragile and beautiful girl like Lung Hanyu? If she hadn't killed someone, who knows what would have happened to her now? But Professor Lung, the old father, still wanted to explain to his daughter, actually my daughter has a rather reserved personality. She's never even had an argument since she was a child. She would never have killed unless she was pushed to the limit. Bailey said nonchalantly, I killed people before. Yes, quite a few, too many to count. She then explained, Jiang Minglang wasn't home when the zombie virus broke out. I returned from Sioux City alone with my son. I couldn't have gotten home without killing someone. If no one offends me, I won't offend them. But if someone wants to steal our things and take our lives, should we just sit there and let them do it? This last sentence must have struck a chord with Miss Lung. She felt like she had found a soulmate. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and as she looked at Bailey, stars twinkled in them. She said, before the zombie virus broke out, I was preparing for a competition. Those days, I was either in the library or in the dorm. To save time, I stocked up on snacks and homemade hot pot rice. My 2 roommates, trying to lose weight, had nothing in the dorm except a little fruit. I gave them each some during the first few days we were trapped, but then, seeing that things weren't going well, I stopped giving them. They refused and tried to take it by force. During the argument, I accidentally pushed one of them off the balcony. But it wasn't my fault, because they wanted to push me down. If I died, they could split my food. So, I had to be ruthless and smash one's head and push the other off. There were 4 people in the dorm. Lung Hanyu didn't mention Jiang Kaiping. Judging by her expression, she disdained to mention her again. Bailey praised, well done. Professor Lung's eyes were red with heartache. He put his arm around his daughter's shoulders, unsure of what to say. Lung Hanyu smiled carelessly, it's okay, Dad. If you think about it this way, if I hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, I wouldn't have resisted, I wouldn't have been so fierce. You should be proud of me. From now on, I'd be able to protect not only myself but you too. It's just that Mom can't protect me anymore. Of course, upon returning to Pingcheng, Lung Hanyu went home first. However, their neighborhood was deserted. The front door had been pried open, and the house was completely turned upside down. Apart from the furniture and appliances, the entire place was practically empty. Later, in Li Nan's greenhouse area, she ran into a neighbor in the neighborhood. She told her that her mother had turned into a zombie and been purged. Thinking of their mother, both father and daughter felt heavy-hearted. Kong Wentao couldn't help but think of his wife and daughter, and the atmosphere in the car felt a bit heavy for a moment. After a while, Bailey coughed lightly, changing the subject and asking Lung Hanyu, are you a water element? Lung Hanyu's eyes widened in surprise. Sister, how did you tell? Bailey smiled, pointing to her fair, delicate cheeks, and said, you don't put anything on your face, do you? You just washed your face in the middle of winter, and your skin isn't dry or rough. It's smooth and fair. Look at your classmate. Her skin should have been pretty good before the apocalypse, but now it's so rough. Haven't you noticed? How could I have the time to pay attention to such trivial matters? Lung Hanyu held out her rough, slightly frostbitten hand for Bailey to see. To avoid trouble, just like registering a fake name, I don't want to expose my special abilities, so I have to complete the tasks assigned by General Manager Li every day. There are 2 of us in the hospital, but Jiang Kaiping can't even do half the work, so I have to work hard to complete the tasks. I'm exhausted every day, so how can I have the energy to pay attention to anything else? At this point, Lung Hanyu seemed to recall something. Every night after washing her face and going to bed at home, Jiang Kaiping always looked at her strangely. She even remembered once rummaging through her school bag, asking if she had hidden any skincare products. Lung Hanyu was completely baffled at the time, but now she understood why she said that. So, even in freezing weather, water-based psychics have more hydrated skin than others? Lung Hanyu pondered. Fortunately, she usually covered her face while working, only removing it when she got home. Therefore, only Jiang Kaiping knew her skin was different. Of course, Jiang Kaiping knew she had psychics, but she wanted to avoid discovery even more than she did. Because psychics live and receive different treatment than others. Leng Hanyu knew her limitations. While she could handle ordinary people with her ruthlessness, psychics weren't necessarily the same. She didn't want to be in an environment she couldn't control, so even if psychics were treated better, she wouldn't go. Jiang Kaiping, wanting to keep clinging to her, didn't want her to go. So, on Li Nan's side, apart from Jiang Kaiping, no one knew she was a water-based psychic. Bai Li understood her caution. The carriage clattered, and 2 hours later, they finally arrived back at Yunxi village. After moving Leng Hanyu's belongings into Professor Leng's courtyard, Bai Li drove the carriage back to Baigua Garden. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but the sun looked like it was about to set. Hearing the noise, Bai Xiantian hurried out of the house. He first checked on the 2 horses, who had been running all the way, and then asked about their well-being, asking if they were tired, cold, hungry. His questions were all about the horses. Bai Li curled her lips and walked straight into the house. With her father taking care of them, the 2 horses were comfortable and had no problems at all. The sun was setting outside, but the sunroof in the main living room was on, radiating warmth. Jiang Minglang stood at the door, waiting for his wife to come in. As he helped her take off her coat, he asked, "Is everything going well?" "We found Professor Leng's daughter." His wife turned into a zombie when she heard the apocalypse had just begun. "We haven't found either Kong Wentao's wife or children." Only after entering the living room did Bai Li see that Li Nan and Wei Lichuan were there. "Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law?" The 2 greeted her. Li Nan raised his teacup and said with a smile, "The tea here is much better than mine. I just told Captain Jiang to give me a bag. You can give me as many bags as you want, but there's a condition." Bai Li and Jiang Minglang returned to the sofa and sat down. She spoke of a plan she had made earlier. "There's a paper mill in Huacheng. I went there once before the heavy snow. The machines were all in good working order. Look." She looked at Li Nan, her unfinished words clear. Li Nan was a businessman, a factory owner. He was an expert. A paper mill. Li Nan, holding her tea, thought to herself, women are delicate. Aren't people supposed to be well fed and clothed these days? Who cares about paper or anything like that? Jiang Minglang seemed to read Li Nan's thoughts. He said, "We've been transported back to the pre-liberation era overnight. Think about it, will paper become a scarce commodity in the future? Paper mills don't just produce toilet paper, they also produce A4 paper and various notebooks. With cell phones and computers in short supply, notebooks are becoming a necessity. Mr. Li, industry will eventually recover. You're so capable, you can't just focus on agriculture." "Hey, Captain Jiang, don't flatter me. Managing a factory isn't difficult for me, but I don't have enough manpower. It's okay. When you recruit workers, our people can go too. Then pull the machinery. I send someone with you, okay?" Li Nan was satisfied and agreed to go after the weather warmed up and the snow melted in a few days. Bai Li stood up and pulled out 4 bags of tea from a nearby cabinet, each weighing 2 taels. Li Nan and Wei Lichuan each took 2 bags. "There's news about Xiao Fei. He found his brothers, but only 10 of them. Some were transferred and some sacrificed. Dying at the hands of one's own people wouldn't be worth it." For this reason, the 10 men followed Xiao Fei as soon as they saw him. The group had already left Jinbei, but were stranded en route due to heavy snow. However, Jiang Minglang was confident they would be fine and would return safely. Wei Lichuan had come to deliver this news. He also mentioned Che Tao and his group. He had learned from his superiors that, a month and a half after leaving Pingcheng, they had finally arrived in Kyoto yesterday afternoon. Meng Yanfeng learned of my sister-in-law's abilities, and reported them to Commander Che immediately after returning. How the higher-ups would react to Bai Li was unknown, but since Jiang Minglang insisted on staying in Pingcheng, and Xiao Fei's men had left Jinbei with only a report, I imagined the higher-ups would be furious. Of course, there was no point in being furious now. The roads were blocked by heavy snow, and the water outside was freezing cold, making it impossible to do anything. Bai Li frowned. She hadn't imagined that one day she would be the target of the powerful figure who had once seemed so far away. She was just a wood type, but in Kyoto, where so many talented people were, that wasn't a big deal, was it? Jiang Minglang held her hand, signaling her not to be afraid. Things weren't stable yet, but even if they were, they wouldn't rashly attack the couple. Just wait and see. There would always be conditions to negotiate. By the way, Captain Jiang, I heard about you Chumping. Where do you think he is? This was the third piece of news Wei Lichuan had come to inform him. This actually ran off to the western base and became deputy commander. The commander's last name is Jia. You know who he is, right? He's his brother-in-law. Jiang Minglang's eyes narrowed. He had previously asked Wei Lichuan to use his Kyoto contacts to find Yu Chumping, but he couldn't find him. He thought he was scared and hiding to avoid detection. So, how could someone like that be qualified to be the commander of a region? Even if he was deputy commander. The West. Yes, it's in Hongsha Bay. You know that place. There's a large air raid shelter built there, which can accommodate at least 5,000 people. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect for the current extreme cold weather. That leader Jia left Kyoto just in time to go to Hongsha Bay. It was a good choice. Wei Lichuan seemed unaware of Jiang Minglang's intentions, and continued to recount all the information he had received about Hongsha Bay from Kyoto. The air raid shelter used to be fenced off, but now it's not only open, but a block of houses has been built right outside, with a wall and barbed wire. Leader Jia brought 4 guards with him when he went there. I heard that one was given to Yu Chumping to protect him. Each guard team has 200 people, at least 20 with special abilities. After the conversation, the 3 of them discussed how to deal with the snow, and then Jiang Minglang escorted them away. That night, lying in bed, Bailey asked Jiang Minglang, "Are you planning to go to the western base? If Yu Chumping is still there, I'd definitely go." He reassured Bailey, "Don't worry, I value my life very much and won't let anything happen to me." That being said, he has an entire guard team protecting him. Those people came from the same background as himself. Bailey closed her eyes and sighed, for she knew several of Yu Chumping's fallen brothers. They were in their 20s, very young. When Chi-Chi was 5, they had gone to Sioux City. Back then, he called her sister-in-law. Thinking about it now, it felt like yesterday. She whispered, "If you're comfortable with that, I can go with you." She can now control the vines remotely up to 200 meters, and using the green radish's eyes to gather information is even more silent and effective than anything else. Jiang Minglang thought for a moment, realizing that his wife's presence would be a real help. Then wait for Qiao Fei to return. With him and his men guarding this place, we can rest assured. But your son might not be able to leave him behind. If he can't, take him with you. He's 9 years old and can fight. Talk to Dad and Grandpa about this. The temperature remained below -30 degrees Celsius for about another month, finally rising to -20 degrees Celsius at the end of March. On April 1st, Qiao Fei finally returned to Yunqi village with his men and Jiang Minglang's 5 teammates. In mid-June, the temperature finally rose above zero, and the snow-covered villages and cities finally revealed their true colors. All things revived, and the barren fields were covered in withered yellow grass and tiny green shoots. The long-starved mutant animals quietly poked their heads out of their caves, eager to explore the outside world. Chapter 173. June 20th, 1 year and 2 months after the apocalypse. At 6 in the morning, 2 SUVs drove one after the other on the bumpy highway. The passenger window of the car in front was open, with an arm resting on it, occasionally reaching out to level large potholes, ignoring smaller ones. If you didn't know better, you think a war had taken place here. Zhang Xiaodao looked at the highway, which was no longer a highway, with a sneer on his face. If that idiot were deputy base commander, would he care about these things? So, a person like that is a nuisance to the world. Kong Erbao, standing behind him, had a sinister look on his face. When we catch him, I drain his blood first. I can't let him die too easily. His brother had sacrificed his life for him. The gunman outside had intended to shoot him, but it was his brother who had thrown him down and taken the bullet for him. So, he would avenge this personally. Shi Yu, who was driving, said calmly, "Everything depends on the captain and my sister-in-law. Don't mess around. It's okay to talk, but if you dare act without authorization, I won't forgive you." Kong Erbao's face fell, and he didn't dare say a word. Lao Sheng, standing next to him, couldn't help but chuckle at his cowardly behavior. Before joining the army, this kid was a scoundrel, known for his reckless fighting. After joining, he was nearly discharged for repeated brawling. It was Captain Jiang who saw his proficiency in marksmanship and his strong physique, so he took him over and handed him over to Shiyu for training. In their team, besides Captain Jiang, the only one who feared this kid was Shiyu. What a joke. Kong Erbao glared at Lao Sheng and turned to look out the window. This time, Jiang Minglang only brought Shiyu, Zhang Xiaodao, Kong Erbao, Lao Sheng, and Ren Bin with him. The rest of the group included their family of 3 in the car behind them, along with their children, Nyatsi and Guzi. This combination was carefully considered. Despite Chi-Chi's young age, he was the only second-level Esper in their group. While his mastery of the gold element wasn't entirely stable at this stage, it was much better than it had been at the beginning. Furthermore, thanks to Du Qiuyan's intensive training, he had mastered the transformation of water into ice with remarkable fluidity. Coincidentally, they didn't have any water-type Esper on their team, and bringing him along made up for that shortcoming. Not to mention, their family of 3 could serve as a great distraction should they occasionally encounter inquiries from smaller bases coming from Pingqing. Due to a heavy snowfall, not only were the 3 major bases overcrowded, but many also died of starvation and freezing due to food shortages and the cold. Of course, the deaths weren't limited to starvation and freezing. There were also those accidentally killed during the unrest. In short, after the heavy snow, the 3 major bases not only lost their reputation, but also saw a significant reduction in personnel. After a week of urgent meetings, the top leadership ultimately decided to reduce the size of the larger bases to smaller ones. Simply put, personnel from the larger bases would be split up and established in smaller locations on the outskirts of the original cities, or in more suitable locations. In early May, it was reported that, with the help of the leadership of the 3 major bases, 3 small bases were established in the suburbs of 3 cities closer to Kyoto. Not wanting to be left behind, the eastern and western bases each allocated personnel to establish 2 smaller bases. This would not only reduce their own pressure, but also elevate their status. In addition, ordinary people who hadn't previously reached the 3 major bases no longer clung to joining the major ones, but instead formed their own small groups and established their own small bases. It was said that Kyoto was sending personnel to inspect various locations. Those who qualified would be retained, while those who failed would either be dismissed and assigned to other bases, or if there were too many people, they would have to rebuild. They hadn't yet found Pingqing, at least not before they left. This was the general situation. They had heard about the various bases while they were in Pingqing. They had no idea how the eastern part was planned and managed, but as for the western part, they traveled day and night, starting from Pingqing and taking a week to reach the west. They were now getting closer and closer to Redstone Bay. But everything they saw and heard along the way infuriated them. The temperature was currently around 5 degrees Celsius, and because of the heavy snow, it wasn't just people who were trapped, but zombies and animals as well. Yes, zombies. As they headed west, nearly every city, outskirts, and even some villages were swarming with zombies. What weighed on their nerves was that these zombies included not only the old ones infected by the zombie virus last year, but also quite a few new zombies wearing thick cotton coats. If you looked closely, you could see bite wounds on their necks and dried blood on their collars. There were also quite a few children, around 10 years old, each making ferocious, hoarse noises. Whenever they encountered them, they didn't hide, they killed them all on the spot, burning them completely, leaving only a trace of ashes scattered on the hardened earth. This phenomenon became more and more common the further west they went. At a service station on the highway leading to Redstone Bay, they were pursued by hundreds of zombies as they passed by. The highway exit was less than 1,000 meters ahead, and Redstone Bay was about 3 miles further west. The group of zombies from earlier was less than 20 miles away. At such a close distance, the western base hadn't been able to completely clear out the zombies. Is it impossible? Or perhaps it didn't want to. We're almost there? Bailey woke from her slumber. She lifted the reclining seat, rubbed her face, and turned to look out the window at the already pale sky. Because the daytime high was only around 5 degrees Celsius, and the nights were still below 0, it was for this reason that their journey at night was relatively safe, and they encountered no large, aggressive animals. But during the day, especially at noon when the sun was at its warmest, many animals came out to forage. Thankfully, except for those who were starving and losing their minds, most animals had a natural tendency to avoid danger. They should have sensed that the humans in these 2 cars were more dangerous than themselves. So, whenever they saw them, they either turned and ran or stood still, watching with full vigilance, neither attacking nor moving away. Bailey observed carefully and found that animals today can be roughly divided into 3 types. The first type are those from zoos. While there are some large carnivores among them, they are generally not very aggressive because they have been raised by humans since childhood. It can be seen that they mostly prey on small animals, not humans. The second type are pet cats and dogs abandoned by humans. Whether it's the initial lack of food after the apocalypse, the subsequent mutation that scares their owners, or the potential for them to go berserk during heavy rains, each of these pets results in the same outcome: abandonment. But even so, most of these pets won't attack humans. The third type is the main force attacking humans, essentially wild animals, such as wild boars, wolves, and monkeys found in certain mountainous areas, and even those intentionally protected. If it weren't for this trip, Bailey would have never imagined how these rare wild animals, residing deep in the mountains, could escape and attack human settlements. A few days ago, while traveling at night, they encountered a snow leopard. It was so white it glowed in the pitch-black night. It startled her at the time. If Jiang Minglang hadn't told her, she wouldn't have known it was a leopard. It's unclear whether it's mutated, but its size hasn't changed. It's just that its fur is a terrifying white, standing there like a searchlight, illuminating everything around it. Thankfully, it didn't actively attack them. It simply stood there motionless, waiting until they were far away, almost out of sight. Later, in the village ahead, we rescued two 15 or 16-year-old boys. They said the snow leopard was incredibly powerful, appearing every 5 or 6 days to prey on adult men, mauling them to death, and then dragging them away. Since the apocalypse, at least 80, if not 100, adult men have been killed by them in this area. That sounds terrifying. Chi-Chi was incredibly bold. He thought the leopard's fur must have mutated. If he had one, he probably wouldn't even need a light at night. The naughty kid then said with regret that he never owned a snow leopard. Jiang Minglang agreed with his son's statement. Although the word snow appears in the name, the snow leopard's fur is actually grayish-white, and not a solid color, but with spotted patterns. How could it be pure white if it hadn't mutated? Get off the highway immediately. Under normal circumstances, we reach Honsher Bay in about 20 minutes. Honsher Bay wasn't very large. Shortly after exiting the highway, they vaguely spotted a tall sentry post ahead as daylight rose. To avoid detection, 2 cars, one in front of the other, slowly stopped in front of an abandoned 3-story building on the roadside. Meanwhile, in Pengcheng, Yang led by Wei, Lu'er, and the others to the North Expressway intersection to hand over their shift. After Li Nan's team exchanged greetings, they took up their shifts while Li Nan's men went back to sleep after their overnight shift. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of people arrived at the gate. At first, Bai Wei didn't pay much attention. Thanks to the propaganda of the Anqing gang, their Pengcheng had become the safest place besides the Kyoto base. So, during these days when the temperature rose, there were always some survivors coming to seek refuge. But Li Nan didn't want any of them. Because the current situation was different from before, he feared someone with ulterior motives could infiltrate. So even when he needed help to build a factory, he wouldn't consider anyone from outside. So, in recent days, except for when Jiang Minglang led his team out, the gate at the highway intersection hadn't been opened once. Bai Wei thought this was just like the previous time, until Lu'er, who was observing the outside through binoculars, suddenly called out, "Bai Hua!" Bai Wei, sipping from his thermos, paused, turned around, and asked uncertainly, "What did you just say?" Lu'er took down the binoculars, blinked, then handed it to him, saying, "Why do I think the woman standing by the car outside is Bai Hua, or do they just look alike? Take a look. After all, she's your sister. You shouldn't be mistaken." Bai Wei was silent for a moment. He lowered his eyes to the telescope held before him, then took it after a long moment. As he held it up to his face, he likely didn't even notice that his hands were shaking. It's been over a year since the apocalypse, and Xiaohua is still alive. To be honest, he couldn't quite believe it. But when that familiar face appeared in the telescope, his eyes widened. What? Is it her? Looking at him like that, Lu'er knew he had recognized the right person. Bai Wei removed the telescope, cleaned the lens, and raised it again to peer outside. Then he tossed the telescope to Lu'er, grabbed his knife, and ran. Hey, Brother Wei slowed down. Don't rush to open the door. Ask first. Fearing he'd make a mistake, Lu'er hurried down the sentry post and called to his companions. Liangzi, go up and take my place. I go get Brother Shi and Bai Yang. With that, he sprinted off like a gust of wind, seeking out the patrolling Shi Jiaxu and Bai Yang. Bai Wei, breathless, reached the gate only to remember he didn't have his key. The newly installed stone gate and the small door in the middle not only had hidden locks, but also the same chain locks that had been used previously. Of course, not everyone had a key, only the patrol leader had one, and each patrol leader passed it on to the next during shift changes. The captain from Yunqi village this time was Shi Jiaxu, so the key was in Shi Jiaxu's possession. Bai Wei was frantic. He tried to get another look at Bai Hua through the tiny gap in the stone gate, but the gap was too narrow to make out. Without a choice, Bai Wei called out, Bai Hua? There were about 50 people outside today, a dozen of them approaching the main gate, occasionally banging on it, trying to get them to open it. There had been no movement inside, but suddenly a voice rang out, startling the people leaning against the gate and bringing a brief moment of silence to the noisy crowd. Someone's coming over, and seems to be talking to us. Huh? What's that? Listen up. Everyone be quiet. Bai Wei waited until the outside quieted down before calling out again, Bai Hua. Bai Hua, is that you? The people outside realized the person coming in had seen someone they knew. They exchanged glances, and the one near the gate instinctively said, he's calling Bai Hua. Who is Bai Hua? Bai Hua, who had just gotten out of the car and was standing at the back of the crowd, was silent for a moment. Then, with joy, she turned to look at the man next to her and said excitedly, it's my brother. My brother is here. So great. She then quickly made her way through the crowd, reaching the gate and calling out anxiously, brother, brother, it's me. It's Bai Hua. Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Wei inside breathed a long, heavy sigh of relief. Then, her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks without warning. He quickly lowered his head to wipe it away, took 2 deep breaths, and calmed his excitement. Then, feigning composure, he said, where have you been? This year. Has everything been alright? I'm fine, brother. How are you guys? And mom and dad, are they all okay too? Where are Duo and Cici? They're alright too. I miss them so much. Bai Wei didn't know what to say. Brother, can you open the door for me? I'm homesick. I want to go home. Bai Wei came to his senses and said, wait a minute. I go find the captain. He has the key. After that, Bai Wei turned to find Shi Jiaxu and, by the way, told Bai Yang that Bai Hua had returned. Outside the gate, the man who had been with Bai Hua also approached, holding a long sword. If Bai Wei had been there, he would have recognized it immediately. It was an ancient sword almost identical to the one he was holding. Chapter 174. Bai Wei turned around and hadn't run far when he ran into Bai Yang and Shi Jiaxu, who were rushing over. Xiao Yang, Xiao Hua is back. Looking at the excited and happy Bai Wei, Bai Yang nodded, indicating understanding. To be honest, Bai Yang was also quite happy that Bai Hua had returned alive. After all, she was still his great-grandfather's granddaughter, his cousin from a different generation. And they hadn't had any major conflicts before, just differences in ideas and inability to get along. However, before leaving, my brother-in-law said that the door shouldn't be opened easily, even by someone from Pingcheng. And besides, Lu Er had just said that Bai Hua didn't come back on her own, but had come back in a car, dressed neatly and respectably. Lu Er said that there was also a man with her, and he looked no ordinary man. Bai Yang frowned and turned to look at Shi Jiaxu. Bai Wei also looked at Shi Jiaxu. He held the key. It was his decision to open the small door and let Bai Hua in. Xiao Shi, that's my sister. What do you think? Can you let her in first? After the excitement of seeing his sister faded slightly, Bai Wei finally remembered Jiang Minglang's instructions before leaving. Coming to his senses, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. After a moment's thought, he looked at Shi Jiaxu, who stood still, and asked, she can't come in now, right? Bai Wei was no longer as clueless as he used to be. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't understand many things before, but that he was too lazy to think. After all, his father would hold up the whole thing, so it wasn't his turn to think about anything. But now was different. He was the roof of his family. His wife and 2 children depended on him for support. His sister's clothing and appearance were different from those of the survivors, who had come to seek refuge. Let's not talk about where she'd been, and what she'd done over the past year or so. Just think of the man who came with her. What was their relationship? Were they part of a base or were they independent? Until this was clarified, he really couldn't let her in. Although he wanted Bai Hua to come in right away, he knew things were different now. Not only Ming Lang, but even Lizzie seemed to be on some list in Kyoto. Because of her supernatural powers, Lizzie's supernatural powers were truly impressive. Shi Jiaxu ascended the sentry post first, observing carefully with binoculars from a high vantage point for a long time. Outside the large stone gate stood a single black Mercedes-Benz, parked behind the crowd, strikingly conspicuous. A handsome man, about 1.8 meters tall and in his 30s, leaned against the front of the car. He held a simple yet familiar long sword in his arms, one hand casually resting on the hilt, seemingly casually yet vigilantly observing the crowd ahead. A young woman named Bai Hua stood near the stone gate, wearing a lavender down jacket, black sweatpants, and snow boots. Her quality of life was evident at first glance. From time to time, she peeked through the crack in the door, her expression at first glance revealing the joy and excitement of returning home. However, Shi Jiaxu, the scout, keenly noticed the fleeting irritation that crossed her face as she pursed her lips. While this expression might not have meant anything, it still struck him as somewhat odd. By the way, the knife in the man's hand outside looks remarkably like yours. Did your sister give it to him? Because he was observing through a telescope, sure Jiashu couldn't be sure the two knives were identical, but they certainly looked very similar. Knives and guns are two weapons they frequently handle, so they can tell a quality almost instantly. The knife in Bai Wei's hand is said to be a family heirloom. The captain and the others have all seen it. It's no exaggeration to say that before the apocalypse, if this knife were put up at a wealthy auction, it would surely fetch 7 figures. So, could this kind of knife be found in the hands of just anyone? As expected, Bai Wei was stunned upon hearing this. He immediately shook his head in denial. How could that be? We only have this one. When my grandfather was still alive, he wanted to pass it down to my eldest uncle, but my second uncle refused, so it's now in my possession. To be honest, he was the most useless male of his generation in the Bai family. In fact, it would be the most suitable for Uncle Bai Xiangtian. This knife has been passed down for hundreds of years. There couldn't possibly be another one. The one you see is probably a replica. That's possible. Sure, Jiashu put aside his doubts about the question and called to Bai Yang and another power user, opened a small door, and let Bai Hua in. Entering didn't mean abandoning their suspicions. Rather, it would allow them to investigate her up close, making it easier for them to clarify the situation. The survivors who had sought refuge outside the gate had all come on foot, carrying their backpacks. After a long period of unsuccessful attempts to get the door opened, they found a place to sit nearby in groups of 3 or 4, gazing gloomily at the high wall topped with barbed wire and a row of cacti. I heard someone had found a secluded wall at night and tried to climb in. Although there was a tight barbed wire fence, with some caution and preparation, it wasn't impossible to get in. Compared to the barbed wire, those people instinctively ignored the lovely, tender green cacti tacked to the wall, figuring that if their gloves could withstand the barbed wire, what did a tiny cactus matter? However, no one expected the cactus's thorns to be tougher than barbed wire. As luck would have it, 2 of the men, pierced by the cactus, went numb halfway down their sides and broke a leg when they fell from the wall. Combined with cold, hunger, and injuries, it's said the 2 men died after only 2 weeks. Later, their families ran outside the stone gate to curse and throw dirty objects on it, acting like they were throwing a tantrum, seemingly ready to make a scene. Whether or not the commotion had any effect on the people inside Pengcheng, it indirectly advertised their high walls, signaling, Pengcheng's walls are unclimbable. Things did improve after that, at least no one dared to scale them anymore. The only way to enter Pengcheng was through the main gate. With a creak, as the crowd outside stared in amazement, a small door on the side suddenly opened. A hand reached out and quickly pulled the young woman standing by the doorway inside. The small door then clanged shut again. It opened and closed with incredible speed. By the time the people outside realized what was happening, the small door had already clicked shut with its second lock. Hey, how could she do that? That's right, we were all going in, so why should she get special treatment? Why? Because she has acquaintances inside. Acquaintances? I have relatives in Pengcheng, and I have acquaintances too. Come on. The people outside swarmed the door again, banging and shouting again. The young man leaning against the front of the car behind him didn't seem upset that his companions had gone in, and he had been left behind. Instead, he remained calm and composed, leaning against the car. He seemed certain he would get in. It was just a matter of time. Brother, Xiaoyang, the man who was with me outside. Come here first. The moment Bai Hua entered, she immediately wanted to explain to her older brother and cousin who the man was, and that he should come in too, instead of being turned away. But before she could finish her words, Bai Wei interrupted her. Sure, Jiashu, Bai Yang, and Bai Wei led Bai Hua to a small house not far from the sentry post. Sit down. Would you like some water? In the small house, a stove sat, a kettle bubbling with steam. Though simple, the interior was warm and inviting, making anyone who entered want to leave. But Bai Hua wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that. She took the cup of water her brother offered her and drank it in one gulp. Then, she set the cup down and said something that startled Bai Wei and Bai Yang. Brother, Xiaoyang, the one coming with me isn't a stranger, but a member of our Bai family. His name is Bai Xingye. His great-grandfather and ours were brothers, the same family that left Pengcheng and went abroad. When the zombie virus broke out, I happened to be on a business trip to Kyoto with a colleague. By some strange coincidence, Xingye rescued me, and I've been with him ever since. Bai Hua briefly explained Bai Xingye's identity, then added, Xingye said his family returned to China 6 months before the apocalypse and moved their company to Kyoto. They had planned to return to us once things settled down and to pay respects to their ancestors. Unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived before they could return. How did you recognize him as a member of the Bai family? Bai Yang ignored Bai Hua's subsequent remarks and asked suspiciously, "You can't just believe everything he says, right? Am I that stupid?" Bai Hua rolled her eyes at Bai Yang, then pointed at the knife stuck in her eldest brother's waist. "Xingye has a knife exactly like ours. He says they're a pair. My great-grandfather gave the 2 knives to my great-grandfather and his eldest brother, respectively. Later, when they left Pingcheng with their respective belongings, the knife came into Xingye's hands. Knives like these aren't everywhere. How could I have mistaken them?" She was right. Long ago, the Bai family had many fine items, but most were later donated. Besides this knife, only a few jade pendants remained. Bai Hua might not be so good at other things, but she could still recognize her own family's belongings. It wasn't a relationship between a man and a woman. Bai Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually glad it was Bai Xingye who saved Bai Hua, and not someone else. If his sister was right, he wasn't even 5 generations removed from them. If Bai Xingye's grandfather was still alive, then he and his second grandfather were cousins. It's just that their group had been away for so long, and they hadn't been in touch, so hearing about it suddenly didn't really make any sense. He was like that, and so was Bai Yang. So neither of them wanted to care whether Bai Xingye should be allowed in or not. In short, just follow the rules. "Brother." Bai Hua was anxious. "They went through so much trouble to get me back, and their family. I'm home now, so there's no way I'm going to lock them up outside. Besides, Xingye's men were injured on the way here, fighting off a flock of mutant birds, and they're lying in the car now." She looked at Bai Yang again. If second grandfather knew, he definitely wouldn't agree to leaving them outside. Bai Yang frowned, but before he could say anything, Bai Wei berated him, "I'm warning you, don't say anything careless in front of second grandfather when you get back. He's too old, there's no need to worry about such things. Forget about blood ties. Just remember, when second grandfather was nearly dying of illness, where were those people? Why didn't anyone come back to help him? It's too late to play the emotional card by saying we're all Bai family now." Bai Yang smiled coldly. "Bai Xingye saved you and took care of you for so long. If you feel bad, you can pay him. But letting him in is impossible. Bai Hua, you have to understand that the wall wasn't built by our Bai family. It was Mr. Li who oversaw it from start to finish. Therefore, Pingcheng isn't under the purview of our Bai family. And the reason I'm letting you in so readily is because Brother Wei and I are on duty today. Otherwise, you might have had to wait outside for 2 more days. How is that possible? Doesn't Li Nan always listen to my sister and brother-in-law?" Bai Hua blurted out without thinking. After she said this, the room fell silent. Not only Shi Jiaxu and Bai Yang, but even Bai Wei looked at her suspiciously, asking, "Who told you that Li Nan always listens to your sister and brother-in-law? Communications aren't what they used to be. To say that information is completely blocked is an understatement. Except for certain special places, which have their own methods of communicating." But the news they were conveying wasn't something anyone could hear. Realizing his own slip of the tongue, Bai Hua felt a momentary pang of guilt, but this was quickly overshadowed by a surge of indignation and resentment. She had always considered Bai Li her own sister. Their Bai family was small, with only the 2 of them in the entire clan. So, since she hadn't returned after the apocalypse, and Bai Li and her husband were so powerful, even controlling an entire city, why couldn't they go out and look for her? She hadn't met Bai Xingye at the very beginning of the apocalypse. It was about 3 or 4 months later, when several men approached her and tried to rob her, and he, who was passing by, rescued her. She saw the knife in his hand, and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get it?" At first, Bai Xingye didn't tell her, only asking her name. When he heard her last name, he asked where she was from, and only then did he confirm that they were from the same family. Luckily, she had met Bai Xingye, otherwise, she wouldn't be alive today, and would have died long ago. But what about her family? They were all safe and sound in their warm homes, safe from zombies and mutant animals. As they ate, clothed, and slept comfortably, did they ever think of her? No, they had long forgotten her, convinced she must have died in the apocalypse. What? Am I wrong? Bai Hua folded her arms, and looked at her elder brother, and Bai Yang, her lips curled slightly in a sarcastic smile. My brother-in-law's name has long been known throughout Kyoto. Everyone knows who Jiang Minglang is. And my dear sister, the mutated vine she creates with her wood-type ability can attack and defend. Many people with similar wood-type abilities seek her advice on how she creates these vines. Bai Li's name is now well known. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of the other 3 people in the room changed. Let's not talk about Jiang Minglang for now. After all, he was a well-known figure in the military before the apocalypse. But Bai Li? They only knew that she was on the list of some important figure because of her last guest invitation. But isn't that limited to a certain circle? How come so many people know her? What does that mean? Chapter 175. In fact, in Kyoto, Bai Li's name was unknown to many. Only Che Tao's father and uncle knew the true nature of her abilities. In addition, certain high-ranking officials monitoring the Che family also learned this information. Besides, few others knew. But why did Bai Xingye know so much? Undoubtedly, Bai Hua had heard everything she knew from Bai Xingye. However, Bai Wei, who had always been in Pingqing, didn't understand. He assumed that Bai Li was truly as his sister had said, that her fame had spread far and wide, and that many people knew both her and Pingqing. But Bai Yang and Shi Jiashu exchanged a glance, because they both knew that the news coming from Wei Lichuan was very different from what Bai Hua had said. There was no doubt who to listen to. Compared to the clueless Bai Hua, Wei Lichuan's words were of course more trustworthy. But Bai Xingye couldn't let him in, no matter what. Bai Xingye, who had been waiting calmly outside from dawn to dusk, slowly began to crack on his handsome, always impassive face. Even on the other side, Jiang Minglang and his men rested for a day after arriving at Hongshi Bay. Because it was daytime, and the enemy sentries were high up, it wasn't suitable to approach them. They simply rested and waited for their chance. The invisible canvas was lowered, and the 2 vehicles instantly vanished. Before arriving, they had borrowed Li Nan's piece, so both vehicles had it. Also, a small section of vines was hidden under the canvas on the sides of both vehicles, eliminating the need for a dedicated guard. But they still kept someone there just in case. At 3 in the afternoon, the group was awakened by a scream. Bai Li sat up from the passenger seat, still half asleep, and asked hoarsely, "What happened?" "A group of us were attacked by mutant birds." Speaking of mutant birds, Jiang Minglang couldn't help but feel thankful that his wife and son had insisted on bringing Feng Bao with them before they set out. Thanks to this little creature, they hadn't been attacked by mutant birds once since they set out. In fact, they had hardly been attacked by birds in Pingqing either. Mutated bats don't count, they're not birds. For this reason, Bai Li hadn't included mutant birds in her earlier count of animal attacks. It's not her fault, she never encountered one, so how could she possibly remember? In the car ahead, Shi Yu, Zhang Xiaoda, and the others were also discussing Feng Bao. Several people were excited, their eyes sparkling. "So we haven't been attacked by mutant birds since we came here? Is it because we have a bird commander?" "Bird commander?" Several people laughed at Congerbao's words. Zhang Xiaoda rarely praised the boy. "That's a good word. Feng Bao is the bird commander." Shi Yu rubbed his chin in disbelief. "Have you noticed? All the pets Chi-Chi keeps seem to be quite capable." "Why is that?" Rinbin replied seriously. "Could Chi-Chi be the reincarnation of the legendary king of beasts?" Old Shum slapped him on the head. "If you have the guts, tell the captain that his son is the reincarnation of a beast. The king of beasts is still a beast, nothing wrong with that." Rinbin glared at him. "Is that what I meant? Otherwise, why do all the dogs and birds listen to him? The birds listen to Feng Bao, how come they listen to Chi-Chi now? If Feng Bao listens to Chi-Chi, doesn't that mean the birds also listen to Chi-Chi? It seems quite reasonable." "Enough, stop joking and look outside." Shi Yu suddenly heard a familiar voice and interrupted his companions. It was just that the distance wasn't very close. Except for Jiang Minglang, who had excellent eyesight in the other car, none of them could clearly see the group of people in the distance, frantically shooting at birds with guns. About 3 minutes later, Shi Yu's face darkened as he told his companions, "It's Chai Zhe." He wasn't a big shot, and they hadn't had many opportunities to interact with him before the apocalypse. But before the zombie virus outbreak in Yunzhou, it was he who led the troops guarding the hospital, and it was he who gave the order to strangle them. They were just following orders, but was that fair to them? If Yu Chumping was the first person they had to kill for their comrades, then Chai Zhe was the second. It now appears that he had protected Yu Chumping from fleeing Yunzhou and had been following him ever since. That was good, they didn't have to find another person to inquire. This distance is beyond the range of the captain's sniper rifle. In another car, Jiang Minglang was indeed assembling and adjusting his rifle. "Chi-Chi, tell Feng Bao to have Miao drive those people this way. Since we met them, there's no reason to let them go." Timing? They were unfamiliar with this place, and even in this situation, they encountered a second person to kill. What else could this be but timing? After adjusting the sniper rifle, Jiang Minglang opened the car window, then opened a small window in the invisible canvas, and pointed the muzzle at the group outside. Dad, Feng Bao needs to go outside to command those birds. Worried, Bailey took out Feng Bao's backpack and put it on his back, then stuffed a small piece of green ivy inside. Ah! Feng Bao flew out of the car, fluttering down to the top of a large tree not far from the car. Then, with its neck tilted back, it cried out twice more at the sky. In the distance, two eagle-sized birds, of unknown species, paused in midair after hearing Feng Bao's call, then soared a distance upwards, letting out two high-pitched cries as if in response to Feng Bao's call. Just listening to them, they sounded much more powerful than Feng Bao's two cries. Those who didn't know the situation would never have imagined that this tiny cockatiel could command birds as large and ferocious as eagles. Below, after the cries of the two giant birds faded, the dense flocks of birds of all sizes and species that had been attacking the humans suddenly took flight and gathered in one place. This way, run. The group, nearly out of ammunition, had no time to consider what the birds were doing. They simply wanted to escape at the first opportunity. So, a group of about 20 people, while not completely panicking, took the opportunity to catch their breath and ran towards the direction where the birds were absent. Ah! Feng Bao, standing atop the tree with her wings folded, cried out again, followed by a loud cry from high above. Watching the group approaching them, Zhang Xiaodao and the others were surprisingly unfazed, even observing Feng Bao perched on the tree. Rinbin asked in amazement, "Is that a bag on our bird's back?" Forgive his ignorance, this was truly the first time he's seen a bird backpack. Country bumpkin, old Shum glanced at him. Sister-in-law is so kind. What's wrong with making a backpack for a bird? I bought it on Taobao. Zhang Xiaodao interrupted them coolly, his face nonchalant. Sister-in-law bought 5 colors, and Feng Bao chose this yellow one. Shi rubbed his chin and asked, I just want to know what it's carrying a backpack for. School? Puff. Everyone in the car couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you hear? Feng Bao's cry isn't even as powerful as that eagle's. Bang! Kong Bao hadn't finished his words when a gunshot rang out from behind their car. Several people drew their guns and stood ready. As the gunshot rang out, the man leading the 20-man squad, about 2 kilometers away, fell to the ground. He got it easy. The captain shot him with 1 shot. This Ba **** had no idea who had killed him. It was really easy for him. After the team leader, Chai Zhe, fell, the remaining men visibly panicked. Sensing the source of the gunfire, a group quickly pointed their guns in that direction. However, looking around, they saw no one except for a long-abandoned, deserted mud house. But the gunfire was indeed coming from this direction. They instinctively felt ambushed and dared not move any further. Some of them dealt with the flock of birds chasing them, while others raised their guns and kept watch. After a moment, seeing no movement, they quickly dragged Chai Zhe's body in another direction. With their target dead, Jiang Minglang naturally wouldn't fire a second shot. However, behind the group, a finger-long green ivy stalk scurried up like a worm, soon clinging to the ankle of the last man, then slithered up his trouser leg until it crawled into his back pocket. After the group of people had become mere dots, the invisible canvas on the 2 cars closed. Feng Bao got back in, restarted the car, and slowly drove along the path between 2 rows of mud houses. Finally, they stopped behind the dilapidated wall closest to the red stone bay base. Hiding there, they could barely conceal the car's body, hiding it from the sentries inside the base. Jiang Minglang instructed Zhang Xiaodao and the others to remain on standby. He took Bailey, Qi, Xiao Wu, and Feng Bao with him, planning to explore the base on foot. The man who had taken Luo had now entered the base, but due to the distance, Bailey had temporarily lost control of Luo and could not see what was happening inside. It was already 4:30 p.m., but the sun had already set, and the sky was gradually darkening. Even if the 3 of them were spotted walking outside, they wouldn't be overly cautious. Although it's the end of the world, and women and children can no longer be viewed with the same perspective as before, millennia-old inertia still causes some people to subconsciously place them in a position of weakness. Well, this is actually quite good. Bailey walked carefully, sensing the situation. After about half an hour, she stopped, closed her eyes, and regained control of the green ivy. Inside the red stone bay base, Chai Zhe's team startled the guards at the gate as they carried their captain's body through the gate. Looking at the men's gloomy faces, the guards quickly opened the door, not daring to ask any questions. After they had walked away, one of them whispered to the other, Hey, Did I see correctly just now? They were carrying Captain Chai? That's what I saw. The two men exchanged bewilderment, and after a moment's hesitation, they finally confirmed one thing. Deputy Base Commander Yu's top general, the Earth-type psychic Chai Zhe, was dead. In one of the offices in the center of the base marked Deputy Base Commander, a middle-aged Mediterranean man suddenly rose from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the young man standing at his desk. What did you say? Say it again. During the battle against the mutant birds, we were ambushed. Captain Chai was shot in the eyebrow. Ambush? By whom? The man shook his head. I don't know, but the ambush took place in Mao village, 3 kilometers outside our base. To come so close and assassinate Captain Chai. Deputy Base Commander, we have reason to suspect it was someone from within the base. After all, no one outside the base would dare fire a gun within their range. There's also the question of accuracy. Deputy Base Commander, the enemy sniper's marksmanship is absolutely top-notch. After all, Captain Chai was shot in the head. At the time, Chuebu estimated that we were at least 2 kilometers from the bunker. I can't think of anyone else who could hit the target at that range except that person. Yu Qingping's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his right fist and slammed it down on the desk in front of him, cursing fiercely, "Son of a bitch!" Their base had 3 main leaders, Base Commander Jia, the top leader, and 2 deputy base commanders. Yu Qingping was not only Jia's brother-in-law, but he had also personally promoted him. For this reason, to prevent the Jia family from becoming too powerful, and because Yu Qingping himself was unqualified, they sent a deputy base commander named Li. As luck would have it, Yu Qingping had a previous feud with this man. Thus, at the western base, the two of them were constantly competing with each other in almost everything they did. Whenever someone was sent out on a mission, you would snatch his place, he would snatch yours. In short, they disliked each other and regarded each other as a thorn in their side. But they had never come to blows. That was why Yu Qingping was so furious. He believed that the man surnamed Li had broken the rules, disrupted the existing balance, and killed one of his most important officers for no reason. The reason he suspected Deputy Base Commander Li was, of course, because he had a highly skilled sniper under his command. It was said that in several famous drills before the apocalypse, his marksmanship was second only to Jiang Minglang. Until now, Yu Qingping had never considered that the shooter might be Jiang Minglang. To be more precise, he had almost forgotten about him. The hastily issued order in Yunzhou had long since become a trivial matter to him. He didn't even know how many of Jiang Minglang's men Chai Zhe had killed. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What's wrong with a few people dying because the mission wasn't completed? What's it to him? After his men left, Yu Qingping angrily walked out of his office and pushed open the door directly into Chief Jiaji's office. And in a corner, hidden from his view, a thin green vine swished along the wall, darting inside before the office door closed. Elsewhere, Bai Li turned to Jiang Minglang with a strange expression, repeating what she had just seen and heard. But that wasn't the point. The point was, I didn't expect Lu Luo to get in so easily and still remain undetected. Let's go another 100 meters. I'm confident we can kill him. Then kill him. After listening to his wife's retelling, Jiang Minglang guessed who the sniper was. They knew him, but they weren't close. But it didn't matter. Their target was Yu Qingping. If they could kill him, they would leave that very night. As for the colleague with whom he had no connection, he believed that as long as he had an alibi, he could always get rid of suspicion. Chapter 176. Jiang Minglang wasn't sure if a large base like this could detect energy fluctuations, like his wife's green radish, but based on the information Wei Lichuan received from Kyoto, it seemed they didn't. Although the apocalypse had already begun over a year ago, it stands to reason that some things that could be restored could be gradually restored, and preparations that could be gradually made. But the higher-ups were being disloyal, not doing their jobs at this time, and instead causing a major split. He, the sniper captain, was a figurehead, but he was nothing compared to them. Jiang Minglang was glad he wasn't. After all, he had no ambitions. Whether before or after the apocalypse, he just wanted a family, and to be able to live a stable life with his wife and children was enough. But while no one was researching energy-detecting devices, those with such abilities might have them. Just like when Che Tao came over, Wei Lichuan mentioned that he had a guy named Zhu Lun who could sense energy fluctuations. Superpowers were also a form of energy. He could sense them in both people and objects, like the green radish. Jiang Minglang suspected that there might be other psychics with similar abilities in the western base. Be careful. Evacuate quickly after you succeed. The evacuation Jiang Minglang was referring to was the green ivy. Although there were many Wood-type psychics, only his wife and her half-sister had used green ivy to kill people and as weapons. But Liu Ying's green ivy was different from his wife's. After 3 advancements, hers had completely mutated. At first glance, it was unrecognizable as a green ivy. The thickness of the vines and the size of the leaves varied with her will, and it was even stronger than rope. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to escape so easily when she was stopped by Che's men. So, if her green ivy had accidentally fallen in there and been discovered, it would have been traced back to her sooner or later. Yu Qingping's death was not a pity, but he had backers, and Jiang Minglang wasn't arrogant enough to think his current team could compete with Chia's. I know. Bailey understood his concerns, so after the small, slender green ivy had sneaked into the office of the base commander, Jia, it had quietly huddled in an inconspicuous corner. The main thing was to watch the show, so there was no need to move. As soon as Yu Qingping entered, he reported to his brother-in-law with exaggerated details about his men being ambushed. He didn't directly tell Deputy Base Commander Li the truth, only that Chai Zhe had been sniped at a distance of 2,000 meters, and that currently, in their western region, apart from a certain person, no one had such excellent marksmanship. Bailey saw that Captain Jia's face was grimacing, but from his tone and choice of words, she could tell he was wary of Deputy Captain Li, who had been sent from above. However, at Yu Qingping's insistence, he finally sent for Deputy Captain Li. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a young man in his early 30s entered. Bailey was a little surprised. How young was he? But after he lit a cigarette with his finger, she understood why. He was a fire-type psychic. No wonder he was sent from above. On Captain Jia's territory, he dared to go against his brother-in-law. Not only did he have connections, he also had formidable abilities. But when the two sides confronted each other later, Bailey almost laughed out loud. Coincidentally, Deputy Base Commander Li's sniper wasn't at the base today, claiming he was on a secret mission and couldn't disclose it. But Yu Qingping was convinced he was lying. The secret mission was clearly because he knew Chai Zhe was coming back that day, so he ambushed him and caught him off guard. Otherwise, explain how someone could shoot someone in the head from a distance of 2,000 meters. Who could do that? Bailey's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Sure enough, the man surnamed Li snorted coldly, then spat out her husband's name. Has Deputy Commander Yu forgotten about the former top sniper? You know Jiang Minglang, don't you? Yu Qingping was stunned and instinctively retorted, even if Jiang Minglang's marksmanship is better than Pang Hai's, he's not in the West. How could he be the one ambushing him? Besides, he has no grudge against Chai Zhe, so why kill him? Even if you want a scapegoat, at least think of one that's useful. Heh. Bailey couldn't help but sneer. How little he cared about the orders she given, how little he cared about human life. It was so hard to even recall. She ignored the subsequent rambling and instead guided the small vine along the shadows of the house, slowly approaching Yu Qingping. Then, as before, she climbed up along his trouser legs. Fortunately, Yu Qingping's legs were hidden under the table, allowing her vine to easily crawl into his trouser pocket. Alright, now we just need to wait for him to be alone, take care of him, and then we can escape. To ensure a successful attack, Bailey and her family of 3 quietly moved another 50 meters closer to the base. Then, they found a small mound, and the family of 3, along with the dog and the bird, crouched behind it. Luckily, it was already completely dark. Even with the headlights on the sentry post, their range was limited, and for a while, they wouldn't be able to detect anyone here. Although the temperature had risen, it was still below zero at night, and the area felt somewhat desolate. The north wind howled, and even though Jiang Minglang held both of them in his arms, and Bailey held the dog for warmth, they were still shivering from the cold. Should have brought the coats. Jiang Minglang sighed. It's my fault for not thinking things through. Mainly, I didn't expect to contact Yu Qingping so quickly when I left. I thought I'd have to investigate for a few days before making my move. Who knew his wife was so capable? The little green rose that was brought and actually saw the target so quickly. Now that he's seen it, and could kill it, what was he waiting for? This was his chance. Finally, the furious Yu Qingping finished his argument with Deputy Base Commander Li, who had remained calm and composed, looking at him like a clown. Unsatisfied with his brother-in-law's response, he slammed the door and stormed out of the base commander's office. Leaving would be a good idea. Bailey turned her head toward the Redstone Bay base and closed her eyes. As soon as she noticed Yu Qingping return to his office and sit on the sofa with a sullen expression, the green ivy hidden in his trouser pocket suddenly grew and stretched out a considerable length. Yu Qingping, thirsty from the argument, was about to grab the kettle on the coffee table to pour himself a glass of water when he suddenly felt something strange beside him. He rested one hand on the kettle, and turned his head to the left. He froze when he saw a vine, almost glowing green, swishing out of his trouser pocket. Just as he was stunned, the vine bent over and approached him, swaying left and right at his turtleneck-clad neck. Yu Chaping, his eyes dazed, followed the vine's movements. After 2 movements, he vaguely sensed something was amiss. He tilted his head back, wanting to get as far away from this strange green plant that had appeared out of nowhere before calling out for help. But as he leaned back, his Adam's apple just happened to peek out from under his turtleneck. The green vine seized the opportunity, and swooped forward before he could utter a word. With a puff, the front of the vine penetrated Yu Chaping's soft neck, then pierced through from behind, and then pulled out again. The words that hadn't yet come out were trapped in his throat. Yu Chaping stared at the green plant, which seemed to come alive, with eyes filled with fear and disbelief. His mouth opened wide, wanting to scream, but no sound came out. He clutched his neck, blood oozing from his mouth and throat. Just in case, Bai Li manipulated the vines to penetrate Yu Chaping's fingers as he covered his neck. Watching the blood pour out, Yu Chaping's life visibly slipped away. Bai Li felt relieved. Even the devil wouldn't be able to save him now. Because the room was heated, the window was left a crack. A 3 or 4 meter long vine scurried up to the window, slithered out through the crack, and then raced along the wall toward Bai Li. It worked! Bai Li opened her eyes, turned to look at Jiang Minglang, and excitedly clenched her fists. Jiang Minglang breathed a sigh of relief and kissed his wife on the cheek. The little kid next to them immediately covered his eyes with his hands, muttering, "Oh no! We can't do that. There are children here." Jiang Minglang slapped his sons, but in amusement, then pulled the 2 of them to their feet. "Let's go!" The family of 3 carefully avoided the lights and walked at a steady pace toward the parked car. Jiang Minglang kept a vigilant eye on the situation, asking, "Has the green vine come out?" "Right." Before he could utter the word, a beeping alarm suddenly sounded from a small gate near the main entrance inside the base. Bai Li stopped and turned in surprise, looking at the wall east of the main gate. Of course, her green vine didn't go through the small gate that was the brightest light. She'd be a fool to run there. The green vine climbed a section of the wall where the light couldn't reach. So what kind of device is there? Do you think it's measuring energy fluctuations? I'm not sure. Let's go back first. Has the green vine come out? It's already out. It had climbed the wall, and the numbness of the vines had caused it to tremble as it passed. Then the alarm on the small gate went off. But when Bai Li paused to look back, she didn't let Lu Luo stop. After shaking off her trembling, it continued to tremble as it climbed over the wall and out of the base. Luckily, the vines weren't stained with blood, otherwise they would have carved a bloody trail all the way across, which would have been quite troublesome. Finally, Jiang Minglang glanced at the base gate, where figures occasionally swayed due to the alarm, and returned to the parking lot with his wife and children in a good mood. Mission accomplished. Leaving, Zhang Xiaodao and the others, who had been anxiously waiting for them, finally saw the captain and his sister-in-law return and immediately went to greet them. But before they could ask, they heard the captain say this. "Didn't it take your family 2 hours to get there and back? How did the mission end? We haven't done anything yet." Despite their confusion, they had followed Jiang Minglang for years, and obeying his orders had become a conditioned reflex, ingrained in their bones. So, they silently piled into the car and, without turning on their headlights, slowly drove out of the silent little village along the same route. Once they were completely out of range of the Redstone Bay base's sentry post, Shiyu, the driver, switched on his high beams and accelerated towards the highway. Zhang Xiaodao would smooth out the potholes on the road as their car approached, but once they passed, he would simply raise his hand and restore them to their original shape. He wasn't so kind as to smooth out the roads in the west. After driving a distance, Bao couldn't hold back and asked, "Hey, tell me, how did the captain and his sister-in-law kill Yu Chaping?" Alas, he didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment. Logically, one should be happy when someone is killed, and they are indeed happy. However, because they weren't involved, this joy is always tinged with a hint of regret. But ultimately, happiness is more important. Of course, it must have been my sister-in-law's vines that snuck in and killed the person. Shiyu and Bao, having arrived later, had never witnessed how the white Li vines kill people. But Zhang Xiaodao and old Sheng Rebin had witnessed bodies being strung from trees by vines, fatal wounds at the neck. So, the 3 of them never underestimated my sister-in-law's green ivy. Even when they happened to pass by the wall in Yunqi village in Baigoyan, no one would be so impulsive as to pluck a single leaf. That thing is a gentle weapon, killing without spilling blood. The same thing happened during that heavy rain, killing mad animals, unless their hides were tough or they had no necks. While the others were quietly discussing by Lee's green radish, Chi-Chi was lying in the back seat, looking back through the rear windshield. They didn't chase us, Mom. They wouldn't have realized he was dead by now, could they? It's possible. After all, the commotion just now was caused by something Green Radish had touched while climbing the wall. Most people were probably searching the base along the wall right now, and Yu Qingping's body. In fact, less than 3 minutes after Green Radish had fled the office, 2 people arrived outside Yu Qingping's office. After knocking repeatedly without a response, they assumed no one was inside and left. Yu Qingping clearly heard the knock on his own office door, but he had lost the opportunity to run for help immediately after the initial attack. The blood was flowing too quickly from the 2 bloody wounds, and now consciousness was gradually slipping away from his body. He felt cold and unable to move. Who is it? Li Kai? It's him. It must be him. The base is so secure. Besides his team, everyone else is his and his brother-in-law's men. So there's no one else there except him. How dare he, this bastard? Full of deep resentment towards Deputy Base Commander Li, Yu Qingping's eyes widened as he slowly began to breathe. At 8 o'clock in the evening, someone appeared outside his office again. This time, it was none other than Li Kai. He held a telegram in his hand and, with a sullen expression, he knocked on the door. When no sound came from inside, he opened the door and walked in. After 4 hours of rapid driving, the 2 vehicles were forced to stop at a village. Chapter 177. Just in case, we took the same route back as we came. While the way here wasn't entirely smooth, overall, there weren't any major issues. As for the minor ones, they could just be dealt with. But now, Shiyu stopped the car and exchanged glances with Zhang Xiaoda. They first looked at a young man and woman who had suddenly run to the middle of the road and fallen to the ground, faces terrified. Then, they looked at a dozen people, about 100 meters away, on a side road, running with sticks and machetes. It was obvious that they were chasing the young man and woman. Brother, run. In the car lights, the 2 men were lightly dressed, frail, and pale. The boy tried to help the girl up, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he himself fell to the ground. If it weren't for his excellent hearing, Shi would have suspected they were doing it on purpose, deliberately trying to scam him. In fact, he heard hurried, chaotic footsteps before he even approached the fork in the road. The car drove in their direction, and the footsteps didn't change direction. Of course, it's possible that they saw their headlights and instinctively ran in their direction. In either case, when they ran to the middle of the road and fell to the ground, even though the sound of brakes masked it, Shi still heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. The car didn't hit them, they had hit themselves when they fell. But the boy was so busy helping his sister that he didn't notice the awkward position of her right leg on the ground. Brother, don't worry about it. Just run. I can't get up. Perhaps his fear drowned out the pain from his broken leg. Even so, the girl knew something was wrong with her leg. Neither of them both bothered to look at the stopped car, only to glance behind them in fear. The headlights clearly illuminated the blood-scarred wounds on their necks. Because they were so thin, the veins beneath the exposed skin were clearly visible. Such signs of excessive blood loss and malnutrition were not surprising. After all, since the apocalypse, people suffering from hunger and lack of clothing were everywhere. From the time they fell on the road to the time the car stopped, it seemed like an eternity, but in reality, it was only a minute or 2. But in those few minutes, the pursuers were closing in on them. 2 cars driving on the road late at night meant anyone with a brain knew the occupants were no ordinary people. So, the group behind them, clearly chasing the young man and woman, also stopped in fear, about 10 meters away from the cars. The leader was a man with a crew cut and a scar on his forehead. Judging by his muscular physique, he was clearly a person with supernatural powers. Facing their side of the car window, Zhang Xiaoda, sitting in the passenger seat, and Kong Erbao, sitting in the back seat, both rolled down their windows and looked at them indifferently. Friends. The leading man, meeting their gazes, immediately said, "We're sorry to be blocking your way. We take them away right now." The fact that they didn't get out of the car meant they didn't want to get involved. That would be best. The leading man breathed a sigh of relief, but as he waved his men down to fetch the slumped young man and woman, unable to get up, the back door suddenly opened with a click. Kong Erbao got out of the car, the door half open, revealing 2 more people still sitting in the back seat. Seeing Kong Erbao approaching the young man and woman in front of the car, the leading man's face changed. He took 2 steps forward and said, "My friend, they're one of ours." Unsatisfied with their punishment for committing a crime, they knocked out a guard and ran away. Is that so? Kong Erbao ignored the leading man. He walked up to the two teenagers, looking down at them. No! The girl looked up at Kongerbao. She seemed not to have expected the occupants of the car to get out. Honestly, she and her brother hadn't intended to scammer them. They were already running this way when they saw the car, intending to cross the road to the village on the other side. If they hadn't been so hungry for days, and their legs had weakened, and they hadn't fallen when they reached the road, they would have already entered the deserted village. It wasn't that they didn't want to wait for the car to pass before getting back on the road, but time was running out, and they were afraid of being caught, so they had no choice but to run forward regardless. The brother and sister, who had been filled with despair, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. They looked across and said in trembling voices, "They're bandits. They robbed our house and killed our parents." The girl's tears rolled down, while the boy glared at the group with anger. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The leading man scolded the girl. "You can't be blamed for making a small mistake, right? Hurry up and get over here. You're delaying their journey. How can they forgive you?" The man's last words were heavy and threatening, as if to warn her that even if you want help, they must be willing to help you. He then turned to Kongerbao and said calmly, "Friend, the road is wide open, and we each go our separate ways. It's the end of the world. You're not still trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, are you?" He gestured behind him, and a dozen men immediately advanced, surrounding the two cars. Kongerbao's expression remained impassive. When he turned to look, the leading man, with a forced smile, bumped his fists together. "We take the people away, and you can continue on your way. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Okay? What if I say no?" "No? Ha!" The man sneered. "If you don't accept our toast, don't blame us for being rude." He raised his right hand and swung it. The three men in front of Kongerbao struck him hard with sticks, while the others leaped up and smashed into the two cars. Approximately 5 meters behind the leading man, a short man, upon noticing the gesture of putting his head behind his back, turned and ran back. Unfortunately, he let out a scream before he even gotten 10 meters. Before the leading man could even turn around, he saw the three men attacking the man standing at the front of the car being sent flying by 2 punches and a kick before they could even get close. The speed was so fast he couldn't react. Is it a speed ability? What he didn't know was that this wasn't the speed ability he imagined, but simply an instinctive reaction from regular training. Old Sheng also floated down. Illuminated only by the headlights, he whizzed around the two cars like a ghost. Then those who needed to fall fell, and those who needed to lie down also laid down. By the time he returned to the rear door of the car, the knife in his hand had already been sheathed. Kongerbao and Old Sheng simultaneously turned to look at the leading man, the only one still standing. Despite the limited light, they could see that his face was as pale as a ghost, and his previous smugness had long since vanished. The leading man tried to say something, but his mouth opened and closed, no words uttered. Although he had killed many people for robbery after the apocalypse, most of them were the elderly, the weak, women, and children. He always intimidated them first, then threatened them, only killing them when they really disobeyed him. How could someone just slit their throat without saying a word, and they were superpowered? These people had no moral principles. Why should you just claim your superpowers, your strength, and retreat and leave them alone? Why did they have to kill? Cold sweat dripped from the man's forehead. Even as he thought about running into a tough opponent, his feet slowly retreated. But before he could turn and flee, a magnified face suddenly appeared before his eyes, and then his chest felt cold. He slowly lowered his head, and saw a knife stuck in his heart. "Captain, should we take them with us?" The siblings were leading Lao Sheng and Kongerbao to the gang's lair. Originally, the young man could have taken them alone, but he was clearly worried about his sister and insisted on carrying her on his back. That frail body looked like it could be blown over by a gust of wind, so how could he possibly carry another person? Even so, he gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. This moved several people to pity him. But taking them away wasn't just for this reason. This place wasn't far from the Hongshuan base, and they didn't want to be seen. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how lean, Jia was still the head of a base. If he found out they were involved in Yi Qingping's death, that would give them an excuse to take over Pingcheng. So, apart from the siblings, they were so quick to silence everyone else. Of course, there was no need to keep such scum. Then take them with you. The siblings had no idea that their unintentional stop tonight would change their lives and fates. We're the only family left in our village. They seemed to have come from some base, claiming they were looking for food. At first, they wanted our family to move to the base, but my parents refused. Then, while they were cooking for them, they beat them to death, claiming the food wasn't tasty. The girl lay on her brother's back, crying as she spoke. Old Shung felt sorry for her, sobbing. He glanced at the boy, who was walking with gritted teeth, and changed the subject. Why isn't your brother talking? Is he mute like Uncle Dong? This isn't meant to discriminate against the mute, it's just a casual question. No, my brother can talk. He was killed by those bad guys. We had a pot of really spicy chili peppers at home, and they forced him to eat them all. By the time he finished, he couldn't speak anymore. Old Shung breathed a sigh of relief and comforted the girl. That's okay. He'd be fine after some rest. Yeah. The girl hugged her brother's neck, turning her head slightly to glance timidly at the two of them. She knew she should say thank you. After all, they killed those bad guys to save them. But, thinking about what their family of four had experienced in the city neighborhood since the apocalypse, and on the way back, she wondered if they were good people. After killing the remaining ones, would they steal their food as well? Or would they kill them as well? With such trepidation, the brother and sister brought Lao Sheng and Conger Bao to their doorstep. The one sitting in the main room drinking is their boss. You, be careful later, he's incredibly strong. Her father had been killed by this man. With one punch, just one blow, he blasted his brains out. Her mother fought back desperately, only to be stabbed in the stomach by him. Thinking of this, the girl's tears welled up again. But her brother put her down, patting her head soothingly. As he stood up, a fierce look in his eyes. He glanced at the knife in Lao Sheng's hand, then dropped to his knees before him. The sudden kneeling startled Old Sheng. He stepped back and whispered to the boy, "You don't have to do this. Get up." He thought the boy was thanking him for saving his life, until he pointed at the knife in his hand, then raised his hand toward his yard, then made a chopping gesture with his hands. Old Sheng understood. He wanted to borrow his knife. That man inside killed our father. The girl explained in a low, choking voice, then anxiously reached out to pull her brother away. Brother, no, you can't beat him. But the boy ignored his sister. He knelt on the ground, his head tilted upward, staring intently at Old Sheng. Okay, get up. I let you do the last blow. It wasn't a big deal, it was just a waste of time. Then the boy kowtowed to Old Sheng. If persuasion didn't work, he let him be. The girl sat at the base of the wall outside, and the boy walked in front, taking Lao Sheng and Conger Bao with him, and walked towards the yard with the door open to their own house. The reason they left the door open was, of course, to wait for them to be recaptured. The reason they spared the siblings' lives wasn't out of kindness, but simply because they both possessed special abilities. What the girl hadn't mentioned was that the chili peppers her brother was forced to eat were actually his own. Both siblings were wood-type, but their abilities weren't very strong. The boy could only produce one chili pepper at a time, and then he needed to rest for a few days to recover. The girl was similar, only able to produce one large cabbage at a time, and then she needed to rest for a few days. But even so, it was enough for their family. When the gang first came, the siblings didn't reveal their special abilities, and their parents had repeatedly warned them not to tell anyone. Even after they were killed, they didn't reveal a single word. But later, to protect his sister from being assaulted, the brother had no choice but to reveal them. While this action preserved his sister's innocence, their leader, having murdered their parents, wanted to tame them through whipping, also hoping to frighten them so they wouldn't run away. The gang was leaving for base the next day, and had already agreed to send them to the base commander. The word send repelled the siblings' instinctive resentment and fear, so they desperately tried to escape that night while they were drinking. Unfortunately, they were discovered before they even left the village. But thinking of the gang's fate brought a sense of relief to the siblings. Regardless of whether the people in the two cars they encountered were good or bad, having killed those they wanted but couldn't, they were considered good people. At this thought, Lan Jing let out a soft breath, her apprehensive heart unexpectedly settling. A faint smile curled her lips. When she heard the screams emanating from the main hall in her courtyard, she couldn't help but laugh. She was so foolish. She had just been afraid of those two, worried that they would just escape a wolf's den and fall into a tiger's den. So what if they were in a tiger's den? Could the worst be worse than their current situation? Even if it was, they had avenged their brother and sister. At worst, they wouldn't have to live. Chapter 178. Half an hour later, Lao Sheng and Conger Bao returned to the car, each carrying 2 large backpacks and 2 bags each. The siblings followed behind them. Having put on down jackets and eaten a little, they looked a little better than before. Luckily, Lan Jing's leg was only dislocated, not broken. Likely, Lao Sheng knew a little bit about bone setting, so he straightened it and then fixed it with a simple board. Her brother, Lan Ning, then carried her back to the road. By then, the dozen or so bodies on the ground had vanished, even the ashes blown away by the wind. If it weren't for the bloodstains still on the asphalt, one would have thought nothing had happened. Renbin and Kongerbao moved to the back car, allowing the Lan siblings to sit in the front. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth. They took turns driving all night, until daybreak, when the two cars stopped beside a mountain to rest. "Brother, what do you mean? Are you planning to lock me up?" Bai Hua hadn't expected her family to be so heartless. She already revealed Bai Xingye's identity, yet they still locked him out, barring anyone from coming back. Not only that, even after she returned home, they wouldn't let her out. "No one wants to lock you up." Bai Wei looked at his lost and recovered sister, feeling disappointed. After bringing her home last night, he only felt a brief moment of sadness upon learning her parents were gone, then resumed his endless nagging at Bai Xingye. Is that person more important than his parents? An entire night and half a day had passed, and he was still thinking about going out to bring him back. None of what he said had registered with her. "Bai Hua, I'm repeating this to you again. If you don't want to stay in Yunqi village, you can, but once you leave, don't even think about coming back." He stepped aside and said coldly, "The gate is right there. Leave if you want. Our gate is open to you, and you can leave as you please. But at the Yunqi village gate, you can leave, but coming back isn't so easy." Bai Wei. Bai Hua's brother, furious, stopped yelling and shrieked, "Why? Why won't you let Xingye in? They had a share of this ancestral home for years. They want to come back, and why are you stopping them? Many years ago? Ha." Bai Wei almost died of laughter. "You said it yourself, many years ago. Bai Hua, because Xingye saved you, have you been brainwashed into this?" He really wanted to pry open his sister's head and see what was inside. From the day his great-grandfather left here with nearly 80% of the Bai family's wealth, the ancestral home has had no connection with their branch. Yes, Xingye saved you and took care of you for over a year, and we should be grateful to him. But one thing is for another, and it's not the same as him wanting to come in. We don't have the final say in Pingqing these days. Of course not, Liqi. Shut up. Bai Wei's face darkened, and he growled, "I told you, Liqi is just an ordinary wood type, not as powerful as you heard. Kyoto just wants Minglang to get away, so they're making a fuss about Liqi. The one who sticks his head out gets shot. Liqi is your sister, and you believe everything they say. Where's your brain?" Although Bai Hua had noticed the green ivy growing on the wall when they entered, Bai Wei simply said it was used to cover the wall and was useless. Bai Hua didn't believe it. Now, what's that saying about the first bird to stick its head out getting shot? She finally understood why her brother and the others had gone to such lengths to conceal Lizzie's abilities. Huh? Would it work? There are so many powerful figures in Kyoto, they could easily investigate you. Hiroshi and the others clearly came in to help Yunqi village. But what happened? Not only did they turn them away, but they also assumed they were here to pry into your details, covering up everything they could. How ridiculous. What secrets could you possibly have that would warrant them coming all the way from Kyoto to find out? Bai Hua believed she had broadened her horizons in Kyoto, had met many people with special abilities, and lived a more comfortable life than here. So, she didn't believe Bai Xingye had any ulterior motives in trying to enter. Xiaohua, you were the one your parents were most worried about when they left. Now that you're back, why don't you just stay here and leave everything else to your brother? When Ting coaxed the two children into the house, she stood nearby, frowning as she listened to the siblings' quarrel. She initially didn't want to intervene, but then she remembered how her mother-in-law died saving her, and how her father-in-law died saving Bai Wei. She sighed helplessly, stepped forward, and grabbed her sister-in-law, advising, Bai Xingye should be thanked. Let your brother handle this. Give him whatever he wants, as long as we have it, okay? Give him everything? Haha. He doesn't have anything. Why would he want your things? This made Bai Wei, and when Ting's expressions dropped, especially when Ting. She no longer wanted to care about her, and turned back to the house. But she stopped short as she crossed the threshold, hearing Bai Hua say as she walked out, I'm going to find second grandpa. I want to ask him if the Bai family and his cousin's family can't return. Stop! Bai Wei, and when Ting shouted simultaneously. Bai Wei took a few steps in front of her, pointing at her and wanting to slap her twice. What did I tell you yesterday? Second grandfather is already so old, and you're going to bother her with this? I'm warning you, Bai Hua. Once you leave this door, you can go anywhere, but not to second grandfather's house. You dare to talk nonsense in front of him. I don't even need Lizzie to fight. I smack you to death first. Bai Wei's expression was ferocious, almost sinister, and it frightened Bai Hua so much that she took 2 steps back. This was the first time she had seen her brother like this. This time, she felt that her brother had changed. His personality was completely different. Wasn't he the one who always bothered second grandfather? When did he become a filial son and grandson? She really wanted to leave and follow Bai Xingye back to Kyoto. But her feet felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move. Bai Xingye had rescued her and brought her back home. His family seemed welcoming and polite to her, but she wasn't stupid. Could she not sense the alienation, even a hint of disdain, tinged with politeness? Only before returning to Pingcheng did they suddenly become so welcoming, saying things like, "Fallen leaves return to their roots, and it's hard to leave one's homeland." In short, they desperately wanted to return to Pingcheng, to Yunqi village. She was flattered, and they promised her that everything would be hers. Her parents listened to her, and her second grandfather loved her too. If she asked, they would surely welcome her with open arms. But what was the reality? Her parents were gone, and her second grandfather. She hadn't seen him since. And then, there was Bai Xingye. After they had brought her back, she was locked away, barred from Yunqi village or even the gates of Pingcheng. So how could she face anyone else if she went out? How would she explain it to them? Besides, her sister-in-law was right. No matter where she was most comfortable at home. Xingye, your cousin. Isn't she going to stay out? Outside Pingcheng, Bai Xingye was dozing in the car. His companion, who was recovering from his injuries in the back seat, couldn't help but ask, "It's been a whole night and half a day, why hasn't anyone responded at all?" They seriously suspected that Bai Hua, that foolish woman, had been tricked and controlled after entering. Otherwise, given her admiration for Bai Xingye, she wouldn't have stayed out. "I was careless." Bai Xingye opened his eyes and looked toward the large stone gate ahead. Jiang Minglang is no ordinary person. With his vigilance, anyone coming from Kyoto would be incredibly cautious. So? Wait a little longer. Bai Qiming is still alive. My grandfather is his cousin. Plus, I saved Bai Hua. There's no way he'd leave me out in the cold forever. How long do you think we have to wait? Jiang Minglang should have his own ways of researching and obtaining information. I guess he has someone look for me. Once he's done, if there's nothing wrong, he'd definitely let me in. He wasn't afraid of the investigation, he was only afraid of him not investigating. But what Bai Xingye didn't expect was that someone would call his name from inside the stone gate that afternoon. I'm Bai Hua's older brother. Seeing Bai Xingye approach, Bai Wei briefly introduced himself. Without waiting for Bai Xingye to speak, he said, "Thank you for saving Bai Hua and taking care of her for another year. We have some rice and flour at home now. We harvested a lot of fruit and stored it in the cellar. We also have cabbage and radishes. Take a look at these things and see what you need and how much you need. I do my best to provide what I can. Send a note when you made up your mind." Rice and flour? Cabbage and radishes? Bai Xingye was confused. What did that mean? What did they mean by do their best to provide? Bai Wei didn't give him a chance to speak and left immediately. Bai Xingye returned to the car in a daze, still not understanding what he was saying. When he got back to the car, the moment the door closed, he suddenly laughed, "Fuck." Even then, Bai Yang first went to his uncle and father to discuss whether to investigate Bai Xingye. Bai Xingye? Saved Xiaohua? Yes. Hearing that this nephew, who lived several rooms away, seemed to have great respect for his daughter's abilities, and wanted to bring back his grandfather, parents, and siblings, all this talk of returning to one's roots. Bai Xiangtian couldn't help but frown, instinctively feeling a bit of dislike for the child. While the older generation's grudges couldn't be implicated by the younger generation, and he had saved his niece, he felt that there was no need for his branch to reunite with them, or even meet them. Luckily, Bai Wei had the clearest idea, he himself had no such thoughts. No need to investigate. Tell Xiao Wei to do as he wishes. Bai Xingye saved Bai Hua, so we pay the compensation he deserves. If he doesn't have any, we pay for it. After that, the matter is over, and no one is allowed to mention it again. The seizure of the Bai family's wealth back then meant that the two branches would never have any contact with each other again. Now they're talking about returning to the ancestral home. It's truly ridiculous. Bai Xingye, who was outside, didn't know that the news of his family's desire to return had never reached old Master Bai. The old man was actually in good health, though this was partly due to his mindset. Knowing his current state, he consciously sought to avoid holding his children and grandchildren back. He rose early every day for a walk to exercise, and after breakfast, he taught the children, encouraging them to write and practice. When Chi-Chi was away, he looked after Gigi and Yu. As a veteran teacher, he always believed that knowledge should never be lost. He did what he could, never interfering in the children's affairs, nor letting them worry about him. He lived a peaceful and stable life, which was quite good. As the shift was about to end in the afternoon, Bai Yang saw an unexpected person in Li Nan's group. Jiang Jijia, his brother-in-law's younger brother. Bai Yang glanced at the man, then, as if he hadn't seen him, he and Jiashu turned and walked towards the carriage. But they hadn't taken a few steps when Jiang Jijia ran over and stopped them. What? Bai Yang's tone was harsh, and he thought if he dared say anything unpleasant, he'd beat him up. Perhaps sensing Bai Yang's intention, Jiang Jijia stepped back, keeping at least 3 meters away. I don't mean anything else. I just want you to pass a message to Jiang Minglang. Jiang Jijia signed up for the security team last month and had originally thought he patrolled here, but he was assigned to the greenhouse area, and it was night shift, making it impossible for him to pass on any message. Although Mr. Li and Brother Kun were familiar with Jiang Minglang, their status was so different from his own that he rarely saw them. Today, it was finally his turn, and he immediately saw Bai Yang standing in the team. Not being able to see Jiang Minglang was no different from telling Bai Yang. In reality, he didn't dare face Jiang Minglang, nor did he want to speak to him. Let him go. Bai Yang was about to say get lost, but changed his words. Let him hear what this kid wanted to say to his brother-in-law. If it didn't satisfy him, then he'd beat him up. My mother is gone. She's been gone for over a month. Before she died, she wanted to see Jiang Minglang and Chi-Chi. She wanted to tell him. She regretted it. Did she really regret it? Jiang Jijia knew that his mother's so-called regret was just a way to find a way for him with Jiang Minglang. That's why, during the 2 days when his mother was holding on, he and his father didn't agree to her request and didn't try to pass on the news to Jiang Minglang. He still had his integrity, and he didn't want to bend his back in front of Jiang Minglang. But it was still necessary to inform Jiang Minglang of his mother's passing. After all, she was still his mother. After Jiang Jijia finished speaking and turned to walk back, Bai Yang was stunned for a moment before scoffing, regret? Regret is pointless. Jiang Jijia paused as he left, then returned to the group with his head lowered. Bai Yang was filled with indignation. The old woman was dead, so what? She was disgustingly talking about regret. Did she regret it just because she said she regretted it? What about his brother-in-law's childhood? Who would compensate him? Not just his childhood, but until he started college, he barely had a single good day. It was only after he married his sister, and they gave him a home, that he slowly began to smile. After Chi-Chi was born, and he became a father, he finally began to have a touch of the mundane. His sister and Chi-Chi finally managed to heal him, and now you, the perpetrators of this, come back and say you're sorry. How hilarious! Bai Yang regretted not beating up Jiang Jijia. He wanted to go back and find him, but Jiashu stopped him. Furious, he yelled at Jiang Jijia, your father will die a miserable death, and so will your whole family. Jiashu, eh? Chapter 179. After a satisfying meal and a long rest, Jiang Minglang and his group resumed their journey, revisiting their original route and taking a different route. The Lan siblings' uneasiness instantly settled upon seeing Bai Li and Chi-Chi and her son. It wasn't that Bai Li had comforted them or reassured them. Rather, they felt that having women and children in the group was preferable to having only men. It was too dark last night, so the siblings couldn't see clearly who was in the car behind them. To be more precise, they didn't dare look inside. Now, seeing the pretty little boy with a gap in his teeth, he gave them a friendly grin, and his adorable look made them smile back. The rest of the journey was relatively uneventful, and they didn't encounter many people along the way. They didn't see many living people, but there were quite a few dead. In the desolate fields, in the ditches by the roadside. Some, their clothes intact, appeared unharmed, lying motionless on the ground. Others, stripped naked, lay wounded and slumped to the ground. Seeing these people, they all felt it was better to see zombies. With the temperature rising day by day, there was no telling what would happen to these corpses if they were left alone. So whenever they saw one, Renbin would get out of the car and burn it. After about 10 days of wandering, stopping and starting, they finally returned to Pingcheng. After circling the city for a good part, they entered through a hidden gate on the east side. That gate was something Jiang Minglang had deliberately left open. The large gray iron gate was painted the same color as the walls on either side, so at first glance, it looked like a wall. Add to that the two thin, dead trees planted in front of the gate, and the pebbles at the base of the wall looked just like anywhere else. Without a keen eye, one wouldn't have noticed it was a large iron gate. Finally home. Chi-Chi cheered in the car, and as soon as they entered the gates of Yunchi village, he immediately started clamoring to get out. They'd been walking for over half a month, but the people of Yunchi village had little idea their family of 3 was no longer in Baiguan. After all, Bai Li didn't go out often, so it was normal not to see her. Jiang Minglang and she were often out early and back late, so it wasn't surprising they weren't around. So, aside from their own people, almost no one in Yunqi village was curious about their return. Besides, they were busy now, too busy to be curious. The wheat they planted before the heavy snow last year was thought to have died due to the low temperatures and prolonged snow. Now, after the snow melted, they discovered that nearly a third of every acre was still alive. But the wheat seedlings were purple instead of green. Purple wheat seedlings. Can the wheat produced be eaten? After a careful examination, Professor Lang and Kong Wentao were almost certain that the wheat had mutated. As for whether the wheat grown from the mutation was edible, we would have to wait until it produced ears of wheat. That wasn't a big deal. An acre of land ruined was ruined. The worst that could happen was that it was discarded. The question was, could the land now be used to grow new wheat? Although it was already July, the temperature was barely above zero. Planting crops according to the usual seasons and months was no longer possible. Given the temperature, if the soil was fine, we could consider replanting wheat. Anyway, the fields were previously empty. With nothing else to do these days, diligent folks have already cleared the weeds and tilled the fields twice after applying fertilizer. When they tilled the fields, the snow hadn't completely melted yet, and the wheat hadn't revealed its true color. But now, Professor Lung says the mutated wheat likely absorbed the water from the melted snow, which ultimately led to the mutation. That's it. How could there be fields without snow? It's all there. Does that mean that the seed sown next will also mutate? When people mutate and gain superpowers, it looks impressive and makes ordinary people envious. Even having a mutant cat or dog at home is incredibly enviable. But mutant wheat? Who would dare try it if they haven't tried it? Now, they envy the greenhouses in Linan's West City. Although clearing the snow is hard work, they effectively protected the fields, and the vegetables and crops they grow are edible, not mutated. Of course, envy was pointless. Everyone was anxiously awaiting Professor Lung and Teacher Kang's test results. Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi, having gotten out of the car, was skipping towards the white fruit orchard with Xiaowu, when someone suddenly grabbed him. Teacher Kong was collecting different samples from the fields, a portion from both fertilized and unfertilized soil. Many villagers followed him, asking him questions from time to time, so there were quite a few people standing in the fields and along the roadside. Bailey was anxious to get home to shower, so only Chi-Chi and Xiaowu got out of the car. The kid, tired of riding in the car, wanted to get out for a run. Besides, the village was safe, so the adults left him alone. They didn't look at the crowds on the roadside, and didn't notice that someone had arrived in the village during their absence. Huh? Auntie? Chi-Chi was surprised to see it was Bai Hua pulling him, then grinned happily. When did you come back? To be honest, during the year Bai Xingye had rescued her, Bai Hua had felt a lot of blame and resentment towards her family, but she had no qualms about the children. It was like that before, and it's still like that now. When she bought gifts and lucky money for her nephews and nieces during the Lunar New Year, she always included some for Chi-Chi. Every year on Chi-Chi's birthday, she would buy him a gift and send it to him. That's why she asked Bailey for money, and Bailey simply gave it to her. This cousin, I always felt, had a brain injury from a fall as a child. Although she wasn't very bright, she wasn't a bad person either. Before she found a married man, Bailey and her had a decent relationship. They kept in touch and sent gifts to each other. But people must have boundaries. There are some things she believes should never be touched. Don't use ignorance as an excuse. Everything has its traces. With their constant presence, she didn't believe the man wouldn't reveal any clues. Bailey had actually guessed Bai Hua's hidden agenda. She dated so many boyfriends, yet she wasn't satisfied with any of them. Wasn't it simply because she felt they couldn't compare to Jiang Minglang? After wasting her time until she was nearly 30, realizing it was difficult to achieve her dreams with her circumstances, she took a desperate risk and found an older, wealthy man, striving to surpass Jiang Minglang financially. Absolutely insane, but while Bai Hua was talking to Chi-Chi, Bailey, who had returned home, didn't even know her cousin had returned. When she finished her shower, Chung Si-Yun was sitting on the sofa in her bedroom. Two things happened while you were gone. Which one do you want to hear first? Slipping into her comfortable, soft pajamas, Bailey finally felt alive again. Having gone without a shower for over 2 weeks had been making her feel awful. She walked over, wiping her hair, and glanced sideways at her friend, sneering, "Just tell me. Don't keep me in suspense." Okay, first thing, Bai Hua's back. Bailey paused wiping her hair, and turned to look at her friend. She saw a hint of a smile on her face, clearly expecting her to ask more questions. Bailey assuaged. She was alone? Do you think that's possible? Guess who brought her back? Sent her back? Bailey understood. The person who came with Bai Hua hadn't made it to Yunqi village, and there was a chance they hadn't even made it to Pingcheng. I don't care who he is. I'm not interested. You're such a bore. Alright, I tell you straight up. I heard it's from your Bai family, Bai Xingye. His grandfather and ours are cousins. Dear. She emphasized the last two words. Bailey said, oh. She knew who it was. After all, her great-grandfather had only one biological brother. It was said that when he took his family abroad, he took away nearly 80% of the Bai family's wealth. Although her great-grandfather couldn't keep the remaining 20%, that didn't mean his actions were justified. What a coincidence. Bailey said indifferently, showing no interest in Bai Xingye at all. After drying her hair halfway, she half lay on the sofa, resting her legs on Cheng Xiyun's thighs. You're so sore from the car ride. Rub them for me. While massaging her legs, Cheng Xiyun recounted the information Bai Xingye had gathered about the situation. Then, she angrily scolded Bai Hua, you clearly knew about the feud between your faction and Bai Xingye's, yet you were persuaded by a few words and are now clamoring for them to move into Yunqi village. Bai Wei even told her there was something wrong with Bai Xingye, but she wouldn't listen. Finally, Bai Wei tried to drive her away and prevent her from returning, which is why she got scared. She's so clueless. If she had any sense, she wouldn't get pregnant and then be beaten up by the wife. What's she thinking? A beautiful young woman marrying someone of similar age. Age, it's something you can talk about. Can't we just get married normally? Who says not? But I can't blame her entirely. When I got married, my aunt went around telling everyone that Jiang Minglang had a good job and good looks, but his family wasn't good. They weren't a good match. Having parents like that would cause trouble in the future. Our Xiaohua wouldn't be like that. I told her to find someone who was a good match, someone with good family backgrounds. Both mother and daughter have high aspirations, but their own conditions are just SOSO. Apart from their looks, they have nothing else. It's really... Bailey shook her head and spread her long hair on the sofa. After a long pause, she didn't hear Cheng Xiyun respond. She glanced over and saw her friend looking at her with a strange look. What's that look? What's with you? Cheng Xiyun listened outside. There were no footsteps, nor did she hear Jiang Minglang's voice. Then she leaned closer to Bailey and whispered, do you know? It's just the two of us in this room. Let's talk normally. Cheng Xiyun patted her. Don't interrupt me. I'm talking to you seriously. Jiang Minglang's mother is dead. Dead? Bailey was surprised for a moment, then realized she couldn't recall what the woman who was supposedly her mother-in-law looked like. She really had forgotten. After all, she hadn't met her more than once. But she suddenly remembered that Jiang City had stopped her when she went to pick up Ling Hanyu. At that time, she seemed to have mentioned that the woman was sick, but there was no medicine. So you didn't make it through that illness? She lay back down and asked calmly, how did you know? Did the Jiang family come? Not really. Jiang Jijia ran into Xiaoyang and asked him to tell Jiang Minglang. Bailey sneered. Tell Jiang Minglang? What do you mean? Do you want him to go and smash the pot with that woman? Jiang Jijia said his mother wanted to see Jiang Minglang before she died, and he thought he should tell him. Speaking then, Cheng Xiyun asked Bailey, will you tell him? Yes, but he won't care. Yeah, just like me. If someone told me Cheng Qifeng was dead, I wouldn't feel anything except that he deserved it. Cheng Qifeng was Cheng Xiyun's father, a great man who ignored his own daughter and raised his stepson as his own. Bailey didn't want to talk about the Jiang family anymore, so she returned to the first topic. Did Bai Hua tell Grandpa about Bai Xingye? She did want to, but Bai Wei stopped her. Xiaoyang was also wary of her, so she's only been here once in over 2 weeks since she returned. Bailey breathed a sigh of relief. Although Grandpa was generally easygoing, he was still old enough, and some worries were best kept secret. Elsewhere, old Sheng was helping the Lan siblings choose a house. He also called Xue Ding over to register and divide the land. The fields they had enclosed within the wall were just as many as they needed, and so were the houses. After all, so many people had died back then. Although some had moved in later, as of now, not even half of Yunqi village was occupied. All right, this yard and house are yours from now on. What you grow is yours. No one else will take it. Of course, if you have extra land and want to trade it with someone else, talk to Captain Xue or the neighbors. In short, how you live from now on is entirely up to you too. After a few brief instructions, old Sheng put down their luggage and left. Xue Ding wrote down their names, agreed on a time to divide the land with them, and then, after a few words of advice, left. Finally, The brother and sister stood in the small, square courtyard, staring at each other in bewilderment. "Brother, what do they mean?" After a long pause, Lan Jing swallowed, then looked at Lan Ning and spoke first. After 10 days on the road, Lan Ning's throat had almost healed thanks to the warm water. Aside from a slight hoarseness in his voice, everything else was fine. "It's just setting us free." And it was a freedom with guaranteed safety. Lan Ning took it better than his sister. After all, after 10 days together, he long since let down his guard about these people traveling with him, and felt completely at ease. But even so, he hadn't expected this place to be so good. There were walls around the fields, and around the village too. With that double security, they even been given a nice 2-story house, complete with a wood stove in the kitchen. Lan Ning walked around the courtyard, then ran to the gate to take a look around. Then he returned, closed the gate, and jumped for joy. Great! This home, he loved it. Chapter 180. The crops grown in the snow-soaked fields of Yunqi village may mutate. This news was also shared with Li Nan. Since deciding to develop his base into an agricultural base, Li Nan has been very active in farming. In addition to the numerous greenhouses, the surrounding unprotected fields were plowed last month using artificial snow melt. After consultation with several experienced farmers, the wheat seeds were resown 2 weeks ago. They haven't even sprouted yet, and there's a possibility of mutation? Li Nan rushed to Yunqi village, but he couldn't go directly to Professor Leng's yard. This was a rule set by Bai Li. No one could enter the old man's yard without permission, as he hated being disturbed while conducting experiments. So Li Nan went to find Bai Xiangtian. Jiang Minglang, that warrior might not know as much about farming as he did. Thinking of this, Li Nan felt smug. He had never lived in the countryside, but he had gone from knowing nothing about farming to a vague understanding, and now to a mastery. He had even been praised by Bai Xiangtian, an expert in fruit tree cultivation. To say he wasn't proud would be a lie. "Uncle, are you saying now that the seeds planted in the ground are wasted?" Bai Xiangtian was squatting at the edge of the field, watching his wheat seedlings. He had planted an acre of wheat, and he had come to check on them when the snow had almost melted. Almost half of them were alive. Of that half, most were purple, similar to those in Yunqi village. Only a small portion was a lighter purple, a touch of green and purple. And this small portion had been watered by Chi-Chi's water. It looked different from wheat simply soaked in snow. He had already asked Professor Leng to come and take a small seedling for testing. The truth of the matter would have to wait for Professor Leng's results. It might not be in vain. Bai Xiangtian pondered for a moment and decided that if he had his grandson water the small area again, perhaps it would return to normal. Thinking this way, he said to Li Nan, "Pick out a specific area and have a water-based psychic water it lightly to see if the final result is normal. Don't you need to wait for Professor Leng's results? You can wait if you want. It's coming soon anyway. However, the apocalypse is a first for everyone, so it's like crossing a river by feeling the stones. Don't hold too high hopes for Professor Leng's results. Some elements are unfamiliar to him, so he have to try and test them step by step. This will take time." Bai Xiangtian had also told the villagers of Yunqi village this, primarily to avoid putting pressure on Professor Leng and Teacher Kong. They couldn't complain until the results came out. So, even though they knew Professor Leng was extremely expert in seedling and soil research, the human heart was unpredictable. To protect him, Bai Xiangtian and the others tried to discourage everyone from having high expectations of him. "You're right." Li Nan understood Bai Xiangtian's meaning. He stood up and scratched his head. "Then, please let me know when the results are in." An expert with a lifetime of agricultural experience would surely find a solution, even if it was his first time dealing with mutant soil. Li Nan hurried in and out. By the time Jiang Minglang heard about it and came looking for him, he had already vanished. However, before he even returned to the greenhouse area, Wei Lichuan called him away. Kyoto headquarters came to deliver some goods. They heard that Li Nan's greenhouse vegetables were doing well, so they wanted to take a load back. Business had arrived. This was certainly good news for Li Nan. 2 weeks later, when the temperature stabilized between 5 and 10 degrees Celsius, Professor Leng's experiment finally yielded initial results. The energy in the psychic's water effectively neutralized the harmful mutant elements in the snow water. So, the plowed fields needed to be watered 4 or 5 times with the mutant water, then fertilized and irrigated with well water as normal. After drying for 2 days, they could try sowing seeds. The problem was, Baiguan and Yunqi village only had 3 water systems. How would they irrigate so many fields? Professor Leng had naturally considered this issue. He figured that adding 1/3 of the psychic water to a bucket of well water, and having each household select 3 acres of land and water them once a day for a week should be enough. His daughter was a water element. Ever since arriving in Yunchi village, she competed with Chi-Chi in draining water, and discovered that she, an adult, drained less water than a child. It wasn't a complete shock, but it was close. From then on, her water was used for buckets, tanks, basins, and even for the solar water heater. Basically, for everything else in the house that needed water. Their well hadn't been used for a long time. The supernatural water had a slightly sweet taste, and now Kong Wentao and Lei Jiao were so used to her water that drinking well water was always a bit hard to swallow. Even so, using supernatural water for bathing, it always felt like a luxury. Now, there was finally a normal way for her to drain water. The difference between one family using water and hundreds of families using water is stark, let alone irrigating the fields. Together with Du Qian, the two of them could barely irrigate all 3 acres of land for each household daily. Chi-Chi, though young, pumps a lot of water, so he can barely manage the fields and vegetable gardens here in Baiguan. Fruit trees? Do fruit trees need watering? Bailey, with nothing else to do, picks up a few trees every day and ripens them right there. They can now grow whatever fruit they want, plus the mangoes, bananas, starfruit, jackfruit, and durian Professor Ling gave them. Yes, durian. They finally planted a durian tree, which Professor Lang had painstakingly cultivated before the apocalypse. There were 3 in total, but 2 died afterward, leaving only the single seedling. At first, Professor Lung was reluctant to give Bailey the tree, fearing she wouldn't be careful when trying to force it and end up dying from his pains. In that case, he had nothing to cry about. However, when he witnessed her slowly nurturing a small mango seedling, growing it into a mature tree, blossoming and bearing fruit, the tree overflowing with fruit, so densely packed it felt like he could pick several sacks. He wasn't particularly shocked. After all, Lei Jiao was also a wood type, but unfortunately, he could only nurture prickly pears and cacti. He had also tried to nurture the seedlings in the lab, but, without exception, every one he nurtured sprouted thorns. Were these still his original seedlings? That's why he was initially concerned when Bailey mentioned nurturing the fruit seedlings. But now he's reassured. So, in the orchard that Bai Xiangqian had specially cultivated, a sturdy and tall durian tree finally sprouted in the center. The durians hung densely on the branches, their golden, spiky thorns a sight both pleasing and eerie. Bai Yang brought a ladder and, along with Su Bo and the others, donned gloves and chopped down the durians from the tree one by one. By the time they were done, their hands were numb. Afterward, the rich smell of durian lingered in the orchard. But at the beginning of the meal, Bailey watched her brother put 2 durians in a snakeskin bag and carry them out. She stopped him and asked, "Where are you going?" Bai Yang didn't think twice and replied naturally, "I'm sending 2 to Xishuang." Doesn't she like them? He remembered clearly how his sister had asked him to bring fruit to Xishuang and insisted on asking her what she liked. She liked durian, and ended up getting apples, pears, and cherries. Now that he had some, he had to send 2. Bailey felt relieved. This kid could still be saved. She waved her hand, "Go ahead." As they approached Xishuang's house, they ran into Bai Hua. She was riding a bicycle with a bundle of firewood tied to the back, obviously having just returned from gathering firewood. She saw the snakeskin bag Bai Yang was holding. It was bulging and felt quite large, and it also seemed to have thorns. She couldn't tell what it was from the outside. As they passed each other, she reached out to grab him, tapped the bag with her chin, and asked, "What's in it?" "A hedgehog, do you want one?" A hedgehog? Bai Hua looked at the shape of the bag and it really looked like one. But if he caught a hedgehog, why was he bringing it here? Whose house are you going to? You don't even know him. Why would you care? Bai Yang impatiently pulled her hand away, quickly walked to Xishuang's door, and pushed it open before entering. In reality, if he hadn't run into Bai Hua, he would normally knock on the door and wait for the person inside to agree before entering. But he truly didn't want to deal with this cousin, so he dodged into the Shi siblings' courtyard as if he were being chased by a dog. Bai Hua stared at the gate for a long moment. She had been back for over a month, and while wandering the village with nothing to do, she'd seen more or less all those outsiders. She remembered a very beautiful, yet rather aloof girl living in this household. At first, she thought she lived alone, but then her sister-in-law told her they were a pair of siblings, and her brother was a soldier under Jiang Minglang, and quite handsome. Whether they were handsome or not didn't matter to her. After all, almost everyone in the Bai family had a good appearance, like her own brother Bai Wei. When he was a scoundrel, the villagers whispered that he had accomplished nothing, and that he was just a good-looking guy. Her sister-in-law had married him because of his looks. She had met Shiyu for the first time a few days ago. He was quite handsome, but that was just the way it was. She was simply puzzled. Why hadn't she seen him once in the first 2 weeks since she returned? And Jiang Minglang and Bai Li, and even Chi-Chi. When she went to Baiguan to visit her second grandfather and second grandmother, she didn't see the three of them. They said they were picking tomatoes in the greenhouse. Really? Bai Hua took careful note. After she saw Chi-Chi and the appearance of Shiyu, several unfamiliar faces had appeared in the village. Absent at the same time, then reappeared at the same time, all within a few days. So he left Pingcheng? Bai Hua felt like she had guessed the point. After returning home, Wen Ting came over to help her unload the firewood. Bai Hua thought for a moment and asked her sister-in-law, "Is Xiao Yang familiar with the Shi brothers and sisters? I just saw him visiting their homes, as if they were his own." "Sister-in-law, she's not chasing that Shi Shuang, is she?" Wen Ting turned her head and glanced at her sister-in-law. In the past, she might have told her what she knew. After all, Lizzie and second aunt were both familiar with her, and they wanted to facilitate this matter, so they didn't hide it when she asked. She had also encountered Bai Yang delivering gifts to Shi Shuang a few times before. But she didn't intend to tell her sister-in-law. She simply said, all the soldiers in Minglang are familiar with Xiao Yang, and she even gave him special training, so it's normal for him to visit their homes. "Is that so?" Bai Hua asked again, "Does your brother-in-law often take his soldiers out?" "Of course he does. They have to patrol the area, right? Otherwise, how do you think Pingcheng would be safe? And the bricks, cement, and sand we used to build the wall, how could we build such a long wall with just the limited supplies from the Pingcheng cement factory? They're all working for nothing, and they haven't asked the village for any compensation." She looked at her sister-in-law and said meaningfully, "People need to be content and learn to be grateful." Bai Hua seemed to ignore her words. She unloaded all the firewood, turned her bike around, and left the yard again. Her brother had collected and chopped the firewood, and she was responsible for riding home. However, after leaving home, she deliberately went around to the Shi family's main gate. Although the iron gate was closed, she could faintly hear voices from inside. After all, she knew Bai Yang so well that she could recognize the boy's voice instantly. However, when she rode her bike to the corner next to the Shi family's main gate, it suddenly became quiet inside, completely silent. Bai Hua frowned and stood by the wall for a moment. When she found that there was still no sound from inside, she curled her lips and rode away. Inside, after Bai Hua left, Shi Shuang calmly said, "She's gone." Bai Yang dodged into the courtyard and immediately went out. Then, he saw Bai Hua's back as she cycled. Shi Shuang didn't come out. She was still inside, slowly eating the durian Bai Yang had opened. It was so soft and sweet that her eyes narrowed in delight. When Bai Yang returned to the main room, she asked, "Who is it?" She had been listening to Bai Yang and hadn't paid much attention to the sound of a bicycle outside the gate. But she hadn't expected it to stop at her door. She could tell what the sound of someone getting off a bicycle was like. So, Bai Yang stopped talking and ate his durian in silence. "Bai Hua." Bai Yang sat back down at the coffee table and continued breaking a durian for her. "I ran into her on my way here just now. She asked me what I was holding, and I lied and said it was a hedgehog. So she couldn't have come to confirm whether it was actually a hedgehog, right?" Shi Shuang was smart. She knew from Bai Yang's expression that he had other thoughts. "What do you think she's up to?" he asked. "She's not a very smart person. If she tries to be a traitor, she'd be exposed easily. Keep an eye on her. If anything unusual happens, tell brother Shi if he's home. If he's not, come and tell me. Okay, my house isn't far from hers. I go listen for her footsteps and write them down." "Can you even remember someone else's footsteps?" Bai Yang asked, removing the durian flesh piece by piece and placing it on a plate. "Then have you memorized my footsteps? Have you forgotten? Every time you come by, you're like a ghost, so how can anyone remember?" She actually did remember them, but she just didn't want to tell him. "Nonsense. I always knock on the door. You knock and then you flash in like a ghost. Please, when you don't need to use your powers, just walk normally, okay?" Not many people actually came to her house. Every time he knocked, she knew it was him, but she just didn't want to tell him.